Floods, typhoons, scorching heat, droughts, locusts, tornadoes, smog, eternal night, and extreme cold. As the world flourishes in summer, a sense of fullness emerges. The narrative begins with a flood. Upon returning home from work, Xia Xiaoman finds herself trapped in a crowded subway. Once she surfaces, the city is transformed into an ocean, and the calamity of nature is set in motion.
No supplies?
Underwater purchases at zero cost depend solely on one's lung capacity.
No vegetables?
The inherent agricultural genes of the Xia people awaken in the face of adversity. No meat to stew? A few hunting skills could determine luck. Gather resources and stockpile food. There is no need to panic amidst drought and heat. There is ample space to store water. Fear not the eternal night and extreme cold. Hot pot, coal, and thick cotton coats await. Earthquakes, plagues, and tornadoes. Each trial is overcome in succession. Beneath the onslaught of nature's wrath, human hearts grow treacherous. Looking back, all that remains is devastation. Chapter 1. Heavy rain ***. On June 4th, 20XX, at 6:30 p.m., aboard the floating city metro line 2, Xia Xiaoman sat drowsily on a bench, clutching her school bag. Suddenly, a shrill female voice pierced the air. The youth of today lack any decency. They don't even offer their seats to the elderly. All that education has gone to waste. Xia Xiaoman opened her eyes to see an elderly woman in a blue and white dance outfit glaring at her. She promptly closed her eyes again, choosing to ignore her. Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop pretending to sleep. The old woman kicked Xia Xiaoman's leg with her toe. With a sigh, Xia Xiaoman opened her eyes again, slowly retrieving a utility knife from her backpack, fixing her gaze on the woman while rotating the blade in her hand. The elderly lady, taken aback by the menacing look and the sharp tool, promptly fell silent. Just as peace returned, the subway emitted a sharp alarm. Startled, Xia Xiaoman stood up to assess the situation. The passengers around her were equally bewildered, gazing around in confusion. Outside the window lay a dark tunnel, with no sign of anything unusual within the carriage. As everyone speculated that the alarm might be malfunctioning, the train abruptly came to a halt. What's going on? Why has the subway stopped? Someone queried, but no one could provide an answer. The lights in the carriage flickered erratically. Suddenly, with a loud crack, darkness enveloped the subway car, heightening the tension. Passengers frantically pulled out their phones, attempting to call for help. Xia Xiaoman thought she heard the sound of water splashing. Water is seeping in. A woman shrieked, retreating while pointing at the door, where water was steadily flowing into the carriage. Panic ensued as passengers pressed against the walls, trying to distance themselves from the door. Xia Xiaoman illuminated the gap with her phone, revealing torrents of water rushing in. Her expression turned grave as she grabbed a window-breaking hammer, ready to shatter the glass. Just as she lifted it, someone seized her arm tightly. Hey, what are you doing? You can't smash it. If you break the window, all the water will flood in. Xia Xiaoman yanked her arm free. If we don't break the window, we'll eventually drown in here. If we shatter it, we can swim out through the tunnel. There might still be a chance. The man blocking her spoke up, but not everyone can swim. He gestured to the passengers, many of whom were elderly or disabled. If you break the window, what will happen to those who can't swim? Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman retorted, So, what do you suggest? Should we just wait here to die? The carriage is small, and the air is growing thin. The flood continues to seep in. The water has already accumulated. It won't be long before we're all submerged. We'll be trapped here. Some passengers, unable to cope with the stress, began to cry. One suggested, let's find a conductor. They might be able to contact someone to move the train. Before the words could settle, another replied, You're brilliant for thinking of that. If the conductor had a way, do you think we'd be stuck here? Even a fool knows the train must be broken down, which is why we're stranded. Xia Xiaoman moved to the door, pressing her phone against the window to peer outside. The water outside is up to my thighs. If we break the window now, we still have a chance of survival. Those who can't swim can climb onto the roof to await rescue. Those who can swim can follow the tunnel wall to the platform. Once we find help, we can inform them where the train stopped.
No.
We can't break the window. A thin man blocked Xia Xiaoman's path. Who knows if you'll even remember us after you get out. And if the flood doesn't subside, we'll just be waiting to die. At least in this enclosed carriage, we can survive a bit longer. Xia Xiaoman pointed mockingly at the rushing water. Are you certain staying in the carriage guarantees safety? The man's expression shifted as he suddenly seized a passenger's luggage to block the door. The subway staff must know we're trapped here. They should be on their way to rescue us. We should find a way to seal the door, to prevent more water from entering. If we can hold out, help will arrive. Some passengers began to believe the thin man, pulling out their belongings to block the door. Yet this plan proved futile. Water surged in relentlessly, and within minutes, the water level had risen past their ankles. Some passengers, overwhelmed with fear, began to vomit and faint. Others trembled, recording farewell messages on their phones. As the water continued to rise ominously, Xia Xiaoman refused to wait for death. Just as she was about to forcefully break the window, someone snatched the hammer from her hand. Before she could react, the assailant smashed the upper corner of the window 3 times, causing a web of cracks to form. Some passengers finally reacted, attempting to stop the man, but he brandished the hammer threateningly. "Don't touch me, or I'll kill you," he yelled. "You're all dawdling here. Whether you can swim or not is none of my business. I only know that if we don't get out, we'll die. If you want to stay in here waiting to die, do so. I'm not waiting with you." With a powerful kick, the man shattered the glass and emerged from the carriage. The flood outside surged more than 10 centimeters above the window, and as the window broke, the water rushed in immediately. Xia Xiaoman reacted swiftly. Upon the man's exit, she was the second to climb through. Other passengers, realizing they could swim, hurriedly followed. Some kind-hearted individuals shouted for the elderly and disabled to go first. Yet, only a few were genuinely willing to assist them. After Xia Xiaoman left the carriage, she swam toward the platform. After some distance, the water reached her chest, prompting her to swim directly. Speed was of the essence. She swam through the tunnel for nearly half an hour until, suddenly, bright lights emerged ahead. 5 minutes later, she was rescued. She informed the rescue team of the train's location and the number of trapped individuals, prompting them to dispatch additional kayaks, based on her account. With the help of the rescue team, Xia Xiaoman and the others successfully returned to the surface. Looking around, she saw nothing but towering buildings and vast waters. "Little sister, come over here. Hurry." A revolutionary brother in a kayak waved at her from a distance. Xia Xiaoman waded through the water toward him, and the other survivors helped pull her onto the boat. "Little sister, where do you live?" The revolutionary brother inquired. 3 Jiangshan Huacheng, Funan Avenue. A middle-aged man nearby, upon hearing Xia Xiaoman mention the place, exclaimed with excitement, "I live in that vicinity too." "Xiao Tongji, the boat is already packed with people. Just take me and this young lady back to the community." "That won't do. Jiangshan Huacheng is too far away. First, take me home. My place is just around the corner." The revolutionary soldier paid no heed to their squabbling, having already charted the most efficient route based on the addresses provided. He proceeded to ferry the survivors to their destinations, picking up 2 more along the way, continuing to row according to his planned route. Raindrops, as large as beans, pelted down from the sky, while various debris floated upon the water's surface. Cars on the streets were overturned by the floodwaters. Numerous shops along the roadside had their doors flung open by the debris, with their contents washed away. After enduring over 2 hours in the rain, Xia Xiaoman finally returned to her community. Chapter 2: The Flood. Xia Xiaoman's home was in a remote village in Yunhai City. Her parents, favoring sons over daughters, demanded that she drop out of school after finishing middle school to work and support her younger brother. However, the family was not poor and could easily afford her high school tuition. Xia Xiaoman was raised by her grandfather, inheriting his resilient spirit, and had never learned to accept adversity. After her grandfather's passing, she was returned to her parents' home. For every time they struck her, she retaliated against her brother, Xia Haoming. As long as she was not mortally wounded, she ensured that the blows were meted out upon him. Xia Xiaoman, quite strong, often left her brother in a pitiful state. After several encounters, her parents grew fearful and ceased their physical punishments. On one occasion, when her parents concealed her household registration to prevent her from enrolling in high school, Xia Xiaoman bound and hid Xia Haoming, only revealing his whereabouts once they agreed to register her for school. Upon completing her college entrance examination, she turned 18. Once again, her parents concocted a scheme to marry her off to an elderly widower. In a fit of defiance, she barricaded all the doors and windows at night and set the house ablaze. Awoken by the smoke, her parents were greeted by the sight of Xia Xiaoman, torch in hand, staring ominously at them. Terrified, her parents ultimately agreed to allow her to live independently, promising to refrain from meddling in her marital affairs. With her freshly issued household registration and identification card, Xia Xiaoman departed the village, never to return. She pursued her studies in the bustling city of Fucheng, working part-time while attending university. To accommodate her job, she rented a two-bedroom apartment in Jiangshan, Huacheng. The adjacent unit, once occupied, became vacant as the previous tenant prospered and moved to a larger flat near the subway station. She, feeling too lazy to relocate, decided to rent the neighboring room as well, enjoying the solitude of living alone. Jiangshan Huacheng was an older community with a maximum of 8 floors and no elevators. Moreover, the terrain was not ideal, featuring a long, steep slope at the entrance. Rumor had it that 2 elderly residents had fallen on this slope and perished shortly thereafter, leading to whispers of the community's unfavorable feng shui. Nevertheless, the community's rent was affordable, with a 2-bedroom apartment costing only 800 yuan per month. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and sat by her bed to check her phone. She had few friends, not for lack of desire, but due to time constraints. Prior to university, she spent countless hours studying, and upon returning home, she faced an endless array of chores. After entering university, she juggled studies and part-time work, leaving little time for rest or socializing. The notifications flashing on her phone were from her part-time employers, announcing that due to the rampant flooding, their shops were submerged and work would be suspended until further notice. Xia Xiaoman replied to each message, and at that moment, her right hand opened, and a cream bun appeared as if conjured. Before turning 12, she had lived with her grandfather, who left her a thumb-sized jade gourd upon his passing. While gathering pigweed one day, she accidentally cut her hand, causing the necklace around her neck to snap, and the jade gourd fell to the ground. As she reached to retrieve it, blood dripped onto the gourd, which immediately radiated a blinding light. When Xia Xiaoman opened her eyes again, she found herself in possession of a vast, dark space where time stood still. Items placed within remained unchanged upon retrieval. However, living creatures could not be stored. During her 2 years at university, she worked at a bakery, collecting unwanted near-expiry bread each night and storing it in her space. Now, her supply was sufficient to stock 3 bakeries. Xia Xiaoman tore open a packaging and munched on a bun while perusing online news. The deluge was not a sudden occurrence. Heavy rain had plagued the city of Fucheng for several days prior. Today's flooding resulted from the aging dam in the upstream city of Nanxia, which had failed, releasing torrents of water that transformed Fucheng into a vast ocean in mere hours. The internet was inundated with information about the flood. Xia Xiaoman astutely noted that regions experiencing flooding this year seemed numerous. In their province alone, 4 cities had succumbed to floods, and it appeared that 2 more were also fated for inundation. Other provinces and cities were likewise afflicted, with at least 6 areas experiencing flooding. Xia Xiaoman checked the weather forecast, revealing that much of the southern region was under heavy rain, while the northern weather was equally abnormal, with hail and snow falling in June. Seeing the warning for extreme rainfall tomorrow, a sense of unease crept over her. As darkness settled outside, the community management sent a message stating that due to the flood, the electrical box on the first floor had been damaged and power supply would be temporarily halted. Lying in bed with her eyes closed, Xia Xiaoman reflected on her savings accumulated over the past 2 years. Having never experienced a full meal in her childhood, once she began earning money, she prioritized purchasing food over beautiful clothes and shoes. Her greatest pleasure lay in evening strolls through supermarkets, seeking discounted food or redeeming snacks with points from bulk stores. When encountering particularly good deals, she would buy in excess, knowing her space would preserve the food from spoiling. Within her space were over 20,000 yuan saved for tuition and the food hoarded over the past 2 years. While she had no shortage of food, she lacked essential medicines and living supplies. If the flood did not recede soon, she would need to find a way to procure necessary items. Dingling. The phone rang, and Xia Xiaoman opened her device to find an unfamiliar number calling. Pressing the answer button, a gruff male voice came through. "Hello, is this Xia Xiaoman?" Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. "Who is this?" "I am Yuan Gang. Are you Xia Xiaoman?" Xia Xiaoman recognized the name. "Oh, the village secretary. What's the matter?" She recalled him faintly. He had once intervened when her parents refused to allow her to attend high school, persuading them to let her pursue her education. Later, when she went to university, he had even given her 200 yuan. To repay this kindness, she had provided him with her contact information. "Xiaoman, there's been a major flood at home. Your parents' house has been buried by a landslide. Do you want to come back and check?" Xia Xiaoman inquired, and my parents? Were they buried too? No. They were on their way to the town to pick up your brother and narrowly escaped. Oh, well, let me know when they're buried before notifying me. Yuan Gang clicked his tongue. You're quite the heartless girl. If I were not so resolute, I would now be a mother of 3. Yuan Gang was a peacemaker, extending sympathy to those in need, unable to discern right from wrong. Xia Xiaoman, weary of engaging in futile exchanges, chose to remind him, out of goodwill and in light of the 200 yuan he once lent her, to stock up on provisions before ending the call. The following dawn, relentless rain persisted, flooding the second floor. Xia Xiaoman opened her phone to check for updates from the outside world. In the span of a single night, she received numerous alerts warning of torrential downpours. The network signal was weak, and after a considerable wait, she finally accessed the news website. Among the top trending topics, all were related to natural disasters. 7 reports covered the heavy rains and floods in the southern regions, 1 detailed a sudden hailstorm in a northern city, and 2 reported a celebrity's donations for disaster relief. Upon learning that several cities upstream from Floating City were experiencing unprecedented rainfall and had already begun to flood, Xia Xiaoman's unease intensified. Gazing at the glaring disaster notifications on her phone, she retrieved a notebook and meticulously examined the current natural disaster situations both domestically and internationally. The more she delved into her research, the more alarmed she became. Within just a few days, various regions worldwide had encountered natural calamities of differing magnitudes. It seemed that domestic networks might intentionally suppress these reports, as news of frequent disasters was seldom visible. However, on the external networks, videos and discussions about natural disasters were ubiquitous. Many individuals were voicing apocalyptic theories, claiming the surge in disasters was a divine warning to humanity, heralding the imminent end of days. Setting her phone aside, Xia Xiaoman gazed pensively at the vast expanse of water outside. After much contemplation, she changed her attire and resolved to venture out in search of supplies. Chapter 3. The zero-cost supermarket. After a day and night of rescue efforts, those trapped outside have largely been returned home by the rescue teams. Some residents of lower floors, with the assistance of the local neighborhood committee, have relocated to higher floors, either staying with acquaintances or relatives. The rescue teams have initiated a new wave of assistance, distributing supplies. While some individuals are accustomed to stockpiling food at home, others seldom cook. Now, stranded by the flood, they find themselves without sustenance, awaiting the arrival of aid. In the morning, a message circulated in the property management group, claiming that internal sources indicated the rescue team would be delivering instant noodles at noon. The group erupted in cheers, praising the reliability of the rescue team for recognizing their food shortages. Xia Xiaoman has long understood that one should not place hope in others. Natural disasters have struck across the nation, and while Xia country has ample reserves, it cannot meet the overwhelming demands for assistance. Moreover, the flood's devastation in Floating City is extensive, nearly submerging the entire area. The rescue teams are limited in number. They must not only rescue individuals from the water, but also find ways to relocate tenants from lower floors. Who knows how long it will take for the military to deliver supplies? Rather than waiting idly at home for help, she prefers to venture out in search of provisions. Across the street from her residential complex lies a medium-sized supermarket. Situated on the second floor, it is likely that the supplies inside have yet to be washed away by the flood. The relentless downpour of rain, with large droplets cascading down, stings her skin. Clad in light clothing, Xia Xiaoman takes a deep breath and plunges into the water. The frigid water envelopes her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The continuous rain obstructs her vision, and floating debris, propelled by the flood, strikes against her body. Gritting her teeth, she carefully navigates around the obstacles, using the lampposts and the exposed walls to swim toward the supermarket. After approximately half an hour, Xia Xiaoman finally arrives at the supermarket, albeit with difficulty. The water has risen to her knees, and given the current rainfall, if it does not cease tonight, the supermarket may be entirely submerged. Rather than allow the items inside to be inundated, she decides to store them in her space to prevent them from being lost to the flood. The supermarket's roller shutter is locked, but after scanning her surroundings and noticing the lack of electricity and the extinguished red light of the surveillance camera, she seizes a fire axe and forcefully strikes the lock multiple times until it shatters. Upon entering, she finds a small mountain of milk, beverages, and gift boxes piled up. With a swift motion, she collects all of these items into her space, discarding even those that have been soaked by the flood. planning to inspect them later to see if they are still consumable. She continues to gather supplies from frozen hot pot ingredients, fish balls, shrimp paste, squid, chicken wings, beef, sea fish, frozen dumplings, bread, and steamed buns, to shelves stocked with various types of noodles, rice, flour, and an array of condiments and snacks. She clears the shelves of sanitary napkins, tissues, and other daily necessities, including toothbrushes, toothpaste, laundry detergent, shower gel, and shampoo. The supermarket also sells undergarments and clothing, as well as blankets. She collects everything, keeping what is suitable for her use and planning to sell the rest later. She feels no guilt about emptying the supermarket. Within just over an hour, the water level has risen to her waist. Should she leave the supermarket's contents to be submerged? Having thoroughly emptied the supermarket, Xia Xiaoman dives to the first floor in search of a pharmacy. She recalls that there was a pharmacy at the entrance, unsure if the medications inside have been swept away. The supermarket has swimming caps and goggles, which she dons as she submerges. The pharmacy's glass door has been forced open by the floodwaters. Xia Xiaoman swims inside, finding the place in disarray, yet she notices a small door tightly shut, presumably leading to a storage area. She surfaces to catch her breath, then plunges back underwater, using the fire axe to break down the door. After several exchanges of breath, she finally manages to smash it open. As she surmised, it is indeed a storage room filled with boxes of medicine. With no time to examine the contents, she hastily gathers everything into her space, intending to sort through it later at home. With both medications and daily necessities secured, her next challenge is figuring out how to cook without gas. 2 years ago, their community had access to gas, but the proprietor of the gas canister shop closed down due to poor business. There are no stores selling gas canisters within a 10-mile radius, and Xia Xiaoman has yet to devise a solution for this predicament. Returning to her complex, it is already past 11. To avoid drawing attention, she picks up 2 large branches on her way back, pretending to be searching for firewood. Xia Xiaoman resides in room 701 and previously complained about the height of her apartment, lamenting the absence of an elevator and the need to climb stairs daily. Now, however, she feels a sense of gratitude for her elevated living situation. Dragging the heavy pieces of wood up the stairs, she passes the 6th floor when the door to room 603 swings open, revealing a girl in overalls. Xia Xiaoman, what are you doing with those branches? Looking up, she recognizes her classmate, Qin Yali. This neighborhood is not far from their school, and many students rent here due to its affordable rent. Qin Yali and her boyfriend reside in room 603. I ran out of gas at home, and am taking these back to make a fire. Really? Aren't you afraid the landlord will find out and come after you? Qin Yali scratches her head. In these unusual times, there's no other choice. Just need to keep it hidden from the landlord. Suddenly, laughter erupts from room 603. Xia Xiaoman instinctively glances behind Qin Yali. My boyfriend's friend's place got flooded, so they're temporarily staying with us, Qin Yali explains with an awkward smile. Xia Xiaoman nods in acknowledgement, continuing to drag the branches home. Upon reaching her door, she retrieves her keys, just as the bespectacled neighbor from room 702 opens his door and peeks out. I thought the rescue team had arrived, he mutters, his gaze scrutinizing Xia Xiaoman from head to toe, his lascivious eyes lingering on her slender waist. Are you living alone? He inquires, his tone suggestive. Xia Xiaoman remains silent, focused on opening her door and hauling the branches inside. I can help you with that. It will be easier with 2 people, he offers eagerly, stepping forward to grab the end of the branch. Xia Xiaoman does not resist, allowing him to assist her until they are both inside. Then, without warning, she spins around and delivers a swift kick to his chest. Caught off guard, he stumbles backward, clutching his chest, gasping for air. What the hell? I was just trying to help you. He splutters, anger flaring in his eyes. Xia Xiaoman coldly retorts, get lost. If you come near me again, I won't hesitate to make you regret it. Fuming, he rises, seizing a branch to retaliate. Xia Xiaoman clenches her fists and delivers a punch to his face, then grabs his hair and slams his head down against the floor several times. You scum. Only capable of thinking with your lower half. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your intentions? She scolds, finally kicking him out the door. Locking it behind her, she uses a mop to clean up the bloodstains on the floor, preparing to take a shower, only to discover that the complex has run out of water. With a sigh, she uses the water she stored yesterday to wash herself, changing into dry clothes and settling on the sofa with her eyes closed, mentally tallying her spoils from the supermarket. Chapter 4. Life is more precious than money. Now is not the time to earn in the space. Supplies were piled high like small mountains. The medications obtained from the pharmacy warehouse were relatively complete. Common medicines such as cold relief pills, Huanglian detoxification pills, ibuprofen, vitamin C silver chi tablets, Chuanbei loquat syrup, emergency syrup, digestive tablets, compound licorice tablets, and watermelon frost lozenges were all present. She examined a bottle of syrup with a screw cap, noticing some residual stains at the mouth of the bottle. Fortunately, it was sealed with a layer of tin foil, ensuring the medication inside remained uncontaminated. The pills and tablets sealed in tin foil were also intact, with only a few bottles lacking foil showing signs of contamination. Various external injury treatments, including plasters, alcohol, red medicine, Yunnan Baiyao, gauze, hydrogen peroxide, and iodine, were all available. However, some alcohol had been tainted by floodwaters. She planned to keep it for later use in making alcohol lamps or for cleaning stubborn stains. Medical items such as masks and thermometers were also present, with several boxes of contraceptives. The masks were all in sealed packaging, fortuitously untouched by contamination, while the thermometers had been thoroughly soaked but could be cleaned for reuse. There were also traditional Chinese medicinal materials, though many had been damaged by water. Those that remained unspoiled were unfamiliar to her and would be of no use. So, she intended to sell them to the pharmacy when the opportunity arose. The harvest from the supermarket was quite substantial. It appeared that the food and daily necessities she collected would last her for decades. With a sense of delight, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a gigantic chicken leg she had long desired but hesitated to purchase, savoring it while checking messages on her phone. Egg yolk sauce 504. Wasn't someone supposed to deliver supplies this afternoon? It's already noon. And no one has come yet? Lin 403. Same question. I'm about to starve. Is there any kind soul willing to help? I can pay. Upon reading this, Xia Xiaoman hesitated for a moment. Never mind. Life is more important than money. This is not the time to think about profits. As she continued to enjoy the delicious chicken leg, she kept an eye on the property group messages. Suyu 303. Uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, I seek refuge. The water downstairs is about to flood the second floor. I estimate it will reach my home by afternoon. Does anyone have a vacant room I could stay in for a couple of days? Hua Xiao 801, sister. There's still space at my place. Add me on WeChat for a private chat. Lin 403. Please, I beg you all, give this little brother something to eat. I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. Bin Gus 603. There's a supermarket across the community. Shall we go there to search for food? Egg yolk sauce 504. Let us not. The flood outside is so severe, with so many floating objects. What if someone drowns or is injured by debris? Ong 703. It's pouring outside with thunder. It's too dangerous to go out. We should patiently wait at home. The rescue team won't abandon us. Perhaps due to their trust in the rescue team, no one in the group suggested going out to search for supplies any longer. Xia Xiaoman switched pages to check for news online. During her time spent scavenging for supplies, her province had seen the addition of 2 more flood-affected cities, with conditions in neighboring provinces not being much better. Recalling what the village secretary had said yesterday, she looked up the situation in her hometown. Half of her village had been buried by a mudslide, and the remaining residents had been evacuated by the rescue team to a school in the town for temporary shelter. In a video posted online, soldiers from the People's Liberation Army were seen digging through the mud in the rain, trying to extract those trapped beneath the debris. Xia Xiaoman sighed heavily, switched her phone page, and returned to the chat application. The class group messages had surged to 99, with classmates sharing their experiences of the flooding. Most of the classmates lived on campus, and one had posted a video of the submerged school. In the video, the floodwaters had already engulfed the 3rd floor of the dormitory, with students living on the 13th floor being relocated to higher empty dormitories. Those who could not be accommodated were moved to the classroom buildings. In the video, the students remained optimistic. This was their first experience with such flooding, and to them, it felt like an exhilarating and novel adventure. Some daring students even performed dives from their balconies, unbothered by the murky waters, swimming freely and reveling in their youth. After being scolded by a teacher, they returned to apologize. There were also kind-hearted classmates who shared their snack supplies, enjoying treats and playing cards with their roommates, relishing brief moments of peace. Of course, there were altruistic students who willingly participated in rescue efforts, assisting in the relocation of faculty and students while safeguarding important books and materials. As her phone alerted her to a low battery, Xia Xiaoman turned it off and retrieved a power bank to charge it. After consuming 2 more pieces of bread to satiate her hunger, she took out 3 freezers collected from the supermarket, blocking the doorway before retreating to her bedroom for an afternoon nap. It had been a long time since she had the luxury of sleeping until she naturally woke. When Xia Xiaoman finally stirred, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. She opened her phone to find a friend request. Hello, I am Sun Qing from the Civil Engineering Department at Floating City University. May I add you as a friend? Xia Xiaoman clicked on Sun Qing's profile, revealing a short-haired, handsome girl. She recognized Sun Qing, who seemed to reside in the same community, but a different building. Once, while returning home from a night shift, she had been followed, and Sun Qing had casually greeted her, scaring off her pursuer. After a moment of consideration, Xia Xiaoman accepted the friend request. Sunny day. Hello, I'm Sun Qing. Xia Xiaoman. Is there something you need? Sunny day. I apologize, but my home on the 3rd floor has been flooded. I wanted to ask if there are any vacant rooms in your building. Xia Xiaoman. Room 704 is currently unoccupied. Sunny day. Thank you. Do you happen to have the landlord's contact information? The 4 units on that floor belonged to the same landlord. The community had just opened, and the landlord had bought 4 units at once for investment purposes, having noticed the smaller size of the rooms. Xia Xiaoman sent Sun Qing the landlord's phone number and switched pages to check for any messages in the property group. Afternoon. There had been no activity in the property group, likely due to the phones running out of battery. With a power outage lasting a day and a night, it was safe to assume that unless someone had a power bank, most phones would be turned off by now. Around 4 in the afternoon, a loudspeaker announcement echoed through the building. Xia Xiaoman opened her door just as she encountered the bespectacled man exiting. He shot her a glare, and upon seeing her raise her fist, he immediately fled down the stairs. Why would he provoke her when he could just avoid her? A good man does not fight with a woman. Xia Xiaoman descended the stairs, where the announcement instructed residents to go to the 3rd floor to collect relief supplies. The stairway to the 3rd floor was crowded with people all there to collect supplies. Before she could get close, Xia Xiaoman spotted Sun Qing carrying large bags. Sun Qing noticed her too, flashing a smile. Hello, I'm Sun Qing. She gestured to a girl with a bun beside her. This is my friend, Yi Xiaojia. Yi Xiaojia shyly smiled at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman nodded in return, introducing herself. I'm Xia Xiaoman. How did you get here? Sun Qing replied with a smile. We were lucky. We encountered the rescue team delivering supplies and asked them to bring us along. Let us not chat too much. We need to carry our belongings upstairs. You go collect your supplies. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia headed upstairs and ran into the bespectacled man who had already collected supplies. He claimed he wanted to help Yi Xiaojia with her things, trying to touch her hand, but she deftly evaded him. By the time Xia Xiaoman collected her supplies and returned upstairs, she found the bespectacled man leaning against the wall by the 6th floor stairwell, moaning in pain. His nose and mouth covered in blood. Chapter 5. Cold-blooded and ruthless. Yet destructive to flowers, the relief supplies distributed by the rescue personnel included 3 bags of instant noodles in small packages and 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. This is a supply for 5 days. If no unexpected events occur in the next 5 days, the rescue workers will not arrive.
Xia Xiaoman,
Free from concerns about food and drink, finds herself idly passing the time at home. Such leisurely moments have been a rarity since her grandfather's passing. Each day has been filled with endless chores or labor. Unable to remain idle, Xia Xiaoman tidied up her home, making space wherever possible. Clearing an area, she retrieved the 2 large branches she had collected in the morning and, using a fire axe, chopped them into firewood of roughly equal length. Propping them up in the corner to dry, the wind outside intensified, and the darkened sky loomed ominously over the earth, with occasional flashes of white lightning followed by deafening thunder. The floodwaters had risen to the 3rd floor, submerging the supermarket across the street entirely. On the 3rd day of the deluge, the number of fortunate office workers and students relieved from their responsibilities dwindled. The relentless torrential rains and rising floods instilled a subtle sense of unease among the populace. Opening her phone, Xia Xiaoman was inundated with reports of disasters from various regions. The southern regions faced torrential rains, while the north was besieged by hail. The international scene was equally grim, with tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis wreaking havoc. It was as if Blue Star were afflicted with a collective illness, with calamities erupting simultaneously. A rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Peering through the peephole, Xia Xiaoman saw Qin Yali anxiously standing at her doorstep, her face marked by distinct handprints. After a moment's contemplation, she opened the door, inquiring if there was something amiss. Qin Yali turned her head away, her voice tinged with a sob. Xia Xiaoman, may I stay at your place for a couple of days? I had a quarrel with my boyfriend, and he kicked me out. I have nowhere else to go. Tears streamed down Qin Yali's face, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Xia Xiaoman scrutinized her, noting her empty hands, devoid of even a bag. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. Qin Yali, taken aback by the refusal, stammered, why not? We're classmates. Can't you take me in for a couple of days? Once the rescue team arrives, I'll leave immediately. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, responding, I am neither your father nor your mother. To me, you are merely a somewhat familiar stranger. Why should I allow a stranger to reside in my home? I'm not insane. Moreover, you arrive empty-handed, hoping to mooch off me? Your calculations are rather optimistic. Qin Yali, feeling wronged, cried, Xia Xiaoman, you're being unreasonable. I merely wish to borrow your space for a while. If you refuse, that's fine, but why slander me? Xia Xiaoman interjected firmly. Let me make it clear that I am unwilling to accommodate you. Please leave promptly. She gestured for her to exit. With red-rimmed eyes, Qin Yali glared at her, exclaiming, How can you be so heartless? You won't even help a classmate. Xia Xiaoman retorted, Not only am I heartless, but I also possess a ruthless streak. Would you like to test that? Clenching her fists, she stated. Qin Yali's expression shifted, uncertain whether Xia Xiaoman was merely intimidating her or genuinely prepared to act. At that moment, the bespectacled man from room 702, who had been eavesdropping, abruptly opened his door and said, Beautiful lady, are you without a place to stay? You can come to my place, I live alone. He winked at Qin Yali, yet his broken glasses made his flirtation seem questionable. Qin Yali recoiled in disgust, no thanks. I'd rather go back and mend things with my boyfriend. Fearing the bespectacled man might pursue her, she hastily retreated. The man, regretfully watching her depart, instinctively turned his gaze to Xia Xiaoman. Noticing her raised fist, he swiftly closed his door, as if a predator lurked outside. Once Xia Xiaoman closed her door, she retrieved a bag of chips from her space. Just as she opened it, another knock resounded at the door. She tossed the chips back and leaned towards the peephole. Recognizing the visitor, she opened the door. Sun Qing greeted her with a radiant smile. Hello. Are you interested in joining us for a little treasure hunt? Treasure hunt? What do you mean? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Sun Qing did not respond directly, instead asking, Do you have a moment to discuss something at my place? Sure. Just a moment while I grab my keys, Xia Xiaoman replied, intrigued by the idea of the treasure hunt. Sun Qing's rented apartment mirrored Xia Xiaoman's, a two-bedroom layout. Upon entering the living room, Xia Xiaoman spotted Yi Xiaojie performing push-ups in a tank top and shorts, her muscles taut and dynamic. When she noticed Xia Xiaoman, she paused her exercise and stood up, her sweat-soaked shirt clinging to her form, revealing glimpses of her abdominal muscles. Sun Qing closed the door and said, Xiaojie is a black belt in Sanda, having trained since she was 6. She practices every day. Xia Xiaoman was somewhat astonished. Yi Xiaojie appeared small and slender, hardly the image of a martial arts expert. Yi Xiaojie shyly smiled, but remained silent. Sun Qing gestured for Xia Xiaoman to sit down and got straight to the point. Xiaoman, regarding the treasure hunt I mentioned, we aim to retrieve useful items from the water. Would you like to join us? Xia Xiaoman hesitated to answer directly, asking, Why do you want to fish for items in the water? If you're missing something, you could ask the rescue team. They should be willing to help with reasonable requests. In the short term, we can indeed rely on the rescue team. But if we remain trapped in this building for an extended period, their supplies will inevitably be depleted. Sun Qing produced a piece of paper, indicating the information she had gathered. 3 cities upstream of Floating City are already inundated. If the rain persists, 7 cities upstream, including those already affected, will also be submerged. On the paper, she had listed the names of those cities, connected by lines leading to Floating City. Our city is downstream. If the upstream areas flood, we won't fare much better. According to my research, the southern regions will experience widespread rainfall and extreme storms for the next 40 days. This means Floating City will be submerged for that duration. Sun Qing's expression turned grave. The weather forecast only extended 40 days ahead. If the storms continue beyond that, we might be trapped in this building even longer. That's why I want to take advantage of the current flood when the water level ISN T2 high to salvage some useful items. Chapter 6. The plan to venture out Floating City, an industrial metropolis, faced devastation as floods engulfed its grain reserves, with neighboring cities also experiencing deluge. Although supplies were still being distributed, it was only a matter of time before those resources ran out. Stealing items from submerged shops filled Sun Qing with a tinge of guilt. Yet, in these dire times, one must prioritize survival. She feared that without preparation, both she and Yi Xiaojie would succumb to hunger. To alleviate any psychological burden Xia Xiaoman might feel, Sun Qing reassured her, "You need not worry too much. We will only salvage items submerged in water, leaving everything else untouched. Those items, once waterlogged, cannot be sold, and rather than allowing them to rot, it would be better for us to repurpose them." With no moral qualms, Xia Xiaoman asked, "When do we go?" She had checked the weather forecast and anticipated poor conditions ahead, which had prompted her to risk venturing into the neighboring supermarket during the storm. Sun Qing glanced outside at the tempestuous weather. The wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, casting an inky darkness as if night had fallen. Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. She pursed her lips and said, "Today's weather is indeed unsuitable. I don't plan on going out just yet. Before venturing out, we must adequately prepare ourselves. At the very least, we need to construct a raft that will allow us to navigate the waters." Xiaomai nodded and inquired about your plan. "Could you elaborate?" "Of course," Sun Qing replied with a smile. "I am an outdoor enthusiast. I have engaged in rock climbing, diving, and hiking. There is a large outdoor equipment store at Xinbai Mall, which caters to all your needs, whether you wish to ascend to the skies or plunge into the depths of the sea. Our community is quite distant from Xinbai Mall, and if we attempt to swim there, we might exhaust ourselves. Therefore, Xiaojie and I plan to dismantle the bedboards in our home and bind them with buoyant materials to create a raft to paddle to Xinbai Mall in search of diving equipment. Once we acquire the diving gear, retrieving supplies will become significantly easier." She pondered for a moment and added, "Furthermore, I recall that they have inflatable kayaks in their store. The promotional advertisement claims that when folded, it is no larger than a backpack, making it convenient to carry." At this moment, both the diving equipment and the kayak are life-saving essentials. Xiaomai felt a surge of excitement and asked, "When do you plan to set out?" "If we lack enough bedboards, I have an extra one at my place. We will proceed as soon as the rain subsides a bit. I checked the weather forecast, and it appears that the wind will be milder tomorrow." After Sun Qing spoke, she cast a hesitant glance at Xiaomai. Xiaomai furrowed her brow and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Sun Qing hesitated before saying, "The lock on my door was forcibly tampered with, and if both Xiaojie and I are not home, I fear someone might sneak in. The water level has been rising steadily, and there are not many vacant apartments in our building. Once the water reaches the 4th floor, the residents there may come knocking door to door seeking refuge. If they discover that our home is unoccupied, they might forcibly enter or steal our belongings, which would be a significant loss." Xiaomai felt helpless regarding this issue, as she shared the same concern. Every door in the building is identical, and anyone with ill intentions could easily break in with a few attempts. "Why don't you both leave one person at home to keep watch?" Xiaomai suggested, looking towards Sun Qing. Sun Qing appeared troubled. Given the dire circumstances, she was reluctant to part ways with her companions. The previously silent Yi Xiaojie finally spoke up. "We could ask the delivery guy from across the hall to help watch over the house." Xiaomai paused, taken aback. "Are you referring to the delivery guy who lives in 703? Yi Xiaojie nodded, noting that he seemed like a good person. "A few days ago, he even helped us move our belongings when we relocated." The delivery guy, named Zhou Qiuyang, had a cold demeanor but a warm heart, often feeding the stray cats in the community. Xiaomai recognized him. He always managed to acquire food delivery coupons from various sources, allowing one to purchase meals worth 10 times the price for just 2 yuan. To obtain these coupons, Xiaomai added him as a friend, hoping he would share more coupon opportunities with her when he had the time. "Why don't we invite the guy from across the hall to join us in gathering supplies?" Sun Qing suggested. Xiaomai nonchalantly nodded, as she felt it was not her place to interfere with the assembly of the group. As long as she received her fair share, she was indifferent to how many people were brought into the fold. However, if the distribution of supplies proved unjust, she would not hesitate to utilize her space to obtain everything for herself. Sun Qing, being a decisive person, immediately rose to fetch Zhou Qiuyang from the apartment across the hall. A few minutes later, Sun Qing returned with Zhou Qiuyang, reiterating the previous discussion to Xiaomai. Upon hearing that his task was to guard the house, Zhou Qiuyang's expression shifted multiple times. Are you certain you want a big man like me to stay home and keep watch? Fearing that Zhou Chuyang might seize her chance to procure supplies, Xiaomai firmly replied, absolutely. Although the task of guarding may seem simple, it is inherently perilous. Every resident in the building could attempt to break in. With your presence, the others would be deterred from taking action. If it were any one of us three left behind, they might perceive us as easy targets and disregard us. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia nodded in agreement, both preferring not to remain behind to guard the rear. Xiaomai's reasoning was sound, and her analysis clear. Zhou Qiuyang reluctantly consented to stay behind and keep watch. After 2 days of effort, utilizing 3 bedboards, countless empty bottles, and various plastic items, they finally constructed a raft capable of supporting 3 individuals. At this point, 5 days had passed since the last distribution of relief supplies, and every resident's phone had run out of battery. Even if they had power, there was no guarantee of a signal. Many were uncertain whether the rescue teams would arrive today, and they began knocking on doors early in the morning to borrow or purchase food. As Xiaomai and her companions descended with the raft, they encountered Qin Yali and her boyfriend, who were also seeking supplies. Xiaomai, are you all heading out? Before Xiaomai could respond, Sun Qing impatiently interjected. Can you two not see? We're carrying things down the stairs. What are you blocking the staircase for? If you're going upstairs, hurry up. I'll make way for you. If not, just get out of the way. Qin Yali's expression stiffened as she retorted. I was talking to my friend. What is it to you? Xiaomai was speechless. Who is your friend? Good dogs don't block the way. Step aside.
Hey.
You rude woman, who are you calling a dog? Qin Yali's boyfriend glared fiercely at Xiaomai. Xiaomai's expression hardened as she drew a fire axe from her waist and struck it forcefully against the nearby stair railing. With a loud bang, concrete splinters flew. And she declared, I said to move aside. Do you understand human language? Qin Yali and her boyfriend, taken aback by Xiaomai's menacing demeanor, instinctively stepped back several paces, pressing against the wall in silence. Xiaomai and her companions successfully maneuvered the raft down to the 3rd floor. After a brief trial, confirming that the raft would not sink, they donned their raincoats and set off. As Sun Qing paddled, she called out, Xiaomai, I didn't realize you had such courage. Picking up the axe and swinging it without hesitation. Xiaomai chuckled. Necessity drives one to be bold. If you don't show strength, others will walk all over you. Without a fierce disposition, how could she seize the opportunity to pursue her education? The barefoot have no fear of those in shoes. After all, her life was already in disarray. Anyone who dares to bully her must be prepared to face her wrath. Chapter 7. Biting off more than one can chew. Navigating a raft through the city is no simple task. Beneath the urban landscape, numerous drainage outlets create small whirlpools. And during their initial attempt at rafting, Xiaomai and her companions struggled to steer effectively, often caught in a whirlpool's grasp, spinning in place. After 4 arduous hours of paddling, they encountered several rescue teams along the way, each approaching with enthusiasm to inquire about their destination and offering assistance. Xiaomai and her friends refrained from disclosing their intent to collect supplies from Xinbai Mall, instead fabricating an excuse about needing firewood due to a lack of gas at home. Xinbai Mall, situated in the city center, rests in a low-lying area by the river. Upon their arrival, they found the mall inundated up to the 3rd floor. However, the 3rd floor of Xinbai Mall differs from that of residential buildings. Each floor boasts a height of 45 meters, surpassing standard residential heights by 15 meters. With the mall submerged to the 3rd floor, it was likely that surrounding residences would be flooded up to the 45th floor. As they circumnavigated the mall, they discovered a ground-level window of a restaurant. Xiaomai raised the axe and swung vigorously. The glass, a testament to national craftsmanship, only cracked after 2 powerful blows. After shattering the glass, Xiaomai was the first to climb through, urging her companions to hurry as residents from the opposite building might have seen them break the window and could arrive to seize the items. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing quickly accelerated, pulling Yi Xiaojia along to climb through the window, securing the raft as tethered to a table leg before following Xiaomai outside. The restaurant's entrance was locked. Xia Xiaoman initially contemplated forcefully breaking down the door, but Sun Qing quickly intervened. She retrieved 2 metal wires from her backpack and, after a few deft maneuvers, unlocked the door. Observing Sun Qing's adept lockpicking skills, Xia Xiaoman's expression shifted. You can pick locks. Why resort to violence to break into room 704? Sun Qing chuckled. I only possess a rudimentary skill. I can open doors that aren't double-locked. But room 704 has 3 locks, and without a key, I cannot proceed. Xia Xiaoman remarked, when we return, she will lock her own door. They were currently on the 4th floor of the mall, while Sun Qing mentioned that the outdoor equipment store was located on the 2nd floor. Among the three, Xia Xiaoman was the best swimmer. Yi Xiaojie secured a rope around Xia Xiaoman's waist, and with swimming goggles and a waterproof flashlight, Xia Xiaoman plunged into the water. After several dives, she finally located the outdoor equipment store. The 1st floor of the mall was inundated, damaging numerous shops, while the 2nd floor was gradually being submerged, leaving the stores above it intact. Xia Xiaoman forcefully broke into the store, regardless of its contents, and collected everything into her spatial storage. As she felt the urge to surface, she tugged the rope around her waist, signaling Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie to pull her up. Just as they were about to hoist her from the water, she produced several items resembling diving gear for Sun Qing to identify. Upon discovering they were not diving equipment, Xia Xiaoman backed down to gather the remaining items from the outdoor store. True to its reputation, this store was indeed the most comprehensive, requiring Xia Xiaoman to dive 8 times before completely clearing its inventory. On her first dive, she retrieved several bundles of climbing ropes and carabiners, instructing Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie to thread the carabiners onto the ropes. During her second descent, she brought the carabiner-laden ropes down, securing various items from the store onto the ropes for Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie to pull up. On her final ascent, a substantial pile of supplies had accumulated behind Sun Qing and the others. Xia Xiaoman removed her goggles, gasping for breath, and urged, Sun Qing, retrieve the kayaks. We must leave promptly. Lost in her excitement, Sun Qing expressed confusion. Are we leaving now? There are still many shops here. Wouldn't it be a shame to depart so soon? Xia Xiaoman, while organizing the salvage supplies, countered, there are only 3 of us. Transporting this load back is already a considerable feat. We cannot carry anything else. Moreover, it has been nearly an hour since we arrived at this mall. In that time, the residents across the street might find means to construct a vessel and cross over. If we delay further, we risk leaving empty-handed. Upon hearing Xia Xiaoman's words, Sun Qing recalled the vigilant residents across the street eyeing them and quickly began inflating a kayak. With their haul being rather extensive, 1 double kayak was insufficient. After preparing 3 kayaks, the group hurriedly transferred the supplies onto the vessels. During this process, Sun Qing spotted individuals approaching on a makeshift raft and, in her urgency, abandoned the raft, hastening Xia Xiaoman and Yi Xiaojie to depart. Once they had paddled a distance away, Sun Qing glanced back to see her raft being commandeered, causing her some distress. However, her spirits lifted upon seeing the kayaks brimming with supplies. The kayaks proved more manageable than the raft, allowing them to complete the return journey in just over 2 hours. Upon reaching the base of their residential complex, they found the inhabitants gathered at the stairwell, possibly awaiting relief supplies. Xia Xiaoman squinted and cautioned, don't paddle too close. Wait outside while I go inside to fetch Zhou Chuyang for assistance. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie nodded, reminding Xia Xiaoman to exercise caution. Alone, Xia Xiaoman swam into the building, and as she ascended the stairs, a nearby elderly woman called out, Young lady, you are here to deliver supplies for the rescue team, right? Why not bring the items over? Her feigned ignorance barely concealed her avarice. Ignoring the woman, Xia Xiaoman continued up the stairs. The elderly woman grasped her arm, exclaiming, Hey, young lady, don't walk away. Hurry, and have your companions bring over the supplies. We have been hungry all day. Xia Xiaoman nearly stumbled from the pole, her expression darkening as she forcefully shook off the woman's grip. If your mind is muddled, keep quiet. Don't let on that you're bereft of common sense. The rescue team wears red vests and carries boxes of instant noodles. Are my companion and I dressed in vests or carrying noodles? You wish to share our supplies? Perhaps you should offer up some of your gold instead. The elderly woman stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground, which provoked her husband to intervene, scolding, You insolent girl. Why speak so rudely? Show some respect for your elders. Asserting that they weren't part of the rescue team should suffice. They need not fear losing anything to a mere girl. Other residents chimed in, criticizing Xia Xiaoman for her perceived rudeness, claiming she could simply clarify the misunderstanding instead of resorting to aggression. A crowd of indignant onlookers, perched upon their moral high ground, condemned Xia Xiaoman as if she had committed an unforgivable crime. Chapter 8. Competing for supplies, these sanctimonious individuals, while decrying Xia Xiaoman's behavior, had their eyes fixated on the 3 kayaks. Their intentions were palpable, even from a distance. Xia Xiaoman anticipated the residents' envy for their supplies, which prompted her to instruct Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie to maintain distance from the stairway. Just as she reached for the axe at her waist to assert her authority, Zhou Qiuyang's voice echoed from above. Xia Xiaoman, are you the only one returning? His call attracted numerous gazes. The elderly woman glanced between Xia Xiaoman and Zhou Qiuyang. Xiaoyang, do you know this girl? Zhou Qiuyang swiftly descended the stairs, ignoring the elderly woman entirely, and approached Xia Xiaoman. Where are the others? Go help bring Yi Xiaojie over. Xia Xiaoman stepped aside. Zhou Qiuyang nodded, leaping into the water and swimming towards Yi Xiaojie's kayak, pushing it closer to the stairs. As they neared the entrance, hands reached out toward the kayak. Xia Xiaoman brandished her axe, striking the back of the elderly woman's hand. With a yelp, she recoiled.
Ouch.
My hand. I think it's broken. Xia Xiaoman regarded her coldly. If you dare touch my belongings again, I won't hesitate to sever your hand. You've gone too far, Xia Xiaoman. How can you strike someone so casually? Qin Yali rushed down the stairs, positioning herself protectively in front of the elderly woman. Xia Xiaoman, you brought back so many supplies. Can't you spare some for us? We can even pay for it. Is violence really necessary? As others witnessed her defense, a fresh wave of moral condemnation directed at Xia Xiaoman ensued. Qin Yali's boyfriend, accompanied by several others, approached, declaring, why waste words? We outnumber them. Let us just take what we want. Whoever gets it first keeps it. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiaojie charged forward, swinging her climbing stick directly at his knee. A swift twist of her wrist sent the stick crashing against the shins of two others, causing them to crumple in pain. Clapping enthusiastically, Sun Qing, who had just reached the stairs in her kayak, exclaimed, Xiaojie, that was incredible. So impressive. Hearing Sun Qing's praise, Yi Xiaojie's stern demeanor softened, and a shy smile broke through. Sun Qing jumped from her kayak, approached Yi Xiaojie, and draped an arm around her shoulder, pointing her climbing stick at the onlookers. My Xiaojie is trained in martial arts since childhood. Those wishing to take our supplies should consider whether they can match her skills. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the groans of those Yi Xiaojie had incapacitated. Realizing they lacked the courage to confront her, the crowd reluctantly retreated several steps, clearing a path. Zhou Qiuyang hoisted the last package of supplies upstairs, secured the door, and remarked, you are too impulsive today, offending everyone in the building. Be more cautious when you go out in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he added, and be careful at home as well. Sun Qing shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. We won't be here much longer anyway. Zhou Qiuyang was taken aback. Are you moving? Xia Xiaoman's expression grew serious. It's not that we want to move, but rather that we must. The flooding in the city was severe. Although the rain had lessened over the past couple of days, the water level was still rising, albeit more slowly than in the initial days. Sooner or later, it would reach our 7th floor. Today, she and Sun Qing, along with Yi Xiaojie, had ventured out and were acutely aware of the current situation in the floating city. If fortune smiled upon them, it would take 10 days to half a month before the water reached their floor. If luck were to falter, the upstream cities might open their floodgates, or the gates could malfunction during the deluge. In the blink of an eye, the water could surge to the 7th floor. In any case, they had to evacuate the building, unless the skies cleared. All right, let us not dwell on the unpleasantness. Let us quickly distribute the supplies. Sun Qing exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice as she sorted the provisions. There were 4 130L camouflage backpacks for 80L medium-sized backpacks, a complete set of diving gear for 8. Oxygen tanks, a folding barbecue grill, a 2-person tent, a gas stove, inflatable mattresses, portable sleeping bags, an alcohol stove, emergency thermal blankets, multifunctional knives, and safety hammers. Time was of the essence, and Xia Xiaoman did her utmost to ensure that Sun Qing and the others had what they needed, with each item sufficient for 4 people. For commonly used consumables, such as oxygen tanks, alcohol stoves, and gas stoves, Xia Xiaoman tried to gather several extras. Sun Qing divided the items into 4 portions, allowing each person to take one. Zhou Qiuyang felt a bit embarrassed. I'll just take a set of diving equipment. You've all divided the rest. I haven't contributed much. It wouldn't be fair to take so much. Take it, if you feel guilty. Just keep an eye on the house next time we go out to salvage, Sun Qing replied with a smile. We've thoroughly offended that group in the building today. Next time we go out, they'll definitely come knocking at our door, so you better guard our home. Zhou Qiuyang immediately felt overwhelmed. Maybe we should just move now. I know of a newly developed property that has just opened. There aren't many units sold yet, but the building is complete, and the doors and windows are installed. We could move there, he suggested. Sun Qing pondered for a moment and shook her head. Let us wait and see how things unfold. The rain continues. The authorities won't just sit by while the people drown, so there will surely be corresponding policies. Xia Xiaoman agreed. No rush. The community is quite close to stores and supermarkets, making it convenient for us to salvage supplies from here. Once the provisions were allocated, Xia Xiaoman dragged her share home. After a day of rowing, her arms were sore and swollen. She boiled a pot of hot water using the gas stove to clean herself up, took out a medicinal plaster salvaged from the water, tore off the packaging, and applied it to her arm to relieve the muscle soreness. For dinner, she had some warm food, dumplings and 2 char siu buns. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, she was suddenly jolted awake by a horrifying scream. Xia Xiaoman sat up abruptly in bed, barefoot, and rushed out of the bedroom, standing at the doorway of the living room, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Chapter 9. Burglary. How dare you break into my home? If you steal my supplies, I'll make you pay dearly. Sun Qing's loud voice echoed through the door, accompanied by unfamiliar screams. Xia Xiaoman cleared away a pile of heavy objects blocking the door and peered through the peephole. 5 individuals were tightly bound with ropes, kneeling in the corner of the corridor. Sun Qing was pacing back and forth, a flashlight in one hand and a stick in the other, occasionally swinging the stick at one of the intruders. Xia Xiaoman opened the door and inquired, Sun Qing, what is going on? Sun Qing turned her head. Did I wake you? These people tried to sneak into my home to steal, but Xiaojie took one down. Securing the door, she approached to take a closer look. The 5 thieves were all residents from the 6th floor, each sporting bruises and keeping their heads down in silence. Xia Xiaoman glanced around and asked, where is Xiaojie? Sun Qing pointed behind her. She is inside helping Zhou Chuyang tend to his wounds. These 5 little thieves had initially aimed to rob Xia Xiaoman's home, believing it would be an easy target since she lived alone. However, they had underestimated the difficulty of breaking her door lock. After finally prying it open, they found it blocked by something behind the door and couldn't push it open. As a fallback, they opted to rob Sun Qing's home instead. Sun Qing's lock had been forcibly dismantled once before, making it relatively easy to open. Yet, they had not anticipated that Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie would place a glass cup behind the door, which shattered on the floor as the door swung open, producing a sharp, clear sound. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie were startled awake, and in mere minutes, they had subdued the 5 intruders with seamless cooperation. Zhou Chuyang, hearing the commotion from across the hall, had rushed over to help, only to be mistakenly seized by Yi Xiaojie and slammed against the table corner, resulting in a cut on his forehead that bled profusely. When Xia Xiaoman entered, she saw Yi Xiaojie, looking guilt-ridden, bandaging Zhou Chuyang's wound. You didn't suffer a concussion, did you? She asked. Zhou Chuyang, noticing Xia Xiaoman's gleeful expression, replied with irritation, No, it's just a scratch. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite useless. Not only did you fail to help, but you also ended up being taken down by Xiaojie. I didn't see clearly, which is why I accidentally hurt Zhou Chuyang, Yi Xiaojie said, feeling guilty. In the dark, who can see anything clearly? Xia Xiaoman reassured her and tentatively asked, Xiaojie, is it easy to learn martial arts? Yi Xiaojie paused for a moment. It's manageable, but it requires practice. Could you teach me? I want to learn some self-defense techniques. She had considerable physical strength but was unsure how to channel it effectively. Given the attitudes of the individuals in the building today, it was evident that society was not particularly safe, at least not in their building. The frequency of confrontations might gradually increase, and she wanted to be adequately prepared beforehand. Even if she couldn't win in a fight, she at least wanted the ability to escape. Yi Xiaojie nodded. Sure, I've been teaching Qing to practice martial arts these past few days. If you're interested, you can join us. Zhou Chuyang chimed in. Then I'll learn too. Sun Qing, who had just entered, asked casually, learn what? Xia Xiaoman smiled and replied. We've agreed with Xiaojie to start learning martial arts together tomorrow. That's great. Finally, I won't be the only one suffering. She took a couple of sips of water before adding, by the way, those thieves mentioned that the rescue team didn't come today and that they had no food at home, which is why they resorted to stealing. What do you think happened to the rescue team? Sun Qing pondered. Zhou Chuyang suggested, I saw online that there was a major tsunami in the coastal areas, and many people were swept away by the sea. Our city isn't too far from the coast, so perhaps the rescue team went to assist there and was short-staffed. Which is why they didn't come today. Wait, Sun Qing interrupted with a hand signal. You said you saw this online? Does your home still have power? Zhou Qiuyang nodded. I have a battery backup. You have a battery backup? Sun Qing exclaimed, nearly squealing with excitement. Zhou Qiuyang chuckled and nodded again. As he frequently delivered food, there was no place to charge his battery in the community, so every day, he had to remove the battery from his electric bike and take it home to charge. To be prepared, he bought a few spare batteries. So if he forgot to charge one, he could use a backup. After the community lost power, he modified his setup to use these batteries to charge his phone or connect to an electric kettle to boil water for instant noodles. In Sun Qing's eyes, envy was almost palpable. Brother Yang, could I possibly borrow some electricity from your home to charge my phone? No problem, I'll fetch a power bank for you shortly. He turned to Xia Xiaoman. Do you need one? I have an extra at home. Xia Xiaoman nodded. I won't take it for free. I'll bring you some dried bread crusts later. The bakery frequently had leftover crusts from making sandwiches, which were dried and sold, though not many people purchased them. She usually took most of them home. Properly sealed, the dried bread crusts could last at least 3 months without spoiling. Zhou Qiuyang did not refuse. He had no habit of stockpiling food at home, and the instant noodles provided by the rescue team had long been consumed. Currently, food was his most pressing need. A bag of bread crusts was sufficient for a hearty meal for an adult. Xia Xiaoman returned home with 5 bags of bread crusts in exchange for a power bank. Upon waking up in the morning, she opened her fully charged phone, and the notification sounds chimed incessantly. The signal was weak, like a life nearing its end, inhaling more than exhaling. After a long wait for a news article to load, the content slowly appeared, while images and videos remained inaccessible. Southern regions were ravaged by floods, and the northern areas were also beset by calamities. An island nation surrounded by seawater experienced a magnitude 9 earthquake, causing the land to fracture as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Simultaneously, the volcano on the island erupted violently. Flames shot skyward, dense smoke billowed, and lava spewed forth like a fire-breathing dragon, illuminating the heavens. Ash blanketed the area, obscuring the sun and delivering a more devastating blow to the already shattered island. Then came the colossal tsunami triggered by the earthquake, surging forth like a ferocious beast, swallowing the island in the blink of an eye. After 5 minutes of loading, satellite images revealed that the location of the island had transformed into an expansive ocean. The coastal areas of the Summer Kingdom, close to the island, were also affected by aftershocks and tsunami waves. Chapter 10. Underwater salvage in times of adversity. Support should come from all directions. However, now that calamities struck everywhere, only those closest to the coast could spare manpower to assist. Floating City dispatched 50,000 personnel to the coastal areas, resulting in a shortage of manpower to distribute relief supplies. With food supplies depleted and rescue teams delayed, many people could no longer stay indoors and sought ways to create tools for navigating the water. Some dismantled wardrobes to make rafts, others wrapped buckets in tape, and some even brought out their inflatable swimming pools. Peering down from the balcony, Xia Xiaoman saw countless individuals braving the pouring rain in search of food. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking at the door echoed. Xiaoman, it's me. Upon hearing Sun Qing's voice, Xia Xiaoman instinctively glanced through the peephole before opening the door. Up so early? What happened to those thieves? Sun Qing shook her head. I don't know. They must have been rescued by their accomplices. I beat them up last night and left them tied in the corridor. When I woke up, only a few ropes remained on the floor. Are you going out with us later? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Where are you headed? To the supermarket across the community. We have diving equipment and can go underwater to salvage supplies. Xia Xiaoman sighed. Why are you so determined to go to that supermarket? I saw many people from the community going out. They might also head to the supermarket. I suggest we go somewhere less crowded for safety. Sun Qing pondered for a moment. Then let's head to the department store on the street instead. It's farther from the supermarket, so there should be fewer people. The department store on the street has residents living above. They might not allow us to salvage, Xia Xiaoman considered. You should go back for now. I'll tidy up and come over to discuss later. Sun Qing nodded. It was indeed inconvenient to discuss their plans near the lewd man living in room 702. After getting ready, Xia Xiaoman ate 2 pieces of bread and changed into sportswear before heading out. Sun Qing and Yi Shao Jia had already invited Zhou Qiuyang over, and the 3 gathered around an iPad, examining the nearby map. Xiaoman, come here. Sun Qing waved her hand. We just figured out we could go to Wanhui Plaza. There's a supermarket in the basement level and several restaurants above. The government prohibits natural gas installations in establishments larger than 300 square meters or with seating for over 150, meaning these restaurants might have gas canisters. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. How do you know all this? Sun Qing grinned. My family runs a restaurant, so of course.
I know.
Wanhui Plaza had gas canisters, a supermarket, and was not too far from the community, typically a 10-minute drive or over 40 minutes on foot. Moreover, the area surrounding Wanhui Plaza was filled with shops and devoid of residents, alleviating concerns about being spotted while salvaging supplies. This outing included only Xia Xiaoman, Sun Qing, and Yi Shaojia. They had offended many people in their building the day before, so before leaving, they moved important belongings to Zhou Chuyang's home. At least, that was the facade. The true location of their valuables was known only to them, as they were not close enough to Zhou Chuyang to entrust him with their essential supplies. Many who did not receive relief supplies the previous day were likely numerous. As Xia Xiaoman and her friends made their way to Wanhui Plaza, they observed many individuals utilizing various watercraft to salvage supplies. The trio squeezed into a two-person kayak, rowing swiftly toward Wanhui Plaza amid envious gazes from all directions. After a day of rowing, their arms were sore, and blisters had formed on their palms. Yet they pressed on without uttering a word of pain, gritting their teeth and rowing with determination. Upon reaching Wanhui Plaza, they paddled around the mall in search of an entry point. Suddenly, Yi Shaojia pointed to a spot. Ah Qing, there's a hole broken in that window. Let's check it out. Sun Qing maneuvered the paddle, and in no time, they arrived at the opening. Xia Xiaoman examined the edges of the hole. It seems to be a man-made opening. There might be others inside. We should be cautious when we enter. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a boutique selling capeos, adorned with exquisite embroidery. However, the trio paid no mind to the garments as they pushed their kayak into the mall's interior. Upon entering, they spotted two men guarding a pile of supplies. The men eyed Xia Xiaoman and her friends warily. Xia Xiaoman glanced at them and pointed to the farthest corner. Let us head over there. You two stay in the corridor and keep watch while I dive down. Sun Qing nodded in agreement. She and Yi Shaojia were not strong swimmers, making Xia Xiaoman the most suitable candidate for the task. Once Xia Xiaoman donned the diving gear and adjusted it, ensuring she knew how to operate the equipment, she plunged into the water. The two men in the distance exchanged greedy glances upon seeing her in the diving suit. Their supplies had been brought down from the upper floors that remained above water. With diving gear, they could also retrieve items submerged below. Sun Qing watched as the two men whispered to each other, Shaojia, if someone comes to snatch our supplies, if we can't win, just jump into the water. We have diving equipment, so we can escape underwater. Don't risk your life for a few supplies.
Ye Shaoji nodded, girip her climbing stick tightly.
Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman submerged to the bottom and activated the waterproof spotlight. The supermarket was located on the basement level, and floodwaters had ravaged most stores on the first floor, leaving the supermarket in a similarly compromised state. Thankfully, the surrounding walls had contained most items within the basement, albeit in disarray, requiring some time to search for supplies. Before they set out, they had agreed to limit their haul due to insufficient manpower, only taking essential items. Salt, sugar, food, medicine, sanitary napkins, and gas tanks. Take whatever you can. If you can't, then let it be. Xia Xiaoman initially believed these items would be difficult to find. Upon swimming to the supermarket, she discovered that many vacuum-packed, lightweight goods were floating from the ceiling. Gradually, she collected these items into her space, and halfway through, she spotted a large quantity of well-packaged sanitary napkins and tampons. Xia Xiaoman produced an oversized garbage bag, poked a few holes in the bottom, and tossed all the sanitary products into the bag. After filling 2 large bags, she ceased her efforts, placing the bags of hygiene products into her space with the intention of retrieving them later. Chapter 11. Someone came to pick Peaches. The vacuum-packed sugar and salt, containing minimal air, sank to the bottom. While searching near the seasoning section, Xia Xiaoman found dozens of bags of various brands of salt and sugar. After a thorough exploration of the supermarket, she had accumulated nearly all the edible items available and even discovered 2 boxes of water purification tablets. These were invaluable. Once the bottled water was consumed, the purification tablets would be essential for providing clean water. The supermarket's warehouse door was locked tight. After a few unsuccessful attempts to pry it open, she decided to abandon the effort. She secured the gathered supplies to a climbing rope, and upon fastening everything, She pulled the rope 3 times with force. Sun Qing received Xia Xiaoman's signal and immediately tugged on the rope, gradually pulling the supplies above the water's surface. As she lifted the first rope, Sun Qing pushed Yishao Jie aside, declaring, "I'll handle the rope. You keep watch and prevent anyone from coming near." There's a watermelon knife on the rope. Take it. The watermelon knife was specifically tied on by Xia Xiaoman. With so many supplies being drawn up, it was inevitable they would attract attention. Yishao Jie and Sun Qing only had 2 climbing poles as weapons, insufficient for their needs, which is why Xia Xiaoman had tied on 4 watermelon knives. The knives in the supermarket were relatively short, measuring less than 40 centimeters, but they were well-made and sharp. More lethal than the climbing poles. Yishao Jie inserted a climbing pole into her lower back and cautiously held 2 watermelon knives, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. In the distance, 2 men observed the supplies being pulled up by Sun Qing, whispering to one another. Before long, one of them abruptly departed, heading upstairs. Xia Xiaoman prepared 5 climbing ropes adorned with hooks, fastening everything securely before swimming to the surface. As she crawled onto the corridor, Sun Qing hurriedly assisted in removing her diving gear. "Xiaoman, someone is coming to pick peaches. Do you have a knife?" Sun Qing asked. "Aren't 4 knives enough for the 2 of you?" Xia Xiaoman panted. "Xiao Jie and I are fine. What about you?" Without answering, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a fire axe from behind her waist. Sun Qing frowned, remarking that the axe was too heavy and suggested she switch to something lighter. Xia Xiaoman shook her head, insisting, "No, I'm used to wielding an axe. Before university, she had chopped wood for her family and was accustomed to splitting logs with an axe. For her, it was preferable to these lightweight knives." The chaotic footsteps grew closer, and the man who had left returned with 7 or 8 others in tow. To prevent Xia Xiaoman and her companions from escaping, the 8 men spread out, approaching from the right corridor while the other 4, accompanied by the one guarding the supplies, encircled them from the left. "I'll handle the left. You 2 take the right," Yishao Jie said, gripping her knives with a stoic expression. The sharp blades did little to intimidate the robbers. "Little girl, do you know how to use a knife? When I was playing with knives, you weren't even born yet. If you know what's good for you, drop what you have and get as far away as possible. I'll let you off easy because you're young. If you don't blame me for being ruthless." These days, drowning a couple of people isn't a rare occurrence. It was no surprise they had targeted Xia Xiaoman and her friends. They had arrived early at the mall, pried open locks for hours, and only found a meager amount of leftover food in the restaurant, insufficient for their 9 members. Xia Xiaoman, clad in diving gear, had emerged with an impressive haul of supplies. How could they not feel envious? Despite their numerical disadvantage, Sun Qing shouted defiantly, "If you have the guts, come and take it. Are you too scared to rob us?" The leader raised his knife and charged forward. Xia Xiaoman turned to Sun Qing, asking, "Are you a martial arts expert?" "Not at all," Sun Qing replied. "Then why are you so arrogant?" As the 4 adversaries charged, Xia Xiaoman swung a hefty bag of salt, spinning twice before hurling it at them. The bag struck the 4 men, causing them to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xiaoman charged in and struck the back of one man with the axe's blunt side. Sun Qing raised her knife but hesitated, ultimately sheathing it and opting to punch the man in the temple instead. He collapsed heavily, motionless as though dead. Yishao Jie remained poised, only striking when the enemy moved, her petite frame evading their attacks with ease. In swift maneuvers, she inflicted superficial wounds on the 5 men, ensuring they were painful enough to incapacitate them, but not deep enough to be life-threatening. The empty mall echoed with their cries. Out of the 9 men, Yishao Jie injured 5, Xia Xiaoman incapacitated 2, and the remaining 2 were knocked unconscious by Sun Qing's bare hands. "Didn't you say you couldn't fight?" Sun Qing asked. "I can't fight, but I've learned boxing. I met Xiao Jie at the boxing gym where she is my junior." Xia Xiaoman then inquired, "What was that you said about drowning someone?" Sun Qing glared at the leader, who was clutching his injured abdomen and trying to sound intimidating. "Don't act recklessly. Before you arrived, I sent someone to notify my brothers. If you dare to touch me, they won't let you off." Sun Qing feigned fear, replying, "Oh no, I'm so scared. I'll throw you all into the water one by one. Let us see who arrives faster, your brothers or your corpse." As Xia Xiaoman began tying up the 2 unconscious men, the leader panicked, realizing that killing someone was a crime. "You can't kill me," he pleaded. Xia Xiaoman scoffed. "Now, you know it's against the law. What about when you threatened to drown us?" "I was just joking. I wanted to scare you. I'm a good citizen. I would never kill anyone. The man fell to his knees, begging, please, I have a wife and children waiting for me at home. Xia Xiaoman remained silent, hastening her actions until all 9 men were secured to the railing. Sun Qing inspected the supplies they had gathered. It consisted solely of food items stockpiled in the restaurant. I'll go upstairs to look for gas tanks. You two organize the supplies. Once I find the tanks, we can head back. Familiar with the restaurant's layout, she knew she could quickly locate the kitchen and procure the gas tanks. Xia Xiaoman and Yi Xiaojie pulled up the remaining supplies still submerged in water. There were too many items. 3 inflatable boats would struggle to accommodate them all. Hearing Yi Xiaojie's remark, Xia Xiaoman approached the group of men, asking, how did you get here? The leader averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Xia Xiaoman, impatient, unsheathed a multifunctional dagger and plunged it into his thigh. His scream pierced the air. I'll talk. We came on a speedboat. It's hidden behind the front desk of the clothing store at the entrance. Chapter 12. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Behind the front desk of the cheap house store was a warehouse, making the desk wide and long enough to conceal a speedboat. Upon spotting the boat, Xia Xiaoman sensed something was amiss. Where did you acquire that speedboat? Xia Xiaoman pressed a knife against the neck of the leading man. He stammered, I found it. Found it? Where did you find it? I shall go and find one too. The blade drew closer, leaving a red mark on the man's neck. His face turned pale with fear. It was in my neighborhood. I saw the speedboat washed into a corner, unattended, so I took it for my own use. Yi Xiaojie noticed something was amiss with Xia Xiaoman and inquired, Xiaoman, what's wrong? Xia Xiaoman, turning the knife into the man's shoulder, revealed 2 blood-stained life jackets on the speedboat. Yi Xiaojie's expression shifted dramatically as she tugged at the man's hair, asking, did you kill the rescue workers? And no. I don't understand what you're saying, the man denied vehemently. Not understanding is of little consequence. Comprehending is sufficient. Xia Xiaoman tossed them one by one into the water, tethering them with a rope, allowing only their heads to remain above the surface. Faced with the threat of death, one soon revealed the truth. Please, cough cough, don't kill me. Cough cough, they are the ones who killed the people. It has nothing to do with me. These individuals were nothing but lazy gamblers. A few days prior, when the rain wasn't too heavy, they concocted a scheme to seek gold at the jewelry store. Hoping for a windfall, lacking waterborne transport, they resorted to swimming to the store. Along the way, they encountered rescue workers, mistaking them for victims, and were rescued onto the speedboat. To their misfortune, greed overtook them. They produced their small knives and murdered 2 rescue workers. They returned to the mall because there was a jewelry store on the first floor, but lacking diving equipment, they could not access it. Thus, they settled for scavenging some food. They never anticipated encountering a few violent and deranged women like Xia Xiaoman. Upon realizing these individuals were responsible for the deaths of the rescue workers, Yi Xiaojie asked, should we call the police? Xia Xiaoman shook her head, stating that the emergency line might not connect, and even if it did, there was no guarantee they would arrive in time. What are you discussing? Hurry, and come help. Sun Qing huffed, struggling with the gas canister. Forget about them. Let us find supplies first, Xia Xiaoman stated, abandoning the conversation to assist Sun Qing with the canister. The mall, including the basement, stood 9 stories tall, and currently, the upper 5 floors remained unscathed by the flood. After securing the supplies, Xia Xiaoman left Yi Xiaojie to guard the spot and followed Sun Qing upstairs to transport the gas canisters. The restaurants on the upper floors had been pried open by that group. Sun Qing planned to take 6 canisters, 2 from each restaurant, ensuring they had enough for when the flood receded. Seizing a moment of distraction, Xia Xiaoman darted into 2 additional restaurants, collecting 7 or 8 canisters. As they prepared to leave the mall, Sun Qing pried open a women's clothing store on the 5th floor, retrieving several outfits, shoes, socks, and undergarments. The damp weather made it impossible for her clothes at home to dry. If she and Yi Xiaojie didn't prepare a few more outfits, they would have no choice but to endure in wet clothes. Upon exiting the store, she stared at its name for half a minute, committing it to memory, vowing to return once the flood had subsided. The speedboat, designed for 6, was quite heavy. The 3 of them combined their strength to drag, push, and pull, expending considerable effort before finally extracting it. They securely tied 3 inflatable kayaks filled with supplies to the back of the speedboat. Once secured, Sun Qing started the speedboat, slowly towing the kayaks back to the community. Hey! Cough cough, don't leave. Let us go. The group suspended in the water cried out in unison. Xia Xiaoman tapped the dazed Sun Qing and Yi Shao Jie, urging, "Let us go. Ignore them." Sun Qing hesitated. "If we just leave, won't they drown?" Although the rainfall was not as severe as in previous days, the water level was still rising. Within a few hours, those individuals would surely succumb to the floodwaters. Xia Xiaoman contemplated saying that if they drowned, it would serve them right, but fearing Sun Qing would perceive her as heartless, she instead suggested, "If you wish to release them, then do so. Later, after we transport the supplies back to the community, you can call or take the speedboat out to find Uncle Mao and capture them." Of course, she had no intention of involving herself in such matters. Her experiences throughout life had taught her that mercy towards enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. If Sun Qing wished to show mercy, then she would handle the consequences. In a society governed by law, their crimes would be punished, but if they killed them, they might find themselves imprisoned. Sun Qing jumped from the speedboat, stating, "I have my phone. I'll take pictures of them. After returning the supplies, I'll take the speedboat to find the rescue team." She photographed the individuals, severed the rope, and departed. With the speedboat, Xia Xiaoman and her companions were able to return to the community with ease, garnering many envious and resentful glances along the way. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xia Xiaoman called for Zhou Chuyang to come down and assist in moving the supplies. Perhaps the residents of the building had all gone out to salvage supplies, for she encountered few people on her ascent. After successfully transporting the supplies home, Sun Qing set off in the speedboat to find the rescue team, while Xia Xiaoman and her companions gathered in the corridor on the 7th floor to divide the provisions. Just as they completed the distribution, Sun Qing returned. She had not been gone long when she encountered a rescue team distributing supplies. Relaying the events of the murder and boat theft, and after sending the photos, was escorted back to the community. Zhou Qiuyang seized upon a crucial point. "The rescue team is distributing supplies?" Sun Qing nodded, affirming that the rescue team had indicated a severe weather front was expected the following day, bringing torrential rains that could be more terrifying than the flooding they had just experienced. Thus, they were distributing supplies a week in advance to encourage everyone to remain indoors. "More terrifying than the flooding? Will it reach our 7th floor?" Zhou Qiuyang asked with concern. The floodwaters had risen to the 3rd floor within a week. If the severe weather persisted for a week, it could potentially inundate the 7th floor. "Who knows? I hope it doesn't," Sun Qing replied, frowning as she carried supplies back into the house. "What the hell? Why is there water everywhere?" Just as Zhou Qiuyang was about to explain that it might be due to flooding, Sun Qing's frantic voice echoed. "What the hell? Why are there so many cockroaches? What the hell? A rat? No, 2 rats, huge ones. Dead rats, don't run. I'll kill you." Chapter 13. The early arrival of severe weather amidst the chaos. Several large black rats scurried from Sun Qing's room. Xia Xiaoman felt an ominous premonition. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a pool of murky water. In the dim light, thumb-sized cockroaches scurried into crevices, while shadows darted past. "Zhou Qiuyang, where did you say the newly opened apartments are located?" She expressed her desire to relocate. She had no intention of remaining in such a wretched place. "Chunyang Community, over by South River Road," Zhou Qiuyang replied. Xia Xiaoman frowned. "That's so far. It takes over an hour by bus to get to South River Road. If we paddle a kayak, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours, and that is assuming everything goes smoothly and we don't carry too many supplies." Yi Shao Jie perceived Xia Xiaoman's intentions. "Are you thinking of moving now?" Xia Xiaoman nodded. "If the coming days bring torrential rains, our floor will inevitably be submerged, and the residents downstairs will come up. With more people and fewer supplies, the residents below will certainly set their sights on us. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands," she thought. If the residents banded together, it would be challenging to safeguard their supplies, and they could potentially lose their lives. Driven to the edge by the cockroaches and rats, Sun Qing exclaimed, "I agree to move. Let us do it right now. With so many things, how do we move?" Zhou Qiuyang inquired. Yi Shao Jie contemplated. "We can inflate the air mattress, placing the heavier items on it. The smaller items can go in sealed bags, secured with ropes tied to the kayak." Sun Qing nodded. "Then that's the plan. We need to be quick. Otherwise, when the residents downstairs return, we'll be entangled with them." The group hurriedly returned to their rooms to pack their belongings. Halfway through, the rescue team announced over a loudspeaker for everyone to come downstairs to collect supplies. Xia Xiaoman and her companions opted not to go down, racing against time to gather their possessions. A resounding thunderclap erupted in her ears, causing the very house to tremble in response. Xia Xiaoman dashed to the balcony, where the sky was engulfed in darkness and a fierce wind whipped the floodwaters into towering waves. Those who had ventured out to salvage goods, unable to return home, clung desperately to their makeshift rafts as they were swept away by the tumultuous waters. Torrential rain pelted against the windows, while the wind howled through the gaps, emitting a shrill sound reminiscent of a whistling kettle. Within mere minutes, the windowsill was inundated with water, overflowing from the drainage outlet and surging into the room. The deluge cascaded from the windowsill onto the balcony, like a waterfall. Damn it! Didn't they say the severe convection wouldn't hit until tomorrow? How can it be thundering and pouring now? Are we not allowed to live? Sun Qing's voice echoed from the corridor.
Xia Xiaoman.
Hurry and go collect the relief supplies. With the weather so dire, relocating was out of the question. The rescue team had yet to depart, making it a perfect opportunity to gather the much-needed supplies. Zhou Qiuyang voluntarily offered to stay on the 7th floor to keep watch, planning to go for supplies once Xia Xiaoman and the others returned. As they approached the 4th floor, which was designated for supply distribution, they were met with a chorus of anguished cries. You're the rescue team. You can't just stand by and let people die. My husband is still out there. Please save him. I beg you. My son is only 3. He cannot be without his father. Please, I implore you. A young mother knelt before the rescue personnel, weeping and pleading for them to venture out and rescue her loved ones. The rescuers appeared conflicted. It wasn't that they were unwilling to help, but the storm was too ferocious, and any attempt to set out would likely lead to disaster. Damn it! What do you mean you can't help? You're just too scared to go. A burly man pushed against one of the rescuers, exclaiming, If you want to go, I will. Hand over the speedboat. I'll save them myself. The rescuers, reaching the limits of their patience, urged, Please think rationally. The winds are too powerful. The boat will capsize the moment it's launched. If you go out there, not only will you fail to save anyone, but you may also lose your own lives. Don't make a futile sacrifice. Despite their earnest pleas, no one was willing to heed their warnings. After a few pushes, the residents, sensing the rescuers' reluctance to resist, forcibly seized the speedboat. As 4 or 5 individuals lifted the boat and set it onto the water, a sudden gust overturned it. The group clung desperately to the vessel, only to be swept away by the raging waves. In mere moments, they disappeared from sight, swallowed by the torrent. The rescuers lamented their inability to prevent the disaster. I told you not to go out. Were you not listening? Now look what has happened. The scene fell silent, and those who had been the most vocal in demanding action quietly withdrew, fearful of retribution. When self-interest is not at stake, many are eager to appear heroic. But once their own safety is threatened, they flee as though from a plague. The young mother, nearly fainting from despair, was met with silence from the onlookers, who had just witnessed the storm's terrifying fury and were reluctant to suggest searching for anyone else. Can we still collect the relief supplies? Xia Xiaoman's voice shattered the somber atmosphere. Gradually, the crowd recalled their purpose for gathering on the 4th floor and began querying the rescuers about the availability of supplies. The relief provisions consisted of instant noodles and bottled water, 5 large packs of noodles, each containing 5 smaller bags, sufficient for 7 days, alongside 7 bottles of 500-milliliter water. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman stored all her supplies in a safe space. Floodwaters surged from the drains, compounded by the water seeping in from the windowsill, and her home was becoming increasingly submerged. She had no intention of attempting to clean up the mess. It was futile. The drains continued to gurgle, overflowing no matter how she tried to block them with a toilet plunger, and the water from the windowsill kept pouring in. Deciding it was pointless to attempt a cleanup, she simply shoved some old curtain fabric at the bedroom door to prevent further water from entering. Besides her bed, the bedroom was bare. She had stored her wardrobe in her safe space. The empty room provided no refuge for the cockroaches and mice, allowing Xia Xiaoman to easily eradicate them without effort. Once she completed her tasks, it was already time for dinner. Xia Xiaoman retrieved a gas stove from her safe space, placed a small pot on it, and selected a pack of spicy, pungent rice noodles to boil. After the water reached a boil, she added a few of her favorite hot pot meatballs and fatty beef. The enticing aroma of the noodles stirred her appetite, and the humid air along with the rain effectively masked the odors, a silver lining to the rainy day. Chapter 14. A knock at the door. The intense convection that commanded attention was indeed extraordinary. Throughout the night, The shrill sound of the kettle-like wind did not cease. Xia Xiaoman slept uneasily, the intermittent thunder striking terror into her heart. Having consumed excessively spicy food the previous night, her stomach was unsettled. After addressing her personal hygiene needs with a black plastic bag, she tied it securely and discarded it in the corner of the balcony. After washing up and enjoying a bowl of light wontons, she went to room 704 to learn self-defense from Yi Xiaojia. As she opened the door, she was greeted by a throng of people crowding the hallway. In a swift motion, Xia Xiaoman slammed the door shut and quickly retrieved 2 solid wood cabinets from her safe space to barricade the entrance. Almost immediately, a cacophony of knocking erupted. "Little girl, open the door. I'm Uncle Wang from 402. Our home is flooded, and we need a place to stay for a couple of days. I can pay rent. I can pay too, 500 a day. I have cash. Please, little sister, just open the door. We can discuss it. 500?
How dare you even say that?
I'll offer 1,000. 1,000 a day. Get lost. 1,000 a day. Can you even pay that right now? Anyone can write a blank check. I could claim 100,000 a day. Beautiful girl, don't listen to them. They're just trying to fool you with empty promises. I've got gold. If you let me stay for a few days, I'll give you all this gold." Outside, voices clamored, all pleading for shelter. Xia Xiaoman felt a wave of frustration as she pulled out her phone to inquire about the situation outside. However, she found no signal, unable even to send a text. Just as she was grappling with her predicament, a rhythmic knocking resounded on the balcony window. Hearing the unusual sound, Xia Xiaoman approached the balcony and discovered that her neighbor from 703 was tapping on her window with a broom. Their balconies were separated by a mere 2 to 3 meters. Xia Xiaoman opened the balcony window, and rain immediately drenched her, leaving her feeling like a drowned rat. Zhou Qiyang cupped his hands around his mouth, forming a makeshift megaphone. "Don't open the door. The 4th floor is flooded. The hallway is filled with residents from there." The wind and rain were fierce, accompanied by thunder, and it took Xia Xiaoman a moment to comprehend his words. "Are you and Sun Qing all right?" she asked with polite concern. Last night, they tried to force their way into Sun Qing's home, but she and Yi Xiaojia gave them a good beating. So they've calmed down. "I've barricaded my door with the refrigerator, so they can't get in." Upon hearing Zhou Qiyang's words, Xia Xiaoman scratched her head. Realizing that she hadn't heard any commotion outside during the night, despite not having slept soundly. Perhaps the items piled at her door had muffled the sounds. "Be careful. The residents in 702 have been taken over by the bullies from 404. Those men look fierce and are not to be trifled with. Watch yourself when you go out." After sharing this information, Zhou Qiyang quickly shut the window, fearful of being struck by lightning. With a sigh, Xia Xiaoman resigned herself to staying indoors and entertaining herself. The previous night's altercation had made her realize her own capabilities. Back in her village, she often relied on her strength to engage in fights with her peers. Without anyone to protect her, she fought recklessly, and the villagers dared not go all out against her. Thus, she always managed to beat her opponents into tears. However, the outside world was different. When interests were at stake, they could kill her without hesitation. It was only after witnessing the swift and decisive moves of Yi Xiaojia and Sun Qing yesterday that she realized the gap in her abilities. Unable to go out to learn self-defense from Yi Xiaojia, Xia Xiaoman resolved to train at home. In the morning, she practiced high kicks, jumping jacks, and horse dances to strengthen her lower body. In the afternoon, she did push-ups, lifted bottles of water, and practiced handstands to build her arm strength. At night, she focused on planks and crunches to work on her core. Her arms ached, and her calves felt stiff. So she used medicated wine for massage and applied ointment for relief. As long as she could endure, she would push herself to the limit. When the exhaustion became unbearable, she recalled the time her parents sold her to an old bachelor as a bride in high school. Even if it meant gritting her teeth, she would persevere. She would never return to that small mountain village. After a whole day of training, sweat poured down like rain, purging all the dampness accumulated within her. It was as if the sky had been torn open, unleashing a torrential downpour that cascaded like a waterfall. The streets transformed into surging rivers, with massive waves crashing against the walls. The flood rose at a visible pace, and within a day, the water had reached the 5th floor. In the dead of night, Xia Xiaoman was awakened by urgent knocking at the door. "Xia Xiaoman, I know you're inside. It's Qin Yali. Please open the door. The 5th floor is flooded, and I have nowhere to stay. Can I stay at your place for a few days?" Qin Yali repeated her plea tirelessly. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xiaoman shouted back. My place is also flooded. Can't you see the water seeping out from my door? Try finding a place on the upper floors. There's no space here. The 8th floor is inaccessible. They've installed an iron gate at the stairwell. We can only come to the 7th floor. Xia Xiaoman cursed under her breath. How sneaky of the 8th floor to install a gate without a word. I should have known they would do something like that. Qin Yali continued to knock Xia Xiaoman. If you won't let me stay, can you at least lend me a pack of sanitary pads? I'm on my period. As a fellow woman, Xia Xiaoman understood the distress of being caught without sanitary supplies. She recalled her own experience in middle school when her parents refused to buy her pads, forcing her to use thick layers of toilet paper in her underwear, often resulting in stains. Her classmates would secretly mock her when they saw her blood-stained pants. Reminded of her past, Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of sadness. Sorry, I'm on my period too. I just had my last one last month, and my next one isn't for another 2 months, so I don't have any pads at home. You'll have to use tissues. Qin Yali protested. How can I use tissues? Xia Xiaoman, can't you show some compassion? We're both women. Can't you lend me just one pack of pads? Xia Xiaoman remained resolute. I am cold-hearted, devoid of compassion. I will not give you even a single pad. It was absurd. The corridor outside was filled with people, and she was certain that if she opened the door, Qin Yali would force her way in. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that Qin Yali had ordered a box of sanitary pads online at the beginning of the month, likely stockpiling them during a shopping festival. There was no way she could have used them all up already. It wasn't possible to bleed that much. Qin Yali, infuriated by Xia Xiaoman's unyielding attitude, began to curse and angrily kick the door. Xia Xiaoman, uninterested in engaging further, ran to the balcony and knocked on the window of room 703 with a stick, urging Zhou Qiuyang to inform Sun Qing not to be deceived by Qin Yali's pretense of borrowing pads. Chapter 15. Signs of the Apocalypse in Times of Crisis. Women often extend kindness to one another. In the absence of sanitary supplies, they readily share with those in need. However, some may exploit this goodwill to harm others. Just as Zhou Qiuyang was conveying this information to Sun Qing and the others, Qin Yali approached them with the same rehearsed lines and excuses. Sun Qing did not agree to open the door, but as a woman, she could not bear to see Qin Yali stained with blood. Thus, she slipped a few pads through the crack in the door. No sooner had she done so than the front door was violently slammed, as if someone were attempting to break it down. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie immediately pushed a sofa and table against the door to brace it. Sun Qing was utterly frustrated. It was impossible to guard against such deceit. In the dead of night, Xia Xiaoman dared not sleep. Nor did she engage in any strenuous activity that would expend her energy. Given the current rate at which the floodwaters were rising, it would not be long before the occupants of the 6th floor would come rushing up. The iron gate on the 8th floor would trap everyone in the building, forcing them to crowd the 7th floor corridor. At that point, the residents would either force their way into the 7th floor or break down the iron gate on the 8th. Regardless, she needed to stretch and prepare her body in anticipation of any emergencies, ensuring she had time to react when the situation escalated. Outside, the wind howled, and the glass of the balcony windows trembled violently. The security bars creaked ominously, creating the illusion that the entire building was swaying. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Xia Xiaoman. The sound came from the balcony. Just as she was about to check, another loud bang echoed. In the darkness, something struck the balcony, shattering glass all around her. And a fierce gust of wind blew through the broken opening, lifting her hair. After standing frozen for a moment, Xia Xiaoman cautiously approached the balcony. The outer layer of the security bars was dented, and one of the windows had been shattered, allowing torrents of rain to pour in. Glancing at the damaged window that still clung to its post, she contemplated for a moment before deciding to smash all the balcony windows. If she didn't break them, and happened to be out on the balcony when the glass suddenly shattered, it could easily injure her. Suddenly, a light flickered on in a unit across the street. Xia Xiaoman was puzzled as to why anyone would waste supplies by turning on lights in such weather. Before long, she realized something was amiss. 3 short flashes, followed by 3 long ones, an SOS signal. Xia Xiaoman squinted, trying to discern what was happening across the way. However, the darkness and the heavy rain obscured her view, leaving her unable to see anything. Digging through her belongings, she soon retrieved a pair of binoculars. Although they were not comparable to professional-grade optics, they would suffice for observing the neighboring building. The person signaling for help was holding a flashlight, but they were hiding in the shadows, making it impossible for Xia Xiaoman to see their face. Suddenly, the person seemed to hear something, turning sharply, and then violently struck someone behind them with a flashlight. Through the binoculars, Xia Xiaoman witnessed two figures grappling with each other. Moments later, one of them was hoisted and thrown out the window, disappearing into the floodwaters below. The one who pushed the other into the water briefly shone the flashlight around before stealthily closing the window, extinguishing the light. Having witnessed a murder, Xia Xiaoman felt an increasing sense of caution, remaining vigilant at the door to monitor the situation outside and avoid being thrown into the flood as well. Time passed slowly, and the dark sky gradually lightened to a gray hue with hints of white. The wind and rain continued to rage, interspersed with the occasional deafening thunderclap. Xia Xiaoman had never experienced such torrential rain and couldn't help but think of the students she had seen online last week, excited about school closures. She wondered if they could still maintain that excitement in such dire circumstances. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced through the air. "Ah, there's been a murder." Xia Xiaoman quickly cleared the obstacles blocking her door, crouching down to peer through the peephole. "Shut up, you filthy woman. If you keep shouting, I'll kill you." In the dimly lit corridor, a burly man had seized a woman by her collar, delivering two resounding slaps to her face. The other residents in the corridor dared not speak out, retreating to the sides like frightened turtles. Another bald man dragged a lifeless body toward the opposite end of the corridor. In that area lies Xia Xiaoman's blind spot. Yet she surmised that the bald man intended to dispose of the corpse through the window at the end of the corridor. As the bald man dragged the second corpse, Xia Xiaoman discovered that the deceased was, in fact, one of the rescue workers who had distributed supplies 2 days prior. The burly man awaited the bald man's completion of the task before proposing to uncover the hidden supplies of the rescue worker, suggesting a division of the spoils. He tore open a packet of instant noodles, took a bite, and scanned the corridor with a challenging gaze. "Hey, do you all want to live?" The people in the corridor exchanged glances, puzzled by the burly man's intentions. He continued, "The flood has already inundated half of the 5th floor. I estimate that by tomorrow or the day after, it will reach the 7th floor. If we remain trapped on the 7th floor, we will surely drown. If you wish to survive, let us devise a plan to dismantle the iron door leading to the 8th floor and escape there together. If you disagree, I can send you to your demise right now." His fierce gaze swept over them, causing some timid individuals to swallow their initial objections. The corridor, though narrow, allowed Xia Xiaoman to press her ear against the door and grasp every word of the burly man's plan. Just as relief washed over her, a male voice interrupted. "Brother, what about the 3 households on the 7th floor? The residents of 701 and 704 are classmates of my girlfriend. They are university students, beautiful and innocent. Moreover, they have kayaks and a plethora of food." Shifting her position for a better view, Xia Xiaoman recognized the speaker as Qin Yali's boyfriend. After whispering to the burly man for quite some time, Qin Yali chimed in, and the burly man's face gradually morphed into a mask of greed. Xia Xiaoman cursed Qin Yali and her boyfriend 1,000 times in her mind, blocking the door with all the heavy objects in the space. Xia Xiaoman rushed to the balcony and struck the security bars of 703 forcefully with a stick. As Zhou Chuyang poked his head out, she yelled for him to quickly inform Sun Qing and the others to secure the door. Back inside, the loud crashing noise erupted as the heavy objects began to shift slightly with each impact. Gripping a watermelon knife tightly, Xia Xiaoman crawled to the side of the door, patiently awaiting the impending confrontation. This time, the assault on the door was different. The assailants were determined to break it down, relentlessly crashing against it for 5 or 6 minutes without pause. With a click, the lock began to loosen. Xia Xiaoman cautiously edged to the wall, her gaze fixed on the door. Another impact caused the door to crack open a narrow gap. Counting down in her mind, she prepared to strike as the next blow landed, thrusting her knife through the gap. "Ah, my hand!" Blood splattered onto the door as a significant portion of flesh was severed from the assailant's left arm. The others, stunned by the gruesome sight, recoiled in terror. Inside, Xia Xiaoman wiped the blood from her knife with an impassive expression. "Damn it, a bunch of fools. Why hide? Kick the door." No sooner had the burly man's voice faded than the group outside began to kick the door instead. Timing her move, Xia Xiaoman unlocked the door and, as the next person raised their foot to kick, swiftly removed the barricade. In an instant, a figure stumbled inside, and Xia Xiaoman quickly shut the door, barricading it, and drew an axe, launching a fierce assault on the intruder. The person, realizing the danger, nimbly dodged several of her strikes. Seeing the murderous intent in Xia Xiaoman's eyes, he pleaded for mercy. Don't kill me. I was forced into this. It's not my fault. Please spare me. He was unarmed, and Xia Xiaoman pursued him relentlessly throughout the room. With a swing of her axe, she struck him in the back, and then leaped to retrieve the axe for another blow. Her first act of killing was clumsy. It took Xia Xiaoman 7 or 8 strikes to finally end his life. The burly man and bald man burst through the door, finding Xia Xiaoman in the center of the living room, axe in hand, with blood staining half her face. Upon closer inspection, one could see her hand slightly trembling as she gripped the axe. She was not a heartless killer. The fear of her first murder lingered. The bald man hesitated at the sight of her fierce expression. Zhang Ge, should we go in? That woman is a lunatic. So what if she is? A lunatic is still a woman, and she is alone. Are we afraid of just one person? The burly man dismissed the warnings and pushed aside the obstacles. Attempting to enter the room, Xia Xiaoman exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to vomit as she drew a watermelon knife from behind her waist, holding the axe in her right hand and the knife in her left, slowly advancing towards the entrance. The burly man shot her a provocative look, and she cautiously stepped forward, seeking an advantageous angle. Suddenly, she halted and flung the knife from her left hand. The burly man instinctively dodged, at which point Xia Xiaoman summoned all her strength to hurl the axe. The axe struck true, embedding itself firmly in the burly man's skull. The technique of throwing an axe was one she had honed since childhood. When her parents denied her sufficient meals, she had learned to hunt small birds or wild rabbits to stave off hunger by throwing her axe to kill her prey. After 2 or 3 years without practice, her accuracy remained astonishingly high. The bald man turned pale, frozen in place. When he saw Xia Xiaoman draw another watermelon knife, he panicked and hastily pushed the others forward. Retreating swiftly, the others who entered the room were horrified at the sight of the axe lodged in the burly man's head and fled in terror. The allure of beautiful university students and plentiful supplies was rendered insignificant in the face of imminent death. The forcibly opened door was slammed shut once more. Xia Xiaoman stood still for a moment, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming her senses, the sensation of her axe sinking into flesh replaying in her mind. Unable to contain herself any longer, she leaned against the wall and expelled her stomach's contents. Time slipped away, and eventually, the rhythmic clanging of metal caught her attention. Following the sound, she approached the balcony. Xia Xiaoman. Zhou Qiang called out, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Xia Xiaoman wished to assure him that she was unharmed, but as she opened her mouth, she realized her throat was too hoarse to produce sound, so she tapped the security bars in response, indicating that she was fine. The distraction provided by Zhou Qiang alleviated her distress somewhat, and she summoned the strength to dispose of the 2 corpses through the window. After cleaning the blood and cold sweat from her face and changing into fresh clothing, Xia Xiaoman lay on her bed, emptying her mind. It was madness. She had taken a life. She wondered if, after the flood receded, she would be apprehended and imprisoned. In a haze, she dozed off, only to awaken as darkness enveloped the outside world once more, her stomach twisting in protest. Xia Xiaoman had little appetite, merely nibbling on a packet of biscuits to quell her hunger. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps and the sounds of furniture being pushed and pulled echoed from the rooftop. Realizing something, she cleared the door of its blockade, peering through the peephole. The individuals who had once crouched in the corridor had vanished. The door to 702 stood ajar, revealing an empty interior. Xia Xiaoman knocked on the balcony of 703, and after a prolonged wait, Zhou Qiang finally appeared. The people in the corridor have all disappeared. Do you know where they went? Zhou Qiang pointed upward, repeatedly stating that everyone had fled to the 8th floor. It was then that Xia Xiaoman noticed the flood had risen to the 6th floor, mere meters below her balcony. Glancing at the raging storm outside, she returned to the entrance, cautiously opening the door. Confirming that no one was outside, she tightened her grip on the axe and tiptoed into the hall. Approaching 704, she knocked on the door. "Sun Qing, it's Xia Xiaoman. Please open the door, I need to discuss something with you." After a lengthy wait, Sun Qing finally cracked open the door. "What are you doing out?"
Come in.
"Wait," Xia Xiaoman responded, moving to knock on 703 before returning with Zhou Qiang in tow to 704. Upon entering the house, Xia Xiaoman was met with a series of indescribable groans and cries. "Sun Qing, Noticing her puzzled expression, sighed in resignation, lamenting how those scoundrels were wreaking havoc upstairs. Zhou Qiuyang furrowed his brow. A bunch of worthless scum. Xia Xiaoman paused for a moment, grasping the implication of Sun Qing's words. Do you want to go upstairs to help? This question plunged Sun Qing, Yi Xiaojie, and Zhou Qiuyang into silence. Sun Qing slowly shook her head, stating that there were far too many of them, and their intervention would be futile, possibly even dangerous. I know this may make you think I am cold-hearted, she added. Zhou Qiuyang took a deep breath and said, when the 8th floor quietly installed a door at the stairwell without notifying us, it was clear they did not wish to ally with us. When the ruckus erupted on the 7th floor, the 8th floor residents did not come down to assist us. Therefore, now that the 8th floor is in trouble, I cannot repay malice with kindness by helping them. Those individuals are indeed scoundrels, but the 8th floor residents are not necessarily virtuous either. I can understand why the 8th floor opted not to risk coming down to aid us. However, now that they're suffering, I cannot be expected to take such risks on their behalf. I am not that magnanimous. Yi Xiaojie nodded in agreement, asserting that in chaotic times, one should not indulge in misplaced compassion. Listening to their conversation, Xia Xiaoman felt a quiet relief, fearing that these individuals might act impulsively in their youthful fervor. Since we will not concern ourselves with the 8th floor residents, let's discuss how to leave this place. The water level has already risen to the 6th floor, and by tomorrow evening at the latest, it will reach the 7th floor. If we do not depart, we will either drown or have to compete with the 8th floor residents for territory. Sun Qing frowned, expressing her concerns about the fierce winds outside, fearing they would be swept away the moment they stepped out. Chapter 17. Moving house. The fierce winds ravaged the rain, sending droplets flying in all directions. Venturing out at this moment would be akin to seeking one's demise. Xia Xiaoman remarked, I did not sleep at all last night. I noticed that around 7 or 8 in the morning, the winds outside are significantly weaker than at night. We could take advantage of the calmer morning winds to leave. Strong convection occurs in cycles. Even the forces of nature require respite. I have also observed that during the day, the winds have been notably milder, and the rainfall is less severe than at night. Zhou Qiuyang, having spent the day at home with nothing to do, had been staring vacantly at the tempest outside and had long since recognized the daytime calm. However, at that time, he did not consider the possibility of moving amidst the storm, so he did not share this insight with his neighbors. Sun Qing glanced at Yi Xiaojie and, seeing no objections, suggested, let us assess the situation in the morning. If the winds are manageable, we shall depart together. Compared to competing for territory with the 8th floor, Sun Qing preferred the risk of moving. It was not that she feared a confrontation with the 8th floor, rather, she believed it was equally unsafe. If the flood continues to rise, even if they seized the 8th floor, they would still be destined to relocate, so it was wiser to leave directly. The 4 of them resolved to head to the Chenyang community, with the final decision regarding settling there to be based on the situation tomorrow. Should they encounter a suitable place to stop along the way, they could do so. If not, Chenyang community would serve as their last resort. By 7 in the morning, the wind and rain gradually subsided. Zhou Qiuyang, having been vigilant about the weather, noticed the diminished winds and promptly knocked on Xia Xiaoman's balcony to inform her before swiftly notifying Sun Qing and the others. In just one night, the water level had risen several meters, flooding the corridor and windowsills. 15 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman and the others each took turns passing a kayak out through the window. The winds remained brisk. As soon as the kayak was released, a gust swept it several meters away. Fortunately, they had secured it with a rope beforehand, allowing Zhou Qiuyang to pull it back. Xia Xiaoman tossed some supplies onto the kayak, anchoring it to prevent it from drifting away. The 3 families had gathered a considerable amount of supplies, and it took them over half an hour to board the kayak and leave the community. They were fortunate that the direction they were heading was downwind, allowing the kayak to glide effortlessly forward. Thanks to their ample supplies, they had tied several inflatable mattresses behind to weigh down the load, preventing the kayak from capsizing. Ahead, someone was spotted. Zhou Qiuyang pointed to a figure floating in the water. Before Xia Xiaoman could discern the details, Yi Xiaojie remarked, "It's a corpse. The body is already bloated." Zhou Qiuyang's face turned pale, and he silently steered the kayak away, navigating around the body. Many people were crowding the windows on either side of the street, pleading for help. Xia Xiaoman and her companions chose to ignore them, focusing on rowing and seeking a safe place to land. They passed several high-rise communities along the way, but the sheer number of people within those buildings made it akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. In addition to the high-rises, they also encountered several office buildings and skyscrapers, but it appeared that there were residents inside, likely rescue teams relocating individuals amidst the storm. Xia Xiaoman and her group were dissatisfied with the high-rises they encountered along the journey, ultimately arriving at the Chenyang community. The Chenyang community consisted of bare units, devoid of anything but doors and windows. Perhaps due to this reason, the rescue teams had not designated it as a relocation site. The community was eerily empty, save for a few new homeowners who had moved in and renovated their properties. They chose a building close to the roadside and moved in through the balcony. The building stood 25 stories tall, with the first 2 floors housing shops, now submerged up to the 7th floor. It took Xia Xiaoman and her companions 4 or 5 trips to transport all their supplies to the 13th floor. This level was neither too high nor too low. No matter how high the flood rose, it would not reach them. With several floors separating them from the floodwaters, the humidity was less oppressive. The layout of the unit comprised 4 households per 2 elevators. The northern unit was a 4-bedroom, 2 living room layout, but the northern winds were quite strong, having blown off the balcony door and windows. The southern unit was a smaller 3-bedroom, 2 living room layout that was shielded from the wind and relatively dry. Zhou Chuyang voluntarily suggested taking the northern unit, allowing Xia Xiaoman and Sun Qing to occupy the southern units 3 and 4. The door lock was pried open by Sun Qing using a wire, without damaging the lock core, allowing it to function normally. Xia Xiaoman locked the door behind her and retrieved a broom from her supplies to clean the room. The bare unit was covered in dust, and a few sweeps revealed a considerable amount of debris. After 3 rounds of sweeping, the dust and cement fragments were finally cleared away. After drying the inflatable mattresses, Xia Xiaoman took out some ingredients to prepare lunch. Having eaten noodles and buns for several consecutive days, she craved rice today. With limited ingredients, she used a clay pot to cook a pot of rice, placing 2 pieces of Cantonese sausage on top as it neared completion, along with an egg in the center, drizzled with a bit of soy sauce. Covering the pot, she added a ring of peanut oil on the lid and let it simmer for a few more minutes, resulting in a fragrant clay pot rice. The only downside was the absence of vegetables. Sighing, Xia Xiaoman retrieved an unopened jar of pickled radish, adding a few chopsticks worth to the clay pot as a substitute for greens. After satisfying their hunger, they rested for 2 hours. Xia Xiaoman knocked on the door of the neighboring unit, 1303. Sun Qing, still groggy from sleep, clearly had just awakened from a nap. Xiaoman, is something wrong? Nothing major. I just wanted to practice some sparring with Xiaojia. Have you not rested yet? Sun Qing yawned, revealing that she had been awake for some time, but felt sore all over and was reluctant to get up, idling in bed with her phone. Xia Xiaoman was surprised. Your phone still has signal? No, there has been no signal since the day of the strong convection, but I downloaded some single-player games. So, I played them to pass the time. She turned to let Xia Xiaoman inside. Inside, Sun Qing and her companions had neatly organized their supplies. The floor and walls were clean, suggesting they had been tidied. Yi Xiaojia was on the balcony collecting rainwater and nodded in greeting upon seeing Xia Xiaoman enter. What are you doing gathering water? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Flushing the toilet, washing up, and doing laundry. All of these require water. Don't you collect rainwater? Sun Qing gazed at Xia Xiaoman in confusion. Indeed, she did not collect rainwater. She used plastic bags for the toilet, relied on bottled water from her space for washing up, and discarded dirty clothes into her space, planning to wash them when life became more convenient. She rarely used water, which is why the thought of collecting rainwater had never crossed her mind. Now, prompted by Sun Qing, she contemplated the possibility of gathering more rainwater. Water bills in the city are not cheap, and she had to pay several dozen yuan each month. If she collected more rainwater and utilized it in the future, she could save a significant amount on her water bill. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She resolved to create a rainwater collection system later and focus on learning Sonda from Yi Xiaojia for now. Chapter 18. New neighbors. Yi Xiaojia had always been shorter than her peers, yet her delicate and charming appearance attracted many young boys who wished to play with her. In childhood, lacking understanding, these boys would often tug at her hair or place caterpillars on her desk to frighten her. When her parents learned from her teacher that she was being bullied in kindergarten, they enrolled her in Sonda classes to empower her to defend herself. Initially resistant, she grew to love martial arts over time. She had studied various forms of martial arts throughout the nation and even dabbled in boxing from abroad. But her true expertise lay in Sonda. Perhaps due to her long-term practice, Yi Xiaojie possessed a composed demeanor. Rather than immediately teaching Xia Xiaoman, she first engaged her in a friendly sparring match. After their exchange, she discerned how to instruct Xia Xiaoman. Her strengths lay in her great strength and stable stance, while her weaknesses included a lack of practical experience and flexibility, with her techniques lacking coherence. Instant improvement in flexibility was unattainable, but she could teach her pressure point strikes. The human body has 720 acupuncture points. Striking the Zhongmen point beneath the ribs could render a person instantly powerless, causing pain even in breathing. A blow to the temple could induce dizziness and unconsciousness, while striking the ear gate could similarly cause fainting. Yi Xiaojie earnestly educated Xia Xiaoman about the body's acupuncture points, what could induce fainting, what could sap strength, and what could amplify pain. Xia Xiaoman diligently took notes, returning midway to fetch a notebook and pen. During the lesson, Zhou Qiuyang also arrived to learn. Yi Xiaojie and Sun Qing assumed the roles of teachers, one explaining concepts while the other acted as a model, assisting Yi Xiaojie in demonstrating the points. Within a few short days, Xia Xiaoman benefited immensely. Yi Xiaojie dedicated an hour to theoretical instruction each day, followed by 2 hours of physical training, and the remaining time was devoted to practicing the techniques she taught. In the final hour, she paired Xia Xiaoman and Zhou Qiuyang for sparring, not merely light exchanges, but genuine bouts, with punches landing. Since beginning her Sonda training, Xia Xiaoman had not gone a day without bruises. On the third day after moving to Qinyang community, the wind had noticeably died down, and the rainfall had decreased significantly. Compared to the weather of the previous days, it could now be described as a gentle drizzle. After finishing a round of physical training, Zhou Qiuyang sat against the wall to rest. The weather outside had improved considerably. Should we venture out? Xia Xiaoman had little interest in going out, as her supplies and her space could sustain her for a while. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie shared her sentiment. With the rain lessening, it seemed prudent to wait until the flood receded before venturing out. However, considering that they had previously gone out while leaving Zhou Qiuyang alone to guard the home, it felt somewhat inconsiderate to deny his desire to go out now. After deliberation, they agreed that Xia Xiaoman would stay home while the others ventured out to see if they could encounter a rescue team and gather information about the current situation. Alone at home with no entertainment options, Xia Xiaoman repeatedly practiced all the techniques Yi Xiaojie had taught her. When fatigued, she would rest for 10 minutes before resuming her practice. As evening approached at 6 o'clock, Sun Qing and the others had yet to return. Standing on the balcony of 1302, she scanned the surroundings with binoculars, but did not spot them, her heart beginning to fill with worry. As 8 o'clock approached, a faint light finally appeared on the street. After observing for a while, she confirmed it was Sun Qing and the others before heading downstairs to greet them. Just in case, she tucked an axe and a watermelon knife behind her waist. Over the course of the day, the water had receded by more than half a floor. The flood that had risen to be level with the 9th floor had now dropped to within 10 centimeters of the 8th floor. Upon reaching the 8th floor, she heard Sun Qing's hoarse voice cautioning, "Be careful. First, bring Lingling up." A flashlight illuminated the balcony, revealing a 5- or 6-year-old girl being carried in by a man. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Had the neighbors shown extraordinary kindness by returning with 2 children? No. It was 3. After the little girl was brought inside, the man returned to carry in a boy who looked exactly like her. "Xiaoman, come help." Upon hearing Sun Qing's call, Xia Xiaoman snapped back to reality and rushed to the balcony to assist with the supplies. Upon seeing Sun Qing and her companions, her brow furrowed. "What happened to you all? You look injured." Sun Qing had bandages wrapped around her shoulder and left arm, blood seeping through. A bruise encircled her neck, clearly indicating she had been choked, explaining her hoarse voice. Zhou Qiuyang was also wrapped in bandages, his complexion pale and resembling someone on the verge of fainting. The least injured was Yi Xiaojie, who had a cut on her right leg, the bandage insufficient and the wound now white from exposure to rainwater. Sun Qing forced a smile and said, "We encountered some robbers. Luckily, our coach was with us. Otherwise, we might not have made it back. You should conserve your voice. Come here, I'll support you upstairs." The man referred to as coach by Sun Qing lifted her and placed her on the balcony railing. Xia Xiaoman supported her as she jumped down, followed closely by Yi Xiaojie. Zhou Qiuyang was too severely injured to move. The coach hoisted Zhou Qiuyang onto his back and carefully lifted him into the balcony.
You must be Xia Xiaoman.
Please take them upstairs first. I'll handle things here. The coach instructed before turning to gather supplies from the balcony. Xia Xiaoman glanced at Sun Qing and the others, and Yi Xiaojie explained. He is my and Qing's boxing coach, Wen Jianfeng. These are his children, Wen Su and Wen Ling. Coach Wen is a decent person. He won to take our supplies. If you're really worried, you can take little Su and Lingling upstairs first. With the children in tow, Coach Wen wouldn't be able to run off with the supplies. Xia Xiaoman was not concerned about Coach when taking their supplies. They belonged to Sun Qing. And since they didn't mind, she had no reason to object. Sun Qing's injuries were on her arm and shoulder, so she did not require assistance. Yi Xiaojie's leg was injured but not severely. With some discomfort, she could still manage to walk. The only one unable to move was Zhou Chuyang, who appeared to be suffering from significant blood loss, his strength waning. Xia Xiaoman squatted in front of him, lifting him onto her back and turning to the twins standing aside, seemingly at a loss. Come on, little ones. The twins glanced at their father, receiving a nod of approval from Wen Jianfeng before eagerly following Xia Xiaoman. Chapter 19. Neighbors unexpectedly injured. Zhou Chuyang's injuries were severe. A deep knife wound exposed bone, flesh rolling outward. Xia Xiaoman frowned. Such a wound required stitches. Didn't you go out to find a rescue team? Did you find out where there might be a doctor? Yi Xiaojie shook her head. After we were injured, we tried to locate the rescue team, but we found nothing. We were concerned that if Zhou Chuyang remained in the rain too long, he wouldn't survive, so we decided to bring him back first. If we had sutures, I could attempt to stitch his wound, but unfortunately mine are at school. Xia Xiaoman's eyes brightened. Are you a medical student? No, I am studying veterinary medicine. Previously, I purchased a suture kit to practice on surgical debridement, which contains sutures and needles. Although the quality of these sutures is somewhat inferior, they can still be utilized after proper sterilization. I have the sutures. Please wait a moment while I retrieve them for you. Xia Xiaoman rose and hurried back into the house. Within one of the small boxes she had discovered in the underwater pharmacy warehouse were indeed the sutures. Yi Xiaojie examined the sutures she brought back. They were 12 ARC 412 cosmetic sutures, packaged in a box containing 10 small packets, each sealed in individual bags. While this provided a commendable barrier, she still opted to sterilize them with boiling water before proceeding with the suturing. She did not inquire further about Xia Xiaoman's possession of sutures, as such items are not particularly rare. Outdoor enthusiasts and those in hazardous professions usually keep them at home. Sun Qing had previously purchased a pack but lost it during a hiking expedition. Xia Xiaoman had an abundance of medical supplies, but she did not take out all the necessary medications, only providing the sutures. The iodine and Yunnan Baiyao powder were contributed by the families of Sun Qing and Wen Jianfeng, while Zhou Chuyang provided anti-inflammatory medication. Though it seemed he was the only one in need of it, as both Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie were in relatively good condition. After tending to the wounds, Xia Xiaoman generously prepared a pot of noodles. The noodles were from Sun Qing's family, while the seasonings and gas came from Zhou Chuyang's household. Xia Xiaoman contributed 2 cans of luncheon meat. While cooking the noodles, Yi Xiaojie briefly recounted how they had sustained their injuries. They had ventured out of the community for over an hour when they encountered 2 rescue workers. They informed them that disasters were occurring nationwide, and that the rescue efforts in their country were understaffed, urging the public to take initiative for self-rescue. The grain depot in Floating City had been submerged, leading to a scarcity of food. Currently, there were no resources to distribute food freely, encouraging individuals to salvage supplies from the water, which could be exchanged for food at relief stations. The words of the rescue workers, while seemingly aimed at managing food distribution through salvaging, were, in reality, a means to mobilize the public to assist in collecting resources for the swift reconstruction of Floating City. Simultaneously, they sought to divert the public's focus from relying solely on authorities, promoting self-reliance in resource recovery. Of course, these sentiments were not openly expressed by the rescue workers. They were merely Yi Xiaojie's conjectures. Understanding that the authorities expected them to independently salvage materials, they resolved to gather some supplies before returning. However, this endeavor nearly cost them their lives. Although the severe weather had subsided and the floodwaters receded somewhat, the water level remained alarmingly high. Typically, supermarkets and shops are located on the 1st or 2nd floors, occasionally reaching the 3rd or 4th. Now, the water level reached the 6th or 7th floors, making it nearly impossible to access supermarkets without diving equipment. Yi Xiaojie and her companions had not brought any diving gear, as their primary purpose for venturing out was to gather information, so they, like others, attempted to salvage items floating on the surface. They were not the only ones seeking to retrieve supplies. Many others, having received news, also ventured out. Among a group navigating handmade rafts, Yi Xiaojie and her companion's kayak stood out conspicuously. Their visibility attracted attention, and as they entered an office building, they were ambushed. Outnumbered and facing young, vigorous assailants. Even Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie, despite their combat training, could not avoid sustaining injuries. Just as Sun Qing was on the verge of being strangled, when Jianfeng fortuitously arrived at the office building in search of supplies. Hearing the commotion, he initially considered ignoring it, but upon hearing Yi Xiaojie's call for Sun Qing, he turned back. Discovering it was indeed Sun Qing in peril, he intervened without hesitation. The assailants were quickly overwhelmed, and when Jianfeng, with little effort, chased them away. Noting that Sun Qing and her companions were significantly injured, he offered to take them to his home nearby for treatment. While attending to their wounds, trouble arose when Jianfeng's wife and brother-in-law arrived to cause a scene. After giving birth, his wife had suffered poor health and passed away when their twins were 3 years old. Her family had a traditional mindset, valuing sons over daughters, treating their daughter merely as a vessel for blood. However, her strong disposition led her to refuse to become a financial support for her family after entering the workforce, providing only a fixed allowance each month. Perhaps due to her childhood lack of personal space, when Jianfeng's wife worked tirelessly to save money, eventually purchasing a home of her own, which is where Jianfeng currently resides. Her brother-in-law's home had been flooded, and taking advantage of the light rain, he shamelessly approached Jianfeng, claiming the house belonged to his late sister and that he should inherit it. Infuriated, Jianfeng promptly gave his brother-in-law a severe beating, leaving him bloodied. Xia Xiaoman felt perplexed. If he could fend off the attackers, why did he need to move? Because the building was on the verge of collapse. Jianfeng felt dejected. The house had been constructed many years prior and had been submerged for an extended period, causing it to lean precariously. The residence was filled with memories of his wife and children, and he was reluctant to leave unless absolutely necessary. On the way back with Sun Qing and the others, he noticed the house's instability, realizing that continuing to live there could pose a danger. He himself was unconcerned, but he had 2 children to consider.
Ye Xiaojie remarqued.
I thought the coach had nowhere to go, and since we have so many vacant rooms here, I suggested he stay with us temporarily. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. This way, our 13th floor will be fully occupied. After hearing the events unfold, she felt no strong aversion to Jianfeng's family. He was a father with 2 children, and if anyone should be frightened, it was he. That night, no supplies were distributed, and all they returned with were Jianfeng's household items. Although they did not acquire any supplies, they at least gleaned an important piece of information. Floating City was encouraging the public to salvage materials, which meant that starting tomorrow, she could freely dive into the depths for a zero-cost shopping spree. Chapter 20. Underwater Supermarket Free Shopping Spree. That night, Zhou Qiuyang indeed developed a fever. Having sustained such severe injuries and been exposed to the rain, it was entirely normal for his wounds to become inflamed and cause a fever. The next morning, Xia Xiaoman encountered Jianfeng, who looked exhausted as he exited Zhou Qiuyang's home, only then realizing he had cared for Zhou Qiuyang throughout the night. Jianfeng noticed Xia Xiaoman holding a pack of instant noodles and inquired, "Are you preparing breakfast for Xiaoyang?" Xia Xiaoman affirmed, given his condition, he likely won't be able to make breakfast. Sick individuals shouldn't consume instant noodles. They are too heating. I've made porridge. You can take the noodles back. Xia Xiaoman was somewhat surprised. You can cook? Jianfeng smiled. Cooking is not a difficult task. My skills are quite good. I will show you sometime. Xia Xiaoman paused, as it was her impression that men typically did not cook. Kitchen duties were traditionally regarded as women's work, a notion instilled in her by her mother throughout her life. However, she did not subscribe to this belief and was unwilling to become a woman like her mother, which is why she had strived so hard to escape that small mountain village. Are you going out to salvage supplies later? Upon hearing Jianfeng's question, Xia Xiaoman snapped back to attention. You haven't slept all night. Do you still have the energy to go salvage supplies? Jianfeng nodded. It's nothing. I've often stayed up late. There's little food at home, and I need to find something for Ling Ling and the others. All right. I will return for breakfast and gather in half an hour. The salvage operation needed to commence early. Everyone in the city was engaged in the effort, and delaying even slightly could result in finding nothing at all. Xia Xiaoman had initially intended to lend Jianfeng her spare diving equipment, but discovered that he had already borrowed a set from Sun Qing. When Jianfeng entrusted the twins to Sun Qing and the others' care before taking the diving gear and kayak with Xia Xiaoman as they set out. Before departing, the two had already agreed upon their route. Equipped with diving apparatus, they could reach the depths of the water where others could not, thus avoiding aimlessly scavenging for floating debris on the surface. The two unanimously decided to head to the nearest supermarket to the Chenyang community. This was a large international brand supermarket, sprawling over more than 20,000 square meters, offering a plethora of necessities for living, making it a veritable treasure trove for salvage operations. As the floodwaters receded to the 7th floor, Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng departed from the balcony of the 7th floor. They paddled their kayak for over an hour before finally arriving at their destination. Upon reaching the supermarket, they found a considerable number of individuals present. The water surface was dotted with several homemade rafts, 3 kayaks, a rubber fishing boat, and a speedboat. They were not the only ones equipped with diving gear. Those operating the speedboat, the fishing boat, and one of the kayaks were similarly equipped. The speedboat was tethered to a large raft, which bore a collection of recently salvaged goods, indicating that they had been at this endeavor for quite some time. Several groups nearby were watching the speedboat with keen interest. Yet the occupants remained unfazed, even displaying a provocative grin. When Jianfeng whispered, "Xiaoman, once I dive in, try not to stray far from the crowd. If anyone attempts to seize the kayak, paddle it towards the crowd to create a diversion and make your escape. If the kayak becomes untenable, abandon it. Your safety is paramount." Xia Xiaoman, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity for an underwater treasure hunt, replied, "Coach, I am a good swimmer and have experience diving. I believe I am safer underwater than on the surface." Wen Jianfeng shook his head disapprovingly. "No, there will be many divers. Moving alone with diving gear can impede your actions, and if surrounded, you could be in grave danger." "Rest assured, I will be fine," Xia Xiaoman retorted, disregarding his objections, donned her diving gear, and plunged into the water. Underwater, she indeed encountered many others. As soon as she submerged, she spotted 2 or 3 individuals swimming upwards, presumably eager to deliver some newfound treasures. Xia Xiaoman did not engage them but swam directly towards the supermarket entrance. However, before she could reach it, she noticed 2 individuals guarding the entrance, preventing others from entering. At the same time, she sensed an unusual disturbance in the water behind her. Turning around, she saw a shadow lurking behind, attempting to seize her oxygen tank. Noticing that he was unarmed, Xia Xiaoman swiftly pivoted, kicking her feet toward him while drawing a sharp knife from her gear, aiming it at the shadow's neck. Caught off guard, the man did not comprehend why Xia Xiaoman had suddenly lunged at him. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and the murky water around him transformed into a crimson mist. With a forceful kick, Xia Xiaoman pushed him away and swam aside, intent on finding another entrance to the supermarket. The shadow's companion, witnessing his comrade's gradual descent, realized that the fool had failed and immediately swam towards Xia Xiaoman with urgency. Aware that someone was pursuing her, Xia Xiaoman remained calm and found an unguarded entrance, pausing to quietly assess the ripples behind her. After waiting for about 10 seconds, she unsheathed the axe strapped to her thigh and abruptly turned to strike. The assailant reacted swiftly, evading her attack by sidestepping. Xia Xiaoman swung the axe again. However, the resistance of the water hindered her motion, and before she could bring it down, the opponent had grasped her hand. Using his force, she leaned forward while drawing a watermelon knife from her gear, plunging it into his neck. With the threat neutralized, Xia Xiaoman pried open the supermarket's main doors and swam inside. The supermarket, newly constructed within the past few years, was built with sturdy materials and had withstood the flooding without collapsing, leaving its goods trapped inside. As she opened the door, a rush of floating debris surged out. Xia Xiaoman grabbed a bag of floating items, examining its contents, puffed snacks such as potato chips and chicken nuggets. She did not intend to collect these trifles, but casually stowed some into her gear, and once the debris dispersed, she slipped inside. The primary objective of this dive was to locate the warehouse, where the substantial goods awaited. Collecting these random snacks would be cumbersome and insufficient for hunger. The supermarket was vast and unfamiliar with its layout. Xia Xiaoman searched for quite some time before finally discovering a warehouse. As she began to pry open the door, she noticed lights illuminating in the distance, indicating that someone was approaching. Undeterred, she continued her efforts. Before long, the lights drew nearer, and when the individual was within 10 meters, Xia Xiaoman raised her axe, gesturing towards the distant shelves, signaling him to retreat and search for supplies elsewhere. However, the individual seemed oblivious, swimming steadily in her direction. Xia Xiaoman's grip on her axe tightened, her gaze fixed on the approaching figure. Just when she anticipated another confrontation, the person approached with a gesture indicating a pause, slowly making their way towards her. Confused, Xia Xiaoman wondered what his intentions were. Upon reaching her, he pointed at the door lock, producing 2 wires from his clothing. Mimicking the action of unlocking a door, Xia Xiaoman understood, stepping back to allow him space, inviting him to proceed with the task. The man waved his hand, indicating his reluctance to work for free. After gesturing for a preferential selection, he insisted that he choose first from the goods once the door was opened. Before she could enter, Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement, knowing that whatever he selected would ultimately belong to her. With terms established, he set about unlocking the door. There was a stark contrast between the professional and the amateur. While Xia Xiaoman struggled for over 10 minutes without success, he managed to unlock the door in less than 2 minutes. Upon entering, he found a collection of toiletries such as shampoos and body washes. He took 2 bottles but discarded them, disinterested, swimming back out empty-handed. Xia Xiaoman, recognizing the items, collected them all into her gear, emerging as empty-handed as he. Presuming Xia Xiaoman was uninterested in such items, the man thought little of it. Together, they sought the next warehouse. The subsequent one contained fruits, which had become spoiled after weeks submerged. Upon opening the door, the murky water inside resembled a repugnant sludge, nearly causing both to retch. The third warehouse held beverages. Xia Xiaoman recalled news reports stating that drinks submerged in water were unsafe, as contaminants could seep through the screw caps. Thus, she refused to take any. The other individual, however, was tempted but soon realized that the beverages were too heavy to carry, reluctantly glancing back before moving on to search for the next warehouse. The fourth warehouse held tobacco and alcohol. The cigarettes were ruined, but the bottles of liquor remained well sealed, likely still usable. After the lockpicker finished his selection, Xia Xiaoman collected all the remaining liquor into her gear. After 4 consecutive warehouses yielded nothing of value, Xia Xiaoman halted the lockpicker, gesturing around them, indicating the need to locate the food or grain section, as the storage for such items should be nearby. The lockpicker found her reasoning sound, and together they resumed their search for food storage. With a clear objective, their search became significantly easier. Before long, they located the food section. The lockpicker, excitedly gesturing towards the area, was about to swim over when Xia Xiaoman abruptly pulled him back, pressing him behind a shelf while signaling for him to extinguish his light. Though confused, he complied and turned off the illumination. Moments later, they spotted 3 or 4 individuals in the food section, utilizing a fishing net to collect found items, which they tossed into the net until it was full, then they pulled it away together. Once the individuals swam far enough away, Xia Xiaoman tapped the lockpicker on the shoulder, signaling him to follow swiftly. Indeed, the food section had a warehouse. Its door was slightly deformed, likely due to those individuals' failed attempts to break in, leading them to settle for scavenging from the shelves. Xia Xiaoman urged the individual to hasten his efforts at picking the lock, for that group could return at any moment. Once the warehouse door was pried open, he eagerly rushed inside. This warehouse was significantly larger than the 4 he had previously breached, filled to the brim with rice, flour, grains, and various canned condiments. Overwhelmed by the bounty before him, he made several trips to haul out supplies. However, during his 8th venture, Xia Xiaoman's patience waned, and she gestured at him. "Are you able to carry all this? It's best to take just enough." The man, unperturbed, signaled back. "Help me carry some. If I hadn't opened the door, you wouldn't have found a single item. Assist me, and consider it my reward for picking the lock." Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, disregarding their agreement, and began exploring the warehouse on her own. The man, displeased, grabbed her leg to prevent her entry. Infuriated, she kicked him away. At that moment, the 4 individuals who had previously gathered a fishing net reappeared, their excitement palpable as they approached the open warehouse.
Sans signe danger.
The lockpicker grabbed his supplies and attempted to flee. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air, striking his cargo. Startled, the lockpicker abandoned his goods and bolted. As a second arrow flew toward him, he swam towards Xia Xiaoman, evidently intending to use her as a human shield. Amused, Xia Xiaoman realized he was trying to make her a scapegoat, questioning why he sought her assistance if he possessed such skills in lockpicking. The assailants wielded a spear gun. Xia Xiaoman pivoted to evade the attack, but felt a sudden tug from behind. Astonishingly, the lockpicker had yanked her oxygen tank away. In dire straits, she prioritized escaping over retaliating, holding her breath as she swiftly swam into the warehouse and locked the door behind her. Outside, seeing Xia Xiaoman enter the warehouse, the lockpicker immediately fled. The group split, with 2 pursuing him and 2 remaining behind to guard the entrance, convinced that Xia Xiaoman, lacking an oxygen tank, would soon emerge gasping for air. Unbeknownst to them, upon entering the warehouse, Xia Xiaoman promptly retrieved a new oxygen tank from her spatial storage. Once she regained her breath, she moved all the shelves to block the door, methodically stowing the supplies into her space. Outside, the door trembled as the assailants relentlessly pounded against it, attempting to force it open. After collecting her supplies, Xia Xiaoman swam near the door, waiting for the water surface to calm before quietly retrieving the items that blocked the entrance. She then stealthily unlocked the door, maneuvering to a position above it, resting upside down against the ceiling. Securing her stance, Xia Xiaoman extracted a watermelon knife from her space, wedging it into the door crack to create an opening. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a dark figure swam inside. As the figure approached the threshold, Xia Xiaoman propelled herself away with force, gripping the knife and swiftly embedding it into the intruder's neck. Blood gushed forth, and though she could not breathe through her nose, the metallic scent of blood filled her senses. The other 3 outside witnessed their comrade's swift demise and retreated cautiously. They surmised Xia Xiaoman's hiding spot and conferred on their strategy. After approximately 2 minutes, they simultaneously swam towards the warehouse, one of them stealthily aiming the spear gun upward. Chapter 22. Underwater Supermarket. Zero-cost shopping. The warehouse was spacious, its double doors capable of admitting 4 individuals simultaneously. At that moment, Xia Xiaoman concealed herself above the center of the double doors. After waiting for about 5 minutes, both doors were kicked open simultaneously. Without hesitation, one intruder swam in and fired a shot at Xia Xiaoman. Anticipating their actions, Xia Xiaoman had prepared by retrieving numerous heavy items and shelves from her space just before the doors burst open. The assailant, upon entering and turning to shoot, found himself confronted by a myriad of shelves, which obstructed his arrow. By the time they realized the predicament and attempted to flee, the shelves had completely barred their escape. Xia Xiaoman activated a spotlight, peering through the gaps in the shelves to locate the 3 intruders, then fashioned a long pole with a dagger affixed to its end, striking at the trio through the shelves. Once she confirmed their lifelessness, she collected her trophies. Their diving gear remained intact, albeit secondhand. It held value. Particularly, the spear gun was a formidable underwater weapon not to be wasted. Additionally, she acquired a fishing net, suitable for gathering supplies. While searching the supermarket, she found no sign of the lockpicker, but did discover a section selling pharmaceuticals, amassing a stockpile of medicines. Other supplies were either too waterlogged to salvage or too mundane for frequent use, such as pots and pans, of which she had sufficient spare sets in her space. After a thorough search yielded little of utility, Xia Xiaoman departed. During her exit, she encountered several groups of individuals. However, perhaps due to her lack of visible spoils, they paid her no heed. Upon surfacing, Xia Xiaoman observed a shift in dynamics above water. Those aboard the speedboat looked grave as they scrutinized the surface, while nearby individuals who had previously kept their distance began to converge towards the speedboat. Meanwhile, those in kayaks appeared to be encircled. The rubber fishing boat, now under new ownership, floated amidst several corpses, the murky waters tainted with crimson. Wen Jianfeng, who had initially intended to remain close to the crowd, had distanced himself, calmly observing the scene from his kayak, as if fishing. Xia Xiaoman pinpointed his location and submerged once more, swimming towards him. Breaking the surface, she was met with Wen Jianfeng's blade. Startled, she barely grasped the situation before he sheathed it away. Xiaoman, my apologies, I mistook you for an assailant.
Truly sorry.
Wen Jianfeng exclaimed, pulling her aboard. Xia Xiaoman removed her diving gear and inquired, Instructor Wen, didn't you say it was safer to stay with the group? Why have you ventured out alone? He stowed her equipment and paddled, explaining, as soon as you submerged, those in kayaks began arguing with the speedboat occupants. They claimed the latter were too domineering, preventing others from entering the supermarket. The speedboat crew, emboldened by their spear guns, exhibited an arrogant demeanor, leading to fierce exchanges. Before long, it seemed 2 individuals from the kayak group had mysteriously vanished, and they accused the speedboat crew of foul play. nearly provoking a brawl. Not long after, the speedboat crew also went missing. They suspected the kayakers had secretly sabotaged them, which escalated into confrontation. Xia Xiaoman remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, the two individuals who initially followed me must belong to the kayak group, while the four who perished later were likely from the speedboat. What happened next? Why did they cease fighting?" she inquired. When Jianfeng gestured towards the rubber fishing boat, some attempted to take advantage of the chaos, but unexpectedly faced retaliation. The occupants of the fishing boat aimed to seize the speedboat amidst the conflict but were countered, allowing others to benefit. Others likely thought both groups suffered losses, perceiving an opportunity to claim either the kayak or the speedboat, thereby inching closer in preparation for an assault. Eventually, the two factions realized that should they engage in combat, the ultimate beneficiaries would be the onlookers, leading them to halt their skirmishes. "Have you encountered anything underwater? I hope you weren't injured?" When Jianfeng inquired. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No, I hid a cache of supplies." She gestured towards a relatively secluded spot not far away. "We can quietly go over there and grab it, then make our escape." When Jianfeng was taken aback. "I thought you had found nothing. With so many diving, and some harboring ill intentions, it's surprising you returned safely, let alone stashed away supplies." They stealthily paddled to the designated location, where Xia Xiaoman produced 4 climbing ropes adorned with clips and handed them to Wen Jianfeng before plunging into the water to retrieve a fishing net filled with supplies. Surfacing once more, she urged Wen Jianfeng to test if he could haul them up. He tugged but nearly toppled from the kayak. "How much did you manage to gather?" "It's so heavy." Xia Xiaoman frowned. "It's quite a bit. Let us inflate the spare kayak and mattress. With these, we should be able to transport the supplies." When Jianfeng glanced at the crowd nearby, no, that would attract too much attention. After pondering briefly, Xia Xiaoman submerged again, soon resurfacing with a spear gun. "If anyone tries to seize the supplies, we'll use this." When Jianfeng's eyes widened, "Where did you get that?" "That's none of your concern. Just know it's useful," she replied, climbing back onto the kayak and retrieving several inflatable mattresses and a folded kayak. In the distance, onlookers observed as Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng layered the inflatable mattresses to form a floating platform and secured it between 2 kayaks. Those quick on the uptake realized they must have acquired supplies, given the commotion. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman dived again. The fishing net was too full for Wen Jianfeng to lift, so she had to lighten the load, making multiple trips to bring the supplies up. Nearby, the sight of the gathered supplies sparked desire among the crowd. Wen Jianfeng, noting the approaching figures, did not shout them away, but remained focused on retrieving the supplies. Just as the leading raft drew within 5 meters, he suddenly released the rope and flung a small knife towards the individuals on the raft. The professional boxer's strength was formidable. When not training, his greatest pastime was throwing darts, and this was his first time using a real knife on a living target. The knife struck true, embedding itself in the thigh of his target, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Those who had approached halted their advance. When Jianfeng's cold gaze swept over them, "One more step forward, and that knife will find your head instead of your thigh." Under the weight of his authority, no one dared make a move. Yet, they did not retreat but rather encircled him as they had with the inflatable boat earlier. Estimating they had sufficiently filled the platform and kayak with supplies, Xia Xiaoman surfaced. Seeing the throng surrounding them, she hesitated momentarily, but upon noticing Wen Jianfeng's calm demeanor, she breathed a sigh of relief. A reliable teammate is indeed a treasure. Just as she was about to climb back onto the kayak, Wen Jianfeng suddenly hurled a small knife in the direction behind her. A scream erupted from behind. Xia Xiaoman glanced back to see a man tumble into the water, vibrant red spreading in the waves. The man had attempted to ambush Xia Xiaoman with a wooden stick, counting on Wen Jianfeng's panic at his companion's attack to seize the supplies. However, as he extended the stick, he was met with a knife to the chest, plunging into the water. Witnessing this, others who had harbored intentions of advancing quickly reconsidered, retreating into the crowd, biding their time. Xia Xiaoman climbed aboard the kayak, removed her diving gear, and brandished the spear gun. "Get lost. A bunch of freeloaders. Why are you staring at us instead of diving for the supplies below? Back off, or I'll send you to meet the Grim Reaper." The onlookers exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to retreat first. Growing impatient, Xia Xiaoman aimed the spear gun at the nearest raft. The occupants of the raft, realizing they were in her sights, hastily paddled backward, muttering, "Don't shoot, we're leaving." With one leading the retreat, the others followed suit, obediently backing away. After all, several kayaks and a swift boat awaited behind, with greater supplies to be found there. Once the crowd had put some distance between them, Xia Xiaoman lowered her spear gun and signaled Wen Jianfeng to paddle away quickly. What had taken them just over an hour to reach now took nearly 3 to 4 hours to return to the complex. Along the way, they encountered 5 attempted robberies, but each time, Wen Jianfeng's display of throwing knives sent the assailants fleeing. Xia Xiaoman, witnessing his prowess, resolved to learn from him upon their return. Such skills could prove life-saving. Upon reaching the complex, the floodwaters had receded to the 6th floor, creating an awkward height. With Wen Jianfeng's assistance, Xia Xiaoman managed to grab hold of the railing on the 7th floor balcony and hoist herself up. As she guarded the supplies, Wen Jianfeng transported them to the 13th floor. Not long after he departed with a bag of supplies, Xia Xiaoman heard footsteps descending from above. Assuming it was Sun Qing coming to help, she glanced up only to see 2 unfamiliar faces.
Who are you?
She asked, her right hand instinctively moving to her waist, eyeing them warily. Hello, sister. My name is Xiao Zhiyu, and this is my friend Su Ran. We just moved in today. The silver-haired youth approached with a smile. Do you need help carrying all those things upstairs? Xia Xiaoman's expression remained cold. Scram. You look too scrawny to be of any help. Xiao Zhiyu's smile faltered, sister. I assure you we mean no harm.
We truly just want to assist.
Don't call me sister. I have no weakling brothers. Seeing the disdain in Xia Xiaoman's eyes, Xiao Zhiyu forced a smile. If you don't need our help, we'll take our leave. Disheartened, he turned away. While an onlooker might have wondered what had transpired to provoke such a reaction from Xia Xiaoman, when Wen Jianfeng descended, he noticed Xiao Zhiyu's dejected demeanor but refrained from inquiring further, nodding in acknowledgement as he swiftly continued down. Xiao Zhiyu could no longer maintain his composure. Kicking the wall in frustration, then glaring at Su Ran, why didn't you speak up earlier? Did you not see how much loot they had? If you had spoken for me, we might have been able to join their group and avoid scavenging every day. Su Ran's eyes glinted with mockery. Do you really think they are fools? Do you believe a few words would gain you entry? Xiao Zhiyu scoffed. That is still better than you remaining silent, like a mute. Su Ran ignored the foolish banter and sauntered back to his room. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman, noticing Wen Jianfeng's arrival, inquired, Coach, did you encounter 2 men on your way down? Wen Jianfeng nodded, I did. I heard from Qing that they moved in just after we left. They seem slick-tongued. They don't strike me as good people, Xia Xiaoman mused. Later, let us find a way to replace the lock on the fire door with our own, so others can't access the 13th floor. Wen Jianfeng agreed, all right. I'll see what I can do this afternoon. They had managed to bring back a considerable amount of supplies, with Wen Jianfeng making about 10 trips before everything was moved. Due to the outing, only Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng were present, with Xia Xiaoman contributing the most effort. Thus, they decided to split the rewards with a ratio of 60 to 40, with Xia Xiaoman receiving the larger share. Additionally, they were each expected to set aside a small portion for Sun Qing and the others as a customary fee for watching over their belongings. After distributing the supplies, Xia Xiaoman returned home, consumed a modest meal, took a shower, and fell into a deep slumber. The strenuous nature of diving, compounded by the burden of carrying substantial supplies back, left her utterly exhausted. She barely lay on her bed for 5 minutes before succumbing to profound sleep. Upon awakening, the sky had darkened. In a daze, she recalled the matter of changing the door lock and, startled, sat upright. A sharp pain coursed through her body. She felt sore all over, particularly in her thigh muscles and arms, which ached and throbbed. It dawned on her that she had forgotten to apply the medicinal alcohol and ointment before sleeping. Just as she was about to rise, a chilling scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoed from outside. Xia Xiaoman hesitated momentarily, but quickly stood up and hurried out of her bedroom. Chapter 24. The oblivious Xiao Zhiyu and the harrowing screams reverberated throughout the building. Pressing her ear to the door, she listened for a moment, confirming that the sounds were not emanating from the corridor, before cautiously opening the door. Next door, in room 1303, Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia also quietly opened their doors. Noticing the corridor was empty, they stepped out to investigate the source of the screams. Armed with knives, the two moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridor. When Jianfeng, upon opening his door, was taken aback. What are you doing? Patrolling? Sun Qing chuckled awkwardly.
No.
We heard the screams and wanted to find out where they were coming from. There's no need to search. 2 groups of people came down from above. and it seems they have engaged in a fight. When Jianfeng, residing in room 2, had a balcony facing the street. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, he had replaced a lock on the fire door of the emergency exit. He stepped out onto the balcony to check the water level and observed a group entering from the 6th floor, while another group lingered nearby. Suspecting that the latter would come over as well, he decided to keep watch from the balcony. As anticipated, around 4 o'clock, the second group approached. The first group, having more supplies, chose to occupy the 10th floor, while the second group deliberately positioned themselves on the 11th floor, adjacent to the first. When Jianfeng observed someone on the 10th floor balcony collecting water, surmising it was the first group. When the second group reached the 11th floor, they peered down towards the 10th, inadvertently catching his eye. The latter group seemed motivated by the first's abundance of supplies, prompting them to follow in pursuit. Sun Qing grew anxious. What if they come up here during the fight? There are only 5 of us on this floor, 3 of whom are injured. If a confrontation occurs, we will surely be at a disadvantage. When Jianfeng shook his head, I'm not sure. However, even if they do come up, we shouldn't worry too much. Their numbers are similar to ours, around 7 or 8. In any skirmish, there will be injuries on both sides, and we may not necessarily lose. The focal point of the clash was likely near room 2, close to Wen Jianfeng's door, where the sounds of fighting and shouting were distinctly audible. The group listened intently to the commotion below when suddenly, the sound of the fire door's lock being turned reached their ears. The person outside twisted the handle twice, discovering it was locked, and then began knocking. Hey, is anyone in there? Can you open the door and let us in? Please, it's Xiao Zhiyuan. Something has happened downstairs. People are fighting and someone has been killed. I beg you, open the door and let us in. Xiao Zhiyuan's distinctive voice drifted in from outside. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, thinking, is this person a reincarnation of a fool? So obnoxiously loud. Sun Qing chuckled. Should we let them in? When Jianfeng pondered for a moment before responding, I personally suggest we let them in. I met those 2 yesterday, although they seem a bit crafty. They appear clear-minded and not malicious. The main reason is that we are too few in number, 7 people with 1 severely injured, 2 lightly injured, and 2 children. Only Xia Xiaoman and I can effectively defend ourselves. If we let them in, they can act as a buffer should anything arise. Xia Xiaoman understood Wen Jianfeng's implication. He wanted Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran to act as cannon fodder. She shrugged, indicating her agreement. If those 2 weaklings dared to cause trouble, they could simply be tossed out. Upon opening the door, Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran each dragged a suitcase inside. Sun Qing was somewhat surprised. You only have 2 suitcases? No supplies at all? Xiao Zhiyuan nodded. We live in a dormitory, so aside from personal items, we have nothing. Sun Qing replied. All 4 apartments here are occupied. If you don't mind, you can stay in the corridor. Just as Xiao Zhiyuan was about to protest, he heard Sun Qing add, if you do mind, you can leave now. Xiao Zhiyuan bit his lip, surveying the surroundings, and chose to charm the timid-looking Yi Xiaojia. Sister, I've practiced martial arts since childhood. If you don't want to be hit, just keep quiet. Yi Xiaojia remained expressionless. Xiao Zhiyuan then turned to Xia Xiaoman. She replied sincerely. Since childhood, I've been chopping wood with a hatchet. I'm quite skilled at it. Want to give it a try? Xiao Zhiyuan responded. Thanks for the invitation, but no. Sun Qing laughed, patting Xiao Zhiyuan cheerfully. Sister, I've practiced boxing since childhood, and 1 punch could crush your little head. Xiao Zhiyuan slumped, shrinking into a corner of the corridor, looking pitiful and helpless. Su Ran, not causing any trouble, politely expressed gratitude and found a spot to organize his belongings. The fighting downstairs continued for over 20 minutes, ending with 8 or 9 bodies lying below. The building fell silent, as the assailants likely sustained heavy injuries and did not come upstairs to cause them trouble. At 8 o'clock that evening, Xia Xiaoman decided to check on Zhou Chuyang in room 1301. Just as she opened the door, a ghastly pale face appeared in the corridor. Xia Xiaoman instinctively tightened her grip on the axe at her waist, ready to throw it, when one of the ghostly faces spoke. Sister, I'm so hungry. Could you lend me some food? I can trade you some Olay essence in exchange. Xia Xiaoman inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the urge to kill, and coldly replied. What are you doing, acting crazy at this hour with your face painted like that? Xiao Zhiyuan touched the thick mask on his face. Sister, you don't understand. I've applied to be a trainee. At all times and in every place, I must protect my skin. It's the first step to becoming part of a boy band. Xia Xiaoman brandished her axe. I don't care what kind of band you're in. Clean that ghastly stuff off your face. If you dare to scare people with that nonsense again, I'll beat you senseless. Under her imposing presence, Xiao Zhiyuan begrudgingly wiped away the mask from his face. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, having initially thought he was just a pretty boy, but now realizing he was a fool as well. In such dire times,
He still thought about boy bands.
nonetheless, dealing with someone so oblivious was easier, as their thoughts were clearly written on their faces, without fear of treachery. In contrast, the silent Su Ran fit the saying, the dog that doesn't bark bites. It was uncertain whether he would attack outsiders or his own. Zhou Chuyang had been bedridden all day, suffering from fluctuating fevers and showing signs of dehydration. The inflammation of his wounds was unpredictable. His survival depended solely on his own resilience. Yi Xiaojie reapplied medication and provided him with double the anti-inflammatory drugs, hoping he would pull through. The following day, Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng chose not to go out. A new group of people had arrived during the latter half of the night. If they left now, it would be risky. Should someone take advantage of their absence to steal supplies, Sun Qing and the others would struggle to fend them off. Bored at home, Xia Xiaoman sought Wen Jianfeng to learn how to use throwing knives. While she could hit the target flawlessly with an axe, her performance with the throwing knives was less than satisfactory. The throwing knives were significantly lighter and had a different weight distribution. Each time she attempted to throw a knife, she instinctively applied her axe-throwing technique, resulting in consistently inaccurate throws. When Jianfeng explained the techniques of knife throwing to Xia Xiaoman before leaving her to practice alone, mastery of the skill comes solely from repetition. Technique merely aids the thrower in finding their rhythm. To achieve precision, one must practice diligently. Chapter 25. The Struggle for Survival Cling. Another miss. Haha, Sister Xiaoman, you're terrible, mocked the mischievous Wen Su, squatting beside her. Xia Xiaoman shot him a glare. Keep laughing, and I'll tell your dad you're slacking off. Wen Su pouted. Humph, you always threaten to tell. You're such a snitch. Brother, you shouldn't insult others. Dad will be upset, admonished Wen Ling, her round face stern. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but pinch her cheek. You're so sweet and considerate, Lingling. Having witnessed the chaos and brutality of the outside world, when Jianfeng insisted that the twins train in martial arts after moving to the Chenyang community, Wen Ling, possessing a quiet disposition, could focus on her stances, while Wen Su, lively and mischievous, would spend half an hour practicing stances, followed by 10 minutes of antics. Another 10 minutes teasing Wen Ling, and the last 10 minutes fretting over the time. After a morning of knife-throwing practice at Wen Jianfeng's home, Wen Su had been punished 3 times by his father, each punishment thoroughly deserved. Upon returning from assisting Zhou Chuyang with personal hygiene issues, Wen Jianfeng found his son making faces in front of his daughter, and his expression darkened instantly.
Wen Su,
Do you not care for your backside anymore? I told you to practice your stances, not this nonsense. He stormed over, grabbing Wen Su, and delivering a series of smacks to his rear.
Wen Su Wilet.
Casting a pleading glance at Xia Xiaoman, she sighed, looking at the time. It's getting late. We should head back for lunch. With that, she dashed away. In the corridor, Xiao Zhiyu was stealthily crouched by the fire door. Xia Xiaoman aimed a kick at him. What are you sneaking around for? Xiao Zhiyu stumbled, barely avoiding a fall, and quickly put a finger to his lips, whispering, I just heard some commotion outside. Commotion? Xia Xiaoman pressed her ear against the door. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something heavy struck the door. She leapt back several paces, drawing an axe from her waist, and shouted, Who's out there?
Hey.
There's a woman inside. Hurry, smash the door down. A raspy voice called out, followed by a flurry of pounding on the door. When Jianfeng, Sun Qing, and Yi Xiaojie were drawn out by the noise. Seeing them, Xiao Zhiyu felt a wave of relief. What do we do? They're trying to break in. Silence. Xia Xiaoman glared at him, then turned back into the room, retrieving 2 iron rods and tossing one to him and Su Ran. You two take positions beside the door, strike when someone enters. Xiao Zhiyu protested, No way. I can't fight. Xia Xiaoman kicked him impatiently, either follow my orders, or I'll throw you out the window right now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Zhiyu reluctantly stood by the door, rod in hand. While Su Ran complied obediently, the fire door opened outward, and Wen Jianfeng had installed the lock from the inside. No matter how hard they hit, the intruders couldn't break it, but they were targeting the hinges instead. After about 10 minutes of relentless pounding, the hinges gave way, and the heavy fire door crashed down. Well, 3 lovely ladies. You look rather fresh, all novices, I presume. The raspy-voiced man leered as he approached, entirely dismissing the weapons in their hands. As he stepped into the corridor, 2 iron rods struck him simultaneously, one to the head and the other to the gut. Just then, when Jianfeng appeared out of nowhere, launching himself forward and delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's chest. The man didn't even have a chance to scream before he collapsed, taking his companion down with him. Xia Xiaoman swung her axe like a hammer, targeting joints and pressure points, employing all the techniques Yi Xiaojie had taught her, rendering their attackers powerless. Sun Qing, with only one arm, handled these untrained brutes with ease, her strikes merciless and precise. Yi Xiaojie, nimble and seemingly uninjured, darted through the chaos, delivering swift stabs. Even Su Ran, who appeared delicate, stealthily approached the fray, landing a solid blow on an enemy. In stark contrast, Xiao Zhiyu was utterly useless, trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's, unable to even grip the iron rod steadily. Hearing the commotion, Wen Su curiously opened the door just as Xiao Zhiyu spotted him, nearly screaming in fright as he yanked Wen Su back inside. "Get back. Don't come out. It's dangerous." Wen Su, however, was not the type to obey easily. The moment Xiao Zhiyu loosened his grip, he squeezed through the door, declaring, "I'm not afraid. My dad will protect me. Move aside. I'm going to find my dad." "You troublesome little brat, get back in." Xiao Zhiyu was torn between fear and anger, gripping Wen Su's collar tightly. With a loud crash, something heavy slammed against the corridor wall, followed by a glint of cold steel as an axe embedded itself in the head of that object. Xiao Zhiyu's face went pale, and he quickly covered Wen Su's eyes. As the fighting subsided, Xia Xiaoman stepped into the hallway, her expression emotionless as she walked over the fallen body. Yanking the axe free, blood dripped from its tip, and Xiao Zhiyu, overwhelmed with anxiety, could hardly breathe, fully believing Xia Xiaoman when she had threatened to use the axe on him yesterday. "Let him see," when Jianfeng's voice suddenly broke the silence. Xiao Zhiyu, coming to his senses, looked at him in confusion. Jianfeng wiped the blood from his face, stating, "The world today is not what it once was." Su and Ling Ling must familiarize themselves with the survival rules of this new reality. The more they observe now, the better they can respond to future crises. Xiao Zhiyu felt a pang of sympathy. They were still so young. Yet, he understood that villains would not show mercy simply because of their age. Silent, he reluctantly let go. Wen Su opened his eyes to the gruesome sight before him and burst into tears, wishing to retreat back inside. But when Jianfeng firmly held his shoulder in place, Xiao Zhiyu inwardly cursed, thinking of Wen Jianfeng as a devilish father. Survival of the fittest. If one does not adapt to this cruel world swiftly, their fate will be far worse than the corpse on the ground. After imparting this harsh truth, Xia Xiaoman kicked him, heading to assist with the body removal. "Help with the bodies." Xiao Zhiyu exclaimed in horror, "I can't." I turned to jelly at the sight of a corpse. "What about this?" She waved the bloodied axe in front of him.
Xiao Seiyu está mered, no.
Chapter 26. Better to be feared than to be bullied. Having fought, they could not overlook the spoils. After disposing of the bodies, they left Yi Xiaojie to guard the house, while the others descended to retrieve the supplies from the intruders. Surprisingly, several groups had entered the building since last night, but only the 11th floor had someone watching over it. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Xia Xiaoman and her companions learned the situation. This group had arrived at the community around 8 or 9 that morning, systematically overpowering everyone they encountered until they reached the 11th floor. The original residents of the 11th floor had engaged in a fierce battle with the group from the 10th floor the previous day. The 10th floor had been decimated, but the 11th floor had also sustained heavy casualties. When this new group appeared, the inhabitants of the 11th floor were caught off guard and quickly subdued. Seeing the abundance of supplies on the 11th floor, the intruders decided to claim it as their stronghold, confining their captives there. When Xia Xiaoman and her group burst in, they found the henchmen had just finished tormenting a girl. Upon witnessing a girl resembling a broken doll, Xia Xiaoman was instantly filled with rage, swinging an axe down upon the man's face. Sun Qing, also incensed, disregarded her injured hand and landed a punch that sent the man reeling with a nosebleed. Fathers with daughters could not bear such a sight, when Jianfeng delivered a kick that knocked the man down, grabbing his hair and forcefully slamming his head against the ground, leaving him bloodied. Aware of her limited combat abilities, Su Ran chose to hide and strike from the sidelines. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Zhiyu removed his shirt and draped it over the girl, then grabbed a stick and fiercely struck a man who had been knocked down by Sun Qing. There were only a few guards left on the 11th floor, and within 10 minutes, they all lay on the ground, their fates uncertain. Can you still move? Take your belongings and set them aside. If you don't, I shall take everything, Xia Xiaoman stated, her expression impassive as she regarded the beaten hostages. Even if severely injured, one could still retrieve their possessions. The hostages cautiously selected a few items of their own, realizing that Xia Xiaoman and her group were indifferent to them, leading to a hastening of their choices, eventually resulting in a scramble for goods. Xia Xiaoman stood guard at the fire escape door with her axe, while the others, though uncertain of her intentions, supported her from behind. Once the hostages had selected their belongings, Xia Xiaoman approached a young couple, stating, "You may take 1/3 from this pile of supplies." The man, outraged by her words, attempted to protest, but was silenced by the woman, who asked calmly, "Why can we only take 1/3? Xia Xiaoman patiently explained, "Without us, you and your boyfriend would have perished at the hands of these people. Your lives are worth 2, so it is fair that I take 2 portions from the supplies." The woman nodded, tugging at her boyfriend's sleeve as they gathered their belongings and departed. The next was a family of 4. Xia Xiaoman tossed them a pack of instant noodles, commanding, "Take this and leave." The matriarch protested, "How can you treat us this way?
We have so many supplies.
And you only give us 1 pack of noodles." Xia Xiaoman's face remained cold. "Do you think I am blind? You took only the good items. Nothing but rice and canned goods, with no basic necessities. Do you eat with your bare hands? I shall say this once more, leave." The axe was already drawn. Yet not everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. The matriarch continued to resist, claiming that all their used items were downstairs, and they had been robbed of these supplies. Without further ado, Xia Xiaoman snatched back the noodles and swung her axe toward the matriarch's elbow, eliciting a scream akin to that of a dying pig. The matriarch's husband and children reached out to grab Xia Xiaoman, but both Sun Qing and Wen Jianfeng kicked them away. The defeated family of 4 left in shame. Among the remaining 2 families, one complied obediently, taking their allocated quarter of supplies, while the other refused to take anything. "We had very little to begin with, and since you saved my daughter, it is only right to give you these supplies," spoke the mother of the bullied girl. Xia Xiaoman declined their supplies, believing that the few bags of noodles were more necessary for the mother and daughter. The grateful mother thanked her, helping her daughter into her clothes as they quietly departed. "Wait," Xiao Zhiyu picked up a bloodied knife and handed it to the mother for self-defense. The mother expressed her gratitude once more, leading her nowadays daughter away at the staircase. Xiao Zhiyu gazed blankly at the staircase, lost in thought. Sun Qing nudged him, asking, "What are you staring at? Are you still thinking about that girl?" Xiao Zhiyu, momentarily stunned, understood Sun Qing's implication, his face flushing. "What nonsense are you talking? I merely saw that lady and thought of my mother." Sun Qing clicked her tongue. "If you miss your mother, why not go back to see her? In a couple of days, I will take you to find a rescue team to send you home." "No need," Xiao Zhiyu replied curtly, silently organizing the supplies and ceasing the conversation. As they moved the supplies, they left a portion for the original neighbors on the 11th floor, not out of kindness, but from a sense of convenience. The hotels in Floating City had long been filled under government arrangements. Survivors from low-lying areas, or those unable to reside in their homes, sought refuge in higher floors. With many vacant apartments in Morning Sun community, visible from afar, it was preferable to leave behind the beaten individuals rather than kill or expel them, as they had witnessed the group's methods and would think twice before provoking them again. If a new batch of residents were to arrive, they would likely cause trouble. The damaged security door could not be repaired without tools. After some deliberation, they relocated to the 15th floor, distancing themselves from the 11th. Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran shamelessly followed along. Xiao Zhiyu had spent considerable time buttering up Qiu Yang, finally securing permission to move into 1501, bringing Su Ran along as well. They spent a peaceful night, but soon 2 more families arrived. These families, perhaps having heard of Xia Xiaoman and her group's remarkable deeds, hid in their homes, too intimidated to emerge. It was better to be feared than to be bullied. Xia Xiaoman and her companions were quite satisfied with the other residents' reactions. This was the desired effect, as it ensured that they could venture out for supplies without hindrance. With 2 additional free laborers in the mix, Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng decided early the next day to take Xiao Zhiyu and Su ran out to gather supplies. This time, they targeted a location not far away, at the end of the street opposite the community. Chapter 27. It was not that they did not rob, but that they lacked the capability to do so. This street had previously been devoid of shops, but after the establishment of Morning Sun Community, several stores selling construction materials had opened. Seizing the opportunity, someone had established a small supermarket and a breakfast shop. Next to the supermarket was a restaurant serving brunch. Qiuyang had once picked up takeout from there and was familiar with the area. The underwater supplies were significantly scarcer compared to previous outings, and Xia Xiaoman had no desire to dive in. One Jianfeng took Su Ran with him into the water while she and Xiao Zhiyu remained in the kayak, keeping watch. The small supermarket had been ravaged by the flood, its entrance gaping open, and inside, the contents were in disarray, submerged in a thick layer of sludge. However, the supermarket possessed a loft filled with goods. The items available ranged from needles and thread to bubblegum, as well as buckets, bathtubs, and suitcases. Adhering to a principle of waste not, want not, when Jianfeng and Su Ran took whatever they could find, filling their fishing nets to the brim. The nets contained an assortment of items, buckets of various sizes, baskets, basins, and hangers, along with stacks of plastic stools, various brands of toothpaste, shower gel, and shampoo. There was also a significant amount of food, including 2 kilograms of cake flour, yeast-infused bread flour, vacuum-sealed white rice, black rice, purple rice, noodles, egg noodles, and buckwheat noodles. Seasoning packets of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were gathered, to be inspected later for water damage. Instant noodles, spicy turkey noodles, river snail rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, mixed noodles, self-heating hot pot, and self-heating rice, all were tossed into the fishing net upon sight. The assortment of snacks was boundless. Spicy strips, hot chips, hot dogs, ham sausages, spicy duck necks, dried fish, chicken wings, chicken legs, salted eggs, candies, biscuits, and beef cubes. When Jianfeng and Su Ran's approach to gathering supplies differed from Xia Xiaoman's, she focused on the larger items, ignoring the meager supplies tucked away in corners or on the ground. In contrast, when Jianfeng and Su Ran wasted nothing, retrieving even items buried beneath shelves. In the small supermarket, they managed to collect 2 full fishing nets of supplies. In the final plunge, when Jianfeng and Su Ran discovered 3 gas canisters and a gas stove in a nearby fast food restaurant, recognizing that the supermarket had few patrons, they deduced that even if anyone were aware of the situation, they lacked the diving equipment to salvage anything. During the recovery efforts, several groups came to observe, with some attempting to dive, but all returned empty-handed. There were also those who considered staying behind to loot. Xia Xiaoman brandished a spear gun, and within minutes, the would-be looters dispersed. Upon returning to the community, the water level receded to the height of the 5th floor. They transported the supplies indoors, while Xia Xiaoman remained behind, surveying the goods as the other 3 ascended. Just as they departed, a wooden raft approached, and a family of 3 clambered over the railing into the building. Spotting bags of chips on the floor, the young boy broke free from his mother's grasp, dashed over to Xia Xiaoman, snatched several packets, and fled. Xia Xiaoman swiftly grabbed the back of his collar, ready to speak, but the child's mother shrieked, "What are you doing? Let go of my son." The woman charged at her, and Xia Xiaoman instinctively kicked her away. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you hitting me?" The man glared at Xia Xiaoman while supporting his wife. With an innocent expression, Xia Xiaoman replied, "Your wife was about to attack me. Should I merely stand there and allow her to strike? Had you not tried to grab my son, my wife would not have come after you. Let go of him." The man retorted, indignant, "Your son is stealing from me. Who else should I detain?" She countered. The man dismissed her, scoffing, "It's just a few bags of chips. How can you, as an adult, stoop so low as to argue with a child?"
Leyley, come here.
The boy, emboldened by his parents' support, wriggled fiercely to escape and kicked at Xia Xiaoman repeatedly. At her wit's end, Xia Xiaoman delivered a sharp slap across the boy's face, leaving an imprint of her fingers. He wailed in response, "How dare you hit my son? I'll make you pay." The man, furious, raised his fist to strike Xia Xiaoman, while the woman rushed to assist him. Xia Xiaoman brandished an axe at the boy's neck, declaring, "Come on if you dare." Unperturbed by the threat, the couple hesitated, knowing that violence would lead to dire consequences. The woman, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Let go of my son." Xia Xiaoman scoffed. "Then why don't you call the police? Let us see if your son dies first, or if I'm arrested."
You.
The woman, incensed, cursed Xia Xiaoman, lamenting that she only took a few bags of chips and was relentless even towards a child. Once the flood receded, she vowed to report this wretched person. Meanwhile, 4 individuals descended from the upper floors. The couple, seeing them as potential saviors, pointed at Xia Xiaoman, exclaiming, "Help us. This woman has stolen our supplies and captured our son. If you help us detain her, I'll share half of our goods with you." Xia Xiaoman glanced at the 4, who immediately shook their heads vigorously. "We don't know her. We were just passing through. Please, go on with your business." Their eyes revealed their fear, having witnessed Xia Xiaoman cleave a man's head in two the day before. They wished they could turn back time to avoid this confrontation with the formidable woman. The couple stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the 4's cowardice. Just then, when Jianfeng and his companions arrived, Xiao Zhiyu, noticing the gathering crowd, rushed to Xia Xiaoman's side, pulling a clothes rod from the pile of supplies. "What are you trying to do? Steal supplies?" The 4 innocents retreated to the wall, insisting, "We weren't trying to steal. We were just passing through." "What is happening here?" One Jianfeng inquired, eyeing Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman pointed her axe at the couple, asserting, "These 2 scoundrels are attempting to steal our supplies." Seeing Xia Xiaoman protected by others, the couple softened their tone, explaining, "It's a misunderstanding. Our son has been hungry for days, and upon entering, he saw the chips and took a few bags. We never intended to rob this young lady. We can return the chips. We won't hold it against you for hitting my son or my wife." Xia Xiaoman scoffed, "Just moments ago, you were trying to incite these 4 to help you steal supplies. How quickly you change your tune." The man feigned ignorance with a chuckle. "We were just joking. Little girl, we didn't actually steal anything." They were not merely unsuccessful in their theft, they lacked the audacity to attempt it. Chapter 28. 2 messages. As the family of 3 entered the building, still adjusting to their surroundings, they were promptly expelled. Before their departure, Xia Xiaoman, recognizing the prudence of the 4 innocents, permitted them to take something from the couple's stash. Not one to be stingy, she decided to be generous and share the couple's goods. The trifling items were beneath her notice, yet others would surely value them. The 4 innocents were taken aback by their unexpected fortune, selecting food items from the couple's hidden stash for quite some time. The couple, unable to voice their outrage, retreated in disgrace, paddling away in their raft, likely never to return. Upon returning to the 15th floor, they distributed the supplies and retired to their respective rooms to rest. At 2 p.m., they gathered at Wen Jianfeng's residence for knife-throwing practice, followed by a martial arts session with Yi Xiaojia at 4 p.m. and prepared dinner around 7 p.m. This routine persisted for 3 consecutive days. As more individuals moved into the building, 3 among them sustained injuries, prompting Xia Xiaoman and her friends to refrain from venturing far for supplies. Instead, they lingered nearby. After exhausting their search for food, they sought building materials, acquiring a batch of barbed wire, which they cut and secured to balconies and windows to prevent intrusions. One Jianfeng discovered a welding machine, and during his idle moments, he tinkered with it. If repaired, it could be used to weld the salvaged iron door in front of the fire escape, effectively adding another layer of defense to their 15th floor sanctuary. Over 3 days, the water level dropped to the 2nd floor. At this height, proficient swimmers could retrieve supplies from the 1st floor without diving gear. During this period, residents frequently ventured out in search of resources, some returning laden with goods while others came back injured, and a few never returned. With the water receding significantly, rescue operations resumed. Standing on the balcony, one could occasionally spot rescuers in speedboats, shouting through megaphones. Those trapped for so long waved from the windows, some calling for help, others expressing gratitude, while some lamented the delay in rescue efforts. Residents also shouted to attract the attention of the rescuers. However, the rescue teams lacked supplies. The unprecedented flood had submerged the city, leaving many resources buried underwater, rendering it impossible to allocate sufficient aid for the populace. When the rescuers arrived, they brought only a thin wooden board inscribed with 2 messages in waterproof ink. The board was affixed to the 3rd floor, visible to all survivors entering and exiting the building. One message stated that multiple relief and trading points had been established in the floating city. The homeless could proceed to the relief points, where staff would arrange accommodations based on individual circumstances. Vulnerable groups, such as the injured or ill, could also visit these points. If unable to reach them independently, they could intercept passing rescue personnel for assistance. The relief points would include medical stations offering free treatment. The trading points had also been refined, with the value of various items already calculated. Each trading point was located within 100 meters of a relief point, monitored by dedicated personnel to ensure safety from theft. In another announcement, all veterans were instructed to report to the nearest aid station with their families to participate in the disaster relief efforts in Floating City, where their families would be provided for. The notification had just been issued, and various watercraft appeared on the streets, all heading towards the aid stations or trading points. Several households in the building also departed with large bundles, seemingly intending to reach the aid station. They had accumulated ample supplies over the past few days, enough to last them 10 days to half a month without concern for sustenance. However, having been raised in a civilized society, they were accustomed to a life of enjoying milk tea and Western cuisine in clean environments. After nearly a month of chaotic wandering, they were eager to return to their previous way of life. In their minds, following the nation and the party meant that a civilized society was just around the corner. Thus, despite the tolerable conditions in the building, they felt compelled to make the journey to the aid station, constantly monitoring the developments in Floating City, hoping to be among the first to return to a civilized society. When Jianfeng stared intently at the second message on the board, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Coach, are you a veteran?" "No," he replied. "My parents wanted me to enlist, but I chose to pursue boxing instead, missing the opportunity to serve." His words were laced with profound regret. Had he served, he could have taken a Su and Ling Ling to the aid station. Entrusting the children to anyone else was not as reassuring as relying on the state for their protection. "My mother is a veteran," Su Ran interjected. "Are you going to the aid station now?" Xiao Zhiyu added. "Are you willing to leave me behind?" Su Ran shot him a glance. "You lost my ID. Even if I go to the aid station, I can't prove I'm my mother's son." Xiao Zhiyu sheepishly rubbed his nose. "I didn't do it on purpose." Su Ran rolled her eyes. Had it been intentional, she would have certainly given him a beating. Upon returning to the 15th floor, a group gathered at Zhou Chuyang's home to discuss the two messages issued by Floating City. "Do you want to go to the aid station?" Xia Xiaoman asked. Xiao Zhiyu hesitated. Many likely wished to go, but the living conditions there might be less than ideal. Sun Qing remarked, "But there are medical stations. If we fall ill or get injured, we can seek help immediately." This recent injury had made her acutely aware of the importance of medical aid. Zhou Chuyang had nearly succumbed to an infected wound. Yi Xiaojia offered a rational perspective. "The aid station will be crowded and chaotic. With so many supplies, we would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Yet, being at the aid station would allow them to stay informed about the situation in Floating City. Living in such a remote area, they would always receive news later than others." After much contemplation, when Jianfeng proposed, "We could voluntarily donate some supplies in exchange for the staff at the aid station to arrange for us a safer, less crowded location." It was human nature for the staff, having families of their own, to accept some form of bribe to ensure better conditions. Zhou Chuyang agreed to go to the aid station, believing that being close to medical assistance was the safest option for survival after his injury. Su Ran was indifferent. Her parents had returned to their hometown before the flood, far removed from Floating City, and she had no knowledge of their situation. Lacking any relatives in the area, she felt free to go wherever. Xia Xiaoman was reluctant to visit the aid station, as crowds often led to conflicts, and she had no desire to engage in frequent quarrels or fights. With differing opinions, Xia Xiaoman suggested, "Let's first visit the aid station to assess the environment. If the living conditions are acceptable, we can relocate." Sun Qing nodded. "This afternoon, I'll go with Xiao Jie to check it out." Chapter 29. Meeting topic. Should we move to the aid station? The flood receded swiftly, as did the chaos. In just a few days, the water had fallen to the second floor, leading many to hope that civilization would soon be restored. After practicing with the throwing knives, Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia had not yet returned, so Xia Xiaoman stood on the balcony, practicing her stances while observing the weather outside. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in from the distance, and the gray sky was gradually enveloped in darkness. The wind picked up, stirring the water into waves. A flash of lightning illuminated the dark sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, as if the entire Floating City trembled. There came a rapid knocking at the door. "Xiao Man, please come out and help. Sun Qing and the others are downstairs. The wind is too strong, and they were blown away as they approached the building. Please help pull the kayak." Hearing Wen Jianfeng's words, Xia Xiaoman opened the door. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia were vigorously paddling the kayak, but every time it neared the balcony railing on the third floor, the wind would push it off course, causing it to drift away. After multiple attempts, despite the building being so close, they were unable to return. Following Wen Jianfeng to the third floor, he tossed a pre-prepared climbing rope over the kayak, which had a water-filled mineral water bottle tied to the end. Thanks to gravity, it successfully landed on the kayak in one throw. Yi Xiaojie grasped the rope tightly, and Sun Qing spread her limbs to stabilize the kayak and prevent it from capsizing while Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng helped pull it in. Finally back in the building, Sun Qing let out a long sigh of relief. They had made it back. Why did you take so long? Is the aid station far from here? Xia Xiaoman queried. Sun Qing pressed her lips together. I was asking the people at the aid station about my parents' situation and Xiaojie's parents. Both she and Yi Xiaojie were outsiders studying here, far from their hometowns. After such an extended flood, they had been unable to contact their families and had no idea about their circumstances. During their visit to the aid station, they also inquired with the staff to see if they could learn anything about home. Many others were doing the same as Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie, searching for information about their hometowns. It took them a long time to find someone who could provide any details. Sun Qing's family lived in the north, where heavy hail and rain had flooded vehicles, leaving everyone trapped inside their homes, unable to venture out to salvage supplies as others had done. Yi Xiaojie's hometown was in a neighboring city, also affected by flooding. From the rescue efforts in Floating City, Sun Qing and her companions had surmised that the conditions in Xia country were likely dire. With at least 20 million troops, including reserves, firefighters, auxiliary police, and volunteers, there should have been enough manpower to assist Floating City. However, since the disaster, no external aid had reached Floating City. Instead, veterans were called upon to provide assistance. What did this indicate? It suggested that the disaster's impact was too widespread, and resources from across the nation were stretched too thin to aid Floating City. Thus, Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie had mentally prepared themselves for the possibility that their hometowns were also suffering, though they could not help but worry for their family's safety. After returning to room 1503, washing up and changing into dry clothes, Sun Qing gathered everyone for a meeting at Zhou Chuyang's home. The meeting's agenda was to discuss whether or not to relocate to the aid station. When Jianfeng brought the two children along, who could only listen without the right to speak, Xiao Zhiyu eagerly asked, Sister Qing, how far is the aid station from here? Can we reach it in an hour? This was a pressing concern for him. If it were too far, he would be unable to deliver all their supplies to the aid station, even if he broke his hand. Sun Qing shook her head wearily. Don't even think about going to the aid station. Trust me, you will not want to live there. The aid station was set up in a hotel, but the flooding had caused the sewage system to back up. Even from a distance, one could see that the area around the aid station was littered with garbage. As they approached the hotel, the stench of urine was overwhelming, making it impossible to ignore the foul odor. Sun Qing nearly turned back, but pushed through the awful smell in hopes of inquiring about her family's situation. Although the hotel was managed and the hallways were relatively clean, the condition of the rooms was utterly intolerable. The number of disaster victims is overwhelming, and the relief center is filled to capacity. Each room accommodates at least 8 individuals, while larger rooms may house 10 to 12. The atmosphere is damp and musty, and the once pristine white bedding provided by the hotel has turned a grimy black, glistening with a layer of grease. Everyone appears lethargic and numb, huddled together as they await the distribution of food. The relief center resembles a beggar's den, where the inhabitants do nothing but wait for the staff to dispense meager rations. The food consists of round cakes the size of a fist, 2 cakes per person for 2 meals a day. Sun Qing inquired about the composition of these cakes, which are made from cooked food salvaged from the water, mixed with a bit of water and formed into shape. For instance, today's supplies included vacuum-packed cakes, bread, biscuits, and puffed snacks. The staff tears open all these items, tosses them into a basin, adds a bit of cool boiled water, and combines them into semi-dry cakes. The taste of these cakes varies depending on what was salvaged the previous day. However, without exception, each day's rations are unappetizing enough to provoke existential doubts. 2 cakes are hardly sufficient for any normal individual. Xiao Zhiyuan cannot fathom the idea of surviving on just 2 cakes per meal. He imagines he would wither away to a mere shadow of himself. Xia Xiaoman remarks that 2 cakes per meal, while not enough to starve, merely meets the bare minimum of survival for a normal person. Xiao Zhiyuan suddenly comprehends the implication. No wonder the notification stated that the homeless and those enduring hardships should go to the relief center. The center ensures that one does not starve to death, yet it does not provide enough sustenance to truly satisfy hunger. Those seeking a full meal at the relief center are doomed to face daily hunger. Sun Qing nods, affirming that the relief center is unsuitable for them. It is too filthy and chaotic, and ideally, they should avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Presently, even if they wished to go, they could not. Wen Jianfeng gazes out onto the balcony. The wind has picked up again, and he wonders how long this gust will last. Xia Xiaoman frowns, remarking that the wind itself is not a concern, provided the rain is not heavy. If it pours like before, the floating city will once again transform into an underwater realm. Chapter 30. Suicide is an act of cowardice. The sky resembles a vast gaping maw as torrential rain pours down, enveloping the world in a shroud of white. The windows in the building, installed by the developer with inferior materials, were shattered during the violent storms. Rainwater streams in from the balcony windows, quickly creating puddles on the floor. Observing the watermarks, Xia Xiaoman feels a heavy weight in her heart. She senses she may have to reside in this apartment for an extended period. At least it is her temporary refuge, and she resolves to tidy it up to make her stay as comfortable as possible. The space lacks windows, but she has a stockpile of cling film. She nails a hook in each corner of the window, intertwines a wire, and wraps it with cling film. A few small extensions direct the water away, creating a makeshift plastic window that allows light in while keeping the rain out. Good ideas should be shared. After successfully creating her window, Xia Xiaoman steps outside to impart her knowledge to her neighbors, so they too can avoid the discomfort of rain-soaked homes. All the neighbors procure supplies from the supermarket, and while they possess cling film, their quantities do not compare to Xia Xiaoman's, resulting in thinner, makeshift windows. Upon entering room 1501 to share her experience, she immediately senses something amiss. Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang are usually not chatty, but Xiao Zhiyuan, aside from sleeping, seldom stops talking. However, today, room 1501 is eerily quiet, with only Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang present.
Where's Xiao Zhiyuan?
Xia Xiaoman inquires. Su Ran motions with her chin. He asks, crying in his room. Curiosity piqued, Xia Xiaoman asks, "Did you bully him?" "It's not our fault," Su Ran explains. "This morning, Xiao Zhiyuan had nothing to do, so he went downstairs to check the water level. On his way back, he heard screams from the 9th floor and went to investigate. Room 904's door was ajar, and he discovered that the mother and daughter inside had died. They had been assaulted by a perpetrator not long ago, and Xiao Zhiyuan, feeling compassionate, had given them a knife for self-defense. For the past few days, the residents of room 901 on the same floor had been complaining about a foul odor, and today it became unbearable. They forced open the door to room 904 and found the mother and daughter had taken their own lives. Both had cut their carotid arteries with a knife, and blood was everywhere, attracting swarms of flies.
Suran Sais.
Noting that Xiao Zhiyuan believes he is responsible for their deaths, if he hadn't given them the knife, they might not have succumbed to despair. Xia Xiaoman is momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for some time. In her worldview, life is paramount, and a woman's virtue is never found beneath her skirt. Even if one has been violated, what does it matter? To take one's life for such a reason is truly not worth it. As a child, she had endured inappropriate advances from the village chief, who had grown quite rotund. Upon growing older, she recognized it as molestation and would covertly pour headache powder into the chief's tea every day. He suffered from insomnia for over half a month and became addicted to the powder, unable to function without it. When she left the quaint mountain village, she heard that the corpulent village chief had developed stomach cancer and was nearing his end. If others harm you, simply retaliate. If one fears death, what else is there to fear? Suicide is merely an act of cowardice to escape reality. Trapped in the building during the storm, Xia Xiaoman cannot remain idle. In the morning, she practices throwing knives and boxing in room 1502, while in the afternoon, she engages in sparring in room 1503. In the evenings, she trains her physical fitness at home, reviewing the knowledge acquired throughout the day. All the flabby flesh transforms into solid muscle, and her agility improves. Even in Wen Jianfeng's hands, she can hold her own for a few rounds, while Xia Xiaoman diligently hones her skills. The two high school students and the injured occupant of room 1501 grow restless, using salvaged curtain fabric and a basin to sprout bean sprouts. Their luck is favorable. They succeed on their first attempt, providing the entire 15th floor with vegetables. After offering 2 rounds of bean sprouts for free, they initiate a trading system, requiring goods in exchange for the sprouts. Xia Xiaoman and her companions do not take offense at this arrangement. The principle of an eye for an eye is universally understood. If they can trade for necessities, they will, as they have not yet reached a point of resource sharing. once they successfully conduct their first transaction. The trio in room 1501 becomes increasingly enthusiastic about sprouting bean sprouts. They cultivate green beans, yellow beans, and peanut sprouts, each priced differently. Xiao Zhiyuan has already emerged from the shadow of the mother and daughter's deaths, energetically promoting their bean sprouts, eager for Xia Xiaoman and her friends to consume them at every meal, regardless of how plentiful the sprouts become. Room 1501 has no intention of selling them to others in the building. The fear of attracting unwanted attention by revealing their abundance of resources looms large. They understand that broadcasting their success could lead to others targeting them. For safety, the sprouts must only be consumed within the confines of their own floor. This bout of wind and rain lasts only 4 days. The other residents had stockpiled supplies before the storm, so during these 4 days, no incidents of resource theft occurred. In just 4 days, the water level has risen to the 5th floor. As the winds die down, Sun Qing asks, "Shall we venture out to search for supplies?" "You go ahead. I'll stay back to guard the home," Xia Xiaoman replies, lacking any desire to go outside. Having endured 2 storms, the submerged supplies are likely muddied, making it challenging to locate them as before. Furthermore, her space is stocked with ample provisions, sufficient to last her a lifetime. Presently, she lacks for nothing. Even if she did, retrieving it would be futile. Items such as large generators, dehumidifiers, and dryers have been damaged by the water and would be useless once salvaged. Similarly, fuel like gasoline and diesel lies buried underground, far beyond her reach. Off-road vehicles and RVs are equally out of the question, as they are submerged and would not function even if retrieved. Since there is no pressing need for supplies, she resolves to remain and safeguard her home while others venture out to search for resources. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia's injuries have healed, making them ready to explore. Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran, with their limited supplies, decided to join the quest for resources. When Jianfeng intended to procure a few window panes, as plastic wrap was ineffective against the wind, Ling Ling had been exposed to the elements for 2 days and was beginning to cough. The absence of 5 individuals rendered the 15th floor markedly quieter. Unit 1502 provided the best view. Once their companions departed, Xia Xiaoman ventured to 1502 to hone her skills while keeping an eye on the twins, ensuring they diligently practiced their stances. Chapter 31. The wooden board trapped Sister Xiaoman. "There are people, many people, approaching," when Su exclaimed, perched on the balcony railing as he pointed towards the street. Xia Xiaoman yanked him by the collar and playfully smacked him on the backside. "Have you lost your senses? Climbing the railing?
If you wanted to dive,
You should have said so. I would have tossed you down myself." Knowing she was merely teasing, when Su remained unfazed, wriggling his body. "Oh, Sister Xiaoman, don't pull me. Just look outside the community. There are so many people coming." Outside the community, several wooden rafts accompanied 3 canoes and 2 speedboats, maneuvering in formation like a well-drilled fleet, with additional scattered rafts following behind. The flotilla made its way into the community, advancing towards Building 12, while the other rafts dispersed, seeking their preferred buildings. After observing for a considerable time, Xia Xiaoman discerned that this group was organized, possessing an abundance of supplies. In addition to the mountains of resources piled on the rafts, they also had considerable cargo submerged beneath the water. Upon reaching the shore, the speedboats pulled out several nets filled with supplies. Among the other scattered groups, 5 rafts and 2 canoes entered Building 13 in a staggered manner. Their reaction upon entering suggested that they were likely from the same faction, possibly aiming to seize the resources of those in Building 12. The remaining individuals appear to have been drawn in by these 2 groups, some genuinely seeking refuge, while others hoped to seize an opportunity. 2 batches of people had also entered Building 3, where Xia Xiaoman was located. One group included the elderly and children, while the other comprised young men and women. The global disaster had long been foretold, and the chaotic environment of the aid points instilled a sense of unease. With the floodwaters rising once more, doubts crept in about the possibility of returning to a civilized society. Those who steadfastly believed that their nation would not succumb began to waver. As the winds calmed, those stranded began to emerge in search of suitable shelter, and the once tranquil water surface became lively again. The floating city, with its numerous high-rises, could not accommodate all its citizens above the 7th floor. The buildings near the city center were overcrowded, and newly opened communities like Qinyang became highly sought after. Observing the steady influx of rafts into the community, Xia Xiaoman contemplated ways to fortify the defenses on the 15th floor. When Jianfeng had repaired the welding machine, during their confinement in the building, He had enlisted Xiao Zhiyu, and Su ran to help install an iron door. The fire door's frame could only accommodate 2 doors, making it impossible to add another. Electrifying the door was also unfeasible, as the battery used during the installation had been depleted. With no option to modify the door, they decided to set traps in the corridor. 10 minutes later, having gathered the necessary materials, Xia Xiaoman crouched in the corridor, hammering away. The twins, with sandbags tied to their legs, were skipping rope on the opposite side. After completing 100 jumps, Ling Ling took a 2-minute break and inquired, "Sister Xiaoman, what are you working on?" Without looking up, Xia Xiaoman replied, "Setting a trap." "What's a trap?" Ling Ling asked, her curiosity piqued. "I know."
When so into that?
A trap is when you dig a big hole and cover it with leaves. When someone walks over, they fall in. That's how Bald Chong caught bear air. Xia Xiaoman gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Very clever. Here, take this and dig the hole for the trap." When Su beamed at the compliment, eagerly taking the entrenching tool Xia Xiaoman handed him, running off to dig. However, before he even started, Ling Ling realized something was amiss. "Brother, you're so silly. This is the floor. You can't dig a hole here." When Su, taken aback, stammered, "But Bald Chong did it this way." Reality ISNT animation. "And you're not Bald Chong," Xia Xiaoman chided, giving him a playful tap on the head. "The trap I'm making is a wooden board trap." Ling Ling tilted her head. "Sister Xiaoman, there are no wooden boards here." Xia Xiaoman gently squeezed her little face, explaining, "Wooden board trap is just a name. It doesn't have to be made of wood. Since I don't have suitable wooden boards in my space, I'll use the perforated shelves instead." The shelf, with dimensions similar to the fire door, lacked appropriate long nails or wooden spikes, so she would substitute with a fruit knife, scissors, and forks, securing them into the shelf's holes with wire and glass glue. Altogether, there were over 100 holes on the shelf. Once fashioned into a wooden board trap and suspended above the corridor, it would skewer any intruder upon release of the rope. Xia Xiaoman meticulously explained how to set up the wooden board trap, knowing the twins were too young to remember everything. However, even retaining a fragment of knowledge would enable them to protect themselves in the absence of adults. Just as she finished her explanation, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the door. "Sister, open up. We're back." Upon hearing Xiao Zhiyu's voice, Xia Xiaoman rose to open the door. Xiao Zhiyu, not even stepping inside, dropped a pile of supplies and turned to leave. Xia Xiaoman frowned, asking, "Why the rush? Did you bring back a lot of supplies today?" "Not much, thankfully. Uncle Wen is recruiting younger brothers. I'm just going to help them out," Xiao Zhi replied, rushing off to join the commotion, disappearing in an instant. Xia Xiaoman was left puzzled, wondering what younger brothers he was referring to. Were they getting new residents on the 15th floor? Before long, a commotion arose in the corridor. The voices grew louder as Xia Xiaoman peered outside, spotting when Jianfeng and Su ran hauling supplies upstairs, followed by a few people chattering animatedly. "That family is truly outrageous. The elder is domineering, the younger ones are spoiled, the woman is unreasonable, and the man is downright aggressive, quick to resort to violence. Indeed, that family is completely unreasonable. I had just brought supplies back and placed them on the balcony, planning to carry them inside later, but that family's unruly child dragged them away. You all witnessed it, that family even stole your things. Aren't you going to do something about them? Bro, if you think you need more hands, I can join you. I won't let you fight alone." The voices of those who had come along were a cacophony of suggestions. Xia Xiaoman was bewildered, wondering what fighting alone meant and who they were planning to confront. With a sigh, Wen Jianfeng seemed reluctant to respond. Beside him, Su Ran quickly explained, "There's a family in the building that doesn't follow the rules. They've been hoarding supplies on the 5th floor. These are the victims who want us to help retrieve their stolen resources." Xia Xiaoman thought, is she still half asleep? Why would people in the building seek their help? Do they appear to be easy targets? Chapter 32. Searching for Wood. The 15th floor was notorious for its ruthless inhabitants. Nearly everyone residing in the building was aware of it. Yet, perhaps because the day the 15th floor ran amok also marked the day they were saved, the residents harbored both fear and respect for it. Subconsciously, they regarded the 15th floor as the de facto authority of the building. When an unruly family appeared, the leaders had the right and the obligation to expel them, thereby maintaining peace within the building. As such, upon Wen Jianfeng's return, he was immediately accosted by the residents, demanding that he drive away the rule-breaking family. Several young individuals clamored to join the 15th floor to help uphold order. Wen Jianfeng, not one to respond to intimidation, noted that these individuals had not committed any egregious offenses. They merely nagged in his ear, making it difficult to act against them. After several unsuccessful explanations, he chose to ignore them and focused on bringing supplies back. Xia Xiaoman, understanding the situation, quickly realized that these individuals wanted the 15th floor to act as their enforcers, effectively making them free security guards. Su ran. Are there any supplies left to bring upstairs? Xia Xiaoman inquired in a hushed tone. There are still over 20 windows and a dozen PVC pipes. Xia Xiaoman nodded, cleared her throat, and said, "All right, I understand your demands. You wish for us to drive that family away and conveniently retrieve the supplies that were taken from you." The people in the corridor echoed in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes. It would be best if that family also compensated us for some of our supplies, so they know that our building isn't to be trifled with." The scheming was so blatant that it could be heard from 2 streets away. Xia Xiaoman smiled and replied, "No problem. Such requests are not excessive. However, we still have a pile of supplies to move. By the time we finish, we might not have the strength left. Why don't we wait until tomorrow, when we've regained our strength? That won't do. The longer we wait, the less supplies we'll have. What if the 15th floor changes their mind tomorrow?" Someone immediately suggested, "No need to complicate things. We'll help you move it. It'll be done in no time." Despite feeling hesitant, they insisted, pushing Wen Jianfeng and Su Ran to hasten and gather a free labor force to move the supplies. Su Ran quickly understood, grabbed Wen Jianfeng's arm, and led the group downstairs. With many hands, they swiftly transported all the windows and pipes upstairs, while Xia Xiaoman brought the supplies into the corridor. The people in the building patiently waited for Xia Xiaoman to finish moving the last pipe, and with a loud clap, the fire door was shut. Another clap echoed as the second iron door was closed. A group of people outside was left dumbfounded, banging on the door. "Hey, what is going on? Why did you close the door? Aren't we supposed to drive them out? Open up. Are you toying with us? Open the door." Their voices grew increasingly irate. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing a spear gun aimed at them. Xia Xiaoman brandished the spear gun, declaring, "Did you really think we'd be easy to manipulate? You think a few kind words will make us risk our lives to help you drive them out? Who do you think you are? You have 5 seconds. If you're still here after that, don't blame me for being impolite." The expressions of the people in the corridor shifted from pale to ashen. They cursed under their breath. "Damn. The 15th floor is ruthless. They want to help but still choose to toy with us? Threatening us with a spear gun? They're worse than animals. No wonder they can kill without blinking." Despite their resentment, they hurried downstairs, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to being shot by the spear gun. In less than 5 seconds, the corridor was empty. Xiao Zhiyu gave a thumbs up. "Sister Xiaoman, impressive. With that, you've managed to offend everyone in the building." Sun Qing laughed. "Your talent for offending people is unmatched. Xiaoman, back when we lived in Zhongshan Garden, you single-handedly upset the entire building." Xia Xiaoman shot them a glance. "Would you rather offend people or be taken advantage of?" Wen Jianfeng shook his head with amusement. "It doesn't matter. Everyone in the building knows we have plenty of supplies. Even if we don't offend them, they wouldn't wish us well." Once those who had gone out returned and had lunch, everyone gathered in the corridor to create traps. Xia Xiaoman's idea was sound, but the weight of the shelf boards was insufficient. They could only inflict minor injuries upon impact. Wen Jianfeng improved the design by attaching several bottles filled with rainwater to the back of the boards to increase their weight, ensuring that when the boards fell, the nails would pierce through. After setting up the traps, they installed the windows they had brought upstairs. Prior to retrieving the windows, Su Ran had already measured the dimensions, ensuring that each window fit perfectly. Before long, only a heap of PVC pipes remained in the corridor. "What do you plan to do with these pipes?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. Su Ran explained, "They have many uses. We can make rafts, collect rainwater, or even cut and combine them to create beds. It would be a waste to leave them submerged in water. It's better to take them home for our own use, since they don't add much weight. By the way, Sister Xiaoman, we discussed with Uncle Wen about going out tomorrow to find some wood. Will you join us?" Xia Xiaoman contemplated for a moment and replied, "Sure. My gas is almost empty, so it would be good to stock up on some wood. Aren't you going to salvage other supplies?" Xiao Zhiyu's face fell. "We couldn't find anything useful. Everything underwater has been scattered. We spent half the day salvaging and didn't find anything worthwhile. So we decided to focus on gathering building materials instead. Since we aren't likely to find much else, it's better to specifically look for wood. Right now, Everyone is focused on finding food, so there are relatively few people looking for wood. Wen Jianfeng knew of a factory that specialized in making wardrobes. He had chosen materials from there when he got married. The next day, Yi Xiaojie stayed at home with the twins and Qiuyang while the others set out to find wood. As they paddled out of the community, a speedboat zoomed past, splashing water and drenching Xia Xiaoman and the others. Xiao Zhiyu wiped the water from his face and angrily exclaimed, "Who are these people? So arrogant. Xiaoman, let us take them down." Xia Xiaoman retorted, "If you keep whining, I might just take you down first." Under her death glare, Xiao Zhiyu dared not speak further, mimicking a zipper motion across his mouth. Sun Qing gazed at the speedboat disappearing into the distance. "Xiaoman, were those newcomers? They drove that speedboat so fast. They must have plenty of good stuff." Xia Xiaoman instantly understood. They likely had a lot of valuable items and were already targeted before arriving at the community. Sun Qing said meaningfully, "We should keep an eye on them. Perhaps we could catch a break." Chapter 33. The Duck Herd. The factory Wen Jianfeng mentioned was quite far away. It took nearly 2 hours of paddling to reach the destination. Xia Xiaoman held little hope for the factory, as such places typically stored timber on the ground floor. After a month of flooding, it was highly likely that the wood had been washed away. She followed because Wen Jianfeng said it was near the countryside and close to the mountains. Even if there was no factory, they could find a way to gather some wood from the mountains. Indeed, the factory was empty. All the timber had been swept away. However, the nearby mountains had caught many logs, which bobbed along the banks. "What is that?" Xiao Zhiyu pointed excitedly at a white, plump object among the logs. Could it be a pig? Imagining fragrant pork belly, he urged Su Ran to paddle closer. Sun Qing smirked. "Even if it is a pig, it looks like one that drowned. Why are you so excited?" Xiao Zhiyu retorted while vigorously paddling. "Maybe I'm lucky and found a freshly drowned pig. It should still be edible." He and Su Ran were in the same kayak, two energetic teenagers who ignored their sore arms in their excitement. After a few strokes, they reached the vicinity of the white object. As they pushed away nearby logs with their paddles, the full view of the object gradually became clear. Xiao Zhiyu's pupils constricted and the color drained from his face. He wanted to scream, but his throat felt choked and no sound came out. Seeing him frozen, Su Ran leaned closer to look, and he too became paralyzed in shock. Having picked up a couple of logs, Sun Qing noticed their inaction and thought they were slacking off. She picked up a log to throw at them, intending to scold them, but in an instant, Su Ran and Xiao Zhiyu clung to each other, letting out high-pitched screams. "Ah! Help!" Xia Xiaoman, fearing something had happened, paddled over. "What's wrong? Did you encounter a water snake?" The two boys were terrified, their eyes red as they stammered, pointing at the white object. Dead, people there's a dead person." Xia Xiaoman exclaimed, "Can't you two act normally? We've moved 7 or 8 corpses already. What's so frightening about one that drowned?" "Sister, this one is different. It's too terrifying. Sister, help me. My hands are trembling, and I can't move." Xiao Zhiyuan was on the verge of tears. He was still a minor. Why must he be subjected to such horrors? Xia Xiaoman felt her curiosity piqued. What could be so terrifying that it frightened two men to such an extent? As she pushed aside the wooden debris obstructing their path with a paddle, a grotesque sight emerged before her. A white figure with a hint of green, resembling a giant. The corpse was grotesquely swollen, akin to a behemoth weighing 500 or 600 pounds, with its lips curled back, tongue protruding, and eyes bulging out of their sockets, staring vacantly ahead. Not only had Xiao Zhiyuan, who had never seen such things, been shaken, but even Xia Xiaoman felt a shiver run down her spine. Sun Qing glanced over, her face paling, urging them to keep their distance. "That is a giant's corpse. It could explode." "Explode?" Xia Xiaoman quickly maneuvered the kayak to retreat to a safer area. Xiao Zhiyuan, in a panic, called out, Sister, don't leave us. Help us. Don't abandon us here." It was Wen Jianfeng who could no longer bear to watch. He used his paddle to push their kayak away from the horrifying sight. Once a person dies, the putrefying bacteria that thrive within begin to multiply uncontrollably, generating a plethora of gases that expand the body to its limits. When the pressure becomes too great, the skin cannot withstand it and bursts, akin to a balloon exploding. After Sun Qing educated them on this gruesome phenomenon, she advised, therefore, if you encounter a swollen corpse like that, it's best to keep your distance. When a corpse explodes, the fluids will splatter everywhere. These fluids harbor a multitude of pathogens that could make you ill if you come into contact with them. Sister Qing, should we continue to collect wood here? Xiao Zhiyuan felt as though the area was saturated with the foul remains of bacteria. Sun Qing shot him a look. What are you afraid of? The bacteria in the water are diluted. They won't harm you. Now hurry up and gather the wood. If I catch you slacking off, you'll regret it when we get back. Xiao Zhiyuan retorted. That explanation is rather far-fetched. Bacteria in the water will only breed more bacteria. They won't dilute. Realizing he was outmatched physically, he resigned to collecting wood. Countless pieces of wood were trapped behind the mountain. They could easily gather 2 or 3 at a time. Xiao Man, did you bring the binoculars? Can you see what that white thing over there is? Upon hearing Sun Qing mention something white, Xiao Zhiyuan immediately thought of the giant's corpse and silently focused on gathering firewood. Xiao Man retrieved the binoculars and gazed in the direction Sun Qing indicated, spotting several white dots moving amongst the bushes along the shore. It looks like ducks. Yes, it's a flock of white ducks. Quick, stop gathering wood. Let's go catch some ducks. She set down the binoculars and picked up her paddle, vigorously rowing. The others, excited by the prospect of ducks, also moved closer to the flock. The ducks, foraging and frolicking in the water, noticed the approaching figures and swiftly swam ashore to escape. Xiao Man and her companions followed, armed with a fishing net intended for gathering supplies. With a coordinated effort, they managed to net dozens of ducks. It was evident these ducks were raised by nearby villagers, and there were clearly more than just the few they had caught. After a busy afternoon, by around 2 o'clock, they counted over 300 ducks. Typically, small-scale duck farms had around 500 to 600, while larger operations boasted thousands. Xiao Man surmised that there must be more ducks in the nearby mountains. But due to their limited manpower and time, they could only gather the 300. What are we going to do with all these ducks? Sun Qing inquired. These ducks can swim. We could tie a rope around their necks and lead them back, Su Ran suggested. Xiao Man nearly laughed out loud. What a naive child. Do you think they're like dogs you can walk? To bring them all back, we'll have to kill them. Otherwise, their quacking will attract unnecessary trouble. Sun Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the quacking of ducks is quite loud. If we bring them back alive, we might be robbed before we even reach the 15th floor. Should we keep a few to raise? Once they lay eggs and hatch ducklings, we won't have to worry about meat on the 15th floor anymore, she pondered. Forget it. These are all white female ducks raised for sale. Even if they lay eggs, they will all be unfertilized and 1T hatch. Xiao Man's words abruptly ended Sun Qing's dream of a duck farm. With a sigh, Sun Qing conceded. Well then, let us just kill them all. Chapter 34. Processing the ducks when venturing out, it is wise to carry extra bags. In order to gather as many supplies as possible, each of them had brought various bags of all sizes. With a swift cut to the throat and a quick twist to the duck's neck, Xiao Zhiyuan carefully positioned a bag to catch the blood. After draining the blood from one duck, Xiao Man swiftly moved on to the next, executing the task with precision. Sun Qing and Su Ran worked in perfect harmony, one slaughtering the ducks while the other collected the blood, while Wen Jianfeng took charge of packing the processed ducks. The act of killing a duck could be completed in an instant, but the bloodletting was a lengthy affair. By the time they finished around 5 o'clock, they had processed and packed all the ducks. On the 15th floor, Yi Shao Jie grew anxious as dusk fell and Sun Qing's group had yet to return. She paced back and forth on the balcony of room 1502, occasionally taking out her binoculars to scan the distance. The twins, resembling watchful sentinels, clung to the railing of the balcony, occasionally looking up to ask Yi Shao Jie when their father would return. The interest in Xia Xiaoman's group was not limited to Yi Shao Jie. Many residents in the building were keenly observing the happenings on the 15th floor. In the dark, these individuals were on the verge of making their move. Just as they could no longer contain their urge to storm the 15th floor, Xiao Man and her group finally returned. As they dragged back a veritable mountain of supplies, envy flared in the eyes of those watching. However, upon realizing that what they had brought back were merely logs, their spirits were somewhat lifted, convinced that the 15th floor was not always so fortunate. Little did they know, hidden beneath the wood were the 300 ducks. Many of the onlookers dispersed, and as Xiao Man contemplated how to shoo away the remaining crowd, Sun Qing suddenly shouted, "What are you doing?"
Put that down.
An elderly couple and a young child, having just grabbed some of the recently brought wood, turned to flee. Sun Qing intercepted them, reaching for the wood, but before she could touch it, the old woman dramatically fell to the ground, moaning. The child immediately entered a fit of tears, wailing for his grandmother. The old man pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Qing, saying, "You vile girl. It's just a few pieces of wood. And you dare to strike an elderly woman? Are you even human?" Unfazed, Sun Qing retorted, "Don't play the victim here. Put the wood down. Just because I don't hit old people doesn't mean I want to hit women and children." Hearing this, the old man quickly shielded his wife and grandchild, indignant. "What victim? You think you're someone special? I saw you strike my wife. You'd better pay for her injuries."
Ah,
Grandpa, help me." The old man, upon hearing his grandson's cries, turned swiftly, forgetting about the wood beneath him, and stumbled, falling hard. Xia Xiaoman seized the opportunity, lifting the child by the neck and slamming him into the old woman, stunning her. The old woman, who had been playing dead, suddenly sprang up, angrily shouting, "You wretched girl! How dare you hit my grandson? If anything happens to him, you'll pay dearly. My leg, she cried out. Xia Xiaoman, with a heavy foot, stomped on her shin, causing the elderly woman's frail bone to break under the pressure. At that moment, a man from the crowd charged forward. Furious, "You bastard! How dare you hit my mother? I'll kill you!" Confronted with the elderly and the child, Sun Qing hesitated, but when faced with the man, she clenched her fists and delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen. As he doubled over in pain, she swiftly followed through with her elbow, striking him down before he could utter a sound. Witnessing the chaos unfold, the onlookers quietly slipped away, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Realizing that Xia Xiaoman and her companions were not to be trifled with, the family helped each other up and hastily retreated. Xia Xiaoman did not stop them. Once everyone had left, the group mixed with wooden planks and transported all the ducks back to the 15th floor. They shut the hallway door tightly and began distributing the supplies. 5 people ventured outside, each receiving 70 ducks, leaving 16 behind, 10 for Yi Xiaojia as a guarding fee, while 6 were cooked for everyone to share. Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran, together, could claim a total of 140 ducks, laughing like fools, completely oblivious to another pressing issue. One Jianfeng reminded them, "With so many ducks, how do you plan to store them?" Xiao Zhiyuan's smile faltered upon realization. Indeed, with so many ducks and no refrigerator, how could they preserve them without spoilage? Xia Xiaoman smiled brightly. "It's quite simple. Clean the ducks thoroughly, rub them with salt to season, and then smoke them over fire until they become dried duck." She added, "I have plenty of salt, which is inexpensive, 5 bags of salt for 1 duck. Do you wish to exchange?" Xiao Zhiyuan chuckled at the irony. Just days ago, he had used bean sprouts to trick Xia Xiaoman out of her supplies, and now the tables had turned. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia conferred and decided to trade 30 ducks for salt, using the remaining 50 ducks for smoking. They had never smoked ducks before and were unsure how much firewood would be required, or the smoking process itself. If they failed, those ducks would go to waste. It seemed wiser to exchange some for salt and slowly smoke the rest. Moreover, smoking ducks would likely require considerable firewood and space, which they lacked in their room. They settled on 50 ducks as a manageable quantity. Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran discussed among themselves, and the 3 decided to keep 60 ducks, with each taking responsibility for 20, while trading the rest for various supplies, not limited to salt. One Jianfeng opted not to exchange. Managing 70 ducks for 3 people seemed excessive and would not last long. He was knowledgeable in various methods of preparing ducks and felt confident in transforming those 70 into an assortment of preserved meats. Comparatively, he was more concerned about Xia Xiaoman. "Can you handle so many ducks by yourself?" he inquired. With 180 ducks, even he could not guarantee processing them all in a short time frame. Xia Xiaoman nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry. I often slaughter chickens and ducks. I can finish one in just 10 minutes. She then added, "By the way, if you don't want the duck intestines and innards, you can save them for fishing downstairs. I saw fish swimming in the water when I returned." Fish in the water. Xiao Zhiyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Ran reminded, "Not just fish, there are also corpses." Xiao Zhiyuan's expression dimmed instantly. "Forget it. I can't handle fish that have grown on corpses. Let's just stick to roasted duck. What's the issue? You don't eat fish innards anyway. If you're really concerned, we can simply chop off the fish heads and only eat the bodies." Sun Qing also noted the fish in the water, some as large as her arm, weighing at least 10 to 20 pounds. Such sizable fish would be a waste if not used for fish slices, grilled fish, steamed fish, or boiled fish. Chapter 35. Fishing. Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran exchanged 80 ducks for a box of salt, along with some rice, flour, and beans. Sun Qing traded exclusively for salt, planning to stockpile some for later use in preserving fish. As it grew late, Wen Jianfeng boiled the duck blood and portioned it out while Xia Xiaoman took her share back to her room. She stored all the accumulated ducks from the living room in her space, snacked on a little food, then collected a bucket of rainwater from the balcony to boil in preparation for processing the ducks. Xia Xiaoman did not intend to turn all the ducks into smoked delicacies. Instead, she hung 40 in the living room for smoking, while properly processing the remaining ones to store in her space for future cooking. The ducks were not very fat. Having been washed away by floods before reaching maturity, the cleaned ducks weighed only about 2 pounds each. She worked until dawn, finally finishing the 40 ducks. Some down she deemed too tedious to pluck, opting to burn them off instead. After all, she did not eat the skin, and could always remove it when she cooked later. In the morning, Xia Xiaoman sat on the balcony, using rainwater to cleanse the duck intestines and gizzards she had prepared the day before. Around 10 o'clock, she got up and went to room 1501. Upon opening the door, she was met with 3 pairs of panda eyes. "Did you all go thieving last night?"
She teased. Suran dauneth, no.
"We were plucking duck feathers until 4 in the morning, then hung the ducks, stoked the fire to smoke them, and cleaned the innards and feathers. Busy all the way until now." Seeing the neatly hung, glossy-skinned ducks in the living room, Xia Xiaoman was in awe. "You all had quite the time. Getting the feathers so clean. How about I provide supplies in exchange for you helping me with my duck feathers?" Xiao Zhiyuan shook his head vigorously. No. I can't earn this kind of hard-earned money. I never want to pluck duck feathers again in my life. By the way, we processed the 6 extra ducks from yesterday. What should we do with them? The 6 ducks had been salted. Xia Xiaoman selected 2 for beer duck preparation and planned to consult the coach about the others, as he was adept in cooking. Just as she mentioned his name, Wen Jianfeng entered, his eyes immediately falling upon the tender, white ducks. "Who cleaned these ducks? They are impeccably plucked." Xiao Zhiyuan puffed out his chest proudly. "Clean, right? The 3 of us worked all night to get them this way." Wen Jianfeng patted his shoulder, smiling. "Young people have stamina. Next time, don't be silly and pluck them by hand. You can singe off the down, which saves a lot of time." "Really? You can use fire to burn them off. Wouldn't he that cook the duck?" Xiao Zhiyuan looked bewildered. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh. "Fool. The coach means to singe the down, not to throw the ducks in the fire." Lacking basic life knowledge, Xiao Zhiyuan proposed, "For the 6 ducks, let us make 2 beer ducks, 2 spicy marinated ducks, 1 duck soup, and 1 3-cup duck, with the innards sliced and stir-fried." They had all the necessary seasonings, though the side dishes were not entirely complete. But that wouldn't affect the taste. Suddenly, the newly affluent duo monopolized all the white rice, and a group gathered in room 1501 for a full duck feast, their lips glistening with grease. They were unbothered by the scent wafting through the building. No one lived above them, and it was 2 to 3 floors down before anyone resided below, so the aroma had barely dispersed into the air. "Once our ducks are smoked, we should venture into the mountains. Perhaps we can still find some ducks that escaped." Xia Xiaoman teased Xiao Zhiyuan. "Didn't you say you never wanted to pluck duck feathers again? Why the sudden desire to chase ducks in the mountains?" Xiao Zhiyuan retorted. "I despise people who kill the mood. Even if we don't catch ducks, we can gather some wild vegetables. The mountains are teeming with edible plants. We definitely won't return empty-handed." Sun Qing inquired, "Do you recognize wild vegetables?" Xiao Zhiyuan nodded. "Of course. I often watch videos of others foraging for wild vegetables, wild scallions, water celery, shepherdess purse, dandelions. I know them all. I saw a patch of wild scallions while catching ducks yesterday, but forgot to pick some." Wen Jianfeng suggested. "Then let's plan to go to the mountains tomorrow. We'll leave 2 people at home to watch over the ducks and help with smoking." Xia Xiaoman interjected. "I'll stay behind. I still have some ducks to process." "I want to go out," Zhou Qiuyang stated. He had been nursing his injury for half a month, living off his past supplies. As an ordinary person, seeing Xia Xiaoman return with so many ducks, he couldn't help but feel envious. His wound had scabbed. As long as he was careful, it should hold. Sun Qing seemed to understand his feelings and said, "Then I'll stay. I'm not feeling well, so I'll rest at home for a couple of days." The next day, Wen Jianfeng led the group outside, while Sun Qing prepared firewood for smoking the ducks, packing a small bag of duck innards to take downstairs for fishing. Xia Xiaoman remained at home, processing the ducks in her space. Around noon, Sun Qing knocked on her door. "Xiaoman, don't cook lunch. Come to my place for fish. Xia Xiaoman agreed, tidied up the mess on the floor, and brought along a box of self-heating spicy hot pot. Arriving at room 1503, Xia Xiaoman's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you catch all these fish? In the living room, 3 large bathtubs were filled with grass carp, each with 7 or 8 arms width in size. The twins played joyfully near one of the tubs. Sun Qing nodded, acknowledging that these fish were indeed easy to catch. A piece of duck intestine tossed in would yield a catch within 2 minutes. Xia Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement, declaring her intent to fish that afternoon. You must go early, Sun Qing advised. This morning, someone saw me catch a fish, and others abandoned their search for supplies, opting instead to stand by the 5th floor window with sticks to fish. By the time she left, most of the fishing spots on the 5th floor were nearly claimed. What will they use to fish without duck intestines? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Some use rat meat, while others employ rice balls, was the reply. Will the fish even bite those? She probed further. No, Sun Qing answered. I fished all morning, and only 2 people managed to catch anything. Sun Qing had previously wondered why so few people in the community were fishing. It turned out they lacked the proper tools. Even with great effort, one might not catch anything. However, fishing for supplies might yield some returns. Xiaoman, do you know how to get a fish? Sun Qing asked, staring helplessly at the grass carp. Xia Xiaoman stepped forward, wielding a kitchen knife, and swiftly struck the fish's head. The fish immediately became subdued, waiting quietly for her to perform the dissection. After scaling the fish, she cut open its belly, extracted the innards, and made incisions on either side of the fish. Just as she made the first cut, Xia Xiaoman noticed something amiss. Do grass carp have a bloody line? She questioned. Sun Qing looked bewildered.
What is a bloody line?
As Xia Xiaoman began to explain, she spotted a long, red-black, unidentified creature writhing out of the incision made in the fish's flesh. Realizing what was emerging from the fish, Xia Xiaoman recoiled in horror. Regaining her senses, she rushed to the balcony, repeatedly washing her hands with rainwater. Watching her frantic actions, Sun Qing's heart raced with anxiety. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the fish? Xia Xiaoman barely managed to respond, glancing at the twins still playing with the fish in the tub. She urgently called out, Asu, Ling Ling, stop playing. The fish has worms. Hurry, come wash your hands. The twins, obediently, scampered over to Xia Xiaoman's side to cleanse their hands. Sun Qing, confused, asked the fish's worms? What kind of worms? The red-black creature is a hairworm. Xia Xiaoman explained. I once saw someone catch a fish infested with hairworms. When they opened the belly, it was teeming with them. The memory sent shivers down her spine. Hairworms could also infest humans. Sun Qing, I'm not sure if high temperatures can kill hairworms, but I strongly advise you to discard these fish, just to be safe. Knowing the fish harbored parasites, Sun Qing lost her appetite. The thought that hairworms could inhabit human bodies made her hands itch, wondering if she too had been infested. Together with Xia Xiaoman, they emptied the bathtubs of fish, washed their hands with body wash, and soaked them in disinfectant for half a minute before she felt slightly reassured.
How terrifying.
There are actually parasites in the water. Will we still swim in the future? Sun Qing envisioned herself engulfed by parasites in the water, her skin crawling. Xia Xiaoman contemplated. It's best to avoid swimming if we can, and instead, search for supplies on the water's surface. Recently, the strong winds and heavy rains have caused significant flooding, and the proliferation of bacteria and parasites in the water requires time. After a month, the bacterial and parasitic presence is likely to have increased, making swimming unwise. Currently, the supplies on the 15th floor would sustain everyone for some time. Even without diving for resources, they could manage quite well. The anticipated feast of fish was dashed, and Sun Qing utilized the instant hot pot brought by Xia Xiaoman to prepare a spicy dish with sweet potato noodles and leftover duck blood, creating a chaotic yet hearty stew. The twins, unaccustomed to such spiciness, exclaimed about the heat while continuously stuffing their mouths with the noodles and duck blood. Suddenly, a loud bang startled Ling Ling, causing her to drop her duck blood on the table, while Asu slurped it up in an instant. Sister Xiaoman, my brother ate my duck blood. Ling Ling pouted. In response, Xia Xiaoman seized Wen Su and declared, Quick, finish all your brother's duck blood. Don't leave him any. Xiaoman, you're biased.
Wen Su protest, 我力挺.
Both Ling Ling and I are girls. If I don't favor her, who should I favor? The 3 children, with their childish antics, were a sight to behold. Sun Qing, stepping out onto the balcony to gaze at the sky, noted that there was no thunder. She wondered where the noise had originated. After scrutinizing the surroundings for a while and finding nothing out of the ordinary, she returned to her meal. Just as she settled back into her chair, another thunderous sound erupted. What is happening? Is someone setting off firecrackers? Sun Qing questioned, a look of confusion on her face. I'll go get the binoculars to take a look, Xia Xiaoman replied, releasing Wen Su to retrieve the binoculars from indoors. Everything appeared normal in the community until she was about to lower the binoculars. She spotted several wooden rafts from Building 13, with people aboard looking frantic, as if they were being chased by dogs. After several minutes, a speedboat emerged, circling the wooden rafts. After 2 laps, the speedboat halted, and one man brandished a handgun, aiming it at those on the raft. Seeing Xia Xiaoman's face grow increasingly serious, Sun Qing nervously inquired, Xiaoman, what do you see? The people from Building 12 appear to be surrounding those from Building 13 for some unknown reason, and they are armed. Before she could finish her sentence, a gunshot rang out, and a middle-aged man on the first raft collapsed into the water, shot in the chest. Sun Qing's expression changed instantly. Who are they? How do they have guns? Xia Xiaoman shook her head. She had no idea who the individuals from Building 12 were, but they were undoubtedly not good people. After eliminating the leader from Building 13, they showed no mercy to the remaining individuals. They threatened everyone on the rafts with their guns, forcing them into the water while others struck at those who surfaced. The operator of the speedboat tied one man to the back and sped away, violently jerking the boat to throw him against the wall. Such sadistic cruelty was unmistakable. Even from a distance, it was evident they were not decent individuals. Xia Qing, this group is in the community. Should we move? She pondered, realizing that no matter how strong one's fists were, they could not withstand bullets. It would be prudent to avoid confrontations with such ruthless individuals. Xia Xiaoman considered, let us wait for the others to return and discuss. Relocating was no simple task. They had accumulated too many supplies. If they moved, it would surely draw attention. Even in the dead of night, there was a risk of being discovered. If the people from Building 12 learned of their substantial supplies, they would likely attempt to rob them. Regardless of whether they moved or stayed, they needed to prepare thoroughly. Wen Jianfeng and his group returned around 4 p.m., bringing back not only firewood and wild vegetables, but also dozens of bamboo shoots the size of a bowl. After unloading the supplies upstairs, Xiao Jiu excitedly remarked, Uncle Wen said he would make pickled bamboo shoots. Once they're ready, he'll prepare pickled duck for us. What about the fish you caught? Let me see. Once the pickled bamboo shoots are done, we can also make pickled fish slices. Upon hearing about the fish, Sun Qing's expression soured. Don't even mention it. The fish had hairworms and can't be eaten. All the fish I caught after working hard all morning were released. Hairworms? Are they parasites? He questioned. Are there any in the water? There probably are. Be cautious when swimming in the future. Avoid it if possible. Xiao Zhiyu was horrified. What do I do? I swam today.
I am doomed.
I might be infected with parasites. He panicked, turning pale. I must take a shower, heat water to wash it off, and kill the parasites. Without delay, he rushed to collect rainwater, frantically rummaging for deworming medication, consuming one pill, then another in his anxiety. Xia Xiaoman had no time to concern herself with his antics and recounted the events of the gunfire and the brutal treatment of those from Building 13 to Wen Jianfeng. Now, there are 2 choices. The first is to transport supplies discreetly out of the community while it is still dark. The second is to remain in the community and fortify our defenses on this floor. Which option do you choose? Chapter 37. Relying on oneself. Xia Xiaoman was reluctant to leave the community. Finding a suitable place to live was not easy. And having settled in this building for so long, with all doors and windows secured, she felt unwilling to abandon it. When Jianfeng shared her sentiment, suggesting they stay, as the dangers outside might not be less than those within the community. Moreover, they could not find a better shelter than this one. Zhou Chuyang chimed in, expressing his desire to remain as well. After finally settling down, it would be a pity to leave. Sun Qing sighed, stating the risks of staying. Everyone in their building knew about their abundant supplies, and if any rumors spread, the people from Building 12 would undoubtedly come looking for them.
Suran,
Not making any choice, said, I will follow your lead. If you decide to stay, I will stay. If you choose to leave, I will leave with you. Yi Xiaojie raised a question. Why don't we seek professional help? What do you mean? Zhou Chuyang asked. Sun Qing's eyes brightened. Xiaojie, are you suggesting we contact rescue personnel for assistance? Yi Xiaojia nodded, explaining that while rescue personnel might disregard other issues, anything involving firearms would surely be reported, prompting them to send help. China has stringent gun control laws, and although social order had collapsed, the authorities would likely dispatch agents to reclaim firearms to prevent certain factions from gaining power. Xia Xiaoman proposed, then let's prepare on both fronts. I will hide a portion of the emergency supplies outside. If an urgent situation arises and we must abandon the community, at least we will have some supplies left. When I go out to hide the supplies, I will also notify the rescue personnel. You all focus on reinforcing the defenses on the 15th floor. When Jianfeng nodded in agreement. All right, I will pack an emergency kit for you now. The others also expressed their agreement with Xia Xiaoman's plan. 20 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman left with 6 emergency kits. After distancing herself from the community, she found a secluded spot to stash the kits, then rowed towards the rescue point. As she rounded a bend, a thick rope suddenly emerged from the water, capsizing her kayak. In a blur, Xia Xiaoman plunged into the depths. Taozi, pull the boat over. She shouted. Damn it, it's empty, there's nothing. It would be great to get a kayak. Stop dawdling and bring it here. Just as Taozi's hand grazed the kayak, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, blood seeping from below the surface. Before he could comprehend what was happening, another wave of agony struck. This time in his left lower back. Blood surged from his body, mingling with the murky water. Overwhelmed by pain, he could hardly move, sweat beading on his forehead, and dizziness enveloping him. As darkness closed in, the last image he saw was an axe spinning rapidly and embedding itself in the leader's neck. The man's eyes wide open in death. Xia Xiaoman surfaced, retrieved the axe, scanned the surroundings for any signs of life, and, finding none, concealed the kayak. She then took out water from her supplies to clean herself and changed into fresh clothes. In such extraordinary times, one must be vigilant.
Who knows what parasites might invade the body?
Continuing to row, she arrived at the rescue point just after 6 in the evening, the sky completely dark. Upon finding the rescue personnel, Xia Xiaoman briefly recounted the incident involving the shooting at Building 12. The rescue personnel recorded her details and promised to report it to their superiors. However, they could not guarantee when or if assistance would be dispatched. Returning to the community. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Upon entering, Xia Xiaoman sensed something was amiss. It was too quiet. During this time, the community would typically be alive with the aroma of cooking and the faint sounds of family life, but tonight only a few windows flickered with light, and there was no chatter to be heard. Xia Xiaoman switched off her flashlight and cautiously rowed back to Building 3, secured the kayak, and stealthily climbed to the 15th floor. She knocked gently, repeating the secret knock 4 or 5 times before someone inside responded. Xiaoman, is that you? Sun Qing's voice came from within. In a hushed tone, Xia Xiaoman replied, It's me, Sun Qing. Please open the door. Once assured it was a familiar face. Sun Qing opened the door. Did you encounter any strangers on your way back? Xia Xiaoman shook her head.
No.
What has happened while I was gone? Why is the community so quiet? How could it not be quiet? People from Building 12 have been going door to door, saying they are now in charge of the community. If we want to continue living here, we must pay a protection fee of 30 jin of grain per person. Is paying 30 jin the end of it? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Not at all. 30 jin is just for 1 month's protection. After a month, we must pay another 30 jin. If we refuse, they will expel us from the community. Xia Xiaoman frowned. This is too tyrannical. Has no one resisted? Sun Qing nodded. There was someone. The elderly man downstairs, who had been stealing our wood, threw a fit when he heard about the 30 jin fee, pleading and using every trick in the book. In the end, 2 old men had their legs broken, a child was injured, and women were bullied.
Seeing this, others were too frightened to resist.
Xia Xiaoman sighed. So they haven't found us here? Everyone in the community was searched, but when they got to us, the coach intervened and sent them away. Sun Qing looked worried. Tomorrow they will come to collect the grain. 30 jin, it makes me ache just thinking about it. Should we leave tonight? Sun Qing shook her head. We can't leave. Those bastards have stationed guards in every building. If anyone tries to leave, they will be discovered immediately. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. There are guards in the building? I didn't see any when I came up. They probably hid themselves. Sun Qing said, relieved. Luckily, you left early. If you had been a moment later, you might have been stopped and unable to relay the message to the rescue personnel. Xia Xiaoman dismissed the concern. saying it wouldn't matter if she were stopped. She could always seek the rescue personnel when she went out to gather supplies tomorrow. That's true. But it would be better to inform the rescue personnel sooner, so they can prepare. After exchanging information with Sun Qing, Xia Xiaoman returned home, weary, and lay down on the inflatable mattress. The attitude of the rescue personnel left her uncertain about whether help would arrive for the situation at Building 12. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. She rummaged through her supplies and pulled out various items, planning to create some potent weapons. Chapter 38. Never at a loss. The floor was lined with various brands of insecticides, chili oil, and toilet disinfectant sprays, all neatly arranged. Xia Xiaoman spent considerable time selecting the most pungent mixtures from the ingredient lists and instructions, combining them into a new type of self-defense spray. Next, she gathered the bottles and jars, replacing them with high-concentration alcohol, glass bottles, and cotton. After several trials, she found the right proportions and created 50 Molotov cocktails. Satisfied with the neatly arranged bottles, Xia Xiaoman felt a sense of relief, and her appetite returned. She prepared a simple dinner of hot dry noodles, adding 2 grilled sausages and a marinated egg for a hearty meal. The next day, before 7, the thugs from Building 12 had already stationed themselves in the building, preventing anyone from leaving. To go outside, one must first pay the protection fee. One Jianfeng thought it best to pay the fee once to buy time while waiting for the government to intervene, so he prepared the food early in the day. The others shared the same sentiment, gathering in the corridor with their provisions by 7:30. Is Xiaoman still asleep? When Jianfeng inquired. Sun Qing yawned as I approached to check on her. Just as I was about to knock on the door, room 1504 swung open, revealing Xia Xiaoman, who was dragging 2 boxes filled with jars and bottles. Sun Qing assisted her with 1 box, questioning, "What on earth are these?" While others are collecting food supplies. "You bring these jars and bottles that others might not want. They will want them," Xia Xiaoman retorted through gritted teeth. "If anyone dares to steal from me, I will make them regret it." She was not one to easily accept loss. Yi Shao Jie, sensing something amiss, picked up a Molotov cocktail and sniffed it. "Is that white wine or alcohol?" "Both," Xia Xiaoman replied, igniting the cotton at the bottle's mouth and throwing it yields an effect similar to a Molotov cocktail. She then picked up another bottle. "This is my homemade pepper spray, containing insecticide, chili oil, and disinfectant. If sprayed in someone's eyes, they won't die, but they will be incapacitated. I have painstakingly gathered these supplies. I cannot simply hand them over. If you are willing, let us team up and eliminate those scoundrels. If you prefer to avoid the risk, I will move to the 16th floor. If anyone inquires, just say I severed ties with you and relocated." "This is unacceptable." Sun Qing was the first to protest. "We are a team. We cannot easily split." Xiao Zhiyu concurred. "Indeed, Sister Xiaoman. We are a team. We cannot abandon you." Su Ran spoke up. "With Molotov cocktails, we might be able to resist." Zhou Qiuyang chuckled. "I have nothing to lose. Do as you wish." Yi Shao Jie remained more rational. "We cannot ascertain how many guns they possess, and besides firearms, what other weapons might they have? If we intend to confront them, I suggest we conserve our strength. Let us hold off on using the Molotov cocktails until they draw their guns." Everyone expressed their opinions, except for Wen Jianfeng, who was deeply conflicted. If he were alone, taking a risk would be inconsequential, but he had children. The twins were still so young. If anything were to happen. Xia Xiaoman noticed his concerns. "Taking risks does not guarantee victory, but I have devised an escape plan. We have climbing ropes. Let us hang them from the balcony. If the situation turns dire, we can slide down the ropes and escape into the water." With a retreat already planned, Wen Jianfeng hesitated for a moment before agreeing to take the risk with everyone. Each returned home to secure climbing ropes, binding 2 for each person, allowing for a backup should anyone mistakenly enter the wrong room. The protection fees were collected from the lower floors upwards. Unsure of the number of residents in each household, the first collection of protection supplies was conducted by the residents of Building 12, who went door to door to confirm numbers and avoid discrepancies. By the time they reached the 15th floor, it was already past 9 in the morning. 7 individuals came from Building 3 to collect the protection fees, but only 3 ascended to the 15th floor. 2 remained downstairs to guard the supplies while the others monitored and urged those delivering protection fees to transport the supplies downstairs. The leader of the group kicked the door and shouted, "Hey, open up. We're here to collect protection fees." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp dagger pierced his neck. The two followers behind him widened their eyes in shock, not yet comprehending the danger before daggers struck their chests in succession. With a gasp, they both cried out in agony. The fire door suddenly swung open, and Yi Xiao Jia dashed forward, swiftly dispatching the two intruders with a precise strike to the throat. Xiao Zhiyu and the others quickly emerged, dragging the three corpses inside and shutting the door behind them in a seamless motion, all accomplished in under 5 minutes. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two individuals sent to deliver the protection fees climbed back upstairs. Upon finding the entrance deserted, they exchanged wary glances, scrutinizing the sign on the wall that indeed confirmed they were at the 15th floor, but where had everyone gone? Just as they contemplated knocking to inquire whether their companions were inside, a dagger and an axe were hurled at them from behind. 2 more screams pierced the air, and those inside heard the commotion, rushing to fling open the fire door. From their concealed position, Yi Xiao Jia lunged forward with her blade, and before the two intruders could react, they met their end. Hiding around the corner on the 16th floor, Xia Xiaoman whispered, "It seems no one remains. Can we return now?" When Jianfeng nodded, "Let us go. I estimate we have about an hour before the residents of Building 12 send a group to attack us." Upon returning to the 15th floor, Xia Xiaoman inspected the 5 corpses, noting their lack of firearms.
Ye Shaoji affirmed.
The individuals sent to collect protection fees are not even armed, indicating that they are low on ammunition. Xia Xiaoman stood up, declaring, "I will keep watch on the 12th building from the balcony. Xiao Zhiyu, dispose of these corpses." Xiao Zhiyu complied, assisting Su Rand in moving the bodies. Room 1504 faced south, perfectly aligned with Building 12, allowing for clear observation through binoculars. Perhaps news had not yet reached them, as there was little activity from Building 12. Conversely, residents from other buildings gradually transported supplies to their boats, preparing to return to Building 12. About half an hour later, a 7-person kayak emerged from Building 12, docking beneath Building 3. Xia Xiaoman shouted to the others, "Someone is coming, 7 individuals." Sun Qing acknowledged, rallying everyone to prepare for a confrontation. Xia Xiaoman remained on the balcony, observing the stillness of Building 12, only relinquishing her binoculars when she ventured into the corridor. These 7 may be armed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent such a small group. Let us remain vigilant. Chapter 39. Little did she know that in her lifetime, she would experience a gunfight. On the 15th floor of Building 3, there were mountains of supplies, including university students, so fresh they seemed to ooze water, alongside 2 fair-skinned youths. The day before, when notified to collect protection fees from Building 3, Chen Matzi had gleaned this information from the residents. Feeling disgruntled about being assigned to collect fees from Building 7, which housed married individuals with second-hand supplies, he found the prospect of dealing with inexperienced university students far more enticing. As for the whispers about the ruthless individuals on the 15th floor, Chen Matzi scoffed. Calling them monsters was akin to brandishing a weapon before the legendary Guan Yu. Leading a group of younger accomplices, Chen Matzi ascended to the 15th floor, signaling to his followers. They understood the cue and banged on the fire door.
Hey!
Those inside, open the door and beg for mercy. Brother Matzi is magnanimous and will spare your lives. After several calls without a response, Chen Matzi grew impatient. He waved his hand, "Use the chainsaw, and do it quicker. I'm starving and need to get back for lunch." As the command resonated, one of the younger gang members hoisted the diesel chainsaw, forcefully attempting to breach the door. Hearing the roar of the chainsaw, Zhou Qiuyang lowered his voice. Those outside must have ample supplies to even possess a chainsaw. Xia Xiaoman rubbed her hands together. That chainsaw is ours now. The fire door had been reinforced by Wen Jianfeng, but after over 10 minutes of sawing, the door began to give way. With a resounding crash, the fire door collapsed. Just as Chen Matzi was about to instruct his gang to charge inside, a bucket of scalding liquid splashed across his face. The spray nozzle was too small for long-range use. Su Ran suggested mixing the spray liquid with boiling water, so when the fire door opened, they could douse the intruders with hot water. This was freshly boiled water, and as it splashed onto Chen Matzi and his crew, they instantly resembled overcooked shrimp, their skin reddening and steaming. Heart-wrenching screams erupted from Building 3, causing residents to hastily close their doors, fearing they might be dragged into the chaos. Chen Matzi writhed on the ground in agony, unable to open his eyes. Once the contents of the bucket were exhausted, Xiao Zhiyu dashed inside, refilling it with water. This time it was merely plain water. He and Su Ran braved the heat in their palms, working together to lift the bucket to pour it outside. The group outside writhed in pain, resembling shrimp tossed into boiling water, each contorting and leaping in agony. "I will kill you! I will kill you all!" Chun Matsi screamed in a frenzy. Chun Matsi was on the brink of insanity, the pain coursing through his body matched only by his fury. With his eyes shut, he fumbled for the gun tucked behind his waist and fired wildly. Wen Jianfeng, upon seeing him draw the weapon, kicked aside the two fools standing in the doorway and swiftly took cover behind the wall. The deafening gunfire erupted, and Xia Shiman felt her heart race as she witnessed bullets lodged into the opposite wall. Never had she imagined she would find herself in the midst of a gunfight in her lifetime. As the 7 bullets were spent, Xia Xiaoman's ears rang with a dull buzz. She could see Wen Jianfeng speaking to her, but his words were drowned out by the chaos. Ignoring the din, she lit a Molotov cocktail and dashed to the iron gate, tossing the bottle through the gap before rolling to the side and landing next to Wen Jianfeng. At last, she could hear his voice clearly. "You're too reckless. I told you not to act impulsively. If they have another gun, your life could be forfeit." Xia Xiaoman rubbed her ears, still ringing from the gunfire. Outside the door, Chun Matsi and his companions twisted and flailed like dying fish, desperately trying to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Yi Xiaojie cautiously peeked around, noting that the handgun remained in hand, and signaled to Wen Jianfeng. He drew a dagger, carefully surveying the angles before hurling it through the gap in the iron door. Chun Matsi felt a sharp pain in his chest and glanced down to see the knife embedded in him. Acknowledging his impending demise, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he staggered to reload his gun, inching toward the iron gate. Even in death, he sought to take someone down with him. Just as his hand brushed against the gate, it creaked open. Chun Matsi's heart soared, and he let out a sinister laugh. Fortune smiled upon him, granting him the chance for vengeance before his end. In the next instant, his smile froze as a massive wooden board struck him head-on. With a sickening thud, Chun Matsi was impaled by the sharp edge of the board. Sun Qing kicked the board down along with Chun Matsi, and then, stepping onto it, raised a machete to slit the throats of the remaining few. Xia Xiaoman quickly snatched the gun from Chun Matsi's hand, but when Wen Jianfeng saw her fiddling with it, he took it away, warning, "Don't mess around, be careful not to discharge it. Let us secure the area first, and I'll teach you how to use a gun later." Xia Xiaoman nodded in compliance, realizing her lack of firearm knowledge. With the gun confiscated, she rushed to find a chainsaw. After using the chainsaw, Chun Matsi left it on the stairs to the 16th floor, unharmed by boiling water and still functional. "Ugh. This person's hands are burnt to a crisp," Xiao Zhiyu remarked disdainfully, tugging at a corpse's clothing. Zhou Qiuyang glanced over, considering the scalding water tactic rather ingenious. "If the 12th building sends more people, we could stand in the corridor with buckets, pouring boiling water down on anyone who approaches." "That could work," Xia Xiaoman agreed. "Our fire door is gone. Hiding in the corridor and waiting for others to come is futile. It's better to have boiling water ready in the corridor, dousing anyone who comes up, making sure they suffer even if they survive." After tidying up the battleground, Xia Xiaoman took binoculars to the balcony. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out, and she instinctively turned to flee. After taking a couple of steps, she sensed something was amiss. The sound was not emanating from the corridor, but rather from the vicinity of the complex. Returning to the balcony, she spotted 6 or 7 8-person assault boats surrounding the 12th building. Raising the binoculars, she finally discerned that the boats were filled with armed special police. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. She had thought reinforcements wouldn't arrive, yet here was a substantial force. The armed police, well-trained, swiftly infiltrated the 12th building, leaving 5 or 6 to guard the perimeter. Almost immediately, the sound of intense gunfire erupted, resembling the crackling of fireworks during the New Year. In comparison, the earlier so-called gunfight seemed juvenile in the presence of such professionals. Xia Xiaoman watched as individuals leapt from the balcony, only to be met with guns aimed at their heads as they surfaced. In less than an hour, the villains of the 12th building were either gunned down or captured, and 7 or 8 underage boys and girls were rescued. Chapter 40. Hoisted by one's own petard, the 12th building lay in ruins. Boats laden with supplies were evacuated from the structure. Some brave souls ventured to confront the armed police, demanding the return of their protection fees. Xiao Zhiyu, enviously observing, suggested to Su Ran, "Why don't we take advantage of the chaos and snag a bag of food for ourselves?" Su Ran distanced herself, disdainfully replying, "If you wish to court death, do so without dragging me into it." Who paid the protection fees? The 12th building has records. Do you think the police will simply return food? Such a shame. Xiao Zhiyu lamented. There were so many good things in the 12th building. I wanted to snag an assault boat too. Zhou Qiuyang coldly retorted, with your build, you think you can even hope for supplies from the 12th building? Over 20 people were captured, not to mention the 40 or 50 who were killed. I wager if you enter the 12th building upright, you'll need to leave horizontally. Xiao Zhiyu scoffed at the humorless remarks, storming off to untie the climbing rope on the balcony. 2 minutes later, he rushed back in a panic. It's over. We brought the wolves to our door. That ungrateful lot downstairs has brought the police to deal with us. Wen Jianfeng grasped his arm, demanding, what do you mean deal with us? Clarify. I was just untying the rope on the balcony when I saw our neighbors stopping an assault boat, excitedly pointing this way. Before long, that boat was at our doorstep. And they're likely on their way up here now. They were on the 15th floor, and in a sense had committed similar acts of violence and theft, making them no different in the eyes of the police from those in the 12th building. The more Xiao Zhiyu thought about it, the more frantic he became. What do we do? Will we be arrested? With a sharp crack, Su Ran slapped his hand, still buzzing from the shock. Xiao Zhiyu, holding his swollen face in disbelief, looked at Su Ran, as did the others, bewildered.
Suran.
What the hell? Why did you hit me? I'm severing ties with you. Xiao Zhiyu was almost in tears, feeling wronged as he hadn't done anything to deserve her ire. Su Ran remained unfazed. People are visual creatures. As long as we appear pitiable enough, onlookers will instinctively sympathize with us. Xiao Zhiyu still felt wronged. Then why did you hit me? Why not hit yourself? He retorted, eyeing her. I can't bear to hit myself. Yangge, could you help me? Su Ran had already plotted her course of action. Among the 3 women present, all were fierce, while Wen Jianfeng was a boxing coach. Zhou Qiuyang, comparatively less forceful, was the most suitable choice for assistance. No need. Xiao Zhiyu interjected, blocking Zhou Qiuyang. This minor matter doesn't require Yangge's help. I can handle it myself. Su Ran's expression tightened. This was not good. Just as she prepared to flee, Xiao Zhiyu leaped and kicked her, then tackled her, unleashing a flurry of punches. The force of his strikes hinted at some personal vendetta. After enduring several blows, Su Ran fought back, transforming the one-sided assault into a mutual brawl. Xia Xiaoman turned away from the spectacle, speaking to Wen Jianfeng, coach. Let us stash the wooden board in my house for safekeeping. Wen Jianfeng nodded, and the group hurriedly arranged the scene, concealing any dangerous items. By the time the residents from below, accompanied by the police, arrived, aside from the sawed-open fire door, there were no signs of the earlier struggle. The bullet holes in the walls were obscured by the wooden barricades. Hello, is anyone inside? Please open the door, came the sound of knocking on the iron gate, met with the twins' loud wails. Father, the bad guys are back. Lingling is scared. The person outside the door, hearing Lingling's pitiful and helpless sobs, felt a pang of sympathy. Help! Dad, save me. The bad guys are coming to steal our supplies. If Lingling's cries were delicate and refined, Su's were bold and unrestrained. Wen Jianfeng, with a furrowed brow, quickly covered Su's mouth, warning, stop howling. Keep your head down, or I'll make you regret it. Though Su felt indignant, his cries were loud enough for anyone outside to hear. He complied to avoid punishment. 2 armed police officers, alerted by the children's cries, turned to the survivors behind them with skepticism. A resident from room 1003 shouted, there are 2 children on the 15th floor. And their father looks like a villain. Once, my daughter-in-law was taking the stairs when he stealthily followed her and touched her. In the corridor, everyone turned to stare at Wen Jianfeng, surprised. Is this true? Wen Jianfeng felt a wave of despair. In all fairness, that was a misunderstanding. My daughter-in-law was simply unsteady while carrying supplies, and I just helped her regain her balance. An older gentleman chimed in. There's not a good person on the 15th floor. The women there are ruthless. One wielding an axe once targeted my son when he refused her advances, throwing the axe at him. Luckily, he escaped. Once again, the group turned their gaze, this time towards Xia Xiaoman. Sun Qing raised her eyebrows, teasing, look at you, sister. Such an appetite. Xia Xiaoman, baffled, retorted, when did I ever show interest in men? This is pure slander. Unable to tolerate the gossip, Xia Xiaoman dabbed her eyes with ginger juice, pulled at her collar and cautiously peeked outside. The crowd was quick to react, pointing at the iron gate. The female demon is coming out. Comrades, she is the one who stole our supplies. The two officers turned to see a petite girl, tear-streaked and disheveled, her collar torn, revealing bruises on her neck and collarbone. Is this the demon? She looks more like a victim. The residents were stunned, questioning who this girl was and where the axe-wielding villain had gone. Xia Xiaoman, sniffling, asked, "Who are you? What brings you to our 15th floor?" "The police." Scratching their heads awkwardly, replied, "According to reports, you have allegedly harmed people and stolen their supplies. We're here to investigate." Before she could respond, Sun Qing jumped in. "Nonsense.
Who stole from them?
They bully us because we're young, constantly harassing us." Chapter 41. Each side has its own reasoning. Sun Qing, not one for a delicate appearance, wrapped the bandages from her hand around her leg, pretending to be injured. The officers, observing the pair, one weak and the other limping, began to waver in their stance. However, the onlookers were relentless, eager to seize the opportunity to confront the 15th floor, fearing retaliation if they did not act decisively. "Don't be fooled. They are ruthless killers," one resident shouted.
Yes.
"We even found bodies they left behind, utterly mangled." Another added, "You can search for evidence inside. You might find their tools of crime."
Oh, it was horrifying.
"I live on the 9th floor and heard screams from above. It was terrifying to imagine how they tortured others." The crowd clamored, accusing the 15th floor of heinous acts, as if they were all deserving of the harshest punishment. Xia Xiaoman, through her tears, silently memorized their faces. "If we were as wicked as you claim, why wouldn't we have eliminated all of you? Leaving you here to tarnish our reputation?" Her voice quivered, yet her words did not provoke disdain. "You accuse us of theft. Yet how could our fire door be pried open while yours remain intact?" From the shadows, Xiao Zhiyu limped forward, interjecting, "Sister Xia is right. Don't let them use you as pawns. They are the ones stealing our supplies." He pointed angrily at the crowd. "These shameless beasts are envious of our kayaks and diving gear. They smashed the fire door on the 13th floor to rob us, forcing us to move to the 15th. Brothers, if you don't believe us, check the 13th floor. There are still marks from where they pried the door." The onlookers were incensed, realizing someone was more skilled at twisting the truth than they were. "What nonsense! The door was broken by others, and you killed those people." It was indeed a case of conflicting narratives. The two officers, overwhelmed by the chaos, were just about to intervene when Lingling, with swollen eyes from crying, emerged. "Sister Xia. Daddy said if the bad guys come to take our things, we should just give them what they want. Safety is more important than supplies." She looked up at the officers. "Uncles, if you take our supplies, can you please not bully Sister Xia? And please don't hurt Brother Xiaoyu and Brother Shaoran, okay?" The innocence in Lingling's gaze struck a chord in the officers, igniting a wave of guilt. Su Ran wiped the blood from his face and approached Lingling to comfort her. "Lingling, be good and go home. Lock the door. We will protect you." Lingling wailed, clinging to Su Ran, her cries heart-wrenching. The officers felt even guiltier and hastily reassured her, "Little sister, we won't hurt your brothers or bully your sister. Please stop crying." The power of a child's plea was undeniable, and the officers' hearts began to lean towards the 15th floor. The stark contrast was evident. The two men were battered and bruised, while the women were equally wounded, and the children looked malnourished. It was clear who the vulnerable party was. Once Lingling's tears subsided, the officers turned their stern gazes towards the crowd. "What evidence do you have that these residents stole your supplies?" As the crowd prepared to speak, one officer interjected, "Don't give me any nonsense. I need concrete proof. Like photos or videos that can definitively show these residents stealing your supplies. Do you have such evidence?" A resident from room 1002 murmured, "Isn't this absurd? There's no electricity. How could there be photos or videos?" The officers maintained their composure. "Since there's no evidence, your actions are tantamount to filing a false report." "What do you mean false report? The people on the 15th floor did steal our supplies. How can that be false?" "Then, produce the evidence. Let the evidence speak for itself." The two officers felt exhausted. Amidst the chaos of disaster, every day presented a barrage of issues. If they hadn't just dealt with a gang, fearing the 15th floor residents might be involved, they likely wouldn't have bothered coming at all. These endless disputes could arise 1,000 times a day, and addressing each one was an impossible task, even without sleep. They reprimanded the crowd and ordered them to disperse. The armed police once again cautioned Xia Xiaoman and her companions, advising them to exercise restraint and not to overstep boundaries. While their sympathy for the vulnerable was genuine, It did not imply that the weaker party was oblivious to Xia Xiaoman's schemes. Rather, they chose not to expose them out of compassion. Once the armed police departed, Xia Xiaoman and her group finally felt a sense of relief. That was a close call. Fortunately, the two officers were rather amicable, otherwise they would have faced dire consequences. Xiao Zhiyu, still shaken, patted his chest in relief. Xia Xiaoman, fatigued, wiped her face and prepared to reset the trap. What about the fire door? Sun Qing inquired. When Jianfeng responded, I will bring the fire door from the 13th floor to block the iron gate for camouflage. Given the current constraints, we'll find a way to reinstall the fire door later when circumstances allow. By the time they had tidied up the 15th floor, the armed police had already departed the community with supplies confiscated from Building 12. Observing the retreating figures, Xia Xiaoman put away her binoculars. Everyone should rest well during lunch to conserve energy for this afternoon's visit to our good neighbors. Zhou Chuyang paused. Are you planning to confront them or seize supplies? Count me in if it's about seizing supplies. Xiao Zhiyu said with excitement, having long been displeased with the inhabitants of that building. However, when Jianfeng expressed his reservations, stating, the people from Building 12 have just been apprehended, it would not be wise for us to act recklessly. Xia Xiaoman reassured him with a confident glance. The armed police are here because I emphasized to them that there were firearms in Building 12. We won't harm anyone. We merely aim to procure supplies. And the higher-ups will not intervene. If they dispatched personnel for every robbery, the disaster relief efforts in Floating City would be unmanageable due to a lack of manpower. Chapter 42. The humid weather being bullied to such an extent is intolerable. Since the residents of the building claimed that the 15th floor had stolen their supplies, she would solidify that assertion by fulfilling their expectations. Regaining her spirit, Xia Xiaoman wielded her axe and rallied Sun Qing and the others to raid the households for supplies. The residents were aware that the 15th floor would not spare them, yet they were unprepared for such an immediate confrontation. Just that morning, the armed police had taken the people from Building 12. By afternoon, the 15th floor had come to claim their supplies. It was brazen, utterly audacious. Yet, none dared to resist. Those who did were promptly dealt with. Xia Xiaoman and her group were not overly harsh, seizing only 20 pounds of grain from each household as a lesson for those who had betrayed them. Following this incident, the residents of the building became notably more submissive, only daring to whisper about the 15th floor, and whenever they encountered anyone from that floor, they would lower their heads and scurry away like quails. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy. The next day, when Jianfeng and his team ventured to the mountain where they had previously caught ducks to gather supplies, Xia Xiaoman stayed behind to tend to the home and manage the ducks in her space. Over 100 ducks were not easy to handle. Only she had the means to keep them from spoiling. At 11:30, she went to Unit 1502 to prepare lunch for the twins using the ingredients provided by one Jianfeng. During the meal, when Su squirmed as if he were infested with fleas, nearly toppling his bowl, Xia Xiaoman, with a stern expression, admonished Su, sit still and eat. Don't push me to discipline you. When Su pouted, Sister Xiaoman, I'm so itchy. I see you're just trying to avoid the punishment. Despite her words, Xia Xiaoman set down her utensils and lifted Wen Su's shirt. Upon doing so, she noticed his fair back was covered in red welts. What are these red spots? Does your father know? She asked. Wen Su shook his head, unaware. After a moment's thought, Xia Xiaoman fetched a bottle of cooling oil from home and applied it to the red spots. Concerned about the possibility of contagion, she checked Wen Ling's back as well, feeling slightly relieved when she found no signs of rash on her. Later that evening, around 7, an assault boat towed several inflatable rafts and wooden rafts into the community. The motor of the assault boat was loud, prompting residents to peek outside, anxious that the people from Building 12 might be returning. When the boat halted in front of Building 3, the inhabitants of the other buildings felt reassured and returned indoors. Xia Xiaoman was oblivious to the happenings below. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, when Su had been suffering from diarrhea, leaving him utterly drained. Lacking medical knowledge, she gave him a few abdominal pills, but they seemed ineffective. Observing Wen Su's pale complexion, Xia Xiaoman was filled with anxiety. Just then, a commotion at the door caught her attention, and she grasped her axe, moving cautiously towards the corridor. Sister Xiaoman, we're back. Hurry and open the door. The cheerful voice of Xiao Zhiyu made her relax her grip on the axe and hasten to open the door. What took you so long? Where are Coach 1 and Xiao Jia? She inquired. They're downstairs, Xiao Zhiyu replied excitedly. Sister, guess what we brought back this time? You'll be astonished when you see. Xia Xiaoman, uninterested in playing guessing games, instructed, you stay here. I'll go find Xiao Jia and coach. With that, she dashed downstairs. Xiao Jiu scratched his head, wondering if something was amiss given her urgency. Downstairs, Wen Jianfeng and Yi Xiao Jia were hauling supplies from the raft into the building. Xia Xiaoman rushed down, calling out, Coach, Wen Su is ill. Please hurry back and check on him. Upon hearing about his son's illness, Wen Jianfeng immediately abandoned what he was carrying and rushed upstairs.
Yo, yeah.
You should return as well. You have some medical knowledge and may be able to assist. She quickly briefed Yi Xiao Jia on Wen Su's condition, hoping to prepare her for what lay ahead. Yi Xiao Jia took note of everything and swiftly ran upstairs. Sun Qing, who had been a bit farther away, hadn't he fully grasped their conversation and casually asked what was going on as Yi Xiao Jia and Wen Jianfeng departed. Hearing that Wen Su had developed a rash, she commented, it's probably due to excessive humidity causing a rash. In this weather, it's intolerable even for adults like us. Sun Qing sighed, lamenting, the humidity is unbearable. I can only dry my clothes indoors, and wearing half-dry clothing has given me gynecological issues. Xia Xiaoman remained silent before the floods had worsened. She had managed to gather a stock of supplies, including many undergarments and clothes. Although they were of a more matronly style, at least they were dry, sparing her from any such discomfort. Didn't we bring back a lot of sanitary pads? You could use them daily for protection. They're not entirely useless, she suggested. Sun Qing shook her head. It's fine if I don't go out, but wearing pads while out is worse. With this heavy rain, even wearing a raincoat doesn't help. The rain seeps through, and it's a miserable experience. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters.
Come.
Let me show you the wonderful things we've brought back. Sun Qing lifted the rain cover from one of the inflatable rafts. Xia Xiaoman gazed at the square machine inside and speculated, is that a generator? Clever. How did you guess? Have you seen one before? Sun Qing asked. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. I haven't seen one, but it was an educated guess. What else could excite you more than a generator? Where did you acquire it? Sun Qing chuckled, we stole it. In the afternoon, around 3, after organizing their supplies and returning, Xiao Jiu, desperate to relieve himself, insisted on finding a spot rather than using the raft. The only person who could discipline Xiao Jiu was Xia Xiaoman. He feared no one else, as she was the only one who would genuinely follow through on her threats. With no one to restrain him, Wen Jianfeng, exasperated by Xiao Jiu's antics, found a secluded alley where Xiao Jiu could take care of his needs. During this time, Xiao Jiu witnessed a group hiding supplies. After they departed, he informed Wen Jianfeng and the others, and they deliberated before deciding to seize this batch of supplies. Sun Qing patted the assault boat, noting that the group had an impressive array of goods. In addition to the generator, they had an assault boat and plenty of diesel and gasoline, hard currency in their current situation, nearly impossible to procure elsewhere. After a brief pause, she added, however, the coach mentioned that we cannot keep the speedboat. He intends to send it to the rescue point later. Cannot keep it? What does that mean? This speedboat was far too heavy and cumbersome for us to lift to the 15th floor. Leaving it downstairs would undoubtedly lead to its theft, so it would be wiser to gift it to the rescue point as a favor. Xia Xiaoman understood. Such a trivial issue rested upon her shoulders. The other day, I had hidden the emergency kit in a rather obscure place, and I could ferry the speedboat there without anyone discovering it. It would be absurd to relinquish the speedboat, especially since it came with fuel. Chapter 43. Blocked messages. As the speedboat raced across the water, Xia Xiaoman gripped the steering wheel tightly, guiding it to a secluded spot to secure it. She then retrieved a kayak and paddled slowly back to the community. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she encountered Yi Xiaojia, who had just exited room 1502. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoman return, she updated her on Wen Su's condition. Xiao Su is fine. He merely has excess dampness in his body, leading to rashes and diarrhea. He should recover in a couple of days. Xia Xiaoman nodded, surprised that the rambunctious boy was actually weaker than Lingling.
Ye Xiaoji chocolate.
Lingling diligently fulfills the tasks assigned by the coach and sweats more than Xiao Su, which is why her dampness is less severe. Exercising and sweating is a method to expel excess dampness from the body. Xia Xiaoman, with a mischievous glint in her eye, asked, have you mentioned this to the coach? Yi Xiaojia, knowing what she wanted to hear, replied that the coach was as dark as a pot's bottom. Once Xiao Su recovered, he would face some consequences. Xia Xiaoman laughed heartily. It was only fitting. Xiao Su was too unruly. If he wasn't reined in, he would surely ascend to the heavens. After a long day, everyone was utterly exhausted. They tidied up the supplies and retreated to their rooms for rest. The next day, no one ventured outside. Everyone remained indoors to tinker with the generator. This diesel generator appeared to have been in use for a year or two, given its state of disrepair. The loose wires had been neatly tied and placed beside the generator. After studying it for over 2 hours, they finally managed to install and successfully start the generator. When Jianfeng promptly connected the welding machine and reinstalled the fire door. With one less fire door, the 15th floor felt less secure. Now that it was back in place, they felt much safer. Xia Xiaoman and Sun Qing charged the batteries they had purchased from Qiuyang, also charging their phones in the process. The long silent phones finally came to life again. Although there was no signal, the familiar interface still brought a rush of excitement. Xia Xiaoman opened her phone to find the latest messages, including one from the bakery manager inquiring about her safety and informing her that she need not come to work. Although the flood had only occurred a month prior, it inexplicably felt like a lifetime ago. Out of boredom, she scrolled through her blocked messages and suddenly saw one from her hometown. Upon opening it, a wave of mixed emotions washed over her. The message was from her father, revealing that on the day the flood struck, her brother's school was submerged. The teachers had made every effort to evacuate the students and ensure their safety, but some students were swept away by the floodwaters. Tragically, her brother was among those lost. Her parents had gone to retrieve him from the school, but they could not bring back even his body. Her father's message conveyed their sorrow, stating that she was their only child now, urging her to put aside past grievances and return home to pay her brother a final tribute. On the day the message was sent, she was trapped in her rented apartment due to the flood. Because she had blocked her parents' numbers, she had not seen the message. Xia Xiaoman harbored little affection for her brother, Xia Haoming. In her youth, she had resented him, feeling overshadowed by their parents' favoritism towards him. As she matured, she realized that it was not her brother's fault, but rather a consequence of their parents' bias. Xia Haoming had not wronged her. In fact, she often used him to manipulate their parents. She never imagined his life would be so fleeting, extinguished quietly in the bloom of youth. While Xia Xiaoman felt a sense of loss over her brother's passing, she swiftly deleted her parents' request for her to return. It was only after losing their son that they remembered they had a daughter. Alone and facing the flood herself, she received not a word of concern from them. Yet they expected her to return. How could she go back? Fly back? Even if she were not trapped in her apartment at that moment, she would never do so. She could guarantee that if she returned, those unscrupulous parents would sell her to an old man as a concubine. Casting her phone aside, Xia Xiaoman began to stretch and established a daily exercise routine. She needed to hone her skills to ensure that she would not be captured and left powerless against her fate as a concubine. The following morning, she drove the speedboat back downstairs, picking up when Jianfeng and the others, and set off towards the city. With a generator, certain electrical tools now possessed considerable value, such as rice cookers, microwaves, lamps, hair dryers, and fans. These items were relatively common, found in most households, as well as in companies that prioritized employee break areas. After circling a few times, Xia Xiaoman noticed that some high-rise buildings had residents now, compelling her to venture further. The speedboat was not particularly fast, and even with several barrels of gasoline, she was reluctant to floor the accelerator and waste fuel. Frugality was paramount. Hey, Xiaoman, there seems to be no one over there. Sun Qing pointed towards a distant building adorned with a V-shaped sign, slightly askew. Xia Xiaoman swiftly turned the wheel and headed that way. As they approached the building, individuals paddling wooden rafts and kayaks began to converge, blocking the speedboat's path. Do not come any closer. This is our territory, shouted a person on the raft, brandishing a paddle assertively. Sun Qing retorted loudly. Does that building have your name on it? How can it be your territory? The raft's occupants hesitated, glancing back at the building.
Are you here for the office building?
Not to fish. Sun Qing was speechless. Do we look like we're here to fish? The 8-person speedboat, carrying 6 passengers, certainly did not resemble a fishing expedition. There was no space to stow fish. Realizing their misunderstanding, the raft's occupants waved to each other, clearing a path.
Sorry.
I thought you were here to fish. You can visit the office building, but no fishing here. Sun Qing acknowledged with a nod, mumbling under her breath. Why are these people so obsessed with fish? What good are those infected by parasites? Xia Xiaoman laughed. Not all fish are parasitized. Perhaps some are untouched. Then should we catch a few fish when we return to the community? Ask Xiao Zhiyu. Sun Qing grimaced, if you want to fish, go ahead. But don't drag me into it. One Jianfeng interjected, you may not even have the chance to fish. When we left this morning, many people in the community were already fishing. By the time we return, the fish will likely be all gone. With resources dwindling, finding ways to sustain themselves became essential. After experiencing 2 floods, locating submerged supplies had become increasingly challenging. Watching others pull out large fish weighing 20 to 30 pounds stirred their desire. The first time they attempted to catch fish, their inexperience led to a chaotic morning with no catches. This was not unusual. However, with practice, they would surely discover the right methods. After witnessing Sun Qing reel in dozens of large fish in a single morning, the residents of the building were eager to join in and began fishing for several consecutive days. The enticing aroma of grilled fish often wafted through the community.
Yet,
Having seen the parasites inside the fish, Sun Qing and the others hesitated to try the water-esque catch. With ample supplies on hand, they were not inclined to risk eating fish that might harbor parasites. Chapter 44. Searching for supplies in the office building. They reached the office building without hindrance. Sun Qing remained behind to watch the speedboat, while Xia Xiaoman armed her with a handgun for protection. Over the past few days, one Jianfeng had taught everyone on the 15th floor how to handle a firearm. The pistol holds merely 7 bullets, and it is imperative not to fire unless absolutely necessary. The office building's windows have been shattered from the outside, leaving the interior in disarray, evidently having been ransacked. This structure is quite tall, standing at 36 stories, with 7 floors submerged in water, leaving 29 above the surface. However, perhaps due to the building's age or a poorly constructed foundation, the entire edifice tilts to the left. Consequently, the government has not arranged for anyone to occupy this building, and others are too fearful to remain inside. Given the numerous floors and the expansive area of each, I suggest we search for supplies separately. Should we encounter strangers, it is advisable to avoid conflict and regroup with teammates first. After some contemplation, Xia Xiaoman proclaimed, I possess considerable strength and agility. I will search the uppermost 6 floors, while the coach will handle the lowest 6. The middle 17 floors will be divided among you 3, Zhou Qiuyang, Xiao Zhiyu, and Su Ran. Should any insurmountable issues arise, you can either ascend to find me or descend to seek the coach's assistance. Zhou Qiuyang, Xiao Zhiyu, and Su Ran, with their lower combat capabilities, will remain in the mid-level floors for relative safety. There were no objections, and the 5 of them dispersed to ascend the building. Xia Xiaoman sprinted to the top floor, where the previously visited offices required no effort to force open. Every door stood ajar. Upon reaching the pinnacle, she was greeted by a dazzling array of opulent decorations, walls and ceilings adorned with extravagant patterns. The aesthetic choices of the CEO seemed rather gaudy, yet she found them appealing. In these times, who does not appreciate golden embellishments? Upon entering, she found a corridor lined with carpets, flanked by potted plants and adorned with 2 sets of European-style tables and chairs. Lifting the carpet revealed its cleanliness. She decided to roll it up for use at home, sparing her feet from the cold concrete. The quality of the tables and chairs appeared satisfactory, destined for her space, and should they ever become unsightly, they could be repurposed as firewood. At the corridor's end on the right lay the chairman's office, furnished in a traditional Chinese style, featuring an impressive suite of rosewood furniture, intricately carved. Xia Xiaoman attempted to lift the desk, exerting all her strength to move it, a testament to its formidable weight, equivalent to that of 2 adult men. She was thoroughly pleased with the desk and chairs, envisioning their utility as both furniture and potential weaponry in critical moments. The desk, inlaid with marble, was not something an ordinary person could easily manage, making it an excellent addition to her resources. Behind the desk, a shelf held several bottles of fine liquor, all shattered on the floor, a true waste of valuable resources. Next to the shelf was a hidden door leading to the chairman's lounge, which had been thoroughly ransacked, with all valuable items taken. Touching the mattress revealed its good quality. It was an ideal candidate for her home. She collected everything, including spare blankets and pillows from the cabinet, not minding that they had been previously used, as a new set would suffice. Exiting the office, she entered the second room, the reception area. Though it had been searched, it remained largely intact. Appliances such as coffee machines, microwaves, refrigerators, water dispensers, and purifiers were all present. Xia Xiaoman moved through the space like a swarm of locusts, collecting everything from large furniture to small items like toothpicks, tissues, and garbage bags. Anything useful was stowed away. In the third room, the conference area, the long table, durable and robust, was too valuable to leave behind. The top floor was filled with various executives' offices, conference rooms, and reception areas, while the 35th floor housed the offices of ordinary workers. Every cubicle had been rummaged through, with all valuables and food taken. Xia Xiaoman grabbed a large garbage bag, tossing in any usable items, books, magazines, notebooks, anything that could serve as a substitute for toilet paper in the future. She also collected items from the women's cubicles, including ibuprofen, sunscreen spray, hair ties, sanitary napkins, insect repellent, and small blankets. The 34th and 36th floors belonged to the same planning company, yielding a scattered collection of supplies, yet the top floor had garnered an impressive number of appliances. The 33rd floor housed an animation production company, filled with numerous figurines, some towering over Xia Xiaoman. While these figures were not particularly useful, they were visually pleasing and would find a place in her storage. The 32nd floor contained a popular live streaming company, suggested by the clothing in the wardrobe to be one that produced risque videos. The garments were composed of scant fabric, too poor in quality to even serve as cleaning rags. The 30th and 31st floors belonged to the same company, primarily engaged in overseas food trade. Many food packaging bags littered the floor, though the contents had been taken. Xia Xiaoman discovered 2 plasma refrigerators, reputed to function even during power outages. Each was equipped with a 42W battery, utilizing a combination of solar and battery power to maintain refrigeration for over 10 days and freezing for 4 days, even in the event of a blackout. She recognized this model from a conversation with the bakery's manager, who lamented the fear of losing food during summer outages. Though these refrigerators had ceased operation after a month without power, they could prove invaluable if electricity were restored, whether for her use, for sale, or for discreetly storing supplies. As she descended through the levels Zhou Qiuyang had already searched, she found little of value and dragged 2 large bags of assorted tissues, notebooks, and appliances down to the ground floor. Upon her arrival, when Jianfeng had already organized their gathered supplies, filling 3 kayaks to capacity, they loaded Xia Xiaoman's items onto the vessels and set off towards the community. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they opened their respective collections of supplies. I found a shop selling quilts, filled with high-end down, silk, and wool blankets. Choose whichever you prefer, she announced. Xiao Zhiyu pulled out several packages of compressed quilts from his bag. Sun Qing and the others were unreserved, selecting 2 quilts each. Su Ran presented his findings, revealing that his search floors were primarily telemarketing offices, yielding little of value. His items were similar to Xia Xiaoman's, the only difference being that her haul included some appliances. Well, these are the supplies I found. Feel free to take what you want, Wen Jianfeng remarked, his expression somewhat uneasy as he dropped several large bags before the group. Chapter 45. Using children as bait. Su Ran glanced inside one of the bags, his face instantly flushing crimson, and promptly sealed it shut. Xiao Zhiyu, noticing his reaction, became intensely curious. Why is your face so red? What's in the bag? Su Ran swatted his hand away. Don't look, it's not something you can use. Not something I can use? What could it possibly be? Xiao Zhiyu pressed further. His curiosity piqued. Sun Qing also grew inquisitive, opening another bag to rummage through, pulling out a pair of deep gray boxer shorts. I thought it might be something important. Turns out it's just underwear. Here you go. She tossed it to Xiao Zhiyu. His eyes lit up. Great. My underwear in my suitcase is almost worn out. Let me see if there are any other styles. He opened the bag he had snatched from Su Ran. Hey, isn't this bag filled with underwear? Seeing Xiao Zhiyu reaching inside, Su Ran could no longer contain himself and slapped his head. You fool, that's women's underwear. What do you think you're doing? Woman's underwear? Sun Qing's eyes widened. Before Xiao Zhiyu could react, she snatched the bag from him. It really is underwear. What a timely find. Sun Qing gazed at Wen Jianfeng with gratitude. Coach, from this day forth, you shall be my personal mentor. Should there be any matters requiring assistance, Sun Qing, will not hesitate to help. Wen Jianfeng, initially feeling somewhat awkward, found his discomfort dissipating with her words. He had just discovered a company specializing in intimate apparel, with a warehouse overflowing with inventory, which he had brought back in its entirety. The bags contained a plethora of styles: silk, pure cotton, sports bras, seamless underwear, and options for all sizes, even children's underwear. Xiao Zhiyu contributed a cotton sheet to spread on the ground, pouring out the contents of the bags for everyone to select their desired pieces. The remaining items would be taken back by Wen Jianfeng, possibly for resale later. Xia Xiaoman chose several sports bras and seamless underwear, lamenting that her own collection consisted solely of styles suited for older women, which were less than appealing. The morning had been fruitful. After a refreshing nap, they ventured into the city once more. This time, their search was not aimless. They specifically sought out buildings that were leaning precariously on the verge of collapse. The supplies they found were somewhat scattered, but were still preferable to scavenging underwater. As dusk approached, the group reluctantly returned to their community via the speedboat. With Wen Jianfeng at the helm, the others relaxed in the back, discussing the day's discoveries. Sun Qing was particularly animated, her smile radiant. Fortunately, I spotted this community. Many residents here are engaged in e-commerce, and we were fortunate to stumble upon a clothing vendor. 5 large bags of clothing, and soon we shall have no worries about attire. Zhou Chuyang chimed in. I found a shop selling shoes, with an impressive array of sample pairs, although they are all men's shoes. Sun Qing waved her hand dismissively. No matter, it's been raining daily. Aside from flip-flops and sandals, other shoes are of little use to me. Xiao Zhiyu chuckled. Sister Qing, guess what I brought back? Spit it out.
Tajda.
Ocean Treasure Gemstone repairing masks. He revealed 2 exquisitely packaged boxes of masks, handing one to Sun Qing and the other to Xia Xiaoman. The masks were exorbitantly priced, each costing over 400, with a box of 6 exceeding 2,000, more precious than gold. The 2 sisters accepted them, determined to maintain their skincare even amidst the floods. Xia Xiaoman declined his offer. You keep them. I can hardly muster the energy for face wash or toner. If it were a miracle product, I might show some interest, as my cheeks have suffered from the winter chill. Sun Qing expressed her disinterest. I prefer to avoid such frivolous items. You can have them back.
What?
You don't want such fine products? Su Ran remarked with disdain. In times like this, you're worried about skincare? Be cautious, or you might attract unwanted attention. You're the one attracting trouble. Xiao Zhiyu retorted, but soon fell into a despondent silence, pondering the future. He held a glimmer of hope that civilization would not vanish due to a mere flood. In less than 50 years, Xia country had risen to become a global power, unafraid to challenge the United States. He believed that soon, Xia country would regain its strength. Zhou Chuyang patted his shoulder in consolation, suddenly noticing something amiss.
Coach.
Did we take a wrong turn? Why are we veering off course? Without looking back, Wen Jianfeng replied, There's a child in the water. The group straightened, peering in the direction Wen Jianfeng had indicated. Indeed, a child was struggling in the water, about to call for help before sinking below the surface. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, questioning how a child could be alone outside. Could it be a trap? She wondered. As evening fell, it seemed suspicious for a child to be drowning while others were out gathering supplies. Wen Jianfeng stated firmly, regardless of whether it is a trap, that child is on the brink of drowning. I cannot stand idly by. As a father himself, he hoped that if his child were in danger, someone would risk their safety to save them. Understanding his resolve, Xia Xiaoman knew there was no stopping him. They sped across the water, Wen Jianfeng pressing the throttle. Suddenly, a thick rope emerged from beneath the surface, and Wen Jianfeng, caught off guard, was ensnared and plunged into the water. Zhou Chuyang, Sun Qing, and Xiao Zhiyu, tall as they were, also fell victim to the rope, tumbling into the depths one after another. The unmanned speedboat continued, carrying Xia Xiaoman, and Su ran forward until it collided with the struggling child, leaving a gruesome trail of blood on its surface. When Jianfeng resurfaced to this horrifying scene, his eyes instantly filled with fury. He drew the dagger at his waist, scanning for the perpetrators. Beware below, Xia Xiaoman shouted from the speedboat, kneeling as she spotted several shadows approaching. As one shadow neared Sun Qing from behind, she quickly drew her pistol, firing with precision. The thunderous crack of the gun startled the hidden assailants, while Sun Qing turned to see a pool of crimson emerging in the water. Without hesitation, she brandished her knife, plunging it downwards multiple times to ensure the threat was neutralized before searching for other shadows. Chapter 46. A landscape of desolation. Pools of blood spread across the water's surface as when Jianfeng engaged in a fierce struggle with the shadowy figures beneath. Aware of his limitations, Xiao Zhiyu swiftly swam towards the speedboat, aided by Su Ran, and managed to climb aboard. Su Ran, steer the boat to assist Sister Qing. He gasped. We can't, Xia Xiaoman warned, observing the figures on either shore, where several men armed with long poles aimed to strike them into the water. Ducking under a pole, Xia Xiaoman drew her dagger, ready to demonstrate her skills honed over the years. She hurled 5 throwing knives in quick succession, each finding its mark with deadly accuracy, striking 3 men with lethal precision. As the wounded fell to the ground, cries of agony echoed. Another 5 knives followed, hitting 2 more targets. Realizing that Xia Xiaoman posed the greatest threat, their attackers focused on her, wielding their poles in an attempt to subdue her. Despite their lower combat skills, Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran, youthful and quick-witted, maneuvered the speedboat back and forth to evade the strikes. Each time a pole swung, they adjusted their course, avoiding the blows. Their movements were swift, minimizing the risk of entanglement with the ropes. The relentless pursuit of the speedboat infuriated the assailants on shore, who were eager to retaliate against Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran. As Xia Xiaoman continued to unleash her throwing knives, the number of injured on the shore grew. And recognizing that their comrades were suffering significant losses, the attackers signaled a retreat. Within mere minutes, the area was devoid of their presence. Their swift and practiced retreat suggested that this was not their first encounter with such confrontations. Xia Xiaoman remained vigilant, her senses sharp as she kept watch over the surroundings. Wen Jianfeng swam closer to the speedboat, rescuing the child and bringing them aboard. Sun Qing examined the child's wound. The back of his head had suffered a blow, and his body bore numerous bruises, with his legs tightly bound by ropes. "Coach, this child is already dead," Wen Jianfeng said, his eyes reddening. "I know. Take him back. Tomorrow I will ensure he receives a proper burial." This child was nearly the same age as Ling Ling, and he could not bear the thought of leaving him to be devoured by fish in the water. On the return journey, a heavy silence enveloped everyone, their spirits weighed down. No one felt inclined to speak. What kind of world had descended into such chaos that a 5- or 6-year-old child could be used as bait? Just over a month ago, they had been chanting slogans of peace and love. In the span of a month, the world had been utterly overturned, transformed into a hell on earth, where every sight was a testament to devastation. It was unfathomable to discern whether those before them were human or demons cloaked in human skin. In the struggle for survival and resources, people would resort to any means necessary, exploiting the goodwill of others for their own gain. Zhou Qiuyang had already witnessed the harsh realities of society and had a fair capacity to accept it. However, for the high school students Su Ran and Xiao Zhiyu, it was utterly heart-wrenching. How depraved must one be to concoct such a scheme involving a 5- or 6-year-old child? Even the most basic of animals instinctively protect their young. These individuals were beneath even that. When Jianfeng was engulfed in profound guilt, wondering if he could have saved the child had he been more cautious. They had set out to rescue lives, only to end up losing one. Xia Xiaoman, unaware, twirled the dagger in her hand, staring blankly ahead. She could not comprehend when Jianfeng's irrational urge to save the child, perhaps due to her lack of empathy, which rendered her cold-blooded. Such behavior harbored far too many risks. The journey back was silent, and upon reaching the 15th floor, they hastily distributed supplies before retreating to their respective rooms. The next day, they did not venture into the city, but returned to the hill where they had previously captured ducks. Wen Jianfeng buried the child's body on the mountain while the others foraged for edible wild vegetables. With ample rainfall, the wild vegetables thrived. Sun Qing, Xiao Zhiyu, and others enthusiastically dug up wild onions and bamboo shoots. Xia Xiaoman, however, was disinterested. After 18 years of eating wild vegetables, her enthusiasm had waned. The mountain was strewn with broken branches, likely torn down by strong winds during a storm. Xia Xiaoman chopped the branches into smaller pieces, storing 1/3 of them in her space. Little by little, she accumulated enough firewood to last her 2 or 3 months. "Ah! A snake! There's a snake!" Xia Xiaoman exclaimed, looking up at the sound. Su Ran, panicked, stumbled backward, and fell to the ground. Xiao Zhiyu, closest to him, rushed forward to kick the snake away, then knelt to roll up Su Ran's pant leg, applying pressure to expel the blood. "It's over, what do we do?" "Su Ran, don't be afraid, it's all right. We just need to get the venom out, you won't die," Xiao Zhiyu said, tears streaming down his cheeks. After all, he was just a teenager, still not an adult, and his emotional resilience was fragile. Su Ran, already frightened, turned pale at the sight of Xiao Zhiyu's distress and, with a quivering voice, asked, "Am I going to die?" Sun Qing, Zhou Qiuyang, and Wen Jianfeng rushed over, their expressions grim as they saw the snakebite marks on Su Ran's leg. Su Ran trembled uncontrollably, and tears flowed freely as he cried, I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Hey, was it this snake that bit you? Su Ran turned to see Xia Xiaoman holding a long, patterned brown snake. Before he could respond, Xiao Zhiyu eagerly nodded, yes, that's the one. I kicked it away. This is a water snake. It's non-venomous. You won't die, Xia Xiaoman assured, swiftly decapitating the snake and demonstrating how to skin it. Xiao Zhiyu was astonished, sister. Have you practiced this? Xia Xiaoman nodded. Of course, these were my childhood snacks. Xiao Zhiyu gave her a thumbs up, impressed. After a brief scare, Su Ran felt better after a while and resumed searching for wild vegetables, though he was now much more cautious. Each time he approached a thicket, he would strike it with a stick first. This time, he had been fortunate to encounter a non-venomous snake, but he knew next time he might not be so lucky. Caution was paramount. Chapter 47. Recurrent fever. The sky was overcast, and rain had poured incessantly for 24 hours. Xiao Zhiyu sat beside Su Ran at the rear of the speedboat, grumbling, with this constant rain, it's like the Dragon King is marrying off his daughter. What marriage? Zhou Qiuyang asked, not catching the reference. Xiao Zhiyu explained, back home, we say that when it rains, it's because the Dragon King is marrying off his daughter. Sun Qing laughed, that's just superstitious nonsense. If the Dragon King truly had daughters to marry off, he must have an endless supply. Given that it's been a month, and the wedding is still underway. Xiao Zhiyu chuckled awkwardly, then turned to chat with Su Ran. Noticing that his complexion seemed a bit off. Su Ran, are you alright? Your face is so pale. Could it be that you really got bitten by the snake? Upon hearing this, Sun Qing and Xia Xiaoman turned to look at Su Ran. He appeared quite pale, resting his hands on his forehead.
Me fine. Just a little dizzy.
Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow and lifted his pant leg, noting that the 2 bite marks had stopped bleeding and the surrounding skin appeared normal. Not indicative of snake venom. Su Ran brushed her hand aside. Sister Xiaoman, I really am fine. I might just be a bit feverish from getting soaked in the rain. Feverish? Let me check, Xiao Zhiyu said, placing his hand on Su Ran's forehead. You are indeed warm. Your forehead is quite hot. Sun Qing interjected. Then we should hurry back. There are antipyretics at home. Take a couple when we get back and you should stay in tomorrow and rest until you're well.
Coach.
Can you drive faster? Su Ran is sick with a fever, when Jianfeng replied, accelerating toward the community. Upon returning, Su Ran was already in a daze from the fever. Unable to stand, Zhou Qiuyang carried him back to their home, while Xiao Zhiyu helped change him into dry clothes and administered fever-reducing and cold medication. After taking the medicine, Su Ran collapsed into a deep sleep. By around 4 in the afternoon, his fever subsided, and he returned to his lively self, eagerly helping to chop wood. Xiao Zhiyu teased, bro, you're not cut out for this, just a little rain and you're down for the count, while Sister Xiaoman and the others are still going strong. A man cannot be seen as weak, Su Ran retorted. How can you say I'm not capable? You try getting bitten by a snake and then standing in the rain. Being weak is being weak. Don't make excuses, Xiao Zhiyu replied cheekily, pulling a face that only served to infuriate Su Ran, who chased him around with a chopping knife. Zhou Qiuyang returned from apartment 1502 and, seeing the 2 children playfully fighting, called out, stop playing around. The coach made snake soup. Let us go eat. Xia Xiaoman could only grill the snake, which turned out to be both fishy and unappetizing. To avoid wasting good food, she handed the snake over to Wen Jianfeng for proper preparation. Observing this, the others quickly pulled out their ingredients, asking Chef Wen to prepare everything together. With one dish to make, they decided to create several, gathering for a communal meal. A steaming bowl of snake soup warmed them from the inside out. Xiao Zhiyu offered Su Ran a pair of chopsticks filled with cold and spicy porcelain. Eat more of this. It clears heat and detoxifies. Why aren't you eating? Su Ran replied. I wasn't bitten by a snake. I see you're just trying to get me to eat more wild vegetables while you keep the meat for yourself, Xiao Zhiyu teased. Su Ran shot him a skeptical glance, remaining silent, clearly indicating his disbelief. With these 2 clowns joking around, the atmosphere was quite pleasant, and the group continued their meal for nearly 2 hours before dispersing. Just as they were about to leave, Su Ran suddenly stumbled backward, and Xia Xiaoman quickly reached out to steady him as he fell back into a seated position. What's wrong? We haven't even had a drink, Xiao Zhiyu asked. Alarmed, Xia Xiaoman touched Su Ran's forehead again. You've got a fever again. Yi Shao Jia examined Su Ran, her expression grave. Sensing that something was amiss, This did not appear to be a mere cold or fever. What should we do? Asked Xiao Zhiyu. Let's take him to the medical station. There are professional doctors there. She is only a novice. She can handle simple fevers and colds, but anything more complex is beyond her comprehension. Wen Jianfeng rose and stated, I will take him there now. I will join you. I'll go fetch the speedboat. Coach, you carry Su ran down the stairs. Xia Xiaoman said, hastily making her way downstairs. Finding a secluded spot, she retrieved the speedboat from her space and promptly drove it back to the community. Picking up Wen Jianfeng and Su ran to head to the nearest aid station. The route to the aid station was a well-established path, typically devoid of ambushes. As the rescue team traversed it daily for their operations, they reached the aid station without hindrance, where Xia Xiaoman remained behind. Watching the speedboat while Wen Jianfeng carried Su ran to seek medical attention. Time trickled by, and after waiting for over an hour on the speedboat without any sign of Wen Jianfeng, she grew increasingly anxious. Another hour passed, and the personnel at the aid station had begun to doze off, yet no one emerged. Having digested their dinner, Xia Xiaoman rummaged through her bag for a chocolate bar, tearing open the wrapper and tossing it into her mouth. She lost count of how many chocolate bars she consumed, leaving a sea of wrappers around the speedboat. Fortunately, the darkness concealed her actions. Otherwise, she would have surely attracted unwanted attention. Around 4 a.m, when Jianfeng and Su Ran finally appeared. Su Ran had regained some consciousness, yet his complexion remained pale. Xia Xiaoman inquired with concern, how is he? Is everything all right? Wen Jianfeng shook his head, let us go back first. We can discuss it later. The trio's prolonged absence caused worry among Sun Qing and the others, who could not sleep and opted to wait on the balcony of room 1502, peering out into the night for their return. At around 5 o'clock, Xia Xiaoman and the others finally arrived home. Su Ran's face was ashen, resembling a ghost, while Wen Jianfeng's expression was equally grim. Only Xia Xiaoman appeared somewhat better. Observing their pallor, Xiao Zhiyu felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. What happened? What did the doctor say?
Su ran.
Lacking the energy to respond, merely shook his head and sat aside. When Jianfeng sighed, his face stern as he explained. The doctor examined him and said that Su Ran likely has schistosomiasis. Schistosomiasis? What is that? Does it mean there are blood-sucking worms in his body? Sun Qing asked. Wen Jianfeng shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. The doctor mentioned that many people have been diagnosed with this condition recently, and the medical station is overwhelmed with patients. When I took Su Ran to the medical station, it was packed. There wasn't even room to stand. We waited in line for nearly 2 hours, and the consultation took quite some time. Yi Shao Jia elaborated. Schistosomiasis is a parasitic disease. The eggs of the schistosome are commonly found in contaminated water. After floods, the sewage and floodwaters mix, allowing the eggs to hatch into larvae. These tiny larvae can penetrate the human body through minute wounds. Generally, schistosomiasis has an incubation period of about 40 days, after which it may manifest with fever, allergic reactions, and digestive disturbances. Imagining the notion of blood-sucking worms residing within him sent shivers down Xiao Zhiyu's spine. He anxiously asked Sister Xiao Jia, how is schistosomiasis treated? How can one prevent it? And most importantly, how can one determine if they have been infected and are in the incubation period? Chapter 48. Schistosomiasis. Though the term schistosomiasis may sound unfamiliar, it is commonly referred to as big belly disease, a relatively prevalent ailment.
Ye Xiao Ji clarified.
This disease is quite straightforward to treat in its early stages. One can simply take antiparasitic medication to cure it. If there are lingering concerns, a hospital examination of the liver and spleen can confirm whether the parasites have been eradicated. Wen Jianfeng added, the doctor mentioned the same thing. If you have antiparasitic medication, take it as soon as possible. Xiao Zhi frowned. Then why do you all look so distressed? I thought something serious had happened. The antiparasitic medication at the medical station had run out, leaving many patients without access to treatment. After examining Su Ran, the doctor administered a bottle of vitamin C before sending them on their way, stating that staying at the medical station was futile without medication. I have 6 pills of antiparasitic medication left from the last time. That should suffice, right? Xiao Zhiyu remarked. Wen Jianfeng shook his head. I'm not sure. The doctor advised that one should take more, as schistosomiasis is difficult to treat. He was not only worried about Su Ran but also concerned for himself, as he had frequently been in the water and faced a significant risk of infection without sufficient antiparasitic medication. Seeing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, Xia Xiaoman spoke up. Why do you all look so glum? We have plenty of antiparasitic medication on hand. It should be enough for all of us. As her words settled in, when Jianfeng, Su Ran, and Xiao Zhiyu turned to her in unison, what do you mean, you have antiparasitic medication? Not just my family. Each of you has antiparasitic medication too, Xia Xiaoman clarified. When Jianfeng, puzzled, replied, my family has antiparasitic medication? I haven't seen any. Xia Xiaoman stood up. Get the medication we divided last time. I'll help you find it. Seeing her confidence. When Jianfeng retrieved a large bag from his room, Xia Xiaoman emptied the contents onto the floor, sifting through until she selected 4 or 5 bottles of medication. When Jianfeng picked one up, reading the label aloud, Praziquantel, is this the antiparasitic medication? Yes, and if you don't believe me, ask Yi Xiaojia, she responded. All of this medication was retrieved from an international supermarket. The packaging had deteriorated due to water damage, so they had removed it for convenience. However, to avoid confusion, she had preserved the instructions, noting the names and uses of the medications. Yi Xiaojia examined the label and nodded affirmatively. This is indeed antiparasitic medication. Hearing this, Xiao Zhi returned to scour his supplies, discovering not just 1 box of antiparasitic medication as he had previously thought, but 5 bottles of Praziquantel. Holding 1 bottle beside Yi Xiaojia, he asked Sister Xiaojia, if I have not been infected with schistosomiasis, can I still take the antiparasitic medication? Certainly. This medication has minimal side effects and can be taken as a preventive measure, she assured him. I've heard that some individuals who enjoy raw fish prepare antiparasitic medication annually to prevent parasitic infections. Upon learning that taking the antiparasitic medication would not result in adverse effects, when Jianfeng promptly administered a pill to Su and Ling. While the others hadn't witnessed the severe infections firsthand, he had seen individuals with grave conditions who were spitting blood and urinating blood. The imagery was haunting. After returning home, Xia Xiaoman also took a dose of antiparasitic medication, realizing with horror that schistosomiasis could infiltrate the body through wounds. The unclean water flowed freely, posing a significant risk for parasitic infections. As the number of infected individuals rose, Floating City was compelled to address the issue with urgency. As Su Ran's health began to improve, rescue personnel arrived at the community to post an announcement. The notice was entirely focused on parasitic infections, primarily educating the public about the types of parasites found in floodwaters and how these parasites could inhabit the human body, inflicting various harms. Additionally, it informed the community that researchers had dissected a fish caught from the water and discovered that most of them were infected with parasites, urging people to refrain from fishing to avoid potential infections. Upon hearing this news, even from several floors up, the residents could be heard lamenting their plight. You tell me there are parasites in the water when I go diving for supplies, and you say the fish are also infected when I try to catch one to eat. What are we supposed to do to avoid parasites and survive? Some chose to disregard the warnings, resigning themselves to the fact that they had already consumed plenty of fish and were indifferent to one more. Not eating fish means starving to death. Eating fish might lead to parasitic infection and death. Since the outcome is the same, I might as well choose to be a full-bellied ghost. Others, worried about potential parasitic infections within themselves, scoured the area for antiparasitic medication at exorbitant prices. The old lady from room 1003, who had previously accused Wen Jianfeng of inappropriate behavior towards her daughter-in-law, managed to acquire 2 boxes of antiparasitic medication in exchange for 100 pounds of grain. Upon returning home, the daughter-in-law consumed a tablet, which resulted in an immediate reaction of frothing at the mouth, nearly causing the elderly woman to faint. It was later revealed that it was not a deworming medication, but rather a fizzy tablet. Realizing she had been deceived, the elderly woman promptly sought out the group of fraudsters, only to find they had long since fled. Frustrated, she spent her days at home cursing their deceit. After learning of the incident, Xia Xiaoman mused that the seller of such counterfeit medicine was indeed quite ingenious. Rather than substituting it with a more effective drug, they opted for a fizzy tablet that would reveal its falseness immediately, suggesting that vitamin C or calcium tablets would have been a more prudent choice. The issue of parasites sparked widespread concern, leading many to fear the prospect of encountering them, hesitant to venture out for supplies. Xia Xiaoman and her companions shared in this apprehension, particularly as someone from their floor had already fallen victim. Consequently, they refrained from going outside for several days, content to remain indoors while taking deworming medication until Su Ran had fully recovered, which would affirm the medication's efficacy. After a few days of rest, Sun Qing inquired about their plans for the next day. Xia Xiaoman shrugged, indicating her willingness to go along with whatever the group decided. Thus, they resolved to venture out, hoping to scour the urban area for supplies. They agreed to meet at 8:30 the following morning, at which point Xia Xiaoman brought the inflatable boat down to the ground. Today, when Jianfeng was absent, as Ling Ling had caught a cold, prompting him to stay home to care for her. Su Ren also opted to remain behind, having just recovered and feeling weak, fearing that exposure to the rain would result in another illness. As they piloted the inflatable boat through the city, they discovered an old residential area with several buildings exhibiting signs of structural tilt. Yi Xiaojie volunteered to watch over the boat while the others searched for supplies. The residents had already vacated the premises, and Xia Xiaoman methodically searched each unit for useful items, but after checking 5 or 6 homes, she found little of value. The former occupants had left little behind, dismantling even the bed frames, with only damp and moldy clothing remaining in the wardrobes and heavy, fragile dishes in the kitchens. Ultimately, she salvaged a few electric stoves, a slow cooker, a clay pot, a pressure cooker, and some folding lounge chairs. Sun Qing and the others returned with similarly meager findings, their bags barely filled. Should we explore other areas? Sun Qing suggested, noting that their haul scarcely justified the fuel spent on their outing. Xia Xiaoman agreed, reasoning that there was still ample time to seek supplies elsewhere. Chapter 49. A storm approaches. Again, the flood had inflicted considerable damage on many homes. Not long after setting off in the inflatable boat, Xia Xiaoman stumbled upon an unoccupied hotel. One of the hotel's columns had cracked, giving the structure a precarious appearance, as if it might collapse at any moment. The variety of supplies available inside was limited, as food and drink had likely been submerged on the lower floors. The upper floors, primarily consisting of guest rooms, yielded little aside from blankets, pillows, and disposable toiletries. Thus, she proposed to remain and guard the inflatable boat while the others ventured forth to search for supplies. On the inflatable boat, only a slight woman stood out conspicuously. After Sun Qing and the others departed for over 10 minutes, several kayaks began to approach Xia Xiaoman slowly. "Hey beautiful, are you alone? Want to join us?" The leader called out. Xia Xiaoman regarded them with a cold gaze, drawing a pistol from her waist and commanding, "Back off, all of you." The leader dismissed her threat, taunting, "Oh, a pretty girl with a toy gun? How about we show you some real ones? Play as long as you like." He then made an indecent gesture. As the kayaks drew nearer, Xia Xiaoman swiftly chambered a round, aimed for the leader's groin, and gently squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the leader clutched his groin, howling in pain, while the kayak began to deflate, sending his companions into a panic. The others in the nearby kayaks froze momentarily, but upon noticing Xia Xiaoman aiming at them, they hastily turned to flee, abandoning any concern for their leader's fate. They were merely a ragtag group united by transient interests, and when danger struck, they were quick to forsake their comrades. The onlookers, witnessing Xia Xiaoman's display of force, also retreated. This young woman was not someone they could intimidate. With the threat diminished, Xia Xiaoman leisurely unwrapped a piece of candy and enjoyed it while awaiting Sun Qing and the others to return with supplies. As she had anticipated, the hotel contained little of value. Sun Qing and her group managed to gather a few clean blankets, intending to replace their old ones, in addition to some disposable toiletries and several quality hair dryers. Once they had secured their supplies, Xia Xiaoman piloted the inflatable boat back to the residential area. Sun Qing sighed, lamenting the dwindling availability of resources in the city, suggesting that they might fare better in the mountains, where wild vegetables could still be foraged. "How about we head to the mountains tomorrow?"
Proposed Qiu Yang.
"If we do, let's choose a different one this time. The vegetation on the previous mountain has already been exhausted," suggested Xiao Jiu. Just as Sun Qing was about to agree, a thunderous clap of lightning startled her, prompting her to instinctively look up at the sky. In the distance, a dark line was rapidly spreading across the horizon, causing Sun Qing's expression to shift dramatically as she pointed out, "Look over there." The group followed her gaze, witnessing a black line in the sky that appeared to slice the heavens in two. In mere moments, the line thickened, and the atmosphere crackled with electricity. "Oh no! A storm is approaching again. Quick, sister, start the boat back to the residential area. Hurry." Xiao Jiu shouted excitedly, practically urging her to accelerate. Xia Xiaoman snapped back to attention, promptly twisting the throttle to low and launching the inflatable boat forward, racing across the water. The ominous clouds rolled in rapidly, pursuing them closely, and with every passing moment, thunder echoed, as if urging Xia Xiaoman to hasten her retreat or risk the storm's wrath. The wind intensified swiftly, and rain lashed against their faces, a piercing chill. Just in time, they returned to the residential area before the storm unleashed its fury. As Xia Xiaoman prepared to secure the inflatable boat, Sun Qing urgently intervened, insisting, "Forget the boat. Once the storm hits, no hiding place will save it from the flood. We need to get inside." "It's fine. The place I've hidden it is out of reach, and the flood won't sweep it away," Xia Xiaoman reassured her. Having worked hard to acquire the boat and fuel, which would likely become their primary means of transportation, she was reluctant to abandon it so easily. Ignoring their concerns, she ventured out again with the inflatable boat. Minutes later, she returned in a kayak. Sun Qing, worried for her safety, had not ventured out, and upon seeing her return, she pulled Xia Xiaoman up to the higher floors, securing the kayak in the process. As they reached the 15th floor, dark clouds enveloped the sky above them. Despite it being just past noon, it felt as though midnight had fallen, with no light to be seen. After changing out of her damp clothes, Xia Xiaoman stepped into the living room just as a flash of white light illuminated the area, followed by a deafening crash. Outside, the patter of rain intensified. Having weathered 2 storms previously, Xia Xiaoman remained calm. After drying her hair and checking on the smoked duck, which she then stored away, she began preparing lunch. With the humidity high on rainy days, it was essential to consume spicy food to combat it. She boiled a pack of sour and spicy noodles, supplementing with additional sweet potato noodles, and tossed in a handful of wild vegetables she had foraged. Lunch was soon prepared. After a satisfying meal, she took a moment to rest. Upon waking, she found the wind and rain still raging outside. The downpour had intensified, and within the time it took for a nap, the water had already risen to the 6th floor. Yet, Xia Xiaoman remained unperturbed, stretching her limbs before commencing her daily physical training. As long as the water did not reach the 15th floor, she was unconcerned about the deluge. Just as she braced herself for a storm that might linger for 3 to 5 days, the rain abruptly ceased. Indeed, it had stopped entirely, rather than merely diminishing in intensity. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhiyu's loud wails roused Xia Xiaoman from her slumber. Groggy, she opened the door with the intention of giving him a good thrashing, only to find him frantically pounding his chest and stomping his feet.
Ah!
The rain has finally stopped. The sun has come out. Oh, glorious sun. I adore you. Xia Xiaoman blinked in disbelief. The sun had emerged. She dashed to the balcony. And to her astonishment, the city lay submerged in water, with dazzling sunlight reflecting off the shimmering surface. The rain had truly ceased. Her eyes widened in amazement. She never imagined she would witness the sun in her lifetime, having thought she was destined for perpetual rain. Wen Jianfeng had also been awakened by the commotion and emerged with the twins.
When su mi mix xiao zai,
shouting loudly towards the balcony to declare his affection for the sun. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia were on the verge of tears, ecstatic that their hellish existence was coming to an end. Everyone was cheering and rejoicing, enveloped in euphoria. Although the floods still raged, the cessation of rain and the emergence of the sun symbolized the arrival of hope. Chapter 50. A bright sunny day heralded the long-awaited freedom to dry bedding. After 2 months of relentless rain, clothes, blankets, shoes, and socks were all damp, some even developing mold. Following the jubilation, everyone returned home to wash and hang out their long-neglected laundry. Before departing, their elder, Wen Jianfeng, cautioned, "Do not let your excitement lead you to waste all the water in the house. The floods have not fully receded, and we must remain confined for a while longer. If we deplete our water supply, we will have none left." All 4 families on the 15th floor had installed rainwater collection systems, but since these systems lacked faucets, water would flow continuously into their homes whenever it rained. Seeing the water flowing, they instinctively grabbed containers to collect it. Thus, balconies were filled with various buckets, bottles, and basins for convenient access to water. Only when all containers were full would they allow the excess to drain from the balcony. Hearing Wen Jianfeng's reminder, everyone recalled that now was not the time to squander rainwater. Sun Qing, feeling exasperated, said, "Fine, I will wash just 2 pairs of underwear to conserve water. Who knows how many days it will be before we can use tap water again." Xiao Zhiyu shrugged, "Then I won't wash anything. I'll just hang out my clothes and blankets to dry. I still have clean clothes to change into." Wen Qiuyang suggested, I'll go downstairs to fetch some water for washing. That water is filthy. The residents here have been discarding waste and sewage into it. And there are parasites in the water, Xiao Zhiyu replied disdainfully. Seeing their disheartened expressions, Xia Xiaoman interjected, it's just washing some clothes and blankets. There's no need to be so worried. If you're reluctant to use the water at home, why not take a speedboat to the small pond on the mountain to wash? Afterward, you can simply bring the clean clothes back. The floods haven't receded completely, but we can still go out. Speedboats, rafts, and kayaks are all viable options. Sun Qing raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit extravagant, taking a speedboat just to wash clothes? Then let's use the kayak. As long as you have the energy to paddle after washing, Xia Xiaoman replied. Sun Qing relented. All right, let us use the speedboat. If we don't go now, we might not get another chance. Xiao Zhiyu clapped his hands. Then let's gather our things and head out. We can also forage for some wild vegetables and collect some firewood. Yi Xiaojie stayed home to watch the twins, while Sun Qing offered to help wash her clothes. The others all ventured outside. As they descended, Sun Qing worried that the speedboat might be swept away by the wind and waves, but to her surprise, Xia Xiaoman indeed returned with it. The post-rain forest was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by birdsong. Xia Xiaoman and the others found the small pond where they had previously gathered wild vegetables, each selecting a spot to wash their clothes. This small pond was actually a low-lying pit that had filled with rainwater, giving it the appearance of a pond. They brought an abundance of clothing, and realizing that the morning would not suffice, they agreed to stay until they finished washing. Initially, washing was lighthearted, filled with laughter and chatter. However, 2 hours later, silence enveloped them. Even the most talkative Xiao Zhiyu was too fatigued to speak. The branches around the pond gradually became adorned with various garments. As evening approached, they finally returned home with their freshly washed clothes and linens. Sitting in the speedboat, the evening breeze cooled the lingering heat but also carried a faint, unpleasant odor. Xiao Zhiyu wrinkled his nose. What is that awful smell? When Qiuyan explained, it's probably because of the heat. The floodwaters are contaminated, and the sun is bringing out the stench. Sun Qing nodded. Indeed, it is quite hot today. I suspect my neck and arms have been sunburned.
Sunny.
You need not speculate. You are definitely sunburned, Su Ran affirmed. Your neck and arms are a rather alarming shade of red. It would be wise to apply some after-sun lotion or aloe vera gel when we get back. Xiaoman is also sunburned. Look at the distinct line on your neck. She added. Really? Xia Xiaoman touched her neck, realizing why it felt so hot. She had assumed it was merely the heat. Having spent many summers working in the fields without ever getting sunburned, only ending up tanned, she mused that perhaps her skin had become sensitive after 2 years of not working outdoors. Sun Qing calculated. I remember the flood started in early June. It must be August now. No wonder it's so hot. Xiao Zhiyu sighed. The temperature has risen too quickly. Just yesterday, I felt a bit chilly in short sleeves, and today I'm sweating profusely. I estimate the temperature is at least 35 degrees. Su Ran countered. It's over 38 degrees, definitely above 38. How could 35 degrees cause sunburn? As they bickered, they soon returned to their community. With no rain and the sun shining brightly, the floodwaters receded rapidly. Just before leaving, the water level had reached the 6th floor. Upon their return, it had already dropped to the 4th floor. If this pace continued, the floods would likely subside entirely by tomorrow or the day after. The freshly exposed floors, scorched by the sun, emitted a strong, foul odor. As they approached the 4th floor, they were assaulted by the stench, making it difficult to see. After a few moments of mental preparation, they mustered the courage to step onto the 4th floor, which was covered in a layer of sludge. I'm not going out tomorrow. No, I mean until the floodwaters have completely receded and the sludge downstairs has been thoroughly cleaned. I absolutely refuse to leave the house. It's too disgusting, Xiao Zhiyu declared. Su Ran raised her hand in agreement. I second that. Sun Qing nodded. I won't go out either. Everything we need is at home. The others remained silent, but their expressions mirrored their disdain for the sludge below. Upon returning home, they hung all their freshly laundered clothes and linens on the balcony, and if there was no space, they draped them over the windows. Why not set up a rack on the rooftop to hang the clothes? Though the rain had stopped and the floods had receded, no one could predict how long it would be before they could venture outside again, nor how long it would take for society to return to normalcy. Until various industries in Xia country resumed production, clothes and linens would remain essential supplies. Hanging them on a rooftop accessible to all was a risk. One moment they could be safely hung, and the next they could be stolen. Peering out of the window, it was evident that every household in the community was hanging their laundry on balconies and windows. In times like these, vigilance could not be relaxed. Chapter 51. Cleaning the sludge. The following morning, the floodwaters had receded to the third floor. After a night of festering, the odor from downstairs was even more pronounced. Residents on the lower floors were overwhelmed by the stench, and as dawn broke, they began to gather their belongings to move upwards. Xia Xiaoman awoke, hearing commotion outside. Initially thinking someone was attempting to break in, upon opening her door, she discovered that people were moving. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoman emerge, the other party, concerned that she might misinterpret the situation as one involving violence, hurriedly explained that the stench downstairs was unbearable, prompting their decision to relocate upstairs for a couple of days until the floodwaters receded completely. Xia Xiaoman nodded and securely closed the door. Just as she was about to return to her room, the door of Unit 1503 opened, revealing a pile of belongings being placed in the corridor. Rubbing her eyes, Xia Xiaoman inquired if they too were moving. Sun Qing turned back, clarifying that she and Xiao Jie merely wished to tidy up their space. Once the floodwaters receded, they would also return to their respective homes. Their initial relocation had been a necessity, and now that they were preparing to leave, they felt compelled to restore the apartment to its former state. While the other tasks were manageable, the soot from their smoked duck had left the ceiling covered in a layer of black ash.
She sighed,
pondering whether the developers would demand compensation upon seeing the state of their property. Xia Xiaoman dismissed the notion of financial repercussions, stating that the developers' current status was uncertain. Even if they were alive, by the time they returned to reclaim the property, they would have already departed, making it impossible for them to seek compensation. Sun Qing agreed, acknowledging the logic in her reasoning, yet insisted that the apartment needed some attention to ventilate and dispel the dampness. The floodwaters receded far more swiftly than Xia Xiaoman had anticipated. By mid-afternoon, the waters had entirely vanished, revealing a thick layer of sludge and refuse beneath, along with fish writhing and struggling in the muck. The sludge was approximately 5 meters deep, with much of the second floor buried beneath it. Observing the thick sludge and debris below, it was clear that they would be trapped in the building for the foreseeable future. The sludge was soft and treacherous, rendering movement nearly impossible. Xia Xiaoman gathered her dried clothes and secured the windows and doors to block out the foul odors from outside. She resolved not to venture out. After all, her supplies were ample, and food was not a concern. In the stifling heat, she practiced a series of martial arts moves in a tank top and shorts, sweating profusely to the point where water dripped from her hair. Finding her hair bothersome, she decided to cut it even shorter, leaving just enough to tie into a small ponytail. Occasionally, she contemplated adopting a hairstyle similar to Sun Qing's, but felt that hair close to her ears would only add to her discomfort. Thus, she preferred to keep it all tied back for a cooler feel. Just as she admired her new hairstyle, she heard Xiao Zhiyu's voice outside. Opening the door, she saw him conversing with someone at the fire escape. Xiao Zhiyu. Who is it? She approached. He gestured outside, indicating the neighbors, who expressed a desire to excavate the sludge below to create a pathway. A few familiar faces stood outside, including an older gentleman from Unit 1201, who greeted her politely, introducing himself as Hu. Now that the floodwaters have receded, we find ourselves surrounded by sludge. During the flood, our resources were limited, and self-preservation was our priority, leaving little room to assist others. However, with the waters now gone, we can voluntarily organize to help clean up the sludge in Fucheng, facilitating disaster relief efforts and expediting the post-disaster reconstruction. This will also benefit us, allowing us to leave this building sooner in search of our families and friends, who spoke passionately about the benefits of cleaning the sludge from both a national and personal perspective, making the task seem noble. The few individuals following who occasionally chimed in to support his views, even dismissing any grievances regarding the actions taken during the flooding. This display of unity and camaraderie, however, felt unsettling to Xia Xiaoman. As the sun emerged, the long-lost morals of the people resurfaced, akin to a group of demons eager to return to civilized society. Hastily donning a veneer of humanity, Xia Xiaoman declined the invitation to join the cleanup efforts. Her reluctance was not due to a lack of desire to contribute to post-disaster recovery, but rather because the conditions downstairs were far too filthy and foul. To venture down and clean the sludge would mean inhaling noxious fumes, detrimental to her health. If cleaning were to be done, It would be prudent to wait 4 or 5 days for the sun to dry the sludge and dissipate the odors before attempting any cleanup. While her reasoning was sound, who from Unit 1201 disagreed, arguing that waiting for the sludge to dry would only solidify it, making it more difficult to remove. Young lady, you cannot shy away from hardship at your age. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, retorting, fine, if you want to clean the sludge, go ahead without us. We're young, and we all fear hardship. Hu clicked his tongue. You youngsters can't think that way. We are a community. Who is part of your community? She countered. You just said it's a voluntary organization. If we from the 15th floor aren't willing, find someone else. With that, she slammed the door shut, restoring her peace. Crazy, trying to manipulate me, she thought. If she were so easily influenced, she would have already followed the path of conformity. Much like Aunt Wong from the village, obediently marrying an old man to support her family. Are we really not going to clean the sludge? Xiao Zhiyu asked. Xia Xiaoman replied, do you want to? You can go if you wish. I want to restrict your freedom. He shook his head, no. I just thought it might seem bad if the whole building participated, and we didn't. See, that's the manipulation, she pointed out. If the entire building is eating nothing but scraps, it's worse for you to be at home enjoying rice and duck legs. Shouldn't you share some of your supplies with the others? When it came to food, Xiao Zhiyu immediately snapped back to reality. No. We from the 15th floor pride ourselves on being unique. We need to be different from the others in the building. They can dig in the sludge while we enjoy our duck legs. Units 1501 and 1504 opted out of the sludge cleanup, while Units 1502 and 1503 ventured down only to be overwhelmed by the noxious odor, promptly abandoning their intention to dig. Chapter 52, A collective effort in disaster relief. The thick sludge emitted a repulsive stench. As the morning sun rose, residents of the building armed themselves with tools to begin the cleanup. After breakfast, Xia Xiaoman proceeded to practice her knife throwing and boxing at Wen Jianfeng as home. Xiao Zhiyu and a few others were also present, standing side by side on the balcony, facing the community. Xiao Zhiyu's legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to someone with Parkinson's disease, and to distract himself, he began chatting with Su Ran beside him. Wow, there are quite a few people digging in the community. It seems like someone from every building is participating. Why do you care if you're not going to dig? Just be quiet, Su Ran quickly retorted, inhaling deeply and gritting her teeth to maintain her stance. Xia Xiaoman joined them, straightening up and gradually squatting into a stance. Do you think they want to dig through that filthy sludge? If it weren't absolutely necessary, who would willingly clean that disgusting mess? Absolutely necessary? What do you mean? Xiao Zhiyu queried. Nearby, Zhou Chuyang chimed in, perhaps they must go out for some reason, hence enduring the foul stench to dig through the sludge. Xia Xiaoman gazed ahead. Not everyone is as carefree as we are. The residents here might not currently lack food, but water is a different story. The reason they had sufficient water was that when they initially gathered supplies, when Jianfeng tirelessly retrieved every basin and bucket from the supermarket loft. The 4 families had pooled their containers and stored a significant amount of water, ensuring they would not be thirsty. However, others might not have as many containers. Their stored water might last only 3 to 5 days. A person can survive without food for about 7 days, but without water, the limit is merely 3 days. To survive, they had no choice but to dig through the sludge, clear the roads, and seek out water sources. After all, who would voluntarily sift through sludge that could potentially conceal decaying corpses? Xiao Zhiyu's perspective shifted. It made sense why the residents were so eager. No wonder everyone in the building is so motivated, he exclaimed, reflecting on how quickly their attitudes had changed. Not long ago, he was a selfish, bothersome fiend, always trying to seize our supplies. Yet, as the rain ceased and the sun emerged, he transformed into a model citizen, united and eager to contribute to the nation and floating city. Such a stark contrast. Xia Xiaoman cast a disdainful glance his way and remarked, brother, remember this. In this world, all seek their own gain. Without benefits, who would bother with you? Xiao Zhiyu frowned and replied, sister, don't be so mercenary. Isn't it true that we, on the 15th floor, came together in times of adversity? Xia Xiaoman retorted, they say city dwellers are shrewd. Yet how can this fool be so oblivious? Look around. Who among us is not gathered here out of self-interest? The muddy areas extend beyond just our residential complex. The roads, parks, and foundations of buildings in the city are all shrouded in muck, as floating city appears ensnared in a quagmire. With the assurance that the rain would not return, the rescue operations commenced swiftly. Shovels were employed to clear the sludge. Yet it remains uncertain when the muck of Floating City will be fully eradicated. Government departments, in record time, identified potential sites where excavators, bulldozers, loaders, and large trucks might be buried, arranging for personnel to excavate and repair these machines promptly. As for how to dig them out while the sludge remains wet, it is the 21st century. As long as we do not allow our minds to stagnate, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. Destinations were determined, the shortest routes designated, and nearby structures used as anchors for ropes and wooden bridges. Regardless of the obstacles, the soldiers of Xia Nation always find a way to reach their goals and commence excavation, completing their tasks in the shortest possible time. On the 6th day after the flood receded, the mud had dried and cracked, and the foul stench that could suffocate a person began to dissipate. While practicing her whip kicks at home, Xia Xiaoman suddenly heard someone shouting through a loudspeaker. Upon opening her door, the voice became clearer. It seemed rescue personnel were instructing everyone in the building to come downstairs. On the 3rd floor, four soldiers clad in camouflage stood in formation, with the leader conveying the government's message regarding the disaster. With the entire city affected and no external aid, Floating City had no choice but to shoulder the burden alone. The rescue mission was daunting, and manpower was insufficient. To expedite the disaster relief efforts and facilitate swift post-disaster reconstruction, the Floating City government called for the participation of all citizens to unite in cleaning the sludge and clearing the roads. Xiao Zhiyu raised his hand to inquire, "Excuse me, I'd like to ask, is this participation in the rescue mandatory or voluntary?" The leading soldier glanced at Xiao Zhiyu and clarified that participation in the rescue was voluntary. However, those who took part and completed the designated tasks would receive food and water free of charge. Food and water. The crowd erupted with excitement, for that was precisely what they were lacking. Someone shouted, "Does completing the designated tasks mean each person has a quota of sludge to dig each day? What is the requirement?" According to age and gender, males aged 18 to 35 must excavate 80 carts of sludge daily, while females must dig 70. Males aged 36 to 50 need to excavate 60 carts, and females 50. For those aged 51 to 60, the requirement is 50 carts. Xiao Zhiyu raised his hand once more. "What about minors? How much must they dig?" "We do not recommend minors participate in the digging," the soldier responded. "But if they insist, males aged 13 to 17 must excavate 50 carts, while females must dig 40. Children under 13 are not permitted. This measure is to prevent exploitation of children for food and water. Normal minors, if both parents have passed away, can go to the relief point. Rescue personnel will arrange accommodations for these children, who will not need to toil for food. Digging 80 carts of sludge daily is not overly arduous. The carts are relatively small, and under normal circumstances, one can fill a cart in about 5 minutes. Including the time taken to transport the sludge to the unloading area and the unloading process, completing a cart would take approximately 7 minutes. On average, each person would work about 10 hours a day. While this may seem lengthy, it is quite short compared to the true disaster relief workers, who remain on duty from dawn till dusk, often working at least 14 hours a day, with 16 hours being the norm. However, not everyone possesses the same spirit of dedication as the disaster relief personnel. After the leading soldier outlined the sludge excavation quotas, some began to bargain. "Comrade, I've been feeling unwell these past 2 days. Could I dig less? I'm not feeling well either. Perhaps it's due to the foul odor from digging for too long," someone chimed in. "Hey, comrades, before you arrived, we were already digging sludge. Can we count what we've done these past days and exchange it for a bit of water?" "Yes, comrades. Could you perhaps exchange some water and food for us? I feel like my back is breaking from all this digging." As discussions turned to self-interest, the topic began to stray. Prior to the government notice, their digging was for personal gain. Once the announcement was made, however, their efforts took on a new dimension, now for the sake of Floating City. The leading soldier did not acquiesce to their unreasonable demands, relayed the notification, hung the bulletin on the wall, and led his team to the next building to continue disseminating the information. Chapter 53. Fetching water. The bulletin detailed the specific arrangements and procedures for digging sludge. Participants were required to bring their own tools, as Floating City had limited resources and could not provide extras to the citizens. The excavation was scheduled for August 16th, which is tomorrow. Due to the heat, to avoid the hottest part of the day, assembly for registration would commence at 5:30 a.m., with the digging starting at 6 o'clock a.m. and concluding by 11 o'clock a.m. Work would resume at 2 o'clock p.m. and end at 7 o'clock p.m. To register for sludge excavation, participants must carry identification. If one does not possess an ID, they may bring a household registration booklet. If that is unavailable, they can provide their ID number. If one forgets their ID number, they will be unable to register for the excavation. In the living room of Unit 1502, all residents of the 15th floor gathered for a meeting. Sun Qing spoke first. Are we going to register for sludge excavation tomorrow? Yuan Chuyang chimed in. Our water is running low. Implicit in his statement was the notion that they might need to dig sludge to exchange for water. Sun Qing sighed. We're running low on water as well. Though they had stored a fair amount, the two girls in Unit 1503 used more water than the boys. When Jianfeng added, I still have plenty of water, but it won't last forever. We need to think ahead about how to solve our water issues. Xia Xiaoman pondered for a moment and suggested, let us observe for a day and see how others fare with the sludge excavation tomorrow. If it doesn't seem too arduous, we can register to dig. If it proves too strenuous, we can venture into the mountains to find a water source and bring back water. Now that the mud had dried and hardened, walking on it to reach the mountains should pose no significant problem. Wen Jianfeng nodded. Fetching water from the mountains is a good idea. We won't be constrained by others and can take as much as we need. The next day, most residents of the building went to register for sludge excavation. Even before daylight broke, the sounds of digging echoed from below. Working with a clear goal made a notable difference. Previously, when residents had dug for days, they only managed to create a small pit, each fearing to overexert themselves and become the ones who did the most work. Now, with clear quotas established, a massive pit had formed below within a day. Xia Xiaoman and her companions observed from their balcony throughout the day. Realizing that the task of digging sludge was indeed no easy feat, it was not due to the difficulty of the digging itself, but rather the unpredictable surprises one might encounter while excavating. They could unearth plastic bags filled with excrement, metallic refuse, the remains of human corpses or fish bones, or perhaps even luxury cars buried deep within the earth. In just a few days, the scorching sun had merely dried the surface of the sludge. The center remained damp. Uncovering a corpse would indeed be akin to hitting the jackpot. The overwhelming stench of decaying corpses is unbearable for an ordinary person. Some bodies are infested with thousands of wriggling white maggots, a sight that sends shivers down one's spine. The entire group on the 15th floor unanimously decided to prioritize searching for water up the mountain rather than digging in the sludge. The method employed by the floating city to manipulate the citizens revolves around food and water, enticing them to assist in the excavation of mud. However, should these two incentives fail, few would be inclined to engage in such labor. Xia Xiaoman and her companions merely sought to enhance their own comfort, with no intention of undermining the plans of the floating city government. Carrying water buckets openly felt too brazen, so they concealed the collected bottles of mineral water in their backpacks, intending to smuggle the water back to their community. Those left behind to guard the place needed to possess substantial strength, as anyone rash enough to intrude on the 15th floor would be difficult to protect against. The one left to watch over the place was Wen Jianfeng, who had ample water at home and was not in a hurry to venture out for more. At 6 a.m, as the sun began to rise, Xia Xiaoman and her group hurried towards the mountain to catch ducks, taking advantage of the cooler temperature. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals clearing sludge and spotted several excavators and bulldozers diligently at work. The journey seemed short when they rode in a speedboat to the mountain, but walking revealed why the outskirts were dubbed as such. After nearly 3 hours of walking, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Xiao Zhiyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the heat intensify. Once we find a waterhole, I'm going for a swim to cool off. This blazing sun is nearly roasting me alive. Wait until we fill the containers before you go swimming. I have no desire to drink your bathwater, Xia Xiaoman retorted. Xiao Zhiyuan pulled Su Ren close, rubbing his sweat against her. Who are we to each other? Why the disdain? Fuming, Su Ren picked up a stick and chased after him.
Hey, who are you?
What are you doing here? A voice suddenly rang out from the woods, startling both Su Ren and Xiao Zhiyuan. Xia Xiaoman looked up to see a scruffy middle-aged man standing beside a large tree, holding a sickle. Not wishing to escalate the situation, Xia Xiaoman spoke amicably. Sir, we're here to find water. We'll leave as soon as we've filled our containers. The man's expression remained stern. This is our village's territory. If you want water, go find it elsewhere. Leave immediately. Xiao Zhiyuan protested. How is this your village's territory? There's no sign marking it as such. We're merely getting some water. Why should we leave? Xiao Zhiyuan. Before the man could respond, Xia Xiaoman sternly interjected. The gentleman has stated that this is their village's territory. What more is there to discuss? Hurry down. Despite his efforts to advocate for the group's interests, Xiao Zhiyuan felt unjustly reprimanded. Just as he was about to speak up, Su Ran clamped her hand over his mouth, pulling him back. Brother, stop talking and let us go. The man, initially poised for confrontation, paused his actions upon witnessing their compliance. Once they had distanced themselves from the mountain, Su Ran released her grip on Xiao Zhiyuan, regaining his freedom. Xiao Zhiyuan expressed his frustration. Sister Xiaoman, why should we leave? This mountain is vast, and just because he claims it's their territory, does that make it so? He us alone. We could easily overpower him if it came to that. Sun Qing, Zhou Qiuyang, and Yi Xiaojie echoed his confusion, leaning against a tree. Xia Xiaoman patiently explained, true, he may be alone, but how can you be certain there aren't others lurking nearby? Xiao Zhiyuan countered, so what if there are? Even if others are present, we might not lose. Sighing in resignation, Xia Xiaoman clarified, that man was quite clear, the mountain belongs to their village. And the emphasis lies on the village, not the individual. You are city dwellers and may not grasp the unity found in rural communities. While it appears he stands alone, he might well have the support of an entire village behind him. I am confident in defeating one man, but I cannot guarantee victory against a collective. Sun Qing frowned. Xiaoman, are you perhaps overthinking this? It's possible he's the only one up there. Xia Xiaoman shook her head resolutely, convinced that there were indeed more than just that one man on the mountain. Chapter 54. The mountainous turmoil. Xia Xiaoman was certain that there were more individuals on the mountain. After the scruffy man made his appearance, she keenly observed her surroundings. For someone raised in a mountain village, she could almost instantly detect anomalies in the forest. In the sunlight's reflection, she noticed several fine, transparent fishing lines, a tool frequently used by hunters to capture prey alive, indicating that the man had set numerous traps behind him. Should they attempt to ascend the mountain forcefully, they could easily fall victim to these snares. Additionally, she observed that many branches, broken by strong winds, had been cut down, and nearby wild vegetables had been picked extensively, with troublesome thorns also cleared away. These signs indicated that there were indeed more than just the solitary man present. Most importantly, she noted that he was gripping a fishing line in his hand. While she was uncertain of what lay at the other end, she recognized that if Xiao Zhiyuan advanced any further, danger would surely follow. After explaining the rationale for their retreat, Xia Xiaoman added, the forest is the villagers' domain. There is no need for us to confront them out of momentary anger. There are other sources of water beyond this mountain. Xiao Zhiyuan remained somewhat discontented. But that is so tyrannical. A whole village claiming dominion over mountain. If that is the case, we should find a mountain to inhabit and set up traps to claim it as ours. Yi Xiaojie swiftly shattered his delusions. There are snakes on the mountain. If you're not afraid of being bitten while sleeping, feel free to stay there. Xiao Zhiyuan replied, then I'll pass. Being a mountain king isn't as glamorous as it sounds. After resting for a while, they proceeded towards another mountain. After over an hour, they stumbled upon a small stream obscured by weeds. Xiao Zhiyuan's desire to swim was thwarted. The diminutive stream could hardly accommodate his height of 185 meters. As they filled their containers and made their way back, they passed by the earlier mountain and heard distant wails and screams. Sister, did you bring the binoculars? I want to take a look. Xiao Zhiyuan's curiosity was piqued. Xia Xiaoman retrieved the binoculars from her backpack, cautioning him, be careful not to break it. I only have 3 left, and if one breaks, I'll have 1 less. Xiao Zhiyuan paid her no mind, focusing on the sounds of despair echoing from the mountain, fervently hoping that it was the scruffy man who was suffering. However, contrary to his hopes, the cries did not belong to the man, but rather to another group of people. Through the binoculars, he saw 3 individuals hanging from a tree, one with arms dangling, likely already strangled. The other 2 were still struggling violently, desperately clawing at the ropes around their necks. Below the tree, a chaotic brawl ensued. One faction wielded axes, sickles, and hoes, while the other was armed with mere branches, sticks, and short knives. Undoubtedly, the outmatched group was being mercilessly overpowered by the mountain villagers, their harrowing cries reverberating through the mountains. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Zhiyuan was drenched in cold sweat. Had Xia Xiaoman not forcibly pulled him away earlier, he might have been one of those hanging from the tree. Not wishing to watch any longer, he tossed the binoculars to Su Ran. Su Ran was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Why are so many people coming to the mountain? And without weapons, they're just asking for trouble." Zhou Qiuyang pursed his lips. If we thought of coming to the mountain in search of water, others surely did as well. It's normal for people to come. It's unusual for there to be none. Su Ran shook her head, expressing her fear. She had thought the flood had receded and such life and death struggles would no longer occur, but she was astonished that a mere water source could incite such conflict. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman's mind suddenly flickered with a thought. She glanced up at the glaring sun and then at the cracked, parched ground in the distance, feeling a vague sense of unease. This feeling of disquiet had also surfaced during the flooding. Yi Xiaojie noticed her restlessness and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling faint from the heat?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head, "No. Don't you think the temperature has been excessively high these past few days?"
Ye Shaoji replied.
Not really. The summer temperature in Floating City, always this high? After spending over 2 years here studying, I've grown accustomed to the weather. Xia Xiaoman pursed her lips, still sensing something amiss with the current weather, though she couldn't pinpoint what it was. "Stop looking around. Let us head back. Be careful. The villagers up in the mountains might mistake you too for those troublemakers." Sun Qing's voice pulled Xia Xiaoman from her thoughts, prompting their group to hasten their departure from the troublesome area. By 3 in the afternoon, they returned to the community, utterly exhausted and too weary to converse, collapsing into their rooms to sleep. Carrying heavy loads of water for over 3 hours under the blazing sun would tire anyone. However, compared to digging through muck, transporting water from the mountains was somewhat more manageable. Their outing could secure water for the next 3 to 4 days, while a full day spent excavating muck would yield barely enough food and water for just 1 day. And the arduousness of the task was hardly less than that of hauling water. They slept until after 8 in the evening when a knock on the door came from 1503. Half an hour later, they gathered at Wen Jianfeng's home for a meal, knowing they would be too tired to even lift their arms after a 3-hour trek carrying heavy water. Wen Jianfeng thoughtfully prepared dinner for everyone. In the sweltering summer heat, even at 8 or 9 in the evening, it remained stifling. He made a refreshing tomato pasta, substituting fresh tomatoes with tomato sauce, and paired it with a small dish of pickled bamboo shoots. Xia Xiaoman could hardly lift her arms. Even the slightest touch on her shoulders was painful. Like a languid elder, she leaned against the wall, directing Ling Ling to use chopsticks to feed her noodles. Ling Ling delighted in this feeding game, filling Xia Xiaoman until she was satisfied before offering the plate to Xiao Jiu. He was the loudest, exclaiming with each bite, and seeing him in distress, Ling Ling eagerly fed him as well. After finishing dinner, Sun Qing, panting heavily, leaned against the wall and exclaimed, "This water transport is exhausting. We need to think of a way to make it easier." Su Ran suggested, "The best solution would be the south to north water diversion project. The initial work is tough, but later on, we could enjoy the freedom of water at home." "South to north water diversion? How would that work?" Sun Qing asked. "We could use bamboo as pipes, connecting them to the stream we drew water from today." Before he could finish, Xiao Jiu kicked his thigh. "Get lost. South to north water diversion? Why don't you just fly?" Su Ran laughed, dodging the comment, "You're no fun. It was just a joke." Then he added seriously, "All right, I'm done joking. I know there's a shared bike parking point nearby. We could try digging one out." Chapter 55. Acquiring transportation. Having a means of transportation would aid in water transport and reduce travel time, which is indeed a commendable solution. However, the idea of excavating a shared bicycle seemed somewhat unreliable. Zhou Qiuyang spoke up, "Are you sure there are still bikes at the shared bike parking point? After the flood's impact, even several tons of vehicles can be swept away dozens of meters. Do you really think a bike, weighing less than 100 pounds, remained in place after such floods?" Su Ran had considered this issue and tentatively suggested, "We could estimate how far the flood might have carried the bikes and dig in that vicinity. Perhaps we might uncover a few." Zhou Qiuyang replied skeptically, "Is it that casual?" Yi Xiaojie interjected, "Have you forgotten that Floating City has established a trading point? We can take supplies there and see if we can exchange for transportation." "Now that the flood has receded, is the trading point still open?" Xia Xiaoman asked. "The flood's retreat doesn't mean Floating City no longer needs to collect supplies. Disaster recovery is not a task that can be completed overnight. Material collection is essential until the city is restored." Early the next morning, Wen Jianfeng went to inquire at the trading point about the possibility of exchanging for transportation. Around 2 in the afternoon, Xia Xiaoman heard a knock at the door. Assuming it was Wen Jianfeng returning, she opened the door only to find 2 small children. Sister Xiaoman, my sister and I are hungry. Could you please boil us a kettle of water? When Su, looking drained and dispirited, stood there with a forlorn expression. Xia Xiaoman gently patted their heads and asked, "Where is your father?" Hasn't he come back yet?" Ling Ling replied, her eyes filled with distress. The trading point was over an hour's walk from the community, and Wen Jianfeng, having left early that morning, should have returned by now. Xia Xiaoman felt a pang of worry, but masked her concern to avoid frightening the children. Before leaving, Wen Jianfeng had prepared instant noodles for the twins. Anticipating that unforeseen circumstances might delay his return, but he had neglected to teach them how to boil water. The siblings stood staring at the noodles, unsure. And after a futile attempt to munch on them, they decided to seek help outside. Just as Xia Xiaoman finished preparing the noodles for them, when Jianfeng returned.
Coach.
Why are you back so late and looking so disheveled? Did you encounter a robbery? When Jianfeng bore scratches on his neck and face, his clothes torn, and marks on his arms from a struggle, he offered a wry smile, explaining on the way back. I ran into Ling Ling's relatives, and it took me some time to extricate myself from them. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. What ordinary people could keep a professional boxer occupied for 2 to 3 hours unless he refrained from using force? Wen Jianfeng's soft-heartedness was not new to Xia Xiaoman. With the flood having receded, there would likely be fewer chances to accompany him in search of supplies. If he was kind-hearted, that was fine as long as it didn't interfere with her. Did you inquire about the transportation? She asked. The trading point has bicycles available, limited to 1 per person, and they are rather expensive, requiring 100 pounds of food to exchange for 1. If you use other supplies, their value will be assessed, and you will need to gather enough to equal 100 pounds of food. Xia Xiaoman frowned and inquired, what about cars or motorcycles? Are they unavailable for exchange? Besides bicycles, no other means of transport can be exchanged. The government is also in need of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't limit bicycle purchases. Sighing, Xia Xiaoman decided. I'll exchange for a bicycle then. It's better than walking. 100 pounds of food is no small matter. Xiaoman, think it over carefully before making your decision. Don't act impulsively. If you were to use that food to exchange for bottled water directly, you could get several hundred bottles. True, I'll think it over. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman organized the supplies in her space. 100 pounds of food was not a significant amount for her. She could easily exchange a few bottles of good wine. However, if possible, she would prefer to acquire a car, regardless of the higher price. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to secure a bicycle first, leaving the possibility of obtaining a car for later. Having resolved to buy a bicycle, Xia Xiaoman began to gather the supplies needed for the exchange. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, startling everyone into stepping out of their rooms. Xia Xiaoman shouted towards the door. Who is it? Why are you knocking? Moments later, a man's voice came from outside. Open the door. I bought units 1503 and 1504. Hurry up and let me in. Sun Qing widened her eyes at Xia Xiaoman. Have the 2 units we live in been sold? Xia Xiaoman replied. How would I know? Sun Qing exclaimed. What should we do? Xia Xiaoman sighed. Let's open the door and negotiate with the owner. She had considered many unforeseen circumstances, but never imagined that the house they lived in had an owner. Upon opening the fire door, separated by an iron gate, stood a family of 5, 2 elderly, 2 middle-aged, and a young man. The middle-aged man, with an air of arrogance, exclaimed, Open the door. Stop dawdling. You've wasted half my time. Xia Xiaoman regarded him coldly. You just claimed that units 1503 and 1504 are yours. Do you have the property deed? Faced with the challenge, the man's expression darkened instantly. This is a pre-sale property. The deed hasn't been issued yet. Where do you expect me to fetch it from? Sun Qing's eyes lit up with curiosity. Then how can you prove these 2 units belong to you? Who are you? Why should I prove anything to you? I purchased this house with my hard-earned money. It's verifiable in the housing management system. Open the door now, or I'll break it down. Xia Xiaoman maintained her stern demeanor. Just because you say the house is yours doesn't make it so. Without evidence, who would believe you? I could just as easily claim this house as mine. The elderly woman behind the man suddenly shrieked. Ah, I see now. Son, these people have occupied our house and are reluctant to leave. No wonder they want to let us in. They're afraid we'll take back our home. Chapter 56. The owner appears. The sharp voice echoed through the hallway, attracting neighbors on the upper floors, who, curious about the gossip, prepared to descend with their tools, intending to witness the drama before returning to their work. The onlookers remarked. They've been living on the 15th floor for a month, and they've replaced all the doors and windows. How could they simply leave? The elderly woman retorted. So, what if they've replaced the doors and windows? We paid for this house, so it belongs to us. Open the door, or I'll call the police and report you for trespassing. Do as you wish. Without proof that these 2 units are yours, don't expect me to open the door. With that, Xia Xiaoman firmly shut the fire door. The family outside, frustrated, began to pound on the door. They are like bandits. They claim to have bought the house. Why are they preventing us from entering? Why won't they return our home? After venting their frustrations at the fire door, the family huddled together to discuss their next move. The middle-aged couple quietly slipped away, leaving the 2 elderly and 1 young man to stand guard. Inside Unit 1504, Sun Qing paced anxiously. That family seems to genuinely believe they own Units 1503 and 1504. What should we do? Are we going to have to move? Xiao Zhiyuan pledged. Don't worry, Sister Qing. If you have to move, I will undoubtedly follow you. Su Ran nodded in agreement. Yes, we are a team. We cannot lose even 1 member. Sun Qing sighed. I really don't want to move. I've put so much effort into turning this bare unit into a home.
Ye Shaoji chimed in.
Moving is fine, but I fear the next place we move to might also have an owner. Initially, they thought all the units were bare, and since the community had just opened, most should be unsold. Who knew they would be so unlucky to find both units they occupied had owners? If they moved again, what if they ended up in another sold unit? One Jianfeng suggested, why don't you move into our 2 units? My place has 4 bedrooms. We can spare 2 for you. Xiao Yang's place also has 4 bedrooms, and the guys can share 1. Sun Qing and Yi Shao Jia exchanged hesitant glances. While Xia Xiaoman outright refused, I'm not accustomed to living with others. She preferred her personal space and felt that sharing living quarters would compromise her sense of security, making it difficult for her to sleep, as she always felt vulnerable. This was a habit formed due to her parents, who would sneak into her room during high school breaks, attempting to force her into marriage while she slept, resulting in her frequently waking up in fright. Rather than moving back and forth, it would be better to devise a permanent solution. Sun Qing looked at Xia Xiaoman. What would be a permanent solution? Should we kill the owner? Xiao Zhiyuan interjected. That is probably not a good idea. Everyone in the building knows the owner has come looking for us. If we were to harm them, what if they report us? Xia Xiaoman's lips twitched. Do you really think I'm some kind of ruthless killer? Sun Qing and Xiao Zhiyuan shared an awkward smile. Xia Xiaoman sighed. What I mean is, we should negotiate with the owner and see if they would sell us the house. That might be unlikely, Su Ran remarked, as you just saw. Their attitude doesn't seem open to negotiation. Even if they agreed to sell, they would likely demand an exorbitant price. Let's wait and see if they can prove ownership of these units before discussing a purchase. If they try to extort us, we can then implement a backup plan. Xiao Zhiyuan asked, what's the backup plan? Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. We'll sweeten the deal until they're satisfied, as will we. Violence may not resolve issues, but it can address those who create problems. The family of owners stood guard at the door while Xia Xiaoman, unable to leave, decided to engage in some physical training at home. After about an hour, there was another knock at the fire door. Xia Xiaoman stepped out to find Sun Qing nervously opening the door to the hallway. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a soldier standing at the threshold. Hello. I am looking for the current residents of Units 1503 and 1504. Xia Xiaoman approached, noticing the smug expressions of the owners lurking behind the soldier. She rolled her eyes discreetly and addressed the soldier. Hello, I'm the resident of Unit 1504. How can I assist you? This Mr. Ma claims he has purchased Units 1503 and 1504 and wishes to move in, but the units are currently occupied. He is requesting to reclaim these properties. However, you are refusing to cooperate and have locked them out. Is that correct? The soldier stated, without bias, simply recounting the situation. Xia Xiaoman replied, this family has approached us, but we are uncertain if he is the legitimate owner. We requested proof of ownership regarding these 2 units, but they have refused to provide any documentation and have been demanding we open the door. In this day and age, with so many scams, we are wary of potential criminals, which is why we hesitate to let them in. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman from the Ma family shouted angrily, who are you calling a criminal? I think you are the true criminals, a bunch of thieving scoundrels. The soldier, unable to tolerate such accusations, admonished, let us keep this civil. The young lady is right. It is reasonable for her to request proof of ownership, especially in these chaotic times. The middle-aged man from the Ma family awkwardly rubbed his nose. Those documents were washed away in the flood. Even if I wanted to present them, I would need proof as well. The soldier frowned. Without relevant documentation, how can anyone confirm that these 2 units belong to you? The man stammered, but these units truly are ours. I have invested my entire life savings into these 2 properties, hoping that when my son marries, we would merge the 2 homes and live together. The middle-aged man surnamed Ma never anticipated that he would summon soldiers, only to find himself unable to reclaim his own residence. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Mrs. Ma threw a fit, crying out that the world was unjust, lamenting that she had spent over $1 million on the property, only to have it snatched away. During the floods, the soldiers had already encountered such scenes countless times. They sternly commanded her to be silent, stating, "This is not a marketplace. Volume does not equate to righteousness." Currently, the city of Floating City is undergoing post-disaster reconstruction. If you wish to reclaim your home, you may do so once the city is connected to the grid and power, at which point you can verify the ownership of these properties through the relevant departments. At that time, you may choose whether to reclaim or rent the properties. However, without evidence of ownership, you cannot forcibly reclaim the homes. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ma was about to create another scene when the soldier interjected. If you have any objections to this resolution, you may seek mediation at the relief center. But be warned, if anyone dares to act unruly, I will not hesitate to have you taken for labor reform. The city is in dire need of labor, and even an 80-year-old woman could find work. Let's see if you dare to test that. After 2 days of waiting at home, noticing that the Ma family had not made any significant moves, Xia Xiaoman decided to take a large bundle of items to the trading point to exchange for a bicycle. There are numerous items valued at the equivalent of 100 jin of grain, including medicines. She sorted through the medications she had no use for, such as prostate capsules and inhalers for treating Parkinson's, which were simply wasting space. By exchanging these medications at the trading point, those in need could receive treatment, and she could acquire something she desired in return. When she saw the bicycle presented by the staff, Xia Xiaoman felt somewhat naive. She had expected a basic student bicycle in exchange for her goods, yet what she received was a shared bike, notably a defective one missing a basket. Nevertheless, a shared bike was better than nothing at all. The city was enveloped in sludge, with some roads cleared while others remained thick with mud. Xia Xiaoman alternated between carrying the bicycle and riding it over the cracked muck. Upon returning to her community, she hoisted the bike up the flights of stairs. "Dad, look." Hearing the voice, she looked up to see the younger and older Ma, each carrying a large backpack, likely on their way to the trading point. Upon noticing Xia Xiaoman struggling with the bicycle, the 2 rushed towards her. Reflexively, she hurled the bicycle away and drew a knife, aiming for the younger Ma's head. Just as the blade was about to pierce his eye, she recalled the soldiers below organizing the mud removal. She sheathed her knife, clenched her fists, and began striking at the joints of the younger Ma.
Dad, help me.
Someone is killing me." Seeing his son in distress, the older Ma attempted to intervene, but Xia Xiaoman pressed down on him with the bicycle. "You wretch! Let go of my son! Help! Help! Someone is killing us!" Xia Xiaoman scoffed. "You haven't even been harmed yet. What are you shouting about?" She tossed the younger Ma aside, moved the bicycle, and proceeded to pummel the older Ma. After releasing her pent-up frustrations, she carried the bicycle home. The 2 Ma men groaned on the ground for several minutes before shakily getting up to seek out the soldiers. The soldier downstairs, already familiar with the Ma family's deceitful tactics, inspected their clothing for any marks of injury and, finding none, reprimanded them and sent them away. The Ma family felt disgruntled. Although they had been beaten quite severely, there were no visible signs of their injuries. This was all thanks to Yishao Jia, from whom Xia Xiaoman had learned about human pressure points and joints, allowing her to inflict pain without leaving marks. Anticipating that the Ma family would complain, she was particularly careful to target joints and pressure points discreetly. 5 days had passed since their last water-fetching expedition, and their water supply at home was nearly depleted. The community had finally cleared a road wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. Xia Xiaoman and her group planned to venture out again for water. Yishao Jia stayed behind to watch over the house, as when Jianfeng was hesitant to take action against women and the elderly, and Sun Qing was only slightly more capable. They were concerned that if the Ma family caused trouble, these 2 might struggle to handle the situation. Although Yishao Jia appeared soft and easy to deceive, she had a steely resolve, capable of dealing firmly with children. Her presence provided some reassurance. Among the 6 members undertaking the water-fetching mission, Xia Xiaoman found herself the most at ease. She rode the bicycle to a shaded area to rest, waiting for Sun Qing and the others to catch up before proceeding to the next spot. Sun Qing gazed at her enviously, contemplating how she too could acquire a bicycle upon their return. After all, it was merely worth 100 jin of grain. She could save up for one eventually. With the experience of their previous water-fetching trip, Xia Xiaoman's group took a different route to reach their last water source. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt that the stream had diminished slightly. After filling their containers, Xiao Zhiyu suggested foraging for wild vegetables to supplement their vitamins and dietary fiber.
Xia Xiaoman,
lacking enthusiasm, chose to remain behind to watch over the bicycle and the filled containers while the others went to gather vegetables. Once they had wandered far enough, she retrieved some empty bottles and buckets from her space to collect water. The sweltering heat made her uneasy, as if something significant were about to unfold. Though she lacked for nothing in her space, storing additional water would provide her with peace of mind. Thus, even with ample rainwater already stored, she felt compelled to gather stream water as well. Approximately an hour later, Xiao Zhiyu and his companions returned, cradling a collection of assorted wild vegetables. They secured the filled water containers onto their bicycles and leisurely pushed their bikes towards the community, with the bicycles carrying the water. Xia Xiaoman and the others found their arms liberated, easing the burden compared to their previous laborious journey. Upon arriving at the community, they still had enough energy to meander around. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie conferred briefly before stepping out with 2 large bags of supplies to exchange for bicycles at the trading point. Zhou Qiuyang and his group also wished to trade but hesitated due to their limited supplies. One Jianfeng believed it unnecessary, firmly asserting that bicycles would soon become redundant. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman retreated to her room and rested on her bed for half an hour before commencing her daily training. She possessed her own intuition and determination in certain aspects. In her youth, she understood that education was her only escape from the mountain village. Thus, regardless of what others said or the multitude of obstacles she faced, she persevered in her studies. Her efforts proved fruitful, earning her a place in university and liberating her from the confines of the village that had held her for 18 years, allowing her to behold the vast and bountiful world beyond. However, she now discerned that the rules of the world had shifted. Reasoning through discourse held less weight than the overwhelming force of violence. Martial strength had become the paramount means of survival. Having trained rigorously for over 2 months since the floods, she could faintly see the contours of a 6-pack forming on her abdomen. Her arms and calves appeared slender. Yet when exerted, the muscles tightened instantly. Yet, this was still insufficient. No matter how formidable her physical prowess, it could not withstand a bullet. She resolved to acquire some weapons, particularly ranged ones, ideally a handgun, though possessing bullets would suffice. Currently, she had only 4 bullets, and each used was 1 less in her possession. As she contemplated how to procure a handgun, a knock echoed at the living room door. "Xiaoman, are you free? Come to 1502 for a meeting." Upon hearing Sun Qing's voice, Xia Xiaoman responded and grabbed a towel to hastily wipe the sweat from her face and neck. In the living room of 1502, Sun Qing and the others settled into various spots. The oppressive heat caused sweat to bead even while sitting still, and the air was thick with the odor of perspiration. Even if her teammates bore with it, one ought to maintain a considerate distance to avoid suffocating each other. "Qing Jia, what sort of meeting is this? Is the government issuing another announcement?" Xiao Zhiyu inquired. Sun Qing licked her dry lips, sort of. "When Xiao Jia and I went to exchange for bicycles, we inquired about the situation in other provinces and cities. Some areas are still mired in disaster, while others, like ours, are engaged in post-disaster reconstruction. The staff informed us that if individuals from other regions have the conditions to return home, they can arrange special vehicles to take them back." "Returning home? Is that true? How will it happen?" Xiao Zhiyu gazed at Sun Qing with excitement. She nodded, "Yes, provided your hometown hasn't been affected or is undergoing reconstruction. The staff will arrange for your return. Currently, the only mode of transport available is by vehicle." Xiao Zhiyu furrowed his brow. "How can I ascertain whether my hometown has been affected? The relief and trading points update the disaster situations of other cities daily, but due to limited equipment, they can only contact nearby areas, leaving distant places temporarily uninformed." Sun Qing produced a sheet of paper. "I've jotted down the disaster reports from the trading point regarding affected cities. Take a look to see if your hometown is listed." Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran leaned in to examine the paper together. Noticing that Zhou Qiuyang and Xia Xiaoman remained stationary, Sun Qing asked, "Aren't you two locals? Why don't you check the situation in your hometown?" Zhou Qiuyang smirked, "I'm the only one in my family. I consider the world my home." Xia Xiaoman chimed in, "My household registration lists me as the head of the household, with 0 family members." She had pressured her parents to grant her an independent household after the college entrance examination. In a sense, she too was solitary. Sun Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Are you both orphans?" Xia Xiaoman twitched her mouth. "Thank you, but I'm an adult now. I wouldn't classify myself as an orphan, merely as a solitary individual." Sun Qing replied, "Isn't that essentially the same?" Su Ran's hometown was in a neighboring province, currently undergoing reconstruction. However, his parents resided abroad, leaving him to return alone, preferring to stay here, with companions. Xiao Zhiyu's hometown was located further north, and as his hometown's name was absent from the paper, it meant he was unaware of its current situation. Feeling disheartened, he turned to Sun Qing and asked, "Qing Jia, does that mean we cannot return to places not listed on the paper?" Sun Qing shot him a glance. Of course, no name implies ignorance of the area's conditions. If that place is also flooded, sending you there would be tantamount to sending you to your demise. With a sigh, Xiao Zhiyu asked, "Sister, where is your home? Is your hometown listed?" Sun Qing shook her head. "My home is in the north, and it isn't mentioned here." After a pause, she added, however, "Xiaojia's hometown is listed. Hers is in Yuancheng, currently undergoing post-disaster reconstruction. Xiaojia and I plan to return to Yuancheng." The sudden revelation stunned Xiao Zhiyu and the others for a moment. Xia Xiaoman remained largely unfazed. After all, no gathering lasts forever, and with no parents or attachments, she felt little concern. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia appeared to come from warm, nurturing families, destined to eventually seek their path home. Regaining his composure, Xiao Zhiyu inquired, "Why this sudden decision? When do you plan to leave?" Yi Xiaojia replied, "Not so soon. The government vehicles are still undergoing repairs. Additionally, we need to find others to gather enough people for a vehicle before we can depart." Xiao Zhiyu asked, "Is it free to return?" He wanted to clarify the process for returning home in advance, so he wouldn't fret once news about his hometown emerged. Yi Xiaojia shook her head. "To return home, you need to purchase a ticket with supplies. The exact amount of supplies required for a ticket hasn't been determined yet. We will need to wait until the vehicles are repaired, calculate how many people they can accommodate, and then set the ticket prices. We have already registered our names, ID numbers, and addresses at the trading point. Once they finalize the vehicle arrangements, they will notify us to exchange supplies for tickets." Chapter 59. No gathering lasts forever. With the world in turmoil, farmland lay barren, and factories stood idle. It remained uncertain when production would resume, and until then, every supply was of utmost importance. Offering transportation services for those from out of town served a dual purpose: to ascertain the conditions in various locales while liaising with local governments and to collect more supplies. Those capable of affording tickets likely had ample resources. Forcibly requisitioning supplies from the populace would only invite unnecessary trouble. This indirect method was more palatable to all. The departure date had yet to be confirmed, so Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia began organizing their supplies to avoid last-minute chaos. "Is anyone there? Please open the door." A melodious voice rang out from outside. Having just finished her training, Xia Xiaoman wiped her sweat with a towel as she walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a young woman with a sweet appearance, her smile revealing 2 dimples. "Hello, I'm Hu Qiao, a worker from the relief point. Here is my identification. We have been instructed to conduct a census of the current population in Floating City. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Xia Xiaoman scrutinized the identification to ensure its authenticity before calling for the neighbors. After filling out the necessary information, Hu Qiao checked each entry. "Which 2 of you are Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia?" "I am Sun Qing. What can I assist you with?" Hu Qiao replied. "You previously registered your intention to return to Yuancheng, correct?" Sun Qing nodded. "Yes. We signed up at the trading point the day before yesterday. Are we able to depart soon?" "Approaching that time. The bus will be ready to leave the day after tomorrow. Please find time to visit the trading point to purchase your tickets in the next couple of days. If you have too many supplies to carry, feel free to inform the trading point, and they will send someone to assist you in transporting them." Sun Qing's eyes brightened. "Will they help us carry them for free?" Hu Qiao smiled brightly. "For a distance of up to 5 kilometers and up to 50 kilograms of goods, you will need to pay 10 pounds of grain as a fee. Based on this standard, The trading point will calculate the precise fee according to the specific weight and distance. Sun Qing, what a state the floating city has fallen into, where everything comes at a price. A ticket to Yuan City requires the exchange of goods equivalent to 500 jin of grain. Sun Qing's family resides in the north, making her return home a challenging endeavor, so she has decided to accompany Yi Shao Jie back to her home. During previous winter and summer breaks, she often stayed at Yi Shao Jie's house and had grown quite familiar with her parents. The two needed to gather goods valued at 1,000 jin, nearly depleting the majority of their family assets. Reluctant to spend money hiring someone to transport the goods, Sun Qing shamelessly asked her friends on the 15th floor for assistance. As fate would have it, Xia Xiaoman, carrying a large bundle of goods downstairs, encountered old Madame Ma and her grandson, Xiao Ma, who were returning from exchanging food. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoman, Xiao Ma felt an instinctive dread and instinctively hid behind old Madame Ma. Having never been on the receiving end of a beating, old Madame Ma, upon noticing Xia Xiaoman's burden, remarked sarcastically, "Today's women are so lazy, lounging at home while waiting for food. When they run out, they simply haul their belongings to the trading post for exchange. They clearly lack the virtue of frugality. My dear, when you marry, don't choose a woman like that. Instead, seek out the girl downstairs. She is young, yet knows to toil in the mud for sustenance, unlike those who wait idly for death."
Xiao Ma.
Not grasping that old Madame Ma was subtly mocking Xia Xiaoman and her friends for not working, mistakenly thought she was matchmaking and muttered, "Grandma, that girl downstairs looks older than me. Don't meddle." Old Madame Ma, taken aback, retorted, "What do you know? Older women are more compassionate." Xia Xiaoman could not suppress her laughter, chiming in, "Indeed, the older they are, the more they can guide you away from unnecessary detours. The older the wife, the fewer the missteps. In fact, a woman in her 70s or 80s is ideal. Perhaps you should introduce your older friends to your grandson. I trust they would treat him well." Old Madame Ma's face darkened. "What my family does is none of your concern." To which Xia Xiaoman replied, "True. Your family's fate is no business of mine, but blocking the staircase certainly affects me." Old Madame Ma scoffed, "I'll block here if I please.
What can you do about it?
This isn't to your home, and I'm too old to move. I'm simply resting here." Xia Xiaoman smiled slightly, setting down her load. Sensing the situation was turning dire, Xiao Ma attempted to pull his grandmother away, but in the next instant, he found himself seized by the neck, followed by a flurry of punches raining down upon him. Old Madame Ma shrieked, reaching out to grab Xia Xiaoman's hair, but Xia Xiaoman, seemingly with eyes in the back of her head, kicked her away before she could reach. After leaving Xiao Ma sprawled like a defeated dog, Xia Xiaoman dusted off her hands and left with an air of nonchalance. Old Madame Ma, trembling and furious, pointed at Xia Xiaoman's retreating figure, her face turning an ashen hue. "That vile creature. Oh, she infuriates me. Xiao Ba, let us find her father and have him deal with that wretched girl."
Xiao Ma.
Feeling helpless, replied Grandma, "She is a madwoman. Even if Dad and I teamed up, we couldn't defeat her. Is that how it's going to be?" Old Madame Ma's eyes flared with rage. "No, I won't let her off so easily. Let us return home. I'll discuss this with your parents." As old Madame Ma supported her grandson, they wobbled home, their backs appearing desolate and defeated, given their limited resources. The tickets from the trading post were incredibly rudimentary, simply a white slip with the vehicle number, departure location and time, and the buyer's name and ID number. All handwritten, but stamped with a red seal for authenticity. Upon acquiring their tickets, Sun Qing and Yi Shao Jie felt a great relief. They would depart the following day. "Shall we gather for farewell dinner tonight?"
proposed Xiao Zhiyu.
"That sounds splendid. We haven't yet tasted the smoked duck. I'll bring 2 pieces for everyone to enjoy," he added. Xia Xiaoman volunteered. "I'll take care of the main dish." She could make bread and pancakes and would prepare extra for Sun Qing and Yi Shao Jie to take on their journey. "I'll bring the vegetables," said one Jianfeng, who had dried wild vegetables and pickled bamboo shoots at home. Sun Qing smiled, with the main course, meat, and vegetables all prepared. "Do we only need to bring our appetites?" Zhou Qiuyang chuckled. "This meal is a send-off for you. Just focus on eating, drinking, and enjoying yourselves." Though their time together was brief, merely over 2 months, the experiences they shared forged a bond akin to that of life and death companions. Chapter 60. Farewell. The gathering continued until the early hours, and the group reluctantly returned to their rooms. The bus to Yuan City was scheduled to depart at 8:30 a.m., and Sun Qing and Yishao Jia, wishing to avoid a farewell scene, began organizing their goods around 6. Xia Xiaoman, a light sleeper, awoke at the slightest sound. Hearing rustling outside her door, she sleepily opened it. "Are you heading out so early?" In the corridor, Sun Qing and Yishao Jia were busy organizing their belongings, startled by her voice. "Did we wake you?" they asked. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No. I'm usually up around this time. Do you need any help?" "No need. We've packed everything." Yishao Jia indicated several piles of goods in the hallway. "These are for you. One for each of you." Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman protested. "You spent most of your savings on the tickets. Why leave these behind? Take them all with you." Sun Qing explained, "These items take up too much space. Even if we wanted to take them, we couldn't. We don't know what we could exchange them for at the trading post. So it's better to leave them for you." The goods in the corridor included blankets, appliances, batteries, various pots and pans, puffed snacks, firewood, and empty water bottles. Items that seemed worthless, yet were treasures in the current circumstances. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Xiaoman insisted, "Take my bicycle with you. The bus won't drop you at your doorstep, and you're unfamiliar with the security in Yuan City. Carrying so many goods, you won't have time to react if trouble arises. A bicycle can help transport your belongings and allow you to escape if needed." Sun Qing shook her head. "No, it's too valuable. A worn-out shared bike isn't valuable at all. Take it. When the time comes, ask the driver to strap it to the roof." Xia Xiaoman refused to take no for an answer, fetching the bicycle. After graciously receiving instruction from Sun Qing and Yishao Jia, she considered the bicycle a token of gratitude for her mentorship. Sun Qing, unable to argue any longer, accepted the bicycle, packed their belongings, and slowly departed the community with Yishao Jia. Around 7:30 a.m., Xiao Zhiyu and the others awoke, realizing that Sun Qing and Yishao Jia had already left. They felt a pang of regret and debated whether to rush to the trading post to see them off before their bus departed. "Let us not," Xia Xiaoman advised. They left early on purpose to avoid the pain of goodbyes. Xiao Zhiyu, looking disheartened, countered, "But if we don't go now, we may never have another chance to see them." Their acquaintance had been fleeting, and with the absence of electricity and internet, reconnecting would be nearly impossible. When Jian Feng chimed in, "Didn't you exchange phone numbers? Once we have power and internet again, we can still keep in touch." With a sigh, Xiao Zhi lamented, "With 2 fewer people, the 15th floor feels much quieter." Su Ran shot him a glare. "Stop being dramatic. We're running low on water at home. Are you going to fetch more?" Xia Xiaoman replied, "I gave my bicycle to Sun Qing and the others. I'll go out later to get another one this afternoon for water." "Aren't bicycles limited? Do you still have a quota to buy one?"
Yo kiyu yang inquiret.
Xia Xiaoman paused, realizing she had forgotten about the quota. "Who will accompany me to buy one under my name?" Xiao Zhi raised his hand. "I'll go. I can also check on the situation back home." Having gained experience from a previous bicycle purchase, they successfully acquired a regular bike with a rear seat this time. The operation to clean the sludge has persisted for nearly half a month, leaving the roads riddled with potholes and strewn with the remnants of the cleanup. Riding a bicycle has become quite arduous, yet it remains preferable to traversing on foot. As they approached the entrance of the community, 2 individuals spotted 3 small excavators and loading trucks sequentially entering the premises. The excavators were there to clear the sludge from their community, and it seemed that the reconstruction of Floating City would soon be underway. Xiao Zhiyu was filled with excitement. Once inside the community, his gaze remained fixated on the excavators. While the machines could remove the majority of the sludge, certain nooks and crannies, as well as the sludge trapped on the 1st and 2nd floors, would still require manual labor. In the afternoon, Xia Xiaoman and her companions returned with water and observed individuals attempting to excavate the sludge from the 1st floor. When Jianfeng, contemplative as he watched the excavators work, remarked, "Tomorrow, I intend to inquire outside to see if I can find a suitable job. Would you care to join me?" "Find a job? What kind of job can one find now?"
Surran inquired.
"Many areas have already been cleaned up. They might require some plumbers or electricians for water and electricity connections. I want to ask around. Remaining idle at home is not a sustainable option. The resources at home will eventually run out, and I have 2 children to support. I cannot just stay at home," Zhou Qiuyang interjected. "I have some experience in plumbing and electrical work. I can accompany you tomorrow to see if they are hiring," he continued. Su Ran and Xiao Zhiyu exchanged glances. "We'll join you. We can lend a hand." What about you, Xiaoman? Will you go out? Wen Jianfeng asked. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. You all go ahead. I am not knowledgeable about plumbing and electricity. I will stay behind to guard the house. Given the large population of Floating City, she believed the government would prioritize hiring skilled plumbers and electricians, making it somewhat challenging for Wen Jianfeng and his companions to find work. The next morning, Wen Jianfeng and the others prepared to venture out in search of employment. However, before they could open the corridor door, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Xiao Zhi covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What is that terrible smell? Did they dig up a corpse downstairs?" When Jianfeng wrinkled his nose. It doesn't smell like a corpse. Zhou Chuyang held his breath as he opened the door, and the stench intensified. It became evident why the odor was so unbearable. The floor was covered in filth. Xiao Zhiyu's face turned crimson with fury as he shouted, "Who the hell defecated in the hallway? Don't they have a toilet at home? If they have the guts, let them come out and face me." Xia Xiaoman, who was having breakfast, heard the commotion and opened the door to inquire, "What happened? What's going on?" "Xiaoman, someone has defecated in our hallway," Su Ran replied. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. "Who dares to defecate on the 15th floor?" When Jianfeng shook his head. "I don't know. When I opened the door, I saw a mess everywhere." Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, mentally identifying the perpetrator. "I know who did this. You all go about your business. I will take care of the trash at the entrance." Upon hearing her intent, Xiao Zhiyu cautioned, "Sister, be careful. There are several soldiers downstairs watching. Don't give them any reason to catch you." Xia Xiaoman smirked, "Don't worry. I never leave evidence behind when I take care of business." Chapter 61. Harmful to others and themselves in the quiet community, a loud banging echoed in the morning. A resident from Unit 1704 peeked through a crack in the door and saw the young girl from the 15th floor wielding an axe, forcefully striking the door of Unit 1702. The ferocity with which she struck the door suggested she intended to reduce the occupants within to mere fragments. With a resounding crash, the door was smashed open. Xia Xiaoman strode in confidently, axe in hand. The Ma family, fully armed, gathered in the living room, some wielding wooden sticks, others brandishing kitchen knives. Old Man Ma, with a stern face, pointed a fruit knife at Xia Xiaoman and demanded, "What are you doing barging into someone else's home so early in the morning?" Xia Xiaoman sneered, "What do you think I'm here for? Your family is truly disgusting. Unable to defeat me or insult me, you resort to secretly throwing feces on the 15th floor.
Who taught you such vile tactics?
Or is this method a family heirloom?" Old Man Ma's expression stiffened as he awkwardly stammered, "What feces? I don't understand what you're talking about." "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As long as your grandson does," Xia Xiaoman replied, flexing her wrists and fixing her gaze on Little Ma. Little Ma, terrified, protested, "What does this have to do with me? I didn't do anything. Don't come any closer. I didn't throw any feces. I went to bed early last night." Little Ma trembled uncontrollably, instinctively hiding behind his parents. Seeing that Xia Xiaoman was about to take action, Old Lady Ma hurried to the balcony, hoping to call for help from the soldiers below. Before she could utter a word, Xia Xiaoman seized her sparse white hair, yanking her back forcefully, producing a white zip tie to bind the old woman's hands and discarding her aside. Her movements were so swift that the Ma family had not yet comprehended what happened when they witnessed Old Lady Ma struggling on the ground, groaning in distress. Upon seeing his wife being assaulted, Old Man Ma charged at Xia Xiaoman with a fruit knife, shouting, "You beast! I will fight you!" Although Old Man Ma believed he was quick, Xia Xiaoman perceived his speed as nothing more than a leisurely stroll, with numerous openings in his attack. Within a minute, Old Lady Ma found herself accompanied by her husband. The remaining three rushed forward, but within 5 minutes, they too had their hands bound by Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman dragged the group to the 15th floor, kicking each of them into the pile of feces. "Clean this up. I will only release you when it's spotless. If you cannot finish cleaning, you will remain here until you perish." Old Lady Ma, unfortunate enough to land face down, found her mouth and nose filled with filth, choking and retching as she completely missed Xia Xiaoman's commands. Old Man Ma, however, heard clearly and continued to insist that they were not responsible for the mess.
Xia Xiaoman,
uninterested in their excuses, stepped back onto Little Ma's back, intending to return to her apartment and retrieve a chair to sit and monitor them. As Little Ma sensed her departure, he mustered the courage to say, "Hey, we can clean this up, but could you untie us?" "How can we clean with our hands bound?" Xia Xiaoman turned back with a smile. How you clean is your own concern. It has nothing to do with me. You could choose to lick it clean. I see your grandmother seems to enjoy it, as her lips are smeared with it. As her words fell, old Lady Ma's retching intensified. Little Ma's face shifted through shades of green and white, feeling a mix of despair and resentment. Grandma, please stop vomiting. If you do, we'll have to clean that up too. Old Man Ma kicked him in response, scolding, How dare you speak to your grandmother like that? Show some respect. He glanced at Xia Xiaoman entering her apartment and whispered, Quickly get up. While that female demon is away, we must hurry to find someone to help us. Little Ma hesitated. Dad, are you planning to run away? What run away? I'm going to seek help. Do you really want to clean up that girl's mess? Little Ma remained silent for a moment. If you want to flee, go ahead. I'm staying. That girl only targets me. The others might escape unscathed, but if I run, I will surely be beaten to a pulp. Old Man Ma, seeing his son's reluctance, was filled with frustration. You useless fool. I wish I had never given birth to you. If you can't even muster the courage to seek help, you might as well be a piece of char siu. It's one thing to lose to a woman, but you can't even ask for assistance. Little Ma, provoked by his father's words, retorted, Yes, I may be foolish, but at least I know to avoid danger. What about you? You clearly can't defeat the 15th floor but still provoke them. Can you honestly claim that this mess isn't your doing? I've been beaten because of you all, and now I must deal with this disgusting situation. Why do you have the audacity to scold me? Seeing the argument escalate between father and son, Old Man Ma hurriedly intervened. Stop fighting. This is not the time for quarrels. We need to resolve the issue first. How do you propose we do that? The voice of Xia Xiaoman echoed behind them as Old Ma mechanically turned his neck. How did you come back? Xia Xiaoman placed the chair she had moved into position and leisurely replied, Of course, I returned to witness your dog-eat-dog antics. What, still not cleaning up? Do you wish for me to supervise you as you eat this filth bit by bit? Xiao Ma remained silent, quietly removing his shirt to wipe the excrement from the ground. The others dared not express their anger, imitating Xiao Ma's actions as they used their clothes to clean up the mess. It was only when their garments were thoroughly soiled that Xia Xiaoman benevolently tossed them a few rags to continue their task. When Wen Jianfeng and the others returned, they were greeted by the sight of 5 foul-smelling individuals half kneeling on the ground, scrubbing the floor, while Xia Xiaoman sat atop the chair like a landlady, playing with throwing knives. Xiao Zhiyu recognized the 5 and immediately exclaimed, I knew it was you lot who made this mess. With only one staircase to ascend and descend, how could you not find this disgusting? If they possessed even a modicum of awareness, they would not engage in such self-destructive actions. Xia Xiaoman remarked, You go to 1702 and fetch their water. Use it to clean a few more times. It should eliminate the odor. No way. Old Ma's wife shrieked. That water was traded with our supplies, and we cannot use it for cleaning. Xia Xiaoman waved dismissively at Xiao Zhiyu, indicating he need not concern himself with her. He quickly ascended to the 17th floor and brought down all the water hoarded by the Ma family. In front of Old Ma's wife, Xia Xiaoman poured all the water over the door and the ground, washing away the remaining filth. Old Ma's wife wept, as if Xia Xiaoman were pouring out her cherished elixir rather than mere water. Old Ma and Xiao Ma had grown numb, seizing the opportunity to clean the floor while it was still wet. Only when the ground and door were devoid of any dirt did Xia Xiaoman allow the Ma family to leave. Chapter 62. The first step in restoring agricultural production post-disaster reconstruction necessitates the clearing of sludge and refuse, filling in potholes, repairing damaged roadbeds, and expediting the repair of water and electricity facilities to ensure residents can access these resources promptly. All these tasks demand a substantial workforce for completion. Wen Jianfeng and the 3 young members of 1501 ventured out to gather information and secured a position assisting the electricians and plumbers. Xia Xiaoman curiously inquired, How much can you earn in supplies from helping others? Xiao Zhiyu stammered, We are here to assist Floating City in its post-disaster recovery. The reward is of little consequence. Xia Xiaoman regarded him skeptically. You are not going to work for free, are you? Xiao Zhiyu scratched his head and gazed at the sky, feigning ignorance. Wen Jianfeng chuckled as he explained, Our skills are lacking, but the person in charge there said we could learn for a few days, and once we are adept, we will be assigned to independently repair the water and electricity systems, at which point we will receive compensation. He viewed this as a wonderful learning opportunity, recalling that previously they had to pay tuition to acquire such knowledge. Xia Xiaoman found herself at a loss for words. As long as you do not feel taken advantage of, I respect your choice. Xiaoman, tomorrow we all need to go out. Could you please watch over Lingling and Xiao Su? Fearing that Xia Xiaoman might refuse, when Jianfeng added, I will ensure their meals are prepared for the day. And if they feel unwell or require anything, you could lend a hand. I will compensate you with 2 jin of grain for your assistance. Xia Xiaoman pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The twins were well-behaved and unlikely to cause her trouble. The next day, Wen Jianfeng and the entire 1501 team set out to work, leaving the 15th floor remarkably quiet. After finishing her breakfast, Xia Xiaoman stood by the door of 1502. Listening intently for a moment, she could hear the sounds of giggling and playful noises, likely the twins practicing the martial arts taught to them by Wen Jianfeng. Throughout the day, the twins did not seek her help. They obediently stayed at home, waiting for Wen Jianfeng to return, thus earning their 2 jin of grain without effort. This grain, labeled as a caretaker fee, could also be considered a form of compensation for house-sitting. With everyone out, it was necessary for someone to remain behind to watch the house, which meant Xia Xiaoman was confined to the home daily. Thus, she accepted the 2 jin of grain without guilt. After 2 weeks of outdoor labor, Xiao Zhiyu and the others had become as dark as charcoal, revealing the harshness of the sun outside. Around 7 in the evening, a rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Sister Xiaoman, open up. We are back. Upon opening the door, 4 blackened figures entered. Xiao Zhiyu flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and said, Sister, come over for dinner later. We have good news to share with you. Xia Xiaoman nodded. All right, I will come over in half an hour. After returning home to wash up, she selected a few common canned goods from her storage to bring to 1501. Wen Jianfeng had already taken the twins to assist in cooking at 1501. Upon seeing her arrival, Xiao Zhiyu welcomed her to sit down, sister. Take a seat. The food will be ready shortly. Due to limited ingredients, they could not prepare a lavish meal. They had a plate of stir-fried pickled bamboo shoots with smoked duck, a pot of rich tomato sauce over noodles, complemented by the 2 boxes of canned fish Xia Xiaoman had brought. Xiao Zhiyu, feeling famished, devoured a large bowl of noodles to ease his hunger before slowing down to share the news he had heard that day. This recent flooding disaster has not only impacted industrial production but has also caused significant losses in agricultural production. He swallowed his mouthful and continued. The floating city government announced today that they will temporarily requisition farmlands in surrounding rural areas to cultivate grains and vegetables. Once floating city fully resumes production, the land will be returned to the farmers. Previously, those villagers who had taken control of the mountains refused to relinquish their lands. They had seized the water sources in the mountains and were forcibly subdued and sent for labor reform. Seeing Xiao Zhiyu's glee, Xia Xiaoman's lips twitched. Is this what you deem good news? No, Xiao Zhiyu shook his head. The good news I refer to is that the floating city government is encouraging agricultural production and allowing everyone to cultivate their own land. If you wish to farm, you can go to the trading point and select a plot for cultivation. Xia Xiaoman frowned. We live in the city. How can we farm? Would we have to travel far to the suburbs every day? Su Ran interjected. There are 2 options. One is, as you mentioned, commuting daily to the suburbs to farm. The other is moving to the suburbs to farm. Move to the suburbs? Are there houses to live in there? Xia Xiaoman inquired. No. But you can rent a tent to stay in. The government has also arranged for people to farm in the suburbs, so we can stay near them and not worry about being robbed. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Rent a tent? How much does that cost? It's not expensive. The rent for a 2-person tent is 20 jin of grain. Xia Xiaoman pressed further. Will all the grains produced go directly into our pockets? Xiao Zhiyu gave her a look that suggested she was overestimating the situation. The seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers are provided for free. But the grains produced will be divided 3 to 7, with us receiving 7 parts and 3 parts going to the government. While the floating city government aimed to gather more supplies, they also understood that excess could be detrimental. They had to leave some benefits for the populace, or else no one would work for them. Do you all wish to farm? Wen Jianfeng asked. In these past few months, the world has been ravaged, and the value of food has skyrocketed. For at least the next 2 years, trading in grains will be profitable. Now, farming requires no contracting fees, and the government provides seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers for free. We can grow grains at minimal cost. If floating city flourishes again, we could sell these grains for a substantial profit. If we encounter another natural disaster or unforeseen events, these grains will serve as our fallback. Wen Jianfeng's reasoning was sound, yet he overlooked a crucial factor. Xia Xiaoman pursed her lips and said, The idea of stockpiling grains is commendable. But have you considered whether the current weather is suitable for farming? The heat is so intense that seedlings will be scorched in the soil. To ensure their survival and growth, daily irrigation is essential. If it were just a small plot of land, it would be manageable. However, if we were to cultivate an acre or two, it becomes a daunting task. Excluding Ling Ling and Xiao Su, among our 5, for individuals are employed, leaving me alone to tend to the fields. The 4 gentlemen present are all city dwellers, and upon hearing Xiaomai's inquiry, they were rendered speechless, akin to gaping gourds. Xiaomai continued, "This is assuming there is access to water. If we face scorching temperatures of 30 to 40 degrees every day, even watering thrice a day would hardly suffice for the crops to thrive. All prior efforts would be in vain." Wen Jianfeng pondered for a moment and remarked, "The higher authorities must have considered this issue. The seeds provided to us should be drought-resistant and heat-tolerant." Chapter 63. Inquiring about car exchange. Common heat-resistant and drought-tolerant crops include corn, sorghum, and millet. Xiaomai surmised that the authorities would not foolishly distribute rice seeds, yet even cultivating corn is far from simple. "I advise against farming. The temperatures are too elevated. If we plant a small amount, it's unnecessary. If we plant a larger area, we will be overwhelmed, unless we have plowing machines, seeders, and harvesters." Xiao Zhiyu and the others underestimated the complexities of farming, believing that simply throwing seeds into the ground would yield a bountiful harvest months later, completely oblivious to the arduous labor involved. Wen Jianfeng remained silent for a moment, suggesting, "Let us observe the results of the first batch of seeds. If they yield a harvest, we can proceed with further planting. If not, we shall abandon the endeavor." Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran felt a pang of disappointment. Their plans to embark on a grand undertaking were abruptly halted before they even began. Although not engaged in farming, Xiao Zhiyu frequently sought information regarding others' agricultural endeavors. While he did not glean much good news about farming, he learned about the current state of his hometown. His roots lay in Yan City, which is separated from Fu City by 6 other cities. He was surprised to receive news from his hometown in Fu City. "Xiaomai, I've learned about my hometown. It has been under hail for 2 to 3 months, but the weather has finally cleared up and reconstruction is underway." His excited voice reverberated through the 15th floor. Xiaomai leaned against the doorframe, observing his exuberance, and inquired, "So, are you planning to return home? When will you leave?" Xiao Zhiyu paused, momentarily forgetting his plans to return home in his excitement. He glanced at Su Ran, who, noticing his gaze, frowned and replied,
Why are you looking at me?
"You need to figure out your own travel expenses. I don't have many supplies to spare." Xiao Zhiyu thought Su Ran would be reluctant to see him go, but he realized he had misjudged. Su Ran was likely eager for him to leave. "I haven't even checked for transportation back home. Tomorrow, I'll inquire at the trading point." The distance from Yan City to Fu City was considerable, and the ticket prices were more expensive than those for Sun Qing and her group traveling to Yuan City. A single ticket required the equivalent of 700 jin of grain. The exorbitant cost dissuaded Xiao Zhiyu. Compared to others in the community, he was relatively affluent, but he could not afford to produce 700 jin of grain in one go. When Jianfeng and Zhou Chuyang were aware of his situation and gathered and used items from their homes to offer Xiao Zhiyu assistance, Xiaomai also contributed small, miscellaneous items, extra utensils, ill-fitting clothing, or surplus electronic devices. With the help of his neighbors, Xiao Zhiyu finally managed to purchase a ticket home. On the day of his departure, he cried like a fool, repeatedly reciting his address and phone number, promising to stay in touch once the signal was restored. After Xiao Zhiyu's departure, the 15th floor fell into a deeper silence. The only interaction Xiaomai had with the outside world was during brief exchanges with Wen Jianfeng and the others when they returned from work, while the rest of her time was spent honing her skills at home. When Wen Jianfeng and his colleagues were officially appointed as certified electricians, the lower levels were entirely cleared of sludge. Most residents of the community had relocated their efforts to the streets, cleaning the muck, creating a sense of collective labor reminiscent of the late 1980s and early 1990s. Meanwhile, agricultural development in suburban areas flourished, with government-organized farms, large-scale privately contracted farms, and individual plots. The crops planted were similar to Xiaomai's initial assumptions, primarily corn, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. The government and some resource-rich farmers also constructed greenhouses for vegetable cultivation. Wen Jianfeng learned about the planting conditions in the suburbs and felt a twinge of regret for not persisting with farming in the past. However, considering the lack of manpower at home, He could only sigh in resignation. The sludge was gradually being cleared, revealing the city's true visage. Xiaomai estimated the time was right and decided to venture to the trading point alone after when Jianfeng and the others returned from work. Hello. May I inquire if it is possible to exchange goods for a vehicle? The staff at the trading point scrutinized Xiaomai, dismissively saying, Go away. Do you think this is a few months ago? There aren't that many cars available for you to purchase. She appeared frail and malnourished, absurdly dreaming of buying a car, likely unable to afford even a toy vehicle. Xiaomai was accustomed to the staff's condescending attitude and remained undeterred, boldly asking, Isn't the sludge in the urban area nearly cleared? There must be many submerged vehicles that have been salvaged. I told you, there are none. Even if there were, you don't have any gasoline. Why are you asking so many questions? You can't afford it. The staff impatiently shooed her away. Xiaomai took a deep breath and produced a package of cured meat from her backpack. Sir, my father sent me to inquire. He said if there are any vehicles available, we would be willing to buy one at a reasonable price. We can handle the gasoline ourselves. Upon seeing the beautifully marbled cured meat, the staff gulped and softened his tone. Little sister, we indeed have no cars for sale here. However, I know someone who has a few repaired water-damaged vehicles. If you don't mind, I can help you get in touch with him. Xiaomai pushed the cured meat towards the staff and replied, That would be much appreciated. When can I expect to hear back? The staff quickly pocketed the cured meat, saying, Come back here tomorrow at this time, and I will have arranged a meeting for you. Xiaomai nodded and glanced at the staff's name tag, Chen Guangli. No wonder he was so snobbish. Since the floods receded, she had been yearning for a four-wheeled vehicle. When she exchanged goods for a bicycle, she reasoned that since the trading point staff could retrieve bicycles buried in sludge for sale, it was plausible they could also repair and sell submerged vehicles. At that time, the cleanup was just beginning. Even if vehicles were excavated, they would still require time for cleaning and repairs. Therefore, she had been calculating the timeline, and seeing that the urban sludge was nearly cleared, she surmised that many vehicles must have been salvaged and repaired, prompting her to return to the trading point to inquire about the possibility of exchanging for a vehicle. She preferred not to disclose this matter to Wen Jianfeng and the others, as the quantity of goods required for the exchange was substantial, and presenting a large amount of resources could raise suspicion. Furthermore, considering the current state of public safety was not optimal, acquiring a vehicle and leaving it in the community might render it susceptible to theft. Thus, she planned to store the vehicle in her space. If when Jianfeng and the others discovered she had purchased a car, it would be inappropriate to keep it hidden away. Hence, she chose to discreetly handle this matter at the trading point during the night. Chapter 64. Encountering an old acquaintance. With the vehicle situation taking shape, Xiaomai joyfully pedaled her bicycle home. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the alley, tumbling before her bicycle. To avoid falling, she had no choice but to halt her bike. As she prepared to maneuver away, the person on the ground looked up with a pitiful expression, exclaiming, Help! Someone is chasing me. Xiaomai squinted to discern the face, and to her astonishment, it was an old acquaintance, Qin Yali. You're still alive? Qin Yali retorted, If you can't speak kindly, then be silent. Taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions, she anxiously implored, Xiaomai, could you please take me home? Someone is following me. Absolutely not, Xiaomai coldly rejected. Why not? Qin Yali's eyes were red and swollen. We are classmates. Can't you help me? No, step aside. I want to go home. As she observed Xia Xiaoman's impassive face, Qin Yali's nose twisted in anger. After a while, she managed to suppress her emotions and pleaded, Xiaoman, I beg you, please take me home. If you do, I can offer you 10 kilograms of rice as a reward. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, looking at her skeptically. Do you really have 10 kilograms of rice? Enduring her frustration, Qin Yali thought to herself, Patience, I must endure. Once I trick Xia Xiaoman into coming back with me, she shall see my true strength. With a forced smile, she reassured, Don't worry, not just 10 kilograms, I have 20. All right then, 20 kilograms it is, I'll take you home. Just as Qin Yali was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly felt something amiss. Wait, 20 kilograms? Wasn't it 10? Xia Xiaoman, without missing a beat, replied. But you just claimed that you have 20 kilograms of rice. Does that not mean you intend to hire me with that amount to take you home? If you don't want to, then forget it. I have no intention of taking you out at this hour. Qin Yali nearly choked on her anger, gritting her teeth. She said, Fine, 20 kilograms it is. Xia Xiaoman tilted her chin, then lead the way. With the stage set, she decided to investigate further while also seeking revenge on Qin Yali's boyfriend. She remembered well how Qin Yali's man had betrayed her family's situation. It was a woman's duty to avenge wrongs. I'll guide you from the back seat. As Qin Yali moved to sit behind her, Xia Xiaoman pedaled away before she could settle in. Qin Yali fell awkwardly, scrambling to her feet as she shouted angrily, "Xiaoman, are you out of your mind?" Xia Xiaoman halted and turned back, saying, "My back seat is only for those I love. You are not one of them, and thus lack the right to sit there." Qin Yali was fuming. "Are you deliberately making a fool of me? It's just a bicycle seat. What does love have to do with it? I see you simply don't want to take me home." Xia Xiaoman feigned innocence. The back seat of a bicycle is akin to the passenger seat of a car. Only those I cherish may occupy it. I suggested you lead the way, yet you insisted on sitting behind. Whom could you blame? Qin Yali held back her rage, her features contorting as she gritted her teeth. "All right, I will lead the way. You just follow closely." Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. "Then you must run faster." "I ride quickly. Should I disappear from sight, you will have to make your way home alone." Thus, on a dark and windy night, a frail woman was chased for over 20 minutes by a cyclist. Qin Yali brought Xia Xiaoman to a villa halfway up a mountain, gasping, "My home is right here. Thank you for bringing me back. Come inside, and I will give you the rice." Xia Xiaoman nodded. "All right, I understand. Please stop talking. You're breathless. And I fear you might faint if you continue." Qin Yali retorted, "How dare you say that? The reason I am breathless is because of you." As they entered the villa, Qin Yali immediately locked the door behind them. The sound of a lighter flicked, and candles illuminated the room. Xia Xiaoman squinted until her eyes adjusted, then noticed a bald man sitting on the main sofa, grinning at her. It was an old acquaintance, the bald man who had once forcibly entered her room in the Jiangshan Garden community. He was flanked by several familiar faces, residents from Jiangshan Garden and Qin Yali's boyfriend. Qin Yali's demeanor shifted dramatically as she glared at Xia Xiaoman. "Humph, Xia Xiaoman. Did you ever imagine this would happen to you? Brother Liao, do you remember this woman? She is the one who killed Brother Chong in Jiangshan Garden. She has plenty of resources at home yet refuses to share a single bit with us." The bald man remained silent, taking a drag of his cigarette.
"So,
"You are the one who killed Brother Chong? What Brother Chong?" "I don't know him," Xia Xiaoman replied, quietly assessing everyone's positions within the villa. Not willing to confess. "You too, teach her some manners. When she decides to behave, we will let her go." The bald man gestured to two men. As the men approached Xia Xiaoman, Qin Yali bore a twisted smile. Unfazed, just as the men were within half a meter of her, she swiftly drew two fruit knives from behind her waist and flung them at them, each knife finding its mark in their throats. Witnessing his subordinates fall in an instant, the bald man recalled the image of an axe buried in Brother Chong's head, his voice trembling with fear as he shouted, "Everyone attack! Kill that woman! Kill her!" The crowd surged forward, and Xia Xiaoman turned to flee, igniting a Molotov cocktail from her bag and hurling it into the oncoming mob. In an instant, flames erupted. 4 or 5 individuals, doused in alcohol, were engulfed in fire, transforming into flaming figures. The screams were horrifying, causing hesitation among the others as they witnessed the inferno consuming their comrades. Xia Xiaoman did not stop. She continued to circle the villa, producing another Molotov cocktail to throw at another cluster of attackers. 3 or 4 fires blazed in the villa, and seeing the situation deteriorate, the bald man fled to the second floor. Xia Xiaoman kept a close watch on him and, as he attempted to escape, she hurled an axe at him. He felt a sharp pain in his head and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With their leader down, the remaining individuals scattered like headless flies, some attempting to flee while others sought revenge against Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman made no effort to stop those escaping. She only targeted those who gathered in groups, throwing incendiary devices at them. Once they dispersed, she pursued them one by one. The scene was chaos, with flames crackling and screams echoing throughout. 20 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman, wielding a bloodied axe, kicked the bodies on the ground, delivering a final blow to any that showed signs of life, ensuring none pretended to be dead. Her actions were not in vain. She struck down 7 or 8 bodies, and indeed, one of them was merely feigning death. Chapter 65. The Hall of Gasoline. Qin Yali suffered extensive burns on her legs and had also been wounded by Xia Xiaoman's axe, howling in agony. Recognizing her as an old acquaintance, Xia Xiaoman refrained from killing her immediately. Hey, I want to know what I did to provoke you. Why do you keep coming after me, time and again? She genuinely could not understand. Though she and Qin Yali had little interaction at school, even living in the same community and building, they seldom exchanged greetings. Why was Qin Yali so fixated on her? Qin Yali, in excruciating pain, raised her head, tears streaming down her face. You deserve this. Who told you to show no compassion? I told you I broke up with my boyfriend and wanted to stay at your place for a few days, yet you wouldn't even open the door for me. Do you know that because of you I have been bullied by the people my boyfriend brought home? Because of you, I was treated like a gift to other men. Why should you be unscathed while I suffer like this? You, an orphan. How dare you live better than me? Qin Yali glared at Xia Xiaoman. Her expression twisted with malice, as if she wished to devour her whole. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, understanding her hatred. If you despise me so much, then continue to do so. Enjoy the torment of your dwindling life. She picked up her axe and swung it at the next body, ignoring Qin Yali's anguished cries. With her legs burned and her back wounded, even if sent to the hospital, Qin Yali might not survive. Killing her outright would not satisfy Xia Xiaoman. She preferred to let her suffer slowly. After delivering a final blow to every corpse in the villa, the living room fell eerily quiet, save for Qin Yali's painful moans and the whimpering sounds emanating from an unknown corner. Xia Xiaoman cautiously followed the faint sound of weeping to the basement, where she illuminated the space with a powerful flashlight through a small window in the door. Inside, a group of young boys and girls dressed in scanty clothing were present. Some were suspended by iron chains as thick as a wrist, others had their limbs shackled to the beds, and a few wore leather collars. Forced to kneel on the ground, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a set of men's clothing from her storage, donned a cap and mask, and fully armed herself to ensure no one would recognize her. With an axe in hand, she forcefully smashed open the basement door. Upon hearing the commotion, the individuals inside widened their eyes in terror, some trembling uncontrollably. Xia Xiaoman flung a small knife at a girl in the collar and lowered her voice, saying, "Those outside are either dead or have fled. You must free yourselves." Without waiting for their reaction, she returned to the first floor to search for treasures. Qin Yali, displaying remarkable resilience despite her injuries, was crawling towards the door using her hands. When Xia Xiaoman reached the first floor, she found her almost at the threshold and swiftly drove 2 forks into her hands, pinning her to the ground. "Ah! Xia Xiaoman, if you have the guts, kill me." Qin Yali cried out, her face contorted in pain. Xia Xiaoman did not spare her a glance and continued searching the rooms for loot. The bald man had proven capable, managing to open the garage, revealing a silver pickup truck parked squarely inside. Xia Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement, ensuring no one was around. She hurriedly stored the truck in her space. With a vehicle at her disposal, she surmised there must also be a supply of gasoline. She scoured each room, discovering that on the first floor, 2 of the 3 rooms were filled with various supplies, cigarettes, alcohol, and food. The last room contained the precious gasoline she desperately needed, over 20 barrels, enough to sustain her for quite some time. Xia Xiaoman gathered all the resources, resolute in her decision not to leave any for the victims in the basement. With the government present, as long as they have hands and feet, they will not starve, she thought. Saving those individuals without expecting a reward was already a significant act of kindness. She was not a savior. Breaking open the basement door was merely a remnant of her dwindling compassion. After finishing her search on the first floor, Xia Xiaoman ascended to the second. This floor housed 4 rooms, 3 bedrooms, and a study filled with higher quality provisions. Though she could not identify the brands of the cigarettes and alcohol, their packaging indicated they were of exceptional quality. 2 of the secondary bedrooms yielded little of value, but the master bedroom contained a safe. Xia Xiaoman forcefully pried it open, revealing a trove of gleaming gold, weighing an estimated several pounds. The 3rd floor, converted into a leisure area, held no noteworthy supplies. As Xia Xiaoman prepared to leave, she was startled by a chilling scream emanating from the living room. Gripping her axe tightly, she cautiously descended the stairs. In the living room, several young boys and girls surrounded Qin Yali, one of whom was stabbing her with a knife. Recognizing the scream belonged to Qin Yali, Xia Xiaoman's taut nerves relaxed slightly. One of the onlookers, a young man, noticed Xia Xiaoman and, fearing she might judge their cruelty, stammered, "It's her. She lured us here. She deserves this." Xia Xiaoman glanced at the barely alive Qin Yali and, before departing, resolved to handle the body properly. Too many corpses piled together could breed disease. Leaving a parting remark, she strode toward the door, retrieved her concealed bicycle, and rode away. The young man, momentarily stunned, refocused his gaze on the writhing Qin Yali, joining the gruesome assault. The air thickened with a metallic scent of blood as Qin Yali's heart-wrenching cries gradually weakened, fading into the night. By the time Xia Xiaoman returned home, it was well past 10 o'clock. After taking a shower, she retrieved the potent spirits from her storage. Having expended many Molotov cocktails that day, she needed to replenish her supply. Using medical alcohol for such purposes felt wasteful, but fortunately, she had discovered an abundance of high-proof liquor, enough to create hundreds of incendiary devices. As she filled transparent glass cups with the expensive spirits, she imagined the heartbreak of connoisseurs witnessing such a waste. She worked diligently until dawn before finally lying down to sleep. Awakening the next morning, her body ached. Upon inspecting herself in the mirror, she found her wounds swollen from several blows received the previous night. Realizing her oversight, Xia Xiaoman applied medicinal alcohol to her injuries, using a cloth to reach the spots on her back. "Sister Xiaoman, are you awake?" came Su Ran's voice from outside. Xia Xiaoman wiped her hands on a cloth before opening the door. Su Ran, detecting the strong scent of medicinal alcohol, inquired with concern, "Sister, are you hurt?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head, explaining that she had strained her muscles during training the day before. "Is there something urgent this morning? We're going to transport water with Brother Young this afternoon. Can I borrow your bicycle?" "Of course, I'll get it for you." Xia Xiaoman returned to her room, retrieved the bicycle, and hung several large oil containers from the handlebars. "And please bring back a few bottles of water." Su Ran nodded, no problem. With the water pipes still unconnected, obtaining water required labor. The government only provided a meager allocation of 1,000 milliliters per day. To alleviate their water scarcity, the residents of the 15th floor maintained the practice of transporting water every few days. Chapter 66. The water vendor. After the rural fields in the suburbs were requisitioned, the mountain water sources were diverted down the hills via channels or pipes. Residents in the city could draw water at any time without charge. Some, however, astutely filled numerous containers with water to sell in the city. Those with surplus food who were too lazy to trek down to the rural mountains opted to purchase water with their supplies. The price was reasonable, 500 grams of food for 1,000 milliliters of water, allowing for various forms of barter. The vendors collected these resources, keeping what they needed and selling the rest while peddling water. The entrance to Qinyang community was often bustling with vendors, especially during rush hour when stalls were set up nearby. While Xia Xiaoman was at home kneading dough for buns, the sound of a loudspeaker echoed from outside, announcing, "Chicks for sale. 3 chicks for 5 pounds of grain. Clearance sale." Pausing her kneading, Xia Xiaoman immediately sprang up, opened the door, and rushed outside to listen closely. Confirming she had not misheard, she cautioned her younger siblings not to open the door for strangers and descended with several bags of pearl rice she did not particularly enjoy. Fluffy chicks were nestled in baskets, while several imposing men, towering at 6 feet tall, stood behind them wielding hoes, creating an intimidating presence. Bystanders interested in the chicks hesitated, deterred by the imposing figures. Xia Xiaoman disregarded the men and approached the basket, peering inside. "How much for the chicks?" The lead man, expressionless, replied. 5 pounds of grain for 3 chicks. Can you lower the price? I'll buy a few more." The man shook his head. "No, it cannot be reduced. It's already very cheap." "All right then, I'll take 12 chicks." With 1503 empty after Sun Qing and the others left, it's a perfect opportunity to raise chickens. Selecting 12 lively chicks, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Do you have hens and eggs? What are their prices?" The man shook his head. "We don't sell hens or eggs. Fertilized eggs can be used to hatch chicks, while non-fertilized ones don't sell well, so it's better to keep them for our own consumption. Hens are our source of income, so selling them is out of the question." Xia Xiaoman understood, thinking that if she were in their position, she would also be reluctant to sell. "Are you from the nearby village? Besides chickens, do you sell any other farm products?" The man hesitated, then replied, "Would you be interested in rabbits? Wild rabbits?" "No, meat rabbits raised domestically." Xia Xiaoman's eyes lit up. "That sounds great. Chickens and rabbits." The man pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Their ability to save the chickens and rabbits was thanks to the quick reaction of the village's seasoned hunter, who urged everyone to gather their belongings and flee to the hills before the flood struck. However, they kept these matters to themselves to avoid attracting disaster to the village. The meat rabbits were quite valuable, costing 5 pounds of grain for one. If you wish, I can bring some to you by this time tomorrow. All right. Fetch me 2 pairs of rabbits, ones with spirit. I don't want the sickly ones. Having finalized the deal, Xia Xiaoman returned home carrying a bag containing 12 chicks, only to encounter Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang on their way back. The two looked quite disheveled, their clothes torn to shreds, and bruises marked their bodies and faces. The bicycle and water bottles they had taken were nowhere to be seen. They returned empty-handed. Aren't you supposed to be fetching water? Where is it? And what about my bicycle? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Su Ran tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sister Xiaoman, I'm sorry, your bicycle was stolen. Who on earth dares to rob in broad daylight? After more than a month of post-disaster reconstruction, the security in Floating City had improved significantly compared to the flooding period, and few would risk robbery during daylight, fearing capture by the soldiers overseeing the reconstruction. Su Ran, looking aggrieved, explained, Yang Ge and I were bringing back water when an elderly lady mistook us for water vendors and stopped us to buy some. We tried explaining for a long time, but she wouldn't understand, so we reluctantly sold her a bottle. Just as we handed it to her, a group rushed over, claiming we broke the rules by selling water on their turf, and without further ado, they beat us up and took our things. Xia Xiaoman frowned. The notion of selling water on someone else's territory was understandable. If Su Ran and his companion had deliberately sold water and encroached upon others' livelihoods, a beating would be deserved. However, they had not intended any wrongdoing, and it was indeed a grave injustice that they had been beaten and robbed of their supplies. Where did this happen? Where are these people now? Su Ran pointed in a direction, just over there, on the 4th Street. Xia Xiaoman tossed the chicks to Su Ran. Help me take them upstairs. Zhou Qiuyang, come with me to take a look. Seeing her intent to confront, Su Ran grasped her arm. Sister. There are many of them, more than 10, armed with poles. Don't act impulsively. Let us wait for Uncle Wen to return and discuss it. Stop wasting my time. Escort my chicks home. If you lose them, I'll have your head. Xia Xiaoman shook off his hand and strode away with Zhou Qiuyang. How dare they steal her bicycle? The group of vendors remained on the street, still selling water, and Xia Xiaoman and Zhou Qiuyang quickly located them. The group was pushing her bicycle, while calling out their wares. Approaching the bicycle, Xia Xiaoman grasped the handlebars. The vendor, thinking she was a potential customer, greeted her with a smile, but upon seeing Zhou Qiuyang behind her, his demeanor shifted. What do you want? Haven't you had enough of a beating? Are you looking for another round? Xia Xiaoman's face hardened. This bicycle is mine, and so is the water. You just took a bottle because you were entangled with an elderly lady. You had no right to beat us and steal our things. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? What explanation? Selling water on the street is unacceptable, whether intentional or not. Coming to our turf to cause trouble, a beating is the least you deserve. Now scram. Don't hinder our business. The vendor's arrogance was palpable, showing no concern for Xia Xiaoman. With a cold glint in her eyes, she swiftly kicked the man before her, catching him off guard and sending him stumbling aside. 3 or 4 others nearby were momentarily stunned, surprised that this petite woman would strike. Once they regained their composure, they saw Xia Xiaoman grasping the man's hair with one hand while holding a fruit knife to his throat with the other. Everyone stepped back. Or I will end him right now. The captured man, trying to maintain his bravado, yelled, Don't listen to her. She's just a frail woman who wouldn't dare harm a chicken, let alone a man. Xia Xiaoman sneered coldly. How dare he question her? She swiftly plunged the knife into his shoulder.
Ah, you actually stabbed me.
He cried in pain, causing those around him to halt in their tracks. Chapter 67. Purchasing a car. The cold blade pressed against his neck made the man realize the gravity of his situation, prompting him to urge his companions to step back. His agonized cries attracted the attention of nearby water vendors. As the crowd drew closer, Zhou Qiuyang felt a lump in his throat. He never imagined Xia Xiaoman would resort to taking a hostage in public, expecting her to take on 10 men in a brawl instead. Xia Xiaoman wasn't foolish. Against a dozen burly men, even if she had some skills, she wouldn't stand a chance without resorting to incendiary devices. But how could she use them on the street? A single throw could lead to years of hard labor. Holding a hostage was a more prudent option. If soldiers arrived, she could always feign confusion. Pull your companions back, she commanded, tugging at the man's hair. Zhou Qiuyang, You push the bicycle and gather our water. Zhou Qiuyang nodded, following closely behind as they slowly made their way toward the residential area. Noticing someone in the crowd discreetly slipping away, possibly to find soldiers or inform others, she paid them no mind. As long as she had a hostage, her safety was assured. A few minutes later, the one who had sneaked away returned, leading a group, with the man who had sold chicks at the forefront. He looked bewildered upon recognizing Xia Xiaoman, seemingly not expecting the instigator to be her. "What is happening?" he asked. Before Xia Xiaoman could respond, the hostage shouted in distress, "Brother Ming, help! This crazy woman is trying to kill me." Xia Xiaoman felt her eardrums nearly shatter from his cries and coldly retorted, "Silence. Keep shouting, and I will end you right now." The hostage fell silent as she turned her gaze to the crowd. "Your people stole my bicycle and water and harmed my companion. I sought to reclaim what was mine, but they refused, leaving me no choice but to resort to force." Ji Ming glanced around at the others. "Is what she says true?"
No.
"Brother Ming, they broke the rules by selling water on our turf." Zhou Qiuyang interjected passionately, "We weren't selling water. We were merely pushing a cart filled with water back to the community when we encountered an elderly lady. You didn't ask any questions, just rushed in to steal our bicycle and water, denying us any chance to explain." Ji Ming frowned, addressing the crowd. "Is that so?" The onlookers hesitated, unsure. As the cart was filled with water, who could discern the truth? Ji Ming's expression darkened. "So you merely saw someone pushing a cart filled with water, and without asking a single question, you resorted to theft. How does that differ from robbery?" The crowd seemed to fear Ji Ming. Seeing his darkening expression, they fell silent. Xia Xiaoman, growing impatient, declared, "If you wish to reprimand them, do so behind closed doors. For now, clear the way and don't obstruct us." Ji Ming glanced at the hostage in Xia Xiaoman's grip. "This matter was indeed our misunderstanding. You may take back your bicycle and water, and I will also provide you with 4 chicks as compensation. Would you consider releasing my companion?" Xia Xiaoman arched an eyebrow. "Why should I trust you? I have no reason to deceive you. Prolonging this benefits neither of us, and you wouldn't want the soldiers to witness any violence."
Would you?
"It's best to resolve this quickly." Xia Xiaoman shrugged. "I, too, wish for a swift resolution, but your integrity leaves much to be desired." Neither was willing to yield, and after a prolonged standoff, Ji Ming conceded, "I will have everyone else leave, leaving only myself." "Will that suffice?" "That's acceptable." Xia Xiaoman replied readily. With only one person remaining, even if she couldn't win, she could still escape. Ji Ming gestured for the crowd to disperse. And once they had all left, leaving only him, Xia Xiaoman signaled Zhou Qiuyang to retrieve the promised 4 chicks before delivering a swift kick, sending the hostage back to Ji Ming. Zhou Qiuyang followed closely, pushing the cart filled with water, his eyes filled with admiration. Xia Xiaoman possesses a kind of audacious courage that eludes him. Although he is 2 years her senior, he cannot match her vigor, lacking that very spirit to take risks. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Zhou Qiuyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoman, these chicks are for you." He had borrowed Xia Xiaoman's vehicle to fetch water, but in the process, lost the car. Although he eventually retrieved both the water and the car, it was entirely Xia Xiaoman's merit, leaving him too embarrassed to accept the 4 chicks she offered. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman integrated the 4 chicks with the 12 she already had. That evening, upon returning from work, when Jianfeng learned of the lost vehicle and reprimanded Zhou Qiuyang, and Su ran harshly. He mandated that they attend special training at his home every night after dinner. It was quite humiliating for 2 grown men to lose a vehicle and require a woman to reclaim it, a tale that would surely be met with ridicule. Meanwhile, after settling the chicks, Xia Xiaoman had a light meal and quietly left with her bag. At the transaction point, Chen Guangli had been waiting for quite some time. As he spotted her approaching on her bicycle, he waved, "Over here." "Why the delay?"
I thought you decided against buying.
"I was held up a bit. Where's the owner?" she inquired. 1 truck was insufficient. At least 2 vehicles were necessary, so she had a backup in case of a breakdown. "Wait a moment. I will take you there." Chen Guangli informed his colleagues and, after stowing his ID badge, led Xia Xiaoman down a narrow alley. As they ventured deeper into the alley, Xia Xiaoman discreetly moved her hand to her lower back. Suddenly, Chen Guangli halted and knocked on a nearby iron door. Moments later, a man with a small ponytail emerged. He scrutinized Xia Xiaoman before asking, "You're here to buy a vehicle?" She nodded, stating that while the price was negotiable, the quality was non-negotiable. The ponytail man didn't question further, extinguishing his cigarette and saying, "Follow me." Upon entering the iron gate, they found themselves in a large courtyard filled with various vehicles, sedans, SUVs, off-road vehicles, vans, and commercial vehicles. Xia Xiaoman's eye was immediately drawn to a black off-road vehicle. "How much for this one?" she asked. The ponytail man leaned against the wall, lighting another cigarette. "What can you offer?" "We deal in cigarettes, alcohol, grain, and gasoline." The city was plagued by flooding, rendering most vehicles unusable, with only a handful of parking facilities retaining a few operational ones. The government tightly monitored these vehicles, reserving them for post-flood relief efforts. Where there are people, there is corruption. The scarcity of vehicles in the city meant significant profits could be made from selling them. Some excavators collaborated with vehicle record-keeping staff to secretly transport salvaged vehicles for repairs, selling them afterward for materials. The ponytail man, skilled in repairs, worked with Chun Guangli and another excavator to bring in vehicles for fixing, sharing the profits. Given the high value of vehicles, they decided to accept any materials in exchange, keeping what they could use while trading surplus through Chun Guangli's position at the transaction point. Xia Xiaoman pondered for a moment, asking, "Can I exchange gold?" "Gold." Chun Guangli's eyes lit up. "How much do you have?" Xia Xiaoman did not respond but insisted. "First, tell me if it's acceptable." "Yes," the ponytail man nodded. 5 pounds of gold for one vehicle. Xia Xiaoman frowned. The price was exorbitant. In tumultuous times, gold's value only appreciates. Based on current market rates, 5 pounds equated to over $1 million, while the vehicle itself was not worth that much, 3 pounds of gold at most. The ponytail man disagreed, insisting that while gold held value, the off-road vehicle was also highly coveted, making 3 pounds insufficient. After lengthy negotiations, Xia Xiaoman finally secured the vehicle for 4 pounds of gold, which included a complimentary tank of gasoline. Having obtained her driver's license during her first winter break, she had only driven standard cars. This would be her first experience with an off-road vehicle. She instructed the ponytail man to drive the vehicle to the alley's entrance before taking the wheel herself, revving the engine as she drove home. Xia Xiaoman initially feared that Chun Guangli would react violently upon seeing her, a woman, produce such a substantial amount of gold, but was pleasantly surprised by the smooth transaction. Leaving with an off-road vehicle, she parked it discreetly before cycling back home, humming a tune as she went. By the time she arrived home, it was past 1 in the morning. After a brief wash-up, she went to bed. The next morning, she awoke to the sound of chirping. Sitting on her bed in a daze, she recalled the chicks she had brought home still needed feeding. She prepared a pot of mixed grain for them. The man named Ji Ming had cleverly sold her only female chicks, likely to prevent anyone from breeding them. By around 6 in the evening, Xia Xiaoman carried 2 bags of rice downstairs, finding Ji Ming already set up at his stall. "Hey, did you bring the meat rabbits I ordered yesterday?"
Yiming nodded.
Retrieving 4 young rabbits from his basket, after inspecting them to ensure they were fine, she tossed the rice to Ji Ming and took the rabbits by their ears to head home. Passing a couple, the woman squealed, pointing at the rabbits. "Oh, how adorable. A Yao, I want one." The man, named a Yao, retorted, "It's just a few rabbits. I'll get you some now." He then blocked Xia Xiaoman's path, demanding, "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my girlfriend wants a rabbit? Hand them over." Xia Xiaoman looked around, noticing no one else nearby. "Are you talking to me?" she asked. "Who else would I be talking to? Hurry up and give my girlfriend a rabbit." A Yao's impatience was palpable. Xia Xiaoman, feeling exasperated, thought, "You must have watched too many dramas to think you can just demand I hand them over. Do you think you're the richest man in the world? If you want a rabbit, go buy one at the entrance of the complex. Stop pretending to be a tyrant." A Yao's face darkened at her mockery, and he clenched his fists, threatening, "Shut your mouth, or things will get ugly for you." Sighing, Xia Xiaoman remarked, "People like you are easily bullied because of their height. If you want a rabbit, come and take it." A Yao hesitated, caught off guard by her sudden shift in tone. Seeing Xia Xiaoman gripping the rabbits firmly and noting her petite stature, he assumed she posed no real threat. He approached with a stern face. But just as his hand reached for the rabbits, Xia Xiaoman swiftly kicked him between the legs. He let out a pained yelp, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony, unable to utter a word. Bystanders instinctively covered their groins, hastening their departure from the scene. This woman was fierce. One kick could have been devastating, best to avoid her wrath. A Yao's girlfriend momentarily froze, then, realizing, sought to confront Xia Xiaoman. However, upon meeting her icy gaze, she was rooted to the spot in fear. Having resolved the ordeal, Xia Xiaoman triumphantly returned home with the rabbits. Rabbits being omnivorous, she confined the four in the smallest room, providing some oats and water before leaving them to their own devices. Just as she settled them in, a loud knock echoed at the door. "Xiaoman, are you home? Do you have a thermometer?" Opening the door, she found Zhou Chuyang, drenched in sweat. "What do you need a thermometer for? Are you running a fever?" "It's not me. It's Su Ran." He suffered from a mild heatstroke in the afternoon, yet refused to rest. After climbing halfway up the stairs, he nearly fainted. I touched his forehead, and it was hot enough to cook an egg. Zhou Chuyang wiped the sweat from his brow and said quickly, "Do you have a thermometer at home? Let me borrow it to check how high Su Ran's fever is." "Yes, you go ahead and monitor Su Ran's condition, and I'll fetch the thermometer," I replied. Xia Xiaoman returned to the room, retrieving a thermometer and a pack of 5 cooling patches from her space. When she arrived at 15:01, when Jianfeng was already helping Su Ran with physical cooling, continuously wiping his body with cool water. Xia Xiaoman handed over the cooling patches, saying, "Apply one to help lower his temperature. We can't let him burn his brain out." Zhou Chuyang took a patch, tore it open, and placed it on Su Ran's forehead. "Is it caused by heatstroke? Has he taken any cooling medicine?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "He drank a bottle of Huaxiangzenki water when he returned, but then vomited it out." Observing Su Ran's pale, bloodless face, Zhou Chuyang's brow furrowed with worry. Just a couple of days ago, someone in their work team had suffered from heatstroke and convulsions, and by the time they reached the medical station it was too late. He couldn't help but wonder if Su Ran would make it through this ordeal. Chapter 69. To the medical station, sweat beads continuously dripped from Su Ran's forehead. His face flushed and lips slightly purplish, breathing shallow and weak, his consciousness fading. Xia Xiaoman's brow knitted tightly. His condition was too severe. "We must take him to the medical station." When Jianfeng shook his head, "It's too hot outside. Taking him out could worsen his condition." Xia Xiaoman argued. "It's hot indoors as well. Keeping him in this stifling environment won't do either." Zhou Chuyang suggested, "Why don't I inflate the kayak, fill it with water, and let Su Ran soak in cold water?" When Jianfeng replied sternly, "Don't be reckless. Su Ran is already unwell. Suddenly immersing him in cold water may trigger other complications. We need to continue with physical cooling for now." Xia Xiaoman stood up after a brief moment of silence. "I'll find a way to get a car to drive him to the medical station. The delay won't be long, and it won't be as hot." "Where will you find a car at this time?" Zhou Chuyang asked, but Xia Xiaoman didn't respond. She hurried home, grabbed her backpack, and dashed downstairs. After about 10 minutes, she found a secluded, dimly lit spot and retrieved a pickup truck from her space, honking the horn as she brought it downstairs. The prolonged honk caught the attention of many residents, who peeked out their windows to see who was being so inconsiderate. Although Zhou Chuyang doubted Xia Xiaoman could procure a vehicle in such a short time, he rushed out to the balcony upon hearing the horn. The driver's side door of the pickup swung open, and Xia Xiaoman leaned out, horn blaring, waving her hand. Zhou Chuyang's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Coach, Xiaoman really got a car, a pickup?" Wen Jianfeng sprinted out from the balcony, seeing the pickup parked below, and immediately urged Zhou Chuyang, "Quick, carry Su Ran downstairs. I'll stay here." It was essential to have someone at home at all times. The security wasn't reliable enough to leave the house unattended, and if they didn't leave someone behind, they might return to find everything stolen. Zhou Chuyang carefully lifted Su Ran onto his back and jogged downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xia Xiaoman examined the pickup and located the air conditioning switch, attempting to turn it on. After half a minute, a stream of cool air began to blow from the vents. By the time Zhou Chuyang brought Su Ran down, the temperature inside the vehicle had already dropped. Opening the door, he was met with a refreshing breeze, instantly feeling his mind clear. The pickup had only 2 seats. He secured Su Ran in the passenger seat with a seatbelt and climbed into the truck bed, knocking on the roof. "Xiaoman, I'm in. You can drive." Hearing his voice, Xia Xiaoman pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the medical station. Perhaps due to the cool air conditioning, Su Ran regained some awareness, half opening his eyes and glancing around. "Sister, where did you get this car?" Xia Xiaoman shot him a glance. "You don't need to know where I got it. Just understand that I've expended a small fortune to rent this vehicle to save your life. Once you're better, you will work off the debt." Su Ran managed a faint smile. "Sister Xiaoman, If I survive this time, you'll be my real sister and all the supplies I earn from working will go to you. Xia Xiaoman chuckled. Now you're talking sense. It's worth the effort for me to rent this car for you. The medical station wasn't too far away, and with little traffic on the road, Xia Xiaoman drove swiftly. Approaching the medical station, a figure suddenly dashed into the street, prompting Xia Xiaoman to instinctively slam on the brakes. Su Ran was nearly thrown against the window due to inertia, and Zhou Qiuyang in the truck bed almost got tossed out. Xia Xiaoman's face darkened with anger as she prepared to exit the vehicle and confront the person, only to find the individual kneeling in the middle of the road, pleading, "I'm sorry. Please save my daughter. I beg you to take her to the medical station." Xia Xiaoman's brow furrowed as she unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out. The woman kneeling in the road was cradling a 3- or 4-year-old girl, whose face was flushed with an abnormal redness, symptoms more severe than Su Ran's. Gazing at the tearful woman, Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but think of her own parents. Would they risk their safety to stop a car for her if she were in such dire straits? The answer was no. It is often said that the misfortunes of childhood require a lifetime to heal. Xia Xiaoman disagreed with this sentiment, believing that such childhood misfortunes inflict wounds that may never truly heal. At this moment, seeing the mother pleading for her daughter's life, Xia Xiaoman knew she should refuse. Yet she found herself allowing the mother and daughter to enter the vehicle. She yearned for the unconditional love that a mother bestows upon her child, much like the little girl before her. Just this once, she would let her heart soften. Placing the little girl in Su Ran's arms, Xia Xiaoman urged the mother to take a seat in the truck bed. The woman nodded through her tears, constantly expressing gratitude as she climbed in with Zhou Qiuyang's assistance. An elderly man passing by noticed Xia Xiaoman allowing others into the vehicle so easily and approached with his cane. "Hey, young lady. I need to go to the medical station too. Could you take me along?" This sparked a chain reaction, and soon several others stepped forward, requesting to ride with her to the medical station. Xia Xiaoman's expression hardened as she drew an axe from her waist. "Get away from me.
Take one more step,
and I'll personally send you to meet the King of Hell." The elderly man, not believing she would actually act, continued to approach the truck bed. Xia Xiaoman's gaze turned icy as she swung the axe toward his arm gripping the vehicle. The old man reacted quickly, retracting his hand just before the axe could strike. "You!" The elderly man was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he pointed at Xia Xiaoman, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The others were likewise frightened, rooted to the spot, and unwilling to approach. Seeing no one daring to come closer, Xia Xiaoman hopped back into the vehicle and hit the gas, speeding away. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the medical station. The woman immediately jumped out and rushed inside, cradling her daughter, disappearing within seconds. Zhou Qiuyang remained composed. He jumped out of the car and knocked on the driver's window. "I'll check inside first. If there's no need to register, I'll come back out and take Su Ran in." Without waiting for Xia Xiaoman's response, he entered the medical station on his own. The current medical station was no longer just a few tents set up during the flood. It resembled a proper hospital, occupying a hotel until the original facility could be restored. Upon entering the hotel's front door, a wave of coolness enveloped Zhou Qiuyang, and he looked up to see central air conditioning. Just as he pondered where the medical station had obtained electricity, a soldier approached with a stern expression. "Are you here for treatment? If not, please leave immediately." "Hello, my companion is suffering from heatstroke and fever. He's outside. Do we need to register for treatment? Where do we do that?" The soldier's demeanor softened slightly upon realizing Zhou Qiuyang was there for medical assistance, just as he was about to answer him when suddenly someone burst in from outside. Doctor, help! My son is vomiting blood. Please help." Chapter 70. Multiple cases of heatstroke. The man rushing into the medical station was carrying a teenage boy on his back. The boy lay with his eyes tightly shut, his face pale, arms hanging limply at his sides, occasionally convulsing, each spasm resulting in a torrent of fresh blood. The soldier hurried over to assist, shouting to Zhou Qiuyang, "Enter, and queue on the left for registration. Each patient is allowed only 2 family members. Too many cannot enter." After speaking, the soldier led the father and son towards the emergency room. Zhou Qiuyang stepped forward as instructed, only to be taken aback by the scene inside. The hotel lobby was teeming with people, the corridor crammed with patients and their families, with even the floor occupied. The registration area had a long line stretching endlessly. Nurses bustled through the crowd, offering assistance and care to patients. Upon spotting family members with critically ill patients, they would rush to provide immediate aid. After observing for a while, Zhou Chuyang stepped outside to inform Xia Xiaoman about the situation at the medical station, suggesting she could park in the hotel's underground parking lot where the soldier was on guard to prevent theft. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. All right. You carry Su Ran inside and I'll find you after parking. The underground garage was filled with cars, her pickup truck blending in inconspicuously. After parking, she made her way to the hotel lobby, quickly spotting Su Ran and Zhou Chuyang. Upon her arrival, Zhou Chuyang pushed Su Ran towards her, saying, "You should find a place for Su Ran to sit. There are still many people ahead, and it may take an hour or two." Xia Xiaoman nodded, helping Su Ran to a vacant spot. Observing the crowded lobby, she murmured, "How can there be so many people seeking medical attention? Is this the only medical station in the entire city? Most of them are likely suffering from heat stroke," Su Ran replied weakly. "I often heard my coworkers lamenting that working in the mud has become increasingly difficult, with many ending up hospitalized due to heat stroke. I initially thought they were exaggerating, but I didn't realize the situation was this severe." Xia Xiaoman, spending most of her days at home, was unaware of how the sweltering weather was affecting ordinary people. However, Su Ran was acutely aware that, 2 weeks prior, outdoor workers' hours had been adjusted and wages had increased due to the extreme temperatures. Yet, he and Zhou Chuyang primarily worked indoors, setting up wiring. Even aware of the harsh weather, he never anticipated it would lead to so many suffering from heat-related illnesses. During the 2-hour wait for registration, the doors of the medical station never closed, with people entering every minute or so. Some with mild heat stroke managed to walk in on their own, while those in severe condition, convulsing and vomiting blood, were carried in by family members, assisted by soldiers, and swiftly taken to the emergency room. Doctors and nurses worked tirelessly to save lives, rapidly diagnosing conditions and administering cooling treatments and fluids. The nurses coordinated closely, monitoring vital signs and providing oxygen support. Despite the air conditioning within the medical station, the doctors and nurses were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. The cries of family members and the groans of patients filled the air, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Xia Xiaoman lost count of how many were rushed into the emergency room or covered with white cloth as they were wheeled out. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her. Looking up, she saw a mother blocking her path, cradling her daughter, whose eyes were shut, breathless. "Thank you for bringing my daughter to the hospital. I'm truly grateful," the woman said, her voice choked with emotion. After a moment, she steadied herself and removed a gold bracelet from her wrist, placing it before Xia Xiaoman. "This is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Xia Xiaoman hesitated. "No, it's not necessary. I was just passing by." The woman shook her head, refusing to retract the bracelet, gently embracing her daughter as she departed the medical station. Su Ran watched the woman's retreating figure for a long moment before speaking. "Xiaoman, her demeanor seems off. Do you think she might?" Xia Xiaoman pressed her lips together, stating, "Everyone must take responsibility for their own life. If she chooses to end hers, that is her decision. We have no right to interfere. But that is a life." Su Ran protested, unable to bear the thought. Xia Xiaoman replied calmly, "And what of it? Some are strong enough to endure their suffering, while others, in their weakness, choose to depart. These are their choices, and we cannot meddle." Su Ran opened his mouth, searching for a counter-argument, but ultimately fell silent. After another half-hour, Zhou Chuyang still had not reached the front of the registration line. Su Ran spoke up, "Sister, I feel much better now. Shall we go back?" His condition, when compared to those vomiting blood, was not as dire, and he felt it unnecessary to waste medical resources. Xia Xiaoman touched his forehead, finding he was indeed cooler, likely due to the hours spent in air conditioning. "Are you certain you can manage? If you develop a fever again, I won't be able to rent another car." Su Ran nodded firmly. "Sister, I'm truly fine. Let us head back. With so many patients here, even if I do get to see a doctor, there may not be any medication available. At home, I can take a couple of fever reducers." Seeing his determination, Xia Xiaoman consented and sought out Zhou Chuyang, and the three of them returned home together. Upon arriving at the community, Zhou Chuyang supported Su Ran as they walked home, while Xia Xiaoman excused herself, stating she needed to return the car, driving the pickup truck to a secluded spot to secure it. The following day, Su Ran took a sick leave from work. After a night of rest, he had recovered from his fever, but still felt weak. Knowing that stepping out to work would likely lead to heat stroke again, he decided to take a day off to recuperate. Considering Su Ran's condition, Xia Xiaoman prepared a pot of salty duck porridge for lunch, generously adding ginger, believing it would make him sweat and promote recovery. With an excess of porridge, she invited the twins from Unit 1502 to join them for lunch. As they ate, when Sue was sweating profusely, fanning himself in the heat, Ling Ling, noticing, ran to the balcony and waved, "Brother, come here. There's a breeze." Xia Xiaoman instinctively glanced towards the balcony upon hearing the voice and was immediately struck dumb. A dark line loomed on the horizon, gradually expanding and approaching, reminiscent of an impending storm, but distinctly different. Chapter 71. The locust plague. The sky darkened ominously, resembling a vast curtain, accompanied by a cacophony of buzzing that reverberated like thunder. When Sue, with keen eyes, pointed towards the ominous clouds, exclaiming, "Xiaoman, there are bugs flying over. So many bugs." Xia Xiaoman and Sue Ran sprang to their feet, rushing to the balcony, where countless small dark specks swarmed towards them. Sue Ran's face turned pale with fright. "What on earth are those things?" Xia Xiaoman's expression mirrored his concern. "They are locusts."
Lang Lang, Wen Su.
"Hurry home and close all the doors and windows before coming back." Ling Ling and Wen Su nodded, sprinting home to secure the windows and doors. Xia Xiaoman also returned to close her own doors and windows, then ran to Unit 1502 to help Ling Ling and Wen Su. Once all windows and doors were secured, they returned to Unit 1502. By then, the locusts had reached them, densely covering the windows and balcony doors. The air was filled with a deafening buzzing, reminiscent of an aircraft circling above. A wave of unease washed over Xia Xiaoman. This was her first encounter with a locust plague, witnessing such a vast swarm. Ling Ling tugged at Xia Xiaoman's arm, asking, "Sister Xiaoman, will those bugs eat Daddy?" Hearing Ling Ling's words, Sue Ran suddenly remembered that their companions were still outside. "Xiaoman, Uncle Wen and Brother Yang haven't returned. Could something have happened to them?" Xia Xiaoman reassured, "Don't worry. The coach and Zhou Chuyang have quick reflexes. They will make it back safely." A faint rustling sound emanated from behind, prompting Sue Ran to turn around.
To her dismay,
she spotted 7 or 8 locusts rampaging through the living room.
"Ah,
Sister, locusts. They've flown in."
Su Ran sriket.
Flailing her arms in a frantic attempt to catch the insects, while Wen Su and Ling Ling rushed over to assist. Xia Xiaoman brandished a watermelon knife, swiftly dispatching a locust that had dared to approach her, stomping it underfoot. "Didn't you secure the doors and windows?" she inquired.
"I did."
"I locked every window in the house."
Su Ran replied, visibly distressed.
Her aversion to insects, particularly flying ones, was profound. As Xia Xiaoman continued to wield the knife against the locusts, she began searching for the entry points of these pests. Before long, she discovered that the locusts had infiltrated through the air conditioning vents and the exhaust openings in the kitchen and bathroom. Realizing this vulnerability, Xia Xiaoman felt an immediate urge to leave apartment 1501. "The locusts have entered through the AC vents. They might have invaded my home as well. I need to check, stay here, and keep an eye on the twins." Upon hearing Xia Xiaoman's impending departure, Sue Ran extended her hand in desperation. "Sister,
Please don't leave me."
I'm terrified of insects." Xia Xiaoman retorted, "You're almost an adult. How can you admit to being afraid of insects? Look at Ling Ling. She can catch locusts barehanded." Sue Ran, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I wish I weren't afraid."
"But I simply am."
"Then seize this opportunity to cultivate your courage," Xia Xiaoman quipped, leaving without a backward glance. Upon returning home, the moment she opened the door, she was greeted by dozens of locusts leaping around her living room. Xia Xiaoman promptly closed the door, retrieving 2 electric mosquito swatters, and effortlessly dispatched 4 or 5 locusts in a single swipe. After clearing the living room, she ventured into the bedroom, finding that the chicken room was devoid of locusts. The moment the locusts had entered, the chicks had eagerly surrounded them, pecking them clean. The rabbit room, too, hosted only a few locusts. Upon entering, Xia Xiaoman noticed that the cheeks of the 4 rabbits were bulging, one of which had a half-eaten locust in its mouth. An idea sparked in her mind. She fetched a net to capture the locusts that had flown into the room, determining that these would serve as future sustenance for the chicks and bunnies and should not go to waste. Finding the locusts insufficient in the room, Xia Xiaoman took several snakeskin bags, propping them open with wire and hanging them outside on the balcony. She then swung the electric mosquito swatter above, allowing the electrocution of locusts to drop them into the bags. However, this method proved ineffective. Within 5 minutes, The sheer number of locusts overwhelmed her, and she found it difficult to keep her eyes open amidst the chaos. After a brief struggle, her arms, neck, and face bore the marks of locust collisions, itchy, irritating, and decidedly uncomfortable. Contemplating her next move, she retrieved several fresh wild greens and a piece of green cloth from her supplies, applying the juice from the greens onto the cloth. Next, she activated all her electric mosquito swatters, hanging them upside down on the balcony, while suspending the cloth soaked in wild green juice behind them to attract more locusts. Locusts, guided by their sense of smell and touch, were drawn in by the rich aroma of fresh grass. The balcony erupted with crackling sounds akin to fireworks, accompanied by the occasional scent of something burning. Locust bodies fell like rain, quickly accumulating into a sizable mound. The electric swatters, powered by batteries, were swiftly replaced once they ran out of charge, allowing her to continue her onslaught against the locusts. In her fervor to capture the locusts, Xia Xiaoman lost track of time. When she finally noticed, she realized that the swarm had lingered in the vicinity for over 2 hours. Although she had never personally experienced a locust invasion, she had heard stories. Typically, locusts did not linger long, devouring crops before moving on to greener pastures. The thought that they had remained for so long made her worry that the roots of the grass had already been consumed. Anxiety washed over her, following a locust plague. The looming threat of a food crisis seemed inevitable. Meanwhile, when Jianfeng and Zhou Qiuyang, along with 3 other colleagues, had taken refuge in a building, they had been tasked with repairing the circuits in the structure when a horde of locusts abruptly surged through the open windows. The sheer volume of locusts forced Wen Jianfeng to retreat. He barely took a step forward before being compelled back. Reluctantly, he and Zhou Qiuyang, along with their 3 co-workers, found themselves confined in a semi-enclosed tool room.
Ah!
Brother Feng, help! There's a locust here, cried their colleague, Li Yue, as she dove into Wen Jianfeng's embrace. Zhou Qiuyang swiftly positioned himself in front of Wen Jianfeng, admonishing, Sister Yue, at your age, how can you still fear locusts? Haven't you caught any while farming? Frustrated by her inability to achieve her objective, Li Yue retorted, I'm a city dweller. I've never farmed or caught locusts. Zhou Qiuyang smirked, well, now as your chance to catch a couple for fun. Despite their size, locusts aren't that frightening. Even a 3- or 4-year-old can catch them. Li Yue rolled her eyes. Her fear of locusts was merely a pretext to be closer to Wen Jianfeng. However, Zhou Qiuyang, oblivious to her intentions, always seemed to thwart her attempts to get closer to him. Wen Jianfeng, though of average looks, was tall and had a kind disposition, always willing to assist those weaker than himself. In Li Yue's eyes, he was someone easy to influence, offering a sense of security. Thus, when they were grouped together, she would subtly draw near him, seeking a reliable man in a tumultuous world. Zhou Qiuyang, aware of Li Yue's intentions, would always find ways to prevent her from getting too close to Wen Jianfeng. To be fair, after working together for some time, Li Yue demonstrated a serious attitude towards her job. While her personality could be feisty, she was not entirely unreasonable. Yet, her ulterior motives for approaching Wen Jianfeng made him wary. If Wen Jianfeng were a solitary bachelor, he might not intervene, but he had 2 children. If Li Yue were merely seeking a long-term meal ticket, it would undoubtedly negatively impact the twins. After all, they had already called him brother a few times. It was only right for him to protect them from any unwanted advances. As their confinement in the building stretched on, Wen Jianfeng's anxiety grew.
Xiao Yang.
I'll check outside to see if the locusts have diminished. Stay here. Before he could finish, Li Yue interjected, Brother Feng, I'll go with you. Zhou Qiuyang quickly grasped her arm, insisting, Sister Yue, when Shu was worried about his 2 children and is eager to return home. You're not in a hurry. Why go outside? The implication was clear. Since when Jianfeng had children, Sister Yue should not pursue him.
Li's mouth twitched.
She realized Zhou Qiuyang was a stumbling block in her quest for Wen Jianfeng's affection. Brother Feng, I have a plan to help you get back, she declared, determined not to let her chance at happiness slip away. Wen Jianfeng paused, intrigued. You have a way to help me return?
Li Yue nodded.
I noticed earlier that 2 office partitions are made of aluminum and have finger-sized holes. We can dismantle those panels, bind them into a square box with wire, and crawl inside to carry it. This way, locusts won't be able to enter, and we can see outside through the holes. Wen Jianfeng felt a surge of hope, quickly asking Yue, where are those panels? I'll take you there. Li Yue led the way out of the tool room. showing no signs of fear towards the locusts outside. By 4 p.m., 3 hours had passed since the locusts first appeared. The vast army of locusts finally began to disperse, leaving only a portion behind. Xia Xiaoman, clad in long clothing, was clearing the balcony of the bodies of locusts that had met their end via electrocution when she suddenly heard the sound of the main door being pounded upon. She stepped outside intending to open the door, only to find Su Ran had already taken the initiative to do so. Standing outside were Wen Jianfeng and Zhou Chuyang, who had just returned. Su Ran's face lit up with surprise. "How did you come back?" "I was planning to wait until the locusts dispersed a bit before going out to look for you." Zhou Chuyang chuckled. "With your small stature, it's better you don't venture out. Be careful not to suffer from heatstroke." He, along with Wen Jianfeng and their other colleagues, had fashioned an aluminum box from the metal panels, and the 5 of them slowly carried it back home. Their community was quite distant, necessitating the drop-off of their other colleagues, which delayed their return significantly. As Wen Jianfeng entered, he inquired, "Is Lingling and Su all right?" Su Ran replied, "They're fine. They've been with me all along, just a bit worried about you. Nothing happened on your way back, right?" Wen Jianfeng hurried to check on the children, too preoccupied to respond. Zhou Chuyang, while shutting the fire door, remarked, "We're fine for now, but the future is uncertain. On our way back, we noticed that the freshly sprouted grass and leaves by the roadside had been completely devoured by locusts. Even the tender wood and the roots of the grass lying on the ground had been gnawed to oblivion. If the wild grass along the roadside has suffered this fate, the crops in the countryside must have been entirely consumed by the locusts. What does it mean when all the crops have been devoured by locusts? It signifies that to obtain food, one must replant. However, replanting crops requires specific conditions. The weather cannot be excessively hot. With daily temperatures soaring to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, it is challenging for any crop to survive. Additionally, there is the issue of water supply. After more than 2 months of high temperatures, the streams in the mountains have significantly diminished, leaving the availability of sufficient water for irrigation uncertain. Lastly, there is the matter of time. Even with the shortest growing period, a new batch of crops requires at least 3 months to mature. 3 months without harvest but only expenses will be unsustainable, regardless of how much food the floating city has in reserve. The emergence of the locusts has awakened many to the impending food crisis, and the chaos witnessed during the flooding may soon resurface. Zhou Chuyang could easily envision the turmoil that would ensue once the locust plague subsided, leaving him and Wen Jianfeng's electrical work in jeopardy. In contrast to Zhou Chuyang and his companions, who bore furrowed brows, Xia Xiaoman maintained a rather optimistic mood. The sky was filled with locusts, resembling livestock feed. If she could gather all the locusts from the heavens, she would have enough confidence to start a poultry farm. As the sky gradually darkened, the number of locusts diminished. Xia Xiaoman collected every locust that invaded her home while considering how to approach her neighbors for assistance in capturing them. Before she could formulate a strategy, the floating city issued an urgent announcement, stating that the trading post would be purchasing locusts in bulk. 5 pounds of locusts could be exchanged for 1 pound of rice. Effective from the following day. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback by the news, not expecting the trading post to compete with her for business. Su Ran, puzzled, asked, "What does the trading post want with locusts? Do they intend to eat them?" Xia Xiaoman grimaced. "The locusts during a plague are toxic, and consuming too many can be fatal. The trading post wouldn't be foolish enough to buy locusts for consumption. What then could they possibly want with so many locusts? I haven't heard of anyone in the floating city raising large numbers of chickens," she mused. Locusts can not only feed chickens and ducks, but they are also used in traditional medicine. Dried and crushed, they can serve as excellent fertilizer when mixed into the soil, Xia Xiaoman explained. Su Ran shook his head. "I find her assertions rather implausible. The trading post does not have enough chickens or ducks to feed, nor would they require so many for medicinal use. It's far too cumbersome compared to using chemical fertilizers." He remained adamant that the trading post was acquiring the locusts for consumption, but for whom? He could not say. Xia Xiaoman was captivated by his line of thinking, feeling a flicker of doubt. Could it be that the trading post genuinely intended to consume these locusts? Chapter 73. The Locust Plague. 2. The dread and despair instigated by the locust plague loomed over the floating city, like ominous clouds. Yet, before they could fully react, they were drawn in by the news from the trading post. The announcement that 5 pounds of locusts could be exchanged for 1 pound of grain transformed the locusts from mere pests into walking resources. Before dawn, individuals wielding flashlights and torches set out to capture locusts. Xia Xiaoman joined the ranks of locust hunters, while others sought locusts for the sake of exchanging them for supplies. She was motivated solely by the desire to save on feed for her poultry and rabbits. When Jianfeng and Zhou Qiuyang also wished to collect locusts, but they had not received any notice regarding a work stoppage and needed to inquire with their superiors about whether they were still required to report for duty. On the 15th floor, only Su Ran and the twins remained. Xia Xiaoman felt uneasy about Su Ran's ability to fend for himself, fearing that someone might break into their home. Thus, she stayed downstairs to catch locusts, knowing she would hear him call if anything were amiss. Around 10 in the morning, when Jianfeng and Zhou Qiuyang returned, "Have they called off work?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. Zhou Qiuyang shook his head. "We were laid off. The higher-ups decided they didn't need so many electricians and let go of all non-professionals like us." Xia Xiaoman frowned. Much of the floating city's electrical systems were still incomplete. How could they possibly not require electricians? Zhou Qiuyang sighed. "I discussed this with my coach, and we both suspect it might be due to the locust plague. The higher-ups might be unable to disperse wages. Or perhaps they are pausing maintenance on water and electricity to focus all efforts on dealing with the locusts." After finally securing a stable job, he was disheartened to have been dismissed so soon. Xia Xiaoman patted his arm in consolation. "You've lost your job, but that's all right. Right now, locusts are quite valuable. You can catch them to exchange for supplies." Zhou Qiuyang nodded, about to speak when suddenly someone nearby screamed, "Oh no. The locusts are coming again. They're back." A dark cloud of locusts rushed toward the floating city with alarming speed. Zhou Qiuyang turned to witness the scene, his eyes widening in shock. Xia Xiaoman's expression changed. She bolted back into the building, shouting to Zhou Qiuyang and Wen Jianfeng, "What are you waiting for?
Run.
Zhou Qiuyang snapped back to reality, seeing Xia Xiaoman already racing inside, and he sprinted after Wen Jianfeng into the building. Just as they made it inside, a swarm of locusts surged toward them. Those who lagged behind were engulfed by the massive locusts, quickly suffering countless small bites on exposed skin. Xia Xiaoman dashed up to the 15th floor, returned home, covered her head with a cloth, and activated all the electric mosquito swatters hanging on her balcony. The crackling of electricity and the smell of charred locusts filled the air as, in no time, the balcony below was littered with the carcasses of locusts. This new batch of locusts was markedly different from the previous days. Perhaps the earlier swarm had consumed all the available food, leaving this new wave starving, and thus infinitely more ferocious. The green cloth she had hung as bait was quickly devoured. However, this batch was slightly less numerous. After about 2 hours, the main body of locusts migrated south, leaving only a small contingent behind to continue gnawing on roots and wood. Xia Xiaoman, with one hand stuffing a bun into her mouth and the other sweeping the locust corpses into a pile, finished her meal before retrieving a shovel to place the locusts into a snakeskin bag for storage. After clearing the balcony of locust remains, she noted that many locusts lingered outside, having just missed the main exodus. Tying 7 or 8 bags around her waist, she ventured downstairs to capture more locusts. Before heading down, she informed Wen Jianfeng that she would be going further away to gather locusts, as there were too many people in the community, and she would not catch enough if she stayed. Outside, she found many others hunting locusts, some with nets, others with bowls, and some even using water buckets and quilt covers. Upon spotting someone using a quilt to capture locusts, Xia Xiaoman discreetly moved to an unoccupied area, retrieving 2 standard quality quilt covers from her storage. There is nothing else. The duvet cover has an extraordinary capacity. One duvet cover can hold 3 or 4 bags of locusts. Everyone is preoccupied with catching locusts, with no time to ponder the calamity that the locust plague will bring to humanity, nor to consider what they will face once the locusts have been captured. Perhaps it is not that no one thinks about it, rather, they are too afraid to contemplate. The phrase "no grass grows where the locusts pass" is not merely a saying. In the wake of the swarm, one can see no trace of green. Even tree bark and tender branches have been stripped bare. No one dares to imagine what a city devoid of food would resemble. Their fervent efforts to capture locusts may very well be a desperate plan for the future. While catching locusts, Xia Xiaoman spotted a round-faced girl with a particularly charming appearance. The girl was in tears, terrified by the locusts, yet she gritted her teeth and continued to catch them. Who would willingly confront something they despise and fear unless compelled by necessity? After an afternoon's toil, Xia Xiaoman managed to collect 7 or 8 bags and a duvet cover full of locusts. However, Outwardly, she only dragged one duvet cover, concealing the filled bags beneath it. Though a full duvet of locusts appeared substantial, standing upright it towered over Xia Xiaoman, yet its weight was surprisingly light, perhaps less than 50 pounds. Thus, a full duvet's worth of locusts could at most be exchanged for 10 pounds of grain.
Consequently,
The conversion rate of 5 pounds of locusts for 1 pound of grain seemed deceptively simple, yet it was far from easy. As she dragged the duvet cover filled with locusts towards her community, Xia Xiaoman garnered many envious and resentful glances. Suddenly, a man lunged at her, reaching out to grab her. With the duvet cover in her grasp, Xia Xiaoman could not evade him in time and found herself seized. Wife, why are you out here catching locusts by yourself? Come back with me. Our child has woken and has been crying for you. Xia Xiaoman retorted. Who is your wife? Dear, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have upset you yesterday. Please don't be angry. Let us go home. The man insisted, pulling her towards a secluded alley. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow and forcefully shook off his grip, but he was strong, dragging her along. Come on. Don't throw a tantrum. Let us go home. The pain in her wrist made her voice cold as she declared, Let go. I am not your wife. As they argued, several passers-by cast curious glances their way. The man, noticing their attention, smiled apologetically at the onlookers. Sorry, my wife is just throwing a fit. Women can be like that. They will run away from home over the slightest disagreement. Hearing his deception, Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, discreetly moving her hand to her waist. Chapter 74. The trafficker sensing the man's ulterior motives, Xia Xiaoman stealthily drew her axe and, with all her might, swung it at his chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream, as if struck by a heavy hammer, his body instinctively arching as he loosened his grip on her. Xia Xiaoman did not relent. She raised the axe once more and brought it down hard on his back. He crashed to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Unable to rise for a long while, the nearby onlookers, witnessing such brutality, hastily retreated, fearing they would be splattered with blood. After striking him 6 or 7 times with her hoe, a middle-aged woman rushed out from a nearby box, urgently exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing? You can't just hit people like that. Simultaneously, several young men emerged from the shadows, surrounding Xia Xiaoman and reproaching her, You little girl, your blows are too severe. You've beaten him to the point of bloodshed. This is outrageous. Quickly, apprehend her and take her to the aid station. Let the security team handle her. They felt a sense of righteous indignation, as if Xia Xiaoman were an irredeemable criminal. Some even reached out to grab her, but she fiercely swung her axe, forcing them back. What are you all so worked up about? I'm merely playfully arguing with my husband. Is it your business? Do you live by the sea? The man on the ground, hearing her words, nearly spat blood in agitation, hastily defending himself. I am not her husband. Help, help. Xia Xiaoman knelt down, gripping his hair to force him to look up. Husband, I've only hit you a few times. Why are you so angry and refusing to admit we're married? Just a moment ago, you claimed I was your wife, and our child is waiting for me at home.
What?
Have you forgotten? The onlookers were dumbfounded. The middle-aged woman who had first intervened regained her composure and said, Even if he is your husband, you cannot hit him like this. It could lead to a fatality. Xia Xiaoman scoffed. My hitting my husband would be domestic violence. The security team has no authority over that. What right do you have to interfere? Even if I rendered him paralyzed, that would be domestic violence, and you have no say in it. With that, Xia Xiaoman seized one of the man's feet and dragged him away like a lifeless body. The woman and the young men immediately panicked, blocking her path. What do you think you're doing? Where do you intend to take him? Xia Xiaoman replied nonchalantly. Of course, I'm taking my husband home. The man, being dragged, began to struggle in terror. Let go of me. I am not your husband. Let go. I made a mistake. I don't know you. His frantic struggles were futile, having been weakened by her previous blows to his spine. You cannot take him. He says he is not your husband. The woman and the young men stood firmly in the way, refusing to let Xia Xiaoman pass. She raised an eyebrow. If he is not my husband, is he yours? Everyone here heard him admit I am his wife. Go ahead and ask them. The remaining bystanders nodded in agreement, confirming Xia Xiaoman's claim. Seeing this, the woman and the young men exchanged glances, contemplating how to rescue their companion. However, the man, unable to endure any longer, cried out in desperation. I am not her husband. I am a liar. I just wanted to take this woman to a deserted place and abduct her. I am not her husband. I am a trafficker. Yes, I am a trafficker. Hurry and call the security team to arrest me. I am a trafficker. I am not her husband. The trafficker was on the verge of breaking down. Being apprehended by the security team would mean merely labor reform. But being taken by this crazy woman might mean he would never see the light of day again. The woman and the young men, upon hearing his words, turned pale, with two of the men strategically retreating, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Xia Xiaoman smiled, lightly tapping the trafficker's face with her axe. So, you intended to capture me? Just you alone? Do you think you can take me? Her gaze shifted between the woman and the men, causing them to sweat profusely. The trafficker glanced at the others, about to deny having accomplices, when Xia Xiaoman struck his palm with her axe. The pain surged through him, his veins bulging as he trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a sound. Xia Xiaoman sheathed her axe, her expression calm as she said, I detest deceit above all else. So, please think carefully before answering my questions. If you dare to lie to me, the next blow will be to your left hand. The woman and the young men turned pale, and before the trafficker could respond, they hastily fled the scene. Xia Xiaoman's eyes narrowed, and she hurled her axe at the woman's back, then swiftly drew several fruit knives, flinging them one by one. The fruit knives seemed to possess a sinister awareness, striking the calves of the men one after another, causing them, along with the woman who obstructed Xia Xiaoman, to tumble into a chaotic heap. The trafficker, realizing that Xia Xiaoman had deduced the identity of his accomplices, offered no resistance and readily betrayed his colleagues. Those men are my partners. We had previously conspired that if we encountered a girl who resisted too fiercely, they would join forces to assist in dragging her away. Our hideout is on the second floor of the shop at number 17 Cultural Street. Some of the girls we capture are sold off, while others remain in the first floor shop to entertain customers. The trafficker divulged his secrets in a matter of moments. Understanding the situation, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a bundle of zip ties from her backpack and securely bound the men before randomly selecting a bystander to inform the security team. After the floods, Floating City established a security team, assigning patrols to each area. If any issues arose, residents could seek assistance from them. The security team was the busiest group in Floating City, inundated with various problems daily, leaving them perpetually engaged in addressing issues or en route to do so. Xia Xiaoman waited nearly an hour before two members of the security team finally arrived. After recounting the events and the information gleaned from the trafficker, she hoisted the heavy bag filled with locusts back home. Apologies for the late update. I just returned home from out of town, and only now have time to write. I will strive to release the next 2 chapters before dawn. Dear friends, please be patient. Also, tomorrow marks the Dragon Boat Festival. Wishing everyone a joyous celebration, abundant happiness, prosperity, and the fulfillment of all wishes. Chapter 75. The Community Fire. As Xia Xiaoman trudged home with the bulging bag of locusts, she noticed a thick plume of smoke rising from the vicinity of her community. Startled, she hoisted the bag and sprinted away, resembling a large sack with legs moving rapidly. Silently, she prayed that the community would not catch fire, and if it did, that it would spare their building number 3. Even if misfortune struck, she fervently wished that the flames would not reach the 15th floor. Losing supplies was one thing, but the chickens and rabbits she had painstakingly nurtured over the past 2 days absolutely could not perish in the flames, with the locusts having devoured all edible resources. If her chickens and rabbits were lost to the fire, replacing them would be uncertain, and even if possible, it would undoubtedly be at an exorbitant price. Upon reaching the community entrance and seeing that building number 3 was not engulfed in smoke, Xia Xiaoman let out a sigh of relief. Xiaoman, you're back. Zhou Qiuyang approached, dragging a burlap sack. Noticing the bruise near his eye, she inquired, What happened to your eye? Did you get into a fight? Zhou Qiuyang sheepishly scratched his head. Someone saw me with a large sack of locusts and, feeling mischievous, slashed my bag. I ended up fighting him and took his bag. He mimicked Xia Xiaoman's boldness, engaging in a one-on-two scuffle. Although he initially found himself at a disadvantage, he soon had the two fleeing in disarray. However, he had still received a beating, so he hesitated to share the full details with Xia Xiaoman. Seeing that Zhou Qiuyang had not suffered any significant harm, Xia Xiaoman refrained from probing further and pointed towards the distant smoke. What's happening over there? Is there fire? He nodded. Yes, a child in building number 7. Unaware of the danger, thought the locusts were edible and, tempted, set a fire to roast them, inadvertently igniting the curtains.
The dry
Oppressive weather made even a tiny spark capable of igniting a forest. Once the curtains caught fire, it took mere minutes for the furnishings within to become engulfed in flames. By the time the child's guardians realized what was happening, the fire had already spread throughout the entire floor. In a fit of rage, the adult reprimanded the child, who, amidst tears, confessed to attempting to roast locusts while everyone else was busy catching them downstairs. Before long, the news had circulated throughout the entire community. Worriedly, Xia Xiaoman gazed at the smoke billowing from building number 7. Surely this fire won't reach us? Have the firefighters been called? Zhou Qiuyang replied. Where would we even call them? The water pipes are not functioning. Even if they arrived, they would be helpless. Nevertheless, residents living near building no. 7 had discreetly cleared flammable materials from the vicinity, and the community had arranged for individuals to remain vigilant at home, ready to extinguish any sparks that might drift in. Alarmed, Xia Xiaoman declared, I must hurry home. My balcony still has some fabric hanging. If sparks drift in, or if flaming locusts enter my home, all my hard-earned supplies will be lost. With that, she hoisted the bulging bag and turned to leave. Zhou Qiuyang remained behind, confident that he could catch locusts without worry. As Su Ran was home, upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman peered out from the balcony and could clearly see the situation in building number 7. Thick black smoke surged from the 5th floor upwards, and the flames roared ferociously, as if intent on consuming the entire structure. Residents who had escaped the inferno stood in a state of panic below, staring blankly at the building, their faces etched with fear and despair. Some lamented their misfortune, crying out against the injustices of fate, wondering why such calamities struck when life was already so hard. The fire had incinerated their supplies, leaving them to ponder how they would survive. Others glared angrily at the family responsible for the fire, demanding compensation for their losses. Yet some quickly adjusted their mindset, accepting their new status as impoverished and turning to catch locusts, hoping to exchange them for supplies to rebuild their lives. The fire raged mercilessly, continuing unabated for a day and a night. The firefighters never arrived. Instead, the security team appeared. However, their presence was only to maintain order. They had no means to extinguish the flames. It was not that they lacked the desire to help, but rather that they were powerless to act. Without water or firefighting equipment, such a fierce blaze could only be left to extinguish itself. By approximately 4 o'clock the following afternoon, the fire finally began to die down. Fortunately, there were no casualties, nor did the flames spread to other buildings. However, Xia Xiaoman found herself somewhat displeased, as many new residents had relocated from building number 7, filling the upper floors almost to capacity. Wherever there are many people, there are bound to be conflicts. This was unavoidable. After all, not everyone is pure-hearted and kind. Most harbor their own selfish thoughts and schemes. Take, for instance, personal waste. Previously, the upper floors had few residents, and those who lived there knew better than to provoke the 15th floor. So they would intentionally toss their waste far away to avoid landing on the balcony or windowsill of the 15th floor. However, the newcomers lacked such considerations, carelessly tossing waste out of their windows without a second thought. Xia Xiaoman, living on the southern side, was somewhat shielded as only one balcony faced her, and several neighboring balconies obstructed the view, preventing waste from landing on her side. But Zhou Qiuyang and Wen Jianfeng, residing on the northern side, faced a different predicament. When residents from above discarded waste, if the wind blew, it inevitably landed on their balconies, creating an unspeakably foul mess. They had approached the upper floors several times to negotiate, but their efforts bore little fruit. Choosing to avoid conflict, both families tolerated the situation. While their patience held, the residents below could not remain silent. Although the previous occupants tossed waste down, they did so with a mutual understanding, aiming for the flower beds below and wrapping it in bags or other coverings. However, the newcomers were utterly inconsiderate, discarding waste as it was, resulting in a stench that permeated the lower levels, rendering the paths nearly impassable. Within days of the residents from building number 7 moving in, those on the lower floors united in their resolve to drive them away. For several consecutive days, the upper floors were filled with the sounds of heated arguments and angry shouts between the lower floor residents and the newcomers from building number 7. The residents of building 7 found themselves in a state of grievance. They had no intention of carelessly discarding their waste. Yet all containers suitable for such purposes had been consumed by the devastating fire. With nothing to their name, they were left with no choice but to manage their refuse in such a rudimentary manner. After all, it was unthinkable to hoard waste within their homes. Chapter 76. Digging wells due to the improper disposal of waste, a fierce conflict arose between the lower floor residents and the newly arrived neighbors, leading to frequent scuffles and heated exchanges. However, their quarrels soon dissipated as the oppressive heat rendered them lethargic. The sun rose early in this sweltering weather. Within a mere 5 minutes of venturing outside without any sun protection, one could feel their skin scorched. Those with thin-soled shoes dared not tread upon the heated ground for fear of burning their feet. It is no exaggeration to say that as soon as the residents above discarded their waste, the flies didn't have time to enjoy a warm meal before being desiccated by the sun's rays. Though without a thermometer, one could easily surmise that the temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius as the relentless heat waves rolled outside. Even remaining indoors resulted in torrents of sweat, leaving little energy to engage in disputes. At 4:30 in the morning, Sue Ran knocked on door 1504. Sister Xiaoman, are you ready? We're heading out to catch locusts. In this scorching weather, the sun emerged early, with the horizon already tinged with pale light by 4:30. Seizing the cooler morning hours to capture locusts was a prudent choice, as it minimized the risk of heatstroke. Xiaoman gulped down a large cup of water before stepping outside with a bag made of snakeskin. After days of collective locust hunting, the locusts had dwindled in number. Initially, they could fill a large quilt cover, but now they were fortunate to fill a single snakeskin bag. Despite the scarcity, many still braved the heat to hunt locusts. The motivation had shifted, however. No one sought locusts in exchange for grain anymore, but rather for water. On the third day of the locust plague, authorities dispatched personnel to guard the various springs and streams, prohibiting anyone from collecting water privately. This sparked the first public protest in the history of Floating City, as some citizens could not abide by such tyrannical actions and demanded the reopening of the springs to restore public access to water. The protest, however, concluded within half a day, as Floating City did not intervene. The protest ended not due to suppression, but because many participants fainted or succumbed to heatstroke. While the freedom to access water was paramount, the preservation of life took precedence. Witnessing so many collapse, the remaining protesters dispersed back to their homes without any need for intervention from authorities. With no means to fetch water themselves, they were left to trade resources at the exchange points for water or gather locusts in exchange for it. Thus, even in such oppressive heat that could prove fatal, numerous individuals continued to hunt locusts. Xiaoman, clad in lightweight, moisture-wicking athletic wear, descended and spent a considerable time capturing a meager 20 or so emaciated locusts. Suddenly, distant gasps pierced the air. Another individual had fainted. Observing the convulsing figure on the ground, it was evident they might not survive. Heatstroke, once a condition that could be remedied with prompt medical attention, now held a grim fate. In the absence of ambulances, should someone collapse from heatstroke, their only hope lay in the kindness of a passerby willing to carry them to a medical station, perhaps salvaging a life. Unfortunately, the situation was dire. As the crowd gasped, their first instinct was to seize the bag of locusts that had fallen from the fainted individual. Upon witnessing the bag being snatched away, onlookers cursed and begrudged their own sluggishness that allowed another to prevail. The fate of the heatstroke victim elicited no concern from anyone present. Sue Ran, observing this scene, felt a chilling sense of horror, not directed at others, but at himself. In times past, he would have rushed to assist, striving to provide comfort to the afflicted, even if he could not save them. Yet now, he found himself devoid of any desire to help. Instead, upon witnessing the collapse, his instinct mirrored that of the others, to snatch the bag of locusts. Merely 6 months had elapsed since the onset of the disaster, and he had transformed into this self-serving creature. What would become of him if the calamity endured longer? A vehicle approaches. It's the well-digging truck. A voice rang out, capturing the attention of those nearby, who instinctively moved toward the exit of the community. Sue Ran snapped back to reality, hearing the rumbling of engines outside. Following the crowd, he beheld 2 vehicles inching forward, one carrying a massive machine. Perhaps due to the weight of the machinery, their progress was agonizingly slow, taking nearly 10 minutes to traverse a mere few hundred meters into the community. The residents gathered around the vehicles, and it was only when the workers disembarked to clear a path for the trucks that they were able to proceed into the center of the complex. The arrival of the well-digging vehicle diverted the attention of many from locust hunting as they rushed to observe the workers at their task. Xiaoman, too, abandoned her hunt, opting to watch from her balcony with binoculars as the professionals prepared to dig. The workers used instruments to locate a suitable site for drilling and set up the machinery. Surrounded by towering buildings, deep wells could potentially undermine the foundations of nearby structures. Thus, they could only drill wells within 100 meters. To ensure convenient access to water for the residents, after completing the internal wells, the workers sought a location outside the community to dig a deep well. With the wells established, everyone anticipated a newfound freedom to access water. However, to their dismay, as soon as the well was completed, it was covered with a thick iron lid and secured with a chain thicker than a wrist. Some attempted to pry open the lock after the workers departed, but failed after much effort. Su Ran was perplexed. Why lock the well? If they wouldn't allow access to it, why even dig it? Qiuyang had already grasped the devious intentions of Floating City and remarked, "Do you really need to ask? They intend for us to trade our resources for the right to access well water or to purchase water in limited quantities." Su Ran grimaced. This was utterly outrageous. The authorities were scheming to extract every last resource from them. It may not be that severe. Perhaps they simply wish to regulate our water usage, limiting the amount we can draw each day, when Jianfeng speculated. Xiaoman nodded in agreement. If access to well water required resources, many would perish from thirst. Not every household possessed an abundance of supplies. The residents of Building 7, who had lost everything to the fire, were left destitute. If they were compelled to trade resources for water, once the locusts were depleted, they would be left to die of thirst. Surely, the authorities would not be so heartless. The previous demand for resources in exchange for water was likely an attempt to conserve supplies and prevent wastage. To corroborate the conjectures of Wen Jianfeng and Xiaoman, the following day, Floating City announced the regulations governing the use of the wells. Chapter 77. Queuing for water in the aftermath of the locust plague. Vegetation had been devoured almost entirely. With the roots gone, the wind and sand began to wreak havoc, compounded by the relentless sun scorching the earth, leading to a rapid depletion of water sources. To preserve the remaining water and prevent the citizens of Floating City from succumbing to thirst, all mountain springs and streams were commandeered, with water being carted away daily until every source ran dry. The mountain water was not available for public use, necessitating a solution to the water crisis. Thus, authorities located 2 well drilling machines damaged by floodwaters and worked tirelessly to repair them. Once restored, they were put to immediate use. Within a matter of days, the 2 machines had drilled numerous wells for the community. However, in order to ensure a sustainable water supply, these wells were not opened for unrestricted use. Officially designated hours for drawing water were set from 8 p.m. to midnight, allowing each resident one free opportunity to draw 2 liters of water daily. Should they wish to extract more, they would need to pay with resources equivalent to 10 pounds of grain. Su Ran's face fell in disappointment. Merely 2 liters was insufficient even for his daily drinking needs, let alone for bathing. I had thought that once the well was dug, I could finally enjoy a refreshing bath. Ever since the spring water and stream on the mountain were requisitioned, he had not bathed, and his body emitted an unbearable stench. The stubble on his chin had grown to the point where he could not even shave, and it wouldn't be long before he resembled a homeless man by the roadside. Alas, why do women have an extra liter of water during their 7 days each month? A man exclaimed in indignation. Isn't this grossly unfair to us men? What era are we in, still perpetuating gender discrimination? A nearby woman interjected. The extra liter of water for women during those days is due to their physiological needs for hygiene and health. It is a biological necessity, not gender discrimination. The man frowned, his tone harsh. What logic is that? Don't men have special needs too? Why can't we be treated equally? A fiery girl retorted. Brother, are you incapable of understanding? Women have their period for 7 days each month, necessitating cleanliness to avoid gynecological issues. Do you bleed for 7 days every month? The man remained unsatisfied, insisting, but it's unfair to us men. We can only collect 2 liters of water each day, leaving us no opportunity for proper hygiene, while you have 7 days to clean yourselves. The issue of gender disparity has been a long-standing topic of debate, and soon onlookers engaged in heated arguments regarding the water distribution. Some argued that while they did not oppose women having an extra liter of water, for the sake of fairness, men should also enjoy the same privilege. Others acknowledged the inconveniences of menstruation and deemed the additional liter of water reasonable, criticizing those who sought to exploit women's needs for their own gain as unseemly. Some individuals even attempted to find loopholes, claiming that elderly family members required extra water for daily hygiene or that children at home necessitated more water, thus requesting an additional liter daily. However, such antics were destined to end in futility. If the authorities could be swayed so easily, how could the public protests against the requisition of the creek water have occurred? Around 8 o'clock in the evening, residents of the community, enduring the oppressive heat, began to emerge from their homes, lining up before the well. Xia Xiaoman descended with 2 male companions from Unit 1501, spotting the long queue from a distance. The weather was sweltering. Even at past 8, the heat waves in the air rolled on, making it feel as though one were in a steamer. Some in line fanned themselves, others wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and a few occasionally glanced forward to gauge progress. However, few spoke, as the stifling weather had drained them of the desire to converse. Xia Xiaoman waved her hand fan against her neck. Although the breeze was hot, it was better than no wind at all. Suddenly, a burly man squeezed in front of her. Xia Xiaoman nudged his calf with her water bucket and pointed to a nearby sign, saying, "Hey, we're supposed to queue in an orderly fashion. Do you not recognize these 8 characters?" The man was about to speak when a curly-haired woman, who had been in line before Xia Xiaoman, interjected, "He is my husband. We're together." Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes. "Even if he were your father, it wouldn't matter. He should queue like everyone else." The man frowned. "Excuse me, but I can't let my wife fetch water alone. I'm just cutting in this once. I promise I'll queue properly next time. If you're worried about your wife fetching water alone, you can accompany her to the back of the line to rejoin. Why should you cut in? If you cut, others will too. And then what's the point of queuing?" Xia Xiaoman's tone grew increasingly fierce, drawing the attention of those around them. The man, feeling humiliated and angry, raised his voice. "Why are you being so unreasonable? I said I'm just accompanying my wife. You're a woman too. Wouldn't you be scared fetching water alone? Can't you empathize? Sure. You just said you're accompanying your wife. When it's your turn, remember not to fetch water. If you dare to take water, I'll smash your bucket in an instant. Just try me," Xia Xiaoman declared, brandishing an axe she had at her waist as a show of intimidation. The man's face turned ashen. "You wouldn't dare? The staff is right there. Try it if you want. Go ahead and try it." Xia Xiaoman twirled her axe, almost losing grip and smashing it onto the man's bucket. The man's heart raced. On one hand, he doubted Xia Xiaoman's audacity to act in front of the staff, yet he feared this crazy woman might indeed smash his bucket without a second thought. After much internal struggle, he decided to take a gamble, convinced that this crazy woman wouldn't dare act. The onlookers were secretly preparing for a show, especially those living in the same building as Xia Xiaoman, who were well aware of her reputation for keeping her word, whether it was confronting elderly individuals or unruly children. She was unrelenting. As time passed, nearly an hour later, they finally approached the well. The man who had cut and kept glancing back at Xia Xiaoman, fearing this madwoman would act unpredictably. Seeing Xia Xiaoman focused on the well, one hand fanning herself and the other holding the bucket, the man felt a sense of relief. He thought, what could this short girl possibly do to me? Just as his wife finished filling her bucket, he prepared to pass it forward when suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a fruit knife embedded itself steadily in the top of his bucket. The fruit knife was perfectly positioned, 2 centimeters from the bottom. Any water poured in would inevitably leak out. The man whipped around, his rage boiling over. "You crazy woman! Are you sick in the head? Why ruin my bucket?" Xia Xiaoman held her fan in one hand and her bucket in the other, feigning innocence. "Do I look like someone who could throw a fruit knife?" The man paused. "If it wasn't you, then who?" Just then, Su Ran, who had been standing behind Xia Xiaoman, cheerfully ran over, pulling the knife from the bucket. "Sorry. This is mine. I was practicing throwing knives and accidentally let it slip. You two are in cahoots." The man's face darkened as he grabbed the arm of a nearby staff member, indignantly exclaiming, "Aren't you going to do something about this? These two are clearly working together, ruining my bucket in front of so many people. If you don't intervene, don't blame me for taking action." The staff member looked indifferent. "If you have a problem, please resolve it elsewhere without disrupting the water collection process. There are so many people behind you. Should we address every minor issue?" Seeing the staff member's apathy, the man rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate when his wife stood in front of him. "Honey, let it go. It's not worth it. My bucket can still hold water. We can just use it to collect your share." Just then, with a splat, another fruit knife lodged itself in the curly-haired woman's bucket, instantly ruining the plan to share water.
Ah!
My bucket! She screamed, clutching the leaking vessel. The man, seething with anger, clenched his fists and charged at Su Ran without a second thought. Su Ran nimbly dodged, causing the man to stumble a few steps to the side. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xia Xiaoman handed her bucket to the staff to register her information and water collection date. The curly-haired woman, seeing Xia Xiaoman still in the mood to fetch water, lunged forward to grab her hair. However, Zhou Qiuyang, who had been quietly waiting behind, swiftly grabbed the woman's hand and pushed her away. With Zhou Qiuyang and Su Ran blocking the couple, Xia Xiaoman successfully filled her bucket with water. After placing it safely, she dashed forward to intercept the man who had cut in, allowing Su Ran to fetch her water. The staff stood nearby, observing her actions. She hesitated to use excessive force, instead wielding an axe to swiftly strike the joints near the queue-jumping man's knee. Instantly, he felt a wave of numbness surge through his calf, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Ran, having finished fetching water, stepped in to intercept the curly-haired woman, taking over from Zhou Qiuyang. Once Zhou Qiuyang completed his task, Su Ran pushed the curly-haired woman to the ground and sprinted away with the water bucket in hand. Zhou Qiuyang followed closely behind, carrying his and Xia Xiaoman's buckets. Once they had distanced themselves, he shouted back to Xia Xiaoman, urging her to retreat. Having failed to obtain water and having damaged 2 buckets in the process, the queue-jumping man vented his frustration by pounding his chest. He contemplated chasing after Xia Xiaoman but was apprehensive about losing time to refill their water supply. After much internal conflict, he concluded that fetching water was of greater importance. The couple cursed as they returned home to retrieve bottles, rejoining the queue for water. On the other side, Xia Xiaoman and her companions returned to the 15th floor and greeted Wen Jianfeng. Moments later, Wen Jianfeng descended with the twins to fetch water. Just as they departed, a knock echoed on the fire door. Xia Xiaoman initially assumed it was the couple returning for revenge. Grasping the axe, she opened the door to find a dark-skinned woman standing outside. The woman flashed a wide smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Hello. May I ask if Wen Jianfeng resides here?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "Who are you? What do you need him for?" "My name is Li Yuer, a colleague and friend of Feng Ge. I have a personal matter to discuss with him," she replied.
Colleague?
"I haven't heard of you before." Xia Xiaoman began to question further when Zhou Qiuyang emerged, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing Zhou Qiuyang, Li Yuer exclaimed excitedly, "Xiaoyang. It's me, Sister Yuer." "Sister Yuer? How did you find this place?" Zhou Qiuyang asked, astonished. Li Yuer smiled. "You all filled out your home addresses at the team. So I came here following the address you provided. I was relieved when I saw a girl open the door. I thought I had the wrong place." "Is Feng Ge home?" "He's downstairs fetching water." "What do you need him for?" Zhou Qiuyang queried. Li Yuer smiled sheepishly. "I had a break-in at my previous residence. When I went downstairs to fetch water around 7, I returned home to find a shadow creeping by my window, and my belongings had been rummaged through. I'm concerned about staying there any longer, so I thought I might move here, where I know people. If anything happens, I can ask for your help." Zhou Qiuyang frowned. "Our building is nearly full. You should check other buildings for availability. I heard you all mention that there's a vacant apartment on your floor. Can't that one be occupied?"
Li Wenkirat.
Zhou Qiuyang felt a pang of dread. He had discussed the handling of the vacant 1503 apartment in whispers with Su Ran, unaware that Li Yuer had overheard. How could he respond? If he said someone lived there, Li Yuer would quickly see through the lie. If he claimed it was vacant, what would happen if she insisted on moving in? He glanced pleadingly at Xia Xiaoman. She rolled her eyes discreetly, forcing a smile. "That apartment is meant for raising chickens. It's not suitable for living."
Li Wei pausa.
Then cheerfully replied, "That is fine. I don't have much. I won't take up much space. You can use the living room for the chickens, and I'll take the bedroom." Xia Xiaoman thought, she certainly has a thick skin, pretending not to understand such an obvious hint. Seeing Xia Xiaoman's expression darken, Zhou Qiuyang quickly suggested, "How about this? Let us wait for the coach to return and ask for his opinion on your living arrangements." Li Yuer readily agreed. "Sure. I can wait. I'm not in a hurry." Zhou Qiuyang thought, "You brought your luggage with you and still have the audacity to say you're not in a hurry." The queue for water was not limited to the residents of the community, as nearby households also lined up at the same place. After nearly an hour, Wen Jianfeng returned with the twins. Just as Zhou Qiuyang was about to inform Wen Jianfeng of Li Yuer's situation, he noticed the twins with tear-streaked faces. their eyes red from crying. Having known the twins for quite some time, Xia Xiaoman had rarely seen them cry. Even when faced with a swarm of locusts, they had remained composed, with only tears glistening in their eyes. This was the first time she witnessed them sob so sorrowfully, both children hiccuping through their tears. Ling Ling, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ling Ling burst into tears, incoherently accusing, Daddy is so mean. He gave our fans to someone else. I hate Daddy. When Sue echoed her sentiment, crying, I hate Daddy too. I want to play with him anymore. Caught in the midst of their children's disdain, when Jianfeng awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to explain. There were two younger children who were sweltering and asked for the fans you two were holding. Seeing them overheated, I thought it was okay to give them away. Before he could finish, Ling Ling wailed, our fans aren't pretty. Mine has a bow. When Sue added tearfully, mine is Ultraman. It's so cool. As the twins cried in unison, Li Yuero's expression hardened. She grasped their hands, declaring, come on, tell Auntie who took your fans, and I'll help you get them back. One Jianfeng frowned, attempting to intervene. Yuer, the fans have already been given away. It wouldn't be right to ask for them back now. What's wrong with that? By giving them away, without your children's consent, you make it seem as though you're a pushover, and that's what's truly unacceptable, Li Yue retorted before leading the twins downstairs. Worried that she might confront someone and endanger the twins, Zhou Chuyang hurried after them. Wen Jianfeng followed closely behind, trying to persuade Li Yue and the twins to return. Xia Xiaoman silently regarded Wen Jianfeng's figure, contemplating whether to move out and sever ties. His personality contrasted sharply with his appearance. He was far too soft-hearted. As a parent, he held a particular fondness for other people's children, a trait that could potentially jeopardize her. Moreover, she found the proximity of their neighbors stifling. Lacking personal space, she was hesitant to indulge in more flavorful meals for fear of being judged and refrained from bathing with the collected rainwater, worried that too much cleanliness might raise suspicion. Despite possessing an abundance of supplies, she felt deprived of enjoyment, a sensation far too uncomfortable to endure. Half an hour later, Li Yue returned, holding her head high, with the twins each clutching a handheld fan. The contrast between their previous sorrow and their current joy was striking. Having successfully reclaimed the fans, the twins rallied behind Li Yue, advocating for her to move into apartment 1503. Contemplating the inevitable move, Xia Xiaoman agreed to let Li Yue move into the 15th floor, as whoever resided in 1503 thereafter was of no concern to her. The bed in 1503 was already prepared, so Li Yue could simply move in her luggage and settle down with minimal effort. The following day, eager to finish her water chores early and seek a suitable residence, Xia Xiaoman left the house around 7 o'clock. Coincidentally, Li Yue was also heading out, greeting her warmly as they descended together to fetch water. Yesterday, Li Yue had smeared her face with soot, leaving Xia Xiaoman unable to discern her features. Now, the grime had been washed away by sweat, revealing her delicate features. Li Yue possessed an admirable figure, and even in ordinary work attire, her voluptuous chest and slender waist were accentuated. Xia Xiaoman found it puzzling that someone as attractive as Li Yue would be interested in Wen Jianfeng, who had 2 children. Suddenly, Li Yue gasped, taking a couple of steps forward and nearly colliding with Xia Xiaoman. Regaining her balance, she turned to glare at a buzz-cut man behind her, demanding to know if he had just touched her inappropriately. The man leered at her chest and crudely remarked, "Of course it was me. What's the matter? You dress so provocatively, aren't you inviting it?" Enraged, Li Yue's anger boiled over as she slapped him fiercely, shouting, "You are the one dressed provocatively. I'm in work clothes. How dare you call me indecent? I could say you have a filthy mouth that deserves a beating." With that, she delivered another resounding slap, leaving the man's face swollen. "You dare to touch me? You're quite bold. If I don't beat you into a pulp today, I'll write my name backward." As she raged, Li Yue unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the man. Realizing he had to defend himself, he attempted to retaliate just as Li Yue sidestepped, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his hair and wailing, "Help! Someone is assaulting me. A man is harassing me. It's so unfair. A big man like him, picking on a girl. Help! Rape! Someone save me." The buzz-cut man was utterly bewildered. He was the one who had been struck, yet it was this hysterical woman who was crying. After a brief moment, staff members alerted by the commotion arrived. They could overlook many matters, but they could not ignore an incident of harassment, as it could lead to dire consequences. Li Yue, with tears streaming down her face, skillfully portrayed herself as the perfect victim. Before the buzz-cut man could collect himself, he was forcibly escorted away by the staff under the pretext of harassing a female. He also received a punishment of 5 days without access to free water. Xia Xiaoman, having witnessed the entire scene, was left dumbfounded. Wasn't he the same woman who had expressed concern about thieves entering her home the previous night? It appeared rather the opposite now. Chapter 80. House hunting. Once the commotion subsided and the staff departed, Li Yue quickly dried her tears, neatly arranged her hair, and picked up her water bucket to join Xia Xiaoman in line. The bespectacled man behind Li Yue recoiled at her approach, as if she were a fearsome beast. Taking several steps back to maintain a safe distance, Li Yue disregarded the curious gazes of those around her and, wiping her tear-streaked face, cautiously inquired, "Xiaoman, I didn't frighten you just now, did I?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head. Such minor disturbances were hardly enough to scare her, though she was somewhat taken aback. "You helped Lingling and the others retrieve the fan yesterday. Didn't you use a similar tactic?" Li Yue smiled. "Of course not. Yesterday's situation was entirely different. I simply snatched the fan and ran. They had 2 children and couldn't chase me without abandoning them." Considering that Xia Xiaoman was also a girl and quite petite, she felt compelled to advise, "Xiaoman, as a young woman, you must be cautious when out and about. If someone tries to assault you, as just happened, and there are people around, even staff nearby, you can shout for help or even fight back. Bad people tend to think twice when they see witnesses. If you find yourself alone, remember not to resist violently. Comply with them, even if they invade your personal space. Your safety is paramount. Everything else is secondary. Look for an opportunity to escape or defend yourself later." With genuine concern, Li Yue continued, "This is not a society governed by the rule of law. Many perceive single women as easy targets. We must learn to protect ourselves, avoid secluded areas, and stay with larger groups whenever possible. It's wise to carry self-defense tools." Xia Xiaoman lifted her t-shirt to reveal her lower back. "Sister, are these what you mean by self-defense tools?" Upon seeing the small axe, 2 watermelon knives, and 6 fruit knives strapped to Xia Xiaoman's waist, Li Yue fell into contemplation. "Don't you feel uncomfortable carrying all that?" she asked. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "You get used to it. I also have small knives strapped to my calves and 2 multifunctional daggers in my pockets. Although I possess a space-altering artifact, I prefer to keep some weapons on me, just in case." Li Yue admired her preparedness with a thumbs up. Clearly, Xia Xiaoman's self-defense awareness surpassed her own, making her reminders unnecessary. After fetching the water, Xia Xiaoman rode her bicycle down the stairs. As she passed the entrance of the community, curious glances were cast upon her by those sitting in the shade, chatting. With rising temperatures following the locust plague, most people had lost their jobs, and the floating city was once again at a standstill, hinting at a chaotic atmosphere reminiscent of the flood period. During the day, under the scorching sun, few ventured outside. The streets were nearly deserted. At night, darkness enveloped the area, and people stayed indoors, fearful of robbery or violence. Thus, when they spotted a petite girl cycling out at night, those lounging beneath the wall exchanged furtive glances and subtly moved in the direction she had departed. Unaware that she was being watched, Xia Xiaoman followed her memory to areas where villas or 2-story houses might be located. Such low-rise buildings, submerged for 2 months and then buried in mud for another 2, had suffered significant damage after being exposed to the sun. After inspecting several locations, she found either dilapidated structures or homes already occupied. Suddenly, she recalled the villa Qinyali had taken her to and paddled faster toward that direction. 40 minutes later, she arrived at her destination. The villa was dark and appeared uninhabited. Concealing her bicycle, she pushed open the villa's front door and shone her flashlight inside. Dried bloodstains on the floor and scorch marks on the ceiling remained visible. Taking a few steps further, she discovered the villa had been ransacked, with everything of value removed. The living room sofa and table, the beds and curtains from the rooms, and even the sliding door leading to the balcony had been taken. The entire villa felt like an empty shell. Xia Xiaoman had no doubt that had the front door not been broken, it too would have been removed. To be prudent, Xia Xiaoman inquired with the neighbors on either side of the villa to confirm its vacancy before considering it as one of her potential options. The neighbor residing to the right discerned her intentions and kindly cautioned, "Little girl, that house has seen the deaths of more than 10 people. It's soaked in blood. I advise you against moving in. Be wary of encountering something sinister." Xia Xiaoman politely thanked him but dismissed his warning internally. What of it if someone died there? It's no big deal. Countless lives were lost on this land before the establishment of the Xia nation, and perhaps I stand on ground that once served as a mass grave. After departing from the hollow villa, Xia Xiaoman meandered a few more blocks, seeking a location superior to that villa. It had too many flaws, and she found it unsatisfactory. The first floor of the villa features a living room that opens onto a balcony, with a garage on the left connecting to the basement and living area. The master bedroom on the second floor also boasts an open balcony. If these areas remain unblocked, even an 80-year-old could effortlessly enter the villa, which is quite unsafe. In comparison to the villa, she prefers a self-built two-story house, surrounded by walls, with windows secured by anti-theft nets, exuding a sense of security. However, self-built houses usually have owners, making them difficult to find. After wandering aimlessly for half a day, Xia Xiaoman suddenly recalled someone who might know of available housing. Half an hour later, she arrived at the transaction point. "Hello, is Chen Guangli here?" The staff at the transaction point glanced at her and replied, "He is off today, and will be on the day shift tomorrow. What do you need him for?" "I wanted to inquire about available housing. If he is not working, I'll come back tomorrow," Xia Xiaoman said, turning to leave.
Wait.
"What kind of house are you looking for?" The staff called after her. "I have some listings too." Xia Xiaoman's eyes lit up as she turned back and asked, "Do you have any two-story standalone houses? Preferably self-built." The staff appeared hesitant. Most standalone houses are already occupied. Xia Xiaoman quickly understood and pulled a can of luncheon meat from her bag, offering it. "If most are occupied, that means some are still uninhabited, right? Please tell me the specific locations of those houses. It's fine if they are in remote areas, as long as they are sturdy." Chapter 81. Shueihua Bay. In the face of calamity, some choose to drift with the tide, becoming compliant puppets. Others opt for risk and struggle, forging their own worlds. There are also those who, amidst chaos, strive to create a haven of tranquility. The staff tucked the can of meat into his coat and whispered, "Do you know where Shueihua Bay in Yunli district is?" Xia Xiaoman nodded. Of course she knew. 2 years ago, amidst complaints from all the residents, the property management of Shueihua Bay was dismissed, and several recognized women from the community took charge of managing the neighborhood's affairs. After a year, residents not only ceased paying exorbitant property fees, but also received the advertising revenue from the community's elevator, which rightfully belonged to them. This event garnered considerable media attention, and many communities sought to emulate Shueihua Bay, but due to a lack of unity among other residents, these attempts largely failed. There are still 6 vacant villas in Shueihua Bay, all standalone houses, albeit somewhat small at 150 square meters. Each comes with a 100 square meter garden, which can be enclosed if you have ample resources. Xia Xiaoman frowned. "Are there really no self-built houses?" The staff shook his head. "As you mentioned, self-built houses are constructed by their owners. As long as the owners are alive, the houses cannot remain unoccupied. The villas in Shueihua Bay are quite appealing. You could take a look first and then decide whether to move there." Suddenly remembering something, he stood up and said, "I think I have some pictures of the Shueihua Bay villas. Wait a moment, let me find them." He rummaged through the back room and, a few minutes later, emerged with an eco-friendly bag bearing the image of Shueihua Bay villas. "Take a look, this is a promotional photo of the villa area." The image on the bag was faded but still discernible, illustrating the general design of the villas. The style was an older model from years past, surrounded by gardens, with no open balconies or garages on the first floor, just several large windows and a back door leading to the yard. Each bedroom on the second floor featured its own small balcony, while the third floor had an attic-style roof with no balcony, only a skylight. Compared to the hollow shells of other villas she had seen, the villas at Shueihua Bay offered better privacy. If she were to move there, she would only need to seal half of the large windows on the first floor. "What do you think of this villa?" the staff inquired. Xia Xiaoman hesitated before asking, "How come there are still 6 vacant ones in such a nice villa?" The staff chuckled. "Shueihua Bay is different from other places. Strangers wishing to reside here must pay rent and undergo an interview with our security department. Only after passing the interview and paying rent can one move in." Xia Xiaoman expressed confusion. "I can understand the rent, but what does the interview entail?" The staff explained. During the heavy rains and floods, a group of people attempted to rob Shueihua Bay. Many lives were lost during those days, and it was said that the water in the vicinity was red for 3 whole days. After that incident, Shueihua Bay prohibited outsiders from entering. Even rescue personnel had to obtain permission from our security department to enter the community. As the reconstruction efforts gradually stabilized, Shueihua Bay began allowing outsiders to move in. But to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating, every person wishing to reside here must pass an interview and pay rent. Xia Xiaoman asked in other places, one can live for free as long as there is an available house. Why would anyone want to move into Shueihua Bay with interviews and fees? There are indeed many people eager to move to Shueihua Bay. The unity among the residents exceeds anyone's imagination. In the early days of the floods, the residents were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. However, after the robbery, they united once more. Within just a few days, they established salvage teams, maintenance crews, resource management teams, and security patrols. Residents, from elderly individuals to young children, were all assigned tasks based on their abilities. Those skilled in swimming joined the salvage teams to recover submerged resources daily. Those with dexterous hands joined the maintenance crew to repair salvaged electrical appliances or build rafts. The elderly and infirm were assigned to resource management, categorizing recovered items and preparing hot ginger soup for those working outside. The security patrols, as the name suggests, were responsible for ensuring the community's safety, maintaining 24-hour vigilance, a practice that continues to this day. After the floods subsided, Shueihua Bay swiftly cleared the community of sludge, while also establishing gardens on the premises. While others were still digging through the muck, Shueihua Bay had already procured seeds to plant. Once planted, they identified areas that might conceal resources and dispatched teams to excavate materials from the sludge, salvaging what they could and repairing what was beyond use, striving for self-sufficiency. Such a united and friendly community, with an exceptionally high level of security, is regarded by many as a rare paradise amidst the turmoil of floating city. Living in Shueihua Bay means no need to guard against neighbors and no fear of thieves in the night. Should one face trouble outside, assistance from the security department is readily available. The staff elaborated on Shueihua Bay's situation, an unintentional glimmer of longing appearing on his face. Xia Xiaoman inquired, what is the monthly rent for Shueihua Bay? I'm not certain. Most people don't even pass the interview. Xia Xiaoman replied. Then why are you introducing Shueihua Bay to me? Do you think I can pass the interview? The staff chuckled awkwardly. You appear slight and petite, which might evoke sympathy. Perhaps your chances of passing the interview are greater. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes in exasperation. I will consider Shueihua Bay further. Are there any other houses available? There are many vacant two-story commercial buildings near the wholesale street, but they are all connected in a row, which may not meet your requirements. Additionally, there is a 3-story kindergarten on Fumin Street that is also vacant, but it's a bit chaotic there, so I wouldn't recommend it. The staff continued to list several locations, yet either the houses were unsuitable or the locations were not ideal. After much deliberation, Xia Xiaoman was unable to find a house that captured her heart. After considerable hesitation, she resolved to visit Shueihua Bay the following day. If the properties there proved unsuitable, she would have no choice but to settle for a vacant villa. Chapter 82, a flexible business mind emerging from the transaction site. It was already past 1 in the morning, and the streets lay desolate. Under the moonlight, Xia Xiaoman slowly pedaled her bicycle home. As she neared her community, a sudden beam of bright light illuminated her from across the street, prompting her to instinctively squint and halt her bicycle. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed around her, and shadows swiftly encircled her. With a steely gaze, Xia Xiaoman raised her bicycle and swung it fiercely in a wide arc, then hurled it toward one of the figures. She swiftly drew an axe, deftly navigating through the throng of shadows. The silent alley erupted into a cacophony of screams, rousing the nearby residents. Yet not a single soul dared to inquire about the commotion outside. They merely shut their doors and windows, pretending as if they had heard nothing. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman remounted her bicycle and returned to her community, leaving behind several lifeless bodies strewn across the alley, blood pooling beneath them. Upon returning home, she wiped her body with a damp cloth and changed into a tank top and shorts before retreating to her room to sleep. Drowsily, she awoke at 7, roused by the heat. Climbing out of bed, she glanced back to see a human-shaped sweat mark on her cooling mat. After a moment's pause, she lifted a corner of the curtain and was met with a wave of oppressive heat outside, her expression grave as she lowered the curtain once more. The day was unbearably hot, with outdoor temperatures soaring to at least 40 or 50 degrees. The indoor climate was hardly any better. 4 of the chicks she had been raising had succumbed to the heat, and the remaining chicks and rabbits appeared listless, leaving her uncertain of their survival. Xiaoman, are you home? Hearing Su Ran's voice, Xia Xiaoman fanned herself while heading to the door. In this sweltering heat, where else could I be?
So Ran chuckles sheepishly.
I noticed you were out for quite a while last night, and thought you might not be home. Sister, do you have any prickly heat powder? Prickly heat powder? Have you broken out in heat rash? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Su Ran nodded, her face a mask of distress. Yes, and it's not just me. Yonga has it too. In this sweltering weather, without enough water to bathe, the oil and grime cling to our skin, making it nearly impossible to avoid. After a moment's thought, Xia Xiaoman replied, I don't have prickly heat powder, but I do have some floral water. You can apply that, it should help. Su Ran's face brightened. Floral water will do. Thank you, sister. Xia Xiaoman returned to her room and retrieved 2 bottles of floral water. Use it sparingly. I don't have much left.
So Ran nodded.
Sister, Yonga and I managed to get a few broken fans. One is nearly repaired. And I'll bring it to you later. The generator that Xiao Zhiyu had brought back remained in the room he once occupied. Once the fan was fixed and charged with a generator, they would briefly enjoy the luxury of a breeze. Around 8 in the evening, Xia Xiaoman descended with Su Ran and Li Yuer to fetch water. Su Ran excitedly remarked, Sister Xiaoman, the fan is fixed. Yonga is testing it to see if it works properly. If all goes well, I'll bring it to you. Li Yuer, overhearing, asked, You can fix fans?
So Ran nodded.
Just tinkering around, but it actually worked. Impressive. You should consider repairing more broken appliances and then selling them once fixed. You could exchange them for supplies. Su Ran hesitated at Li Yuer's suggestion. But who would buy appliances now? They can't be used until there's electricity. Li Yuer, exasperated, replied, Are you foolish? Just because there's no power now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. While no one wants those broken appliances, you could buy them cheaply and practice your skills. When the power returns, you could sell the repaired items at a premium. Otherwise, once electricity is restored, how will you compete with those who specialize in repairs? Su Ran nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. I'll discuss it with Yonga. Li Yuer shook her head in disbelief. You have skills and yet don't know how to utilize them. It's no wonder you're destined for a life of labor. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Xia Xiaoman. Xiaoman, do you know where we can obtain fabric? Xia Xiaoman, puzzled, replied, What kind of fabric? Any fabric will do, preferably something light. I want to cut it to make tank tops and short sleeves, Li Yuer explained, gesturing towards the queue ahead. Look, with the water restrictions, washing clothes is impossible. Many people wear the same clothes repeatedly, they're practically falling apart. We could collaborate to make and sell some tank tops and short sleeves. I believe they would sell quite well. Are you interested? Xia Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback by Li Yuer's astuteness. If she weren't on the verge of moving away, she might have genuinely considered the partnership. Yuer Jia, I would love to collaborate, but without fabric, it's all just talk.
Li Yuer sigat.
There must be some at the trading point, but they sell it at a high price, making it too costly to buy for clothing. As they pondered how to acquire fabric, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A few individuals, seemingly frightened, hurriedly retreated while clutching buckets, glancing back nervously.
Li Yuer tiptua.
Straining her neck to see what was happening. What is going on up there?
So Ran inquired curiously.
Li Yuer shook her head. There are too many people. I can't see. Moments later, a blood-soaked woman was escorted away by a staff member, while another dragged away a male corpse, followed by 3 injured men. Once the staff had moved on, Xia Xiaoman and the others pieced together the events from the murmurs of the onlookers. The woman was named Yuan Li, and the deceased man was her husband, Zhang Yong. Before the calamity, Zhang Yong had been a high-ranking executive at a foreign enterprise, while Yuan Li was a full-time housewife. Together they embodied the model couple. However, after the disaster, Zhang Yong, who had no concept of basic survival, became utterly useless, reluctant to scavenge for supplies. He deemed such actions beneath him. He refused to engage in the labor of digging through muck, believing such work was meant for manual laborers, not for someone of his elite status. Zhang Yong's arrogance and laziness led Yuan Li to find ways to provide for them. Yet the water restrictions made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain a semblance of dignity. Desperate, he sought to procure more water, even resorting to exploiting Yuan Li's body. In his eyes, as a full-time housewife, she relied on him for their livelihood, making her his possession. Trading Yuan Li for water was a matter of no consequence to him. If she were damaged beyond repair, he could simply find another wife. Thanks to his handsome looks and impressive education, Yuan Li endeavored to resist, but each attempt resulted in brutal beatings. It was only today that she found the opportunity to kill Zhang Yong and injure the men who had assaulted her. Chapter 83. Interview at Shuiwei. The incident of Yuan Li fatally stabbing her husband in public quickly became a hot topic within the community. Some condemned the husband for his despicable treatment of his wife, while others criticized the wife for her merciless act. Yet, they collectively chose to overlook the actions of the men who had assaulted Yuan Li, regarding them merely as ordinary clients, not worthy of significant reproach. However, shortly after Yuan Li and the injured men were taken away, they were brought back to identify other clients lurking within the crowd. The individuals who had fled with buckets were all men who had previously assaulted Yuan Li. Furthermore, to mitigate their own culpability, these clients voluntarily revealed several locations within the community that they frequently patronized. In a manner akin to unearthing potatoes, they uncovered several dens in a single sweep. The women who sell their bodies are a mix of the coerced and the willing, yet they all share the same fate of being taken away. The victims were abducted, and the perpetrators were not spared either. Staff members seized dozens of men from the crowd, with ages ranging from 17 to 60. As they witnessed this large group being taken, the community erupted in chaos. They were utterly unprepared for the disorder lurking within their residence. Su Ran was left speechless, realizing that the daily sight of a group of older men loitering beneath Building 9 was not innocent, but rather indicative of something far more sordid. Xiao Ran, don't follow their example. Be careful not to suffer from kidney deficiency at such a young age, Li Wei warned him sternly. Su Ran's face flushed crimson as he protested. I have no interest in such matters. It's sweltering. Who has the energy for that? If it weren't for needing water, I wouldn't even step outside. After a thorough crackdown on vice, the community became considerably quieter. When Xia Xiaoman rode her bike out, she noticed that the number of people lounging below had halved, with only a few elderly men and women fanning themselves and playing chess. Upon departing the community and locating a secluded spot, Xia Xiaoman retrieved her pickup truck from her space. The distance to Shuiwei Bay was considerable. Cycling would take at least 2 hours. In such oppressive heat, even the fittest would struggle to endure a 2-hour ride, so driving was far more convenient. After about an hour, Xia Xiaoman arrived at Shuiwei Bay, only to find a neatly arranged line blocking her vehicle as she approached the entrance. Hey, stop. No entry here. The leader, wielding a spiked club, pointed menacingly at her car. Xia Xiaoman parked and opened the door, greeting them. Hello. May I inquire if there are any available apartments in your community?
Yin Ye.
It's a girl, muttered a bespectacled man standing beside the leader.
Ugh, get lost.
Can't you see a girl and just stop? No wonder you're only the deputy captain. Jean Ge dismissed him disdainfully and turned to Xia Xiaoman, asking, What is your name, and where are you from? Xia Xiaoman, I come from Qingyang community. Can't anyone reside there? Xia Xiaoman explained, Qingyang community is rather chaotic. I wish to find a better environment to live in. Wang Shijin frowned and pointed to an area beside the security booth, instructing, Park the car there and come with me for an interview. You can only move in if you pass. Xia Xiaoman nodded, parked her vehicle, and followed Wang Shijin into the security booth, where she was informed that she needed to be searched. If she possessed any dangerous items, she was to voluntarily place them on the table, and they would be returned upon her exit from the community. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow and readily produced the weapons she had concealed. Wang Shijin's expression shifted as he witnessed her produce an axe, 2 watermelon knives, and 6 fruit knives from her waist. He was astonished that such an unassuming girl bore so many weapons. Before he could fully process it, he watched as Xia Xiaoman crouched down, rolled up her pant leg, and retrieved 2 more sharp fruit knives, followed by 2 multifunctional daggers from her pocket. Wang Shijin was flabbergasted. You're quite the expert at hiding, aren't you? With this many weapons, aren't you afraid of injuring yourself? Xia Xiaoman smiled. They're all sheathed. Generally, I won't harm myself. Wang Shijin nodded in admiration and called for an elderly woman to conduct the search while he took the dangerous items away from the booth. The elderly woman meticulously searched Xia Xiaoman, even inspecting the soles of her feet before allowing her to exit. When Wang Shijin saw her emerge, he led her into the original property management office of the community, where an elderly woman wearing glasses was located. Aunt Xing, this is Miss Xia. She wishes to move into our community. Please make the arrangements. Aunt Xing adjusted her reading glasses and scrutinized Xia Xiaoman for a moment before saying, Come with me. Aunt Xing guided Xia Xiaoman into a closed office, which resembled an interrogation room, sparsely furnished with only a desk and 3 chairs. A desk lamp, a pen, and a notebook adorned the table. "Please sit. I'll return shortly," Aunt Xing instructed before leaving and locking the door behind her. Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, crossed her legs, and discreetly drew a gun from her space, concealing it beneath her clothing. Approximately 5 minutes later, Aunt Xing returned accompanied by an elderly man. Aunt Xing opened the notebook, turned to a blank page, and slid it towards Xia Xiaoman, instructing her to fill in her personal information: name, age, ID number, family members, current address, and reasons for moving to Shueihua Bay. Xia Xiaoman quietly stowed her handgun back into her space and diligently filled out the information. A few minutes later, the elderly man, squinting at the information she provided, remarked, "Xia Xiaoman, all things flourish in summer, small things are full. That's a lovely name." Xia Xiaoman flashed a demure smile. "Yes, it was my grandfather's choice. I was born on the day of the summer solstice." The elderly man nodded, and, with a gentler tone, inquired, "In the family member section, you indicated none. Are your family all gone?" Xia Xiaoman pondered for a moment before replying, "In a way, yes. They are not in Floating City." Aunt Xing interjected, "But don't you have any friends? A young girl living alone might feel scared. If you have friends, you can bring them along." "I do have friends, but we aren't close enough to cohabit," Xia Xiaoman responded. Aunt Xing further probed, "If your friends were to become homeless due to unforeseen circumstances, would you take them in?" "I wouldn't, but I would offer them the vacant rooms I know of, allowing them to choose where to stay." "And if your friends were injured and lacked supplies, what would you do?" Xia Xiaoman smirked slightly. "I'm not a doctor. If a friend were severely injured, I would take them to a medical station. If it were a minor injury, I would direct them to a relief point." Aunt Xing nodded in satisfaction and changed the subject. "Suppose you reside at Shueihua Bay and 100 robbers come to raid. What would you do?" "I would attempt to escape the community and seek help from the security team. If escape were impossible, I would go to the rooftop, create smoke signals for help. If external assistance were unattainable, I would unite the residents of the community to confront the robbers." Chapter 84, Tire Blowout. After being asked a dozen questions, Xia Xiaoman began to grasp the underlying motives behind Shueihua Bei's inquiries. The questions regarding friends and family were designed to assess whether she was a naive savior. The queries about potential robberies were meant to evaluate her reaction in the face of calamity and whether she was a selfish individual who only cared for herself. The interrogation in the office was merely a component of the interview process. Exiting the office, Aunt Xing took Xia Xiaoman on a tour of the community. Midway through, Aunt Xing feigned a need to use the restroom and left. During her absence, a child suddenly appeared, crying and claiming to have lost his mother, pleading for Xia Xiaoman to help him find her. As soon as Xia Xiaoman approached within a meter of the child, he would produce a wooden knife to stab her. Marking the end of the interview, Xia Xiaoman did not let the child close in, nor did she move towards him. Instead, she instructed him to stay put, assuring him that Aunt Xing would return shortly to help him find his mother. The second test involved Xia Xiaoman carrying the child to search for his mother, during which a man simulating a robber would suddenly charge at her. If Xia Xiaoman pushed the child forward to shield herself or abandoned him to flee, she would be deemed unfit. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman kicked the man portraying the robber away. The final test aimed to verify whether Xia Xiaoman possessed a sense of greed. Aunt Xing handed her over to a kind-hearted but naive woman. Within 10 minutes, the woman was calling Xia Xiaoman's sister and took her to her home to admire her collection of gold jewelry. While the woman went to fetch water for Xia Xiaoman, if she succumbed to greed and stole any gold, she would be immediately expelled from the community. Seeing the large box filled with golden ornaments, it would be a lie to say she was unaffected. Yet, Xia Xiaoman maintained her principles. She would not rob from the innocent, even if she could easily take from the wicked. By the time the tests concluded, it was already past 11 o'clock. Aunt Xing led Xia Xiaoman back to the property office and handed her a form listing the available apartments and their corresponding rents. She instructed Xia to select her desired unit, fill in her personal information, and provide her signature and fingerprint. Once the rent was paid tomorrow, she could move in. Xia had just reviewed all the vacant apartments and found one she fancied. It indicated a monthly rent of 30 jin of grain or equivalent goods. Xia furrowed her brow, feeling that the rent was somewhat exorbitant. Aunt Xing adjusted her reading glasses and glanced at the unit number Xia had filled in. Given the spaciousness of the villa, it was reasonable for the rent to be higher. Why choose a villa when you live alone? They are costly and challenging to maintain, Aunt Xing remarked. Xia smiled and replied, I raise some chickens and rabbits. Living in an apartment would be inconvenient. By the way, Aunt Xing, why are there so many vacant villas in the community? Doesn't anyone live there? Aunt Xing explained that most residents of Shueihua Bay were original owners who already had homes in the community, so there was no need to move just for a villa. Additionally, there were not many villas available. If one family occupied a villa, another would likely be displeased. No matter how they were allocated, someone would always be dissatisfied. So it was easier to leave them unoccupied and rent them out for some grain. Xia nodded thoughtfully, realizing why there were still vacant villas in Shueihua Bay. She initially wondered if there was something wrong with them. Having completed the form, Xia Xiaoman retrieved her weapon from the security booth and drove home. Throughout the journey, she pondered how to inform her neighbors of her impending move. Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled by a loud bang, causing the vehicle to jolt. Instinctively, she slammed the brakes, and once the car came to a halt, she quickly grabbed her axe and cautiously exited the vehicle. After assessing her surroundings and confirming there was no ambush, she turned to inspect the pickup. Noticing the left front tire was flat, she scratched her head in frustration. It seemed the truck was also a water-damaged vehicle, and the spare tire had long been taken. Now, with a flat tire and no spare, where could she go for repairs? Feeling dejected, she stowed away the pickup and switched to her off-road vehicle to continue her journey home. With the pickup out of commission, her moving plans for tomorrow were thwarted, as she needed to wait for the repairs to transport her supplies to Shueihua Bay. The oppressive heat combined with her frustrations made it difficult for Xia to sleep, tossing and turning in bed. As dawn broke around 5, the sound of an engine starting outside roused her. Xia got up and walked to the balcony, discovering a military vehicle parked below. Several soldiers climbed down, clutching papers, only to return empty-handed shortly after, heading to their next destination. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, Xia changed out of her sweat-soaked clothes and headed downstairs. The sweltering weather had many others awake as well, and before she reached the first floor, she overheard chattering from below. Upon descending, she found a crowd gathered by the stairwell, where a notice was posted on the wall. After a quick glance, she noted the main points. The current temperature had reached a scorching 56 degrees Celsius, and it was expected to rise further. Residents were advised to avoid going outside between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. to prevent sunburn and heatstroke. The second notification stated that Floating City had established indoor planting sites in various locations and was planning to convert the sports center into a solar power station. Currently seeking workers. Survivors interested in applying could register at the relief point. The final notice warned of several criminal gangs operating in the area, robbing individuals and committing acts of violence against ordinary citizens, urging anyone with information to report to the security team promptly. The trio of announcements left the crowd uncertain, torn between complaining about the extreme weather, feeling hopeful about job opportunities, or worrying about the threat of criminal attacks. Xia was not particularly interested in the other news, but the solar power station piqued her curiosity. With such abundant sunlight, it seemed wasteful not to acquire a solar power generator. With this thought in mind, she hurried upstairs to retrieve her bicycle, seizing the opportunity of the morning sun before it became too fierce, and pedaled swiftly to the trading point. Chun Guangli, bleary-eyed and fanning himself with a hand fan, was startled awake when someone slapped the table. "Brother Chun, good morning," Xia greeted. Chun squinted, recognizing Xia's familiar face, and grumbled, "What brings you here so early?" Sensing his displeasure, Xia guessed it might be because he hadn't assisted her with finding a place and felt a bit offended. With a smile, Xia replied, "Brother Chun, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind helping me with something?" As she spoke, she produced 2 cans of fermented black bean fish from her bag and slid them toward him. Chun glanced briefly, but then smirked. "All right, what do you need?" In a hushed tone, Xia explained, "Brother Chun, I have a pickup truck, but the tire is flat. Do you know if your friend can repair it? And what the cost might be?" Chun clicked his tongue, teasing, "You're quite the asset, aren't you? Why ride that old bicycle when you have a pickup?" Xia laughed it off. "Come on, Brother Chun, I'm just part of a partnership." Chun, having no intention to delve deeper, replied, "Bring the truck to the same place where you bought it around 10 p.m. They'll check if they have the necessary parts to fix it." Xia nodded. "All right. I'll drive it over tonight. Also, can you help me find a solar power generator?" Chapter 85. The scarcity of generators in the absence of sufficient electricity supply. Solar power generators have become crucial. Chun scrutinized Xia for a long while. "You're quite ambitious, thinking of acquiring a solar power generator. Is it really that difficult to obtain?" Xia inquired. More than you know. Almost all generators in Floating City have been confiscated. Reselling them can lead to forced labor if caught, Chen replied, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. I heard that during the floods, someone hid a diesel generator. Just as it was being transported, they were apprehended and are currently serving time. What happened to the hidden generator?
Xia asked.
Chen shook his head. No one knows. It's likely been moved by his accomplices. Xia felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if it was the same generator that Xiao Zhiyu had brought back. If you truly need a generator, you might inquire at the black market. You might find one there. Where is the black market?
Xia asked.
Over by Jianing Square. If you go, it's best to bring a couple of people with you. It can get chaotic, Chen advised kindly. Xia thanked him and gathered more information about the black market before heading home just in time to avoid the scorching sun. As she opened the door, Su Ran's excited voice rang out. Sister Xiaoman, you're back. Why did you go out so early? Were you applying for a job? No, I was out handling other matters, Xia deflected, then shifted the topic. Are you and Zhou Chuyang planning to apply for jobs? Su Ran nodded. Yes, after sunset. I'm going with Yangge, Uncle One, and Sister Ware to apply at the relief point. Sister, aren't you going?
Su Ran asked.
The indoor planting job is all indoors. It shouldn't be too strenuous. I'm still undecided. Are you and Zhou Chuyang planning to apply for the indoor planting position? Xia inquired. We want to apply for the solar power station construction job, but Yangge thinks it might be too tough, and doesn't he recommend that Yuer and I go, fearing we might suffer from heatstroke. Su Ran felt that Zhou Chuyang was overthinking it. The construction of the power station would take place from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. entirely at night. And as long as they took some precautions, they wouldn't suffer from heatstroke. Xia remarked, from a long-term perspective, the indoor planting job seems more favorable. Once the power station is built, fewer workers will be needed for maintenance, potentially leading to layoffs. However, indoor planting is a long-term project. Furthermore, if temperatures continue to soar, the indoor environment may become unsuitable for plant growth, prompting the management to consider installing central air conditioning to maintain the temperature. In contrast, the indoor planting work environment is considerably more comfortable. Yangge mentioned the same, but the salary for constructing power stations is notably higher. Su Ran appeared conflicted, uncertain which job to apply for. Xia Xiaoman chuckled and suggested, why not apply for both? With so many people in Floating City, there are only 2 projects hiring. If you only apply for one, you might not secure a position. It would be wiser to apply for both and go with whichever you get. If you are fortunate enough to be accepted for both, then you can decide later. That's a good point. I'll go have a word with Yangge. Su Ran remarked before rushing back inside to discuss with Zhou Chuyang. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman returned home to feed the chicks and rabbits, then retrieved a kayak filled with stream water from her space, stripped down, and lay in it. Only after the heat had dissipated from her body did she put the kayak away and return to bed for some rest. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the ground floor was teeming with people, all eager to finish drawing water quickly to apply at the relief station.
Xia Xiaoman,
mindful of her appointment to repair a vehicle at 10, took her water bucket and headed downstairs to join the queue. The line was long and densely packed, and soon the foul odor of sweat began to permeate the air. Holding her breath for a moment, Xia Xiaoman could no longer endure it and pulled out a battery-operated fan from her bag, directing it at her face. What a delightful fragrance. A girl from the adjacent line stared enviously at the handheld fan. The girl's father followed her gaze and, seeing Xia Xiaoman alone in the line, smiled and said, Young lady, may I borrow your fan? My daughter has a heart condition, and the air is stifling here. We could use some ventilation. Xia Xiaoman shot him a glance, but remained silent, pretending she had not heard. The girl's father awkwardly wiped the sweat from his brow. An elderly man standing behind Xia Xiaoman could no longer bear it. He nudged her shoulder and scolded. Hey, she is talking to you. Have you no manners at all? Xia Xiaoman frowned, her voice icy as she replied, Touch me again, and I shall break your hand. Hey, how can you speak to your elders like that? At my age, I could very well be your grandfather. Can't you show some respect? Seeing that Xia Xiaoman ignored him, the elder continued. It's just a broken fan. It's not as if she wouldn't return it. How miserly can one be? He went on to grumble incessantly about her, lacking even a semblance of decorum in his words. The girl's father, witnessing the elder's one-man show, took on the role of peacemaker and said, Uncle, let it go. Today's youth are like this. She only has one fan, so it's understandable she wouldn't want to lend it. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman rummaged through her backpack, produced another handheld fan, and blew air at herself with one in each hand, casting a defiant glance back at them. Did they think a few words would compel her to part with the fan? Not a chance. The girl, her eyes tinged with jealousy, clutched her father's arm and lamented, "Dad, I want a fan too." The father appeared troubled. He could not forcibly take it from her. Wan, be patient. This fan is small, and the breeze it creates isn't substantial. Once I secure a job later, I will buy you a bigger fan at the trading post. What good is a big fan if there's no electricity at home? The girl cried, tears welling up. She had always received whatever she wished for from her parents. And now, all she wanted was a small fan, yet her father was making excuses to deny her. The elder, witnessing this scene, felt invigorated to lecture further, lamenting how today's youth were selfish, unwilling to share even a single fan with a sick individual, heartless and uncaring. Xia Xiaoman thought, these people are truly dramatic. If I am cold-hearted and unfeeling, so be it. They will have to endure it. Chapter 86. The proposal to move the weather was stifling, and tempers flared. The commotion from the group unfolded like a theatrical performance, their voices dominating the atmosphere. Those who enjoyed the spectacle listened intently, while others, feeling unsettled, grew increasingly irritated by the cacophony. A tall man, covered in heat rash and feeling uncomfortable, was already on edge. Hearing the incessant arguing ignited his frustration, and he shouted for the parents and the elder to silence themselves. The father and daughter exchanged glances with the towering figure and quietly ceased their chatter, though their eyes continued to dart towards Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of disappointment. Why didn't they take action? If they did, she could justifiably defend herself, and anyone who suffered consequences would have brought it upon themselves. The wait in line was tedious and monotonous, and it took nearly an hour and a half before it was her turn to draw water. As she carried the water back, a sudden shout pierced the air. Someone's dead. They killed someone. Instinctively, Xia Xiaoman looked in the direction of the voice, noticing a crowd gathered, murmuring in excitement. As her path led her past them, she took a few steps forward and overheard the spectators discussing, "That was too impulsive. There's no justification for hitting someone, and now a life has been lost. The one who cut in line deserved it. Everyone else was waiting patiently. Why should he be allowed to jump ahead? Such uncivilized behavior should be punished. Cutting in line is wrong, but it shouldn't have resulted in a death. Now look where we are. Someone has died, and the perpetrator will be taken away." The crowd was rife with discord. Opinions varied widely. Some condemned the act of violence, while others felt the man who cut the line had it coming. Some remained indifferent, observing without comment, while others relished the drama, hoping for even more chaos. Peering through the throng, Xia Xiaoman spotted the unfortunate soul who had been killed, none other than the man who had cut in front of her days earlier. His wife wept beside his lifeless body, wailing like a madwoman. The disturbance attracted the attention of two staff members who soon arrived to examine the deceased, confirming his demise before escorting both the assailant and the grieving family away. Upon returning to the 15th floor, she found Li Yuer, Su Ran, and Zhou Qiuyang back from their job interviews. The joy on their faces indicated they had likely succeeded. "Did you all get the jobs?" Xia Xiaoman inquired,
Li Wenota.
smiling. "We ran into some familiar faces, and they placed us in indoor planting positions." "Indoor planting sounds promising. Is the work location far? When do you start?" Su Ran replied, "It's a bit of a trek, over by Jiaowang Mall. They plan to clear out the accessible areas of the mall to make room for planting crops. We start the day after tomorrow, first tidying up the mall before setting up the planting space." Jiaowang Mall is approximately a 40-minute to an hour walk from the community, making it relatively distant. Xia Xiaoman suggested, "You might consider purchasing 2 bicycles with rear seats. It would be much more convenient for commuting." Zhou Qiuyang spoke up, "Xiaoman, could I rent your bicycle? I'll provide you with some food, as rent each month." After a moment of silence, Xia Xiaoman lifted her head and said, "I might be moving in a few days. You can borrow the bicycle for free for a few days, without any rent." "Moving?" the 3 exclaimed in unison. Su Ran's eyes widened. "Sister Xiaoman, why are you moving? Isn't a good living here?" Li Yuer, anxious, added, "Is it because I moved in?" "Xiaoman, if it's due to me, I can find another place. I wanted to move closer to work anyway." Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No. My decision to move is for personal reasons. The high floors are exhausting. Climbing 15 stories daily leaves me drenched in sweat, just as if I were carrying backwater. Moreover, living in an apartment makes it inconvenient to care for the chicks and rabbits. Most importantly, the security here is concerning. Yesterday, it was announced that several criminal gangs are causing trouble in Floating City, and I fear they might come to Morning Sun Community. Although Morning Sun Community is somewhat remote, it has a mix of both new and long-standing residents. In the eyes of the criminal gang, the Morning Sun Community may resemble a sheep pen in the wilderness, with its residents akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Zhou Chuyang, deeply aware of potential dangers, felt a surge of insecurity upon hearing Xia Xiaoman's words. Shall we consider moving together? He suggested. Our location is somewhat distant from the city center, and the security patrol only passes by once a day. The city is comparatively safer. Su Ran nodded in agreement, adding, "We are a community on the 15th floor. If we move, we should all move together. No one should be left behind." Xia Xiaoman interjected. "Shouldn't we consult the coach for his opinion first? I'll go ask." With that, Zhou Chuyang turned and headed towards room 1502. Moment latte. When Jianfeng arrived with the twins at room 1501, puzzled by the sudden talk of relocation. "It's not so sudden," Xia Xiaoman replied. "Since the locust plague, I've been contemplating whether to move. Over the past few nights, I've scouted for new housing, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I might relocate to Shueihua Bay." Shueihua Bay? That's quite far, Zhou Chuyang frowned. Xia Xiaoman elaborated. The security there is better, with patrols stationed 24 hours a day. If you decide to move, I know of an available house at Villa 036 in Suehu Community, 3 stories high, ample space for your 3 families. However, there have been numerous fatalities there recently. The basement was once a den of iniquity. If you don't mind, it could be a suitable option and it's closer to your workplace. Zhou Chuyang felt a twinge of discomfort. Xia Xiaoman seemed fully prepared to leave, only now informing him of her decision to move, leaving him with a sense of disappointment and melancholy. Unaware of his emotional turmoil, Xia Xiaoman continued, "If you decide to relocate, I can arrange for a vehicle to assist in transporting your belongings. It would take about 50 liters of gasoline for a round trip." When they discovered the generator, there had been several barrels of gasoline and diesel nearby, and each person in their group had received 2 or 3 barrels, each containing 50 liters. After accounting for the gasoline consumed recently, the 3 of them could likely gather enough for the journey. While she wasn't critically low on fuel, acquiring extra would certainly be beneficial. Chapter 87. A box of flour relocating is no trivial matter. When Jianfeng and the others deliberated for nearly an hour without reaching a consensus on whether to move, Xia Xiaoman had arranged to meet Chen Guangli at 10 o'clock to repair a vehicle. As the time approached, she excused herself, and the others prepared to go downstairs to fetch water, temporarily adjourning their meeting. Cycling to a remote, abandoned factory, Xia Xiaoman surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was present. Just as she was about to retrieve her pickup truck from her space, she suddenly heard a faint whimpering sound. Her heart raced as she swiftly drew her axe and strained to discern the source of the noise. After listening intently for half a minute, she pinpointed the direction and cautiously approached the factory, tiptoeing in. Peering through the gaps in the factory, she found it shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. Yet the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, indicating that someone inside was either injured or deceased. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Xia Xiaoman resolved to vacate this perilous location. Just as she turned to leave, 2 SUVs sped toward her from a distance. Cursing her misfortune under her breath, she stowed her bicycle and darted into the factory just as the headlights illuminated her path. Taking a few steps inside, she stumbled over something, nearly losing her balance. "Help me," a weak voice pleaded from below. Glancing down, she saw a man drenched in blood, his eyes pleading for assistance. He bore 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, clearly on the brink of death. After a brief moment of contemplation, she helped him up, but with vehicles approaching the main entrance, escape seemed impossible. The man weakly pointed toward a direction, indicating the restroom window as an exit. As she prepared to abandon him and flee, he implored, "Take the box with you." "What box?" she inquired. The man, straining, gestured toward an overturned table. As the sound of approaching vehicles grew louder, Xia Xiaoman dashed to the table, lifting it. The space beneath was empty, and just as she thought he was deceiving her, she noticed something peculiar about the soil in the center. Scraping away the dirt with her foot, she soon uncovered the shell of a suitcase. Realizing that whatever was hidden so meticulously must be valuable, her eyes lit up. She hastily cleared the dirt, grasped the handle, and pulled the suitcase free. Is there anything else you need to take?
She asked.
The man slowly shook his head no. It's all gone. Let's go. Alright, the suitcase is too heavy. I'll toss it out first and return to save you, she replied, not looking back as she took the suitcase to the restroom. The man watched in despair as she abandoned him, struggling to rise, but failing 3 times.
Meanwhile,
the sounds of cars stopping outside, and voices grew nearer. Just as he began to lose hope, Xia Xiaoman suddenly reappeared, dragging him into the restroom, opening the window, and unceremoniously tossing him out like a sack of potatoes. Without delay, she leapt out, blindfolded him with a cloth from her bag, and retrieved her bicycle from her space, hoisting him onto the back seat before pedaling away in haste. The path ahead was riddled with potholes, but after riding for over 10 minutes, she reached the main road, found a secluded spot, and set him down beside the suitcase. Subsequently, she donned a mask and sought out the patrolling security team, informing them of the man's location and condition before cycling off. Sweaty and breathless, she pedaled furiously, almost igniting sparks from her bicycle tires. What bad luck, she thought, initially hoping for something valuable within the suitcase, only to discover it was filled with flour. It was astonishing that someone could still manage to extract such a quantity of flour in these times. Regardless of the circumstances, finding flour was akin to stumbling upon a hot potato. As for the man, Xia Xiaoman remained uncertain whether he was an undercover agent or a flour trafficker. In any case, turning him over to the security team seemed prudent. Due to her detour to collect the flour, she had lost nearly an hour. And by the time she arrived at the Maui garage, she was over 30 minutes late. Seeing her approach, Chen Guangli scolded. We agreed on 10 o'clock. Why are you so late? If you don't hurry, we might close. I encountered a minor issue on the way. I sincerely apologize. Here, have a smoke and take a breather, Xia Xiaoman offered, producing 2 packs of cigarettes from her bag, one for Chen Guangli and one for the mechanic. Upon noticing the yellow Crane Tower brand she had given, Chen Guangli's expression brightened, and he cheerfully inquired, Oh, this is too kind. Did you run into trouble on your way? It was nothing serious. It's all resolved now, Xia Xiaoman replied, moving toward the flat tire. Could you take a look? Is it reparable? The mechanic strolled over, cigarette in mouth, and after a few scrutinizing glances, determined that a simple tire change would suffice. Though the pickup's tires were challenging to manage, given the post-disaster reconstruction, vehicles capable of transportation, like pickups and trucks, were in high demand, and related parts were scarce. Xia Xiaoman interjected, as long as it can be fixed, I'm open to negotiation on the price. Ideally, I would also like a few spare tires. Chen Guangli clicked his tongue, little girl, you're being quite greedy. Just getting you 1 tire would be a feat. You want several spares? With a smile, Xia Xiaoman replied, It's just a precaution. If I get another flat, at least I'll have a spare to rely on. I'll see what I can do. The young man with a ponytail glanced at Xia Xiaoman and said, Come find me at this time 3 days from now. The car can be guaranteed to be repaired. But I cannot assure you about the spare tire. Xia Xiaoman made a no gesture with her hand. The ponytailed man was not very talkative. Once an agreement was reached, he busied himself with his own matters. Xia Xiaoman was still contemplating a visit to the black market. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Guangli, she took her leave. Earlier in the day, she had inquired with Chen Guangli about the black market, which operates from 9 p.m. until 5 a.m. the following morning. Arriving at that hour would mean stepping into the heart of the market's bustling activity. Chapter 88. An unexpected encounter at the black market. Xia Xiaoman had initially envisioned the black market as a scene akin to a movie, characterized by narrow, winding streets adorned with various illegal advertisements and graffiti, where every passerby concealed sharp weapons. However, the reality resembled an ordinary night market, with a spacious square filled with numerous stalls. There were vendors selling clothing, candles, and kitchenware. As she entered the night market, a nearby stall owner greeted her enthusiastically. Hey there, looking for a necklace? How about a bag? An LC brand bag for just £1 of grain, 100 genuine, or your money back tenfold. Beautiful lady. Interested in some clothes? Short sleeves for 50, long sleeves for 40. We got both long and short pants, all brand new and unworn. It's a clearance sale. Second-hand water bottles at bargain prices, first come, first served, while supplies last. The cacophony of shouts blended with the sounds of haggling, leaving no trace of the black market's supposed shadowy nature. Xia Xiaoman wandered and paused at a stall, inquiring, How much for these seeds? The drowsy vendor, startled awake, stood up and stammered, £1 of grain for a pack of seeds. The seeds were packaged vegetable seeds, a variety including cilantro, tomatoes, lettuce, cucumbers, green beans, bok choy, chili peppers, okra, pumpkins, and zucchini. Can I open a pack to check?
Xia Xiaoman asked.
The preservation of seeds had its requirements. After enduring floods and then being baked in the heat, who knew if they were still viable for planting? The vendor hesitated. If you open it and don't want it, it'll be hard for me to sell again. After a moment of thought, Xia Xiaoman pulled out a 1-pound bag of brown rice from her bag and tossed it to the vendor, then selected a pack of radish seeds to examine. Finding the seed quality acceptable, she inquired, "Do you have any other seeds?" "Yes, I have another bag," the vendor replied, retrieving a red plastic bag from under his stool. Xia Xiaoman calculated the number of bags on the stall and asked, "Do you only accept grain? What about other items?" "Gold is fine, or even water," the vendor pondered. Then added, "If you have nothing else, sanitary pads will do." Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. Seeing her stunned expression, the vendor quickly clarified, "Not for me, but for my wife and daughter." Understanding now, she thought she had encountered a weirdo. "So, how about this? 1-night pad for a pack of seeds? That's too little. 2-night pads or 3-day pads for a pack of seeds. If it's panty liners, then 5 for 1. The vendor's face reddened as he haggled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After more than 2 months of floods, people were in greater need of sanitary products than food. Many had resorted to tearing pages from books to use as toilet paper, and if none was available, they had to use rags or even resort to leaves. Without sanitary pads, women experienced great discomfort during their menstrual cycles. Those resourceful enough fashioned their own menstrual cloths, while others simply piled up cloth beneath them. During the humid weather, though uncomfortable, these methods were manageable. However, with the extreme heat, the burden of thick fabric beneath them was unbearable. The stall owner had 2 daughters and a wife, totaling 3 females in need of sanitary pads, thus he remained firm on his pricing. Xia Xiaoman, seeing he wouldn't budge, conceded to his price for the vegetable seeds. "I don't have that many pads on me right now. I'll bring them tomorrow night around 10. You wait for me at the street corner." With many people around, it was best to avoid a crowded exchange. After agreeing on a time, Xia Xiaoman continued to meander through the black market in search of opportunities to purchase a generator. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Instinctively, she grabbed the hand that touched her and pulled it forward while elbowing backward.
"Ah!"
"Ouch, Xia Xiaoman, it's me." Hearing the voice, she released the hand and turned to find it was Hu Yao, the vice monitor from her college class. "Long time no see." Hu Yao grimaced while rubbing his chest. "It's been a while. I didn't expect such a warm welcome upon our reunion." Xia Xiaoman chuckled awkwardly. "You surprised me from behind. I thought you were looking for trouble, so I reacted instinctively. Are you all right?
"Iem fine."
What brings you to the black market alone? It's chaotic here. Be careful not to get robbed." She glanced around and replied, "It seems all right. It looks just like an ordinary night market." Hu Yao shook his head in disbelief. "Did you not inquire about the black market before coming? While it may not appear chaotic, once you enter, there will always be someone watching you. If you make large purchases and leave, someone will follow you, waiting for a chance to snatch your belongings. If you encounter particularly ruthless individuals, it could even cost you your life." Xia Xiaoman nodded thoughtfully. "It's fine. I haven't bought anything, so I shouldn't attract attention." "Not necessarily. If they can't rob you of your money, they might resort to other means," Hu Yao sighed. "As a fellow classmate, let me be your protector tonight. Is there anything else you wish to buy? If not, I can escort you home." Xia Xiaoman squinted and shook her head. "I was hoping to find a generator here, but I haven't seen one after walking around." "You want to buy a generator?" Hu Yao exclaimed, astonished. "Can you afford one?" Xia Xiaoman smirked. "I can't afford one alone, but I could pool resources with my neighbors." Hu Yao chuckled. "In these times, a generator is a lifesaver. It can power fans and air conditioning. Whoever has a generator is likely to keep it hidden. Who would sell it?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. "I know of a place that has installed solar power generators. If you could acquire that property, you could effectively obtain a generator for free." "What do you mean?" Xia Xiaoman regarded Hu Yao with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Hu Yao glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and lowered his voice. "Do you remember Fatty Luo? The one who confessed to you not long after the semester started, the bespectacled chubby guy?" Xia Xiaoman nodded, recalling him well, the overweight boy who, after failing to win her affection, had made some rather unsavory comments about her. Recently, Fatty Luo had gotten involved with someone named Brother Leopard. frequently leading groups to rob those exiting the black market, amassing quite a collection of valuables. My friends and I have been scouting his place. We plan to take action soon. If you're willing to join us against Fatty Luo, I can promise to give you the generator once the job is done. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, realizing the vice monitor's eagerness to befriend her was merely a pretext for this plan. Chapter 89. The most detestable thing is being threatened. The allure of the solar-powered generator was significant, yet Xia Xiaoman was reluctant to take such risks. I'm rather timid and not cut out for such grand endeavors. You should find someone else. I have to go now.
Wait.
Hu Yao blocked her path. Don't be afraid. Hear us an idea. You could lure Fatty Luo out by himself. Rest assured, my companion and I will remain nearby, ready to intervene should that rotund fellow, Luo, dare to act inappropriately. Xia Xiaoman smirked inwardly, though her visage betrayed fear as she stammered, I cannot. I'm too timid. You should seek someone else. Once again rebuffed, Hu Yao furrowed his brow, seizing Xia Xiaoman's arm and pulling her into an alleyway.
Xia Xiaoman.
We are classmates. If you assist me in luring Luo out, I shall help you with the generator. Is that not a mutually beneficial arrangement? I truly cannot do this. Please let me be, Xia Xiaoman murmured, her head bowed, her shoulders trembling, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Hu Yao remained unfazed, his gaze fierce as he threatened, You will go, whether you wish to or not. Do not refuse my hospitality. Very well, Xia Xiaoman replied, her face a portrait of grievance, yet her eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. You seek to enter paradise without a path, yet you insist on trespassing into hell. She loathed being threatened above all else. Those who provoked her were in for a rude awakening. Seeing her compliance, Hu Yao's demeanor softened somewhat. Since you've agreed, then accompany me. I shall introduce you to my friends. After navigating the alley for over 10 minutes, they arrived at a dilapidated building. Upon entering, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped them, revealing a group of men seated together, smoking and playing cards, the floor littered with ash and refuse. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, the men turned their gazes to Xia Xiaoman, one of them raising an eyebrow at Hu Yao. Brother Yao, who is this? Hu Yao ushered Xia Xiaoman forward, announcing, This is my college classmate, Xia Xiaoman. I brought her to help us deal with Luo. Her? How could she possibly handle Luo? Brother Yao, surely you jest, came the incredulous response. Hu Yao shot the speaker a sidelong glance, acknowledging the truth that while Xia Xiaoman might not confront Luo directly, luring him out alone should pose no issue. A voice piped up, Brother Yao, do you think this girl can actually bring Luo out? Will she betray us halfway? Hu Yao squinted, his expression darkening as he regarded Xia Xiaoman, a question he had yet to ponder. Sensing his apprehension, another chimed in, Why not let me train her? Within 2 hours, I can ensure she is ready. Besides, I received a functioning camera yesterday. We could take some high-definition photos. If she dares to betray us, we can expose them for all to see. The men discussed their plans for dealing with Xia Xiaoman without any regard for her presence. Maintaining a stoic facade, Xia Xiaoman nearly drew the axe concealed at her waist several times in frustration. Suppressing her anger, she feigned terror, stuttering, Hu Yao, you need not worry. I will not betray you. Hu Yao studied her for a prolonged moment before bursting into laughter. Xiaoman, do not be anxious. They are merely jesting. It is late. You should rest upstairs for now while I discuss our plans with them for tomorrow. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. They were not acting until the following day. Yes. We need to notify a few others, otherwise, we cannot confront Luo with just the few of us. Hu Yao led Xia Xiaoman to a small, windowless room on the second floor, locking her inside. After listening to the footsteps fade, Xia Xiaoman waited in the corner for 10 minutes. Once assured no one remained outside, she retrieved a flashlight from her bag, meticulously inspecting every corner of the room. There were no cameras or peeping holes, which eased her tension slightly. She took out a Snickers bar to alleviate her hunger. Originally planning to pay her rent at Shuiwei later that evening, she now wondered if she would have to wait until the next day or the day after, fearing that her tenancy might be revoked in her absence. As she munched on snacks, the noise from downstairs grew louder, indicating a gathering of many below. Xia Xiaoman supported her chin, waiting for what felt like an eternity, only to find that dawn had arrived with no one coming for her. The oppressive heat and confined space made the small room feel like a sauna. And as the sun rose, Xia Xiaoman began to sweat profusely. Since her confinement began, Hu Yao had not sent anyone to deliver water or food. A weaker individual might have succumbed to the stifling atmosphere by now. With a confrontation looming that evening, she knew she needed to rest well to avoid falling prey to her adversaries. Xia Xiaoman barricaded the door with a heavy marble table and took to resting in her kayak filled with water. At around 5 in the afternoon, she awoke to find silence outside. It was as if she had been forgotten in her prison. After snacking on a few morsels to quell her hunger, she donned her soiled clothes from the previous day, stowing away any items that did not belong in the room. Xia Xiaoman settled in the corner, silently waiting for Hu Yao's return. After more than 2 hours, darkness enveloped the surroundings and finally, footsteps echoed from outside. Hu Yao opened the door, tossing a bottle of water and a dress to Xia Xiaoman. Wash up and change before coming down, he instructed, then closed the door behind him. Xia Xiaoman inspected the dress, a tight-fitting, strapless number, realizing it concealed no weapons and would hinder her movements. Discarding it aside, she poured a bit of water from the bottle onto her hands to wash her face, then gathered her bag and the dress before heading downstairs. The room was packed with people, chattering excitedly about the evening's plans, each armed with various weapons, long iron rods, sharp kitchen knives, and fire axes. Upon spotting Xia Xiaoman without the dress, Hu Yao's expression darkened. "Where is the dress? Why are you not wearing it?" Xia Xiaoman timidly shrugged her shoulders, explaining in a hushed tone, the dress was too large, it would have fallen to the floor immediately. Her petite frame rendered even an S-sized dress ill-fitting. The dress Hu Yao had provided was likely a medium, and she could slip into it without needing to unzip it, making it utterly unsuitable. Hu Yao examined the garment and, finding it indeed too large, tossed it aside in frustration. "Very well, let it be. Follow me." He grasped Xia Xiaoman's clothing and led her to the front, with the others trailing closely behind as they exited the alley, marching in unison towards their destination. Chapter 90. An untitled dilemma. Luo's residence was not far from the black market. After following Hu Yao and his companions for around 20 minutes, Xia Xiaoman arrived at a 4-story building. 2 guards stood at the entrance, and dim light flickered from the upper windows. Hu Yao pointed ahead, whispering in Xia Xiaoman's ear, "That is where Luo resides. I have learned that he made a significant haul yesterday and is resting at home today. You must find a way to lure Luo out. And my brothers and I will be waiting here." Xia Xiaoman recoiled slightly, asking, "How do I get Luo to come out?" "Figure it out yourself. I expect to see Luo emerge within an hour, or I will make your life a living hell." Hu Yao threatened ominously. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes internally while maintaining an outwardly submissive demeanor as she slowly approached the building's entrance. The guards, bored, were playing cards when they noticed her proximity. They immediately dropped their game, brandishing iron rods, and shouted, "Hey,
Stop.
no entry allowed here." Xia Xiaoman clutched her bag, lifting her head with a pitiful expression. "Excuse me, gentlemen, does Luo live here?" "Luo? You mean Fatty?" Xia Xiaoman nodded. "Yes, that's right. I'm his college classmate, Xia Xiaoman. I need his help with something." The guard scrutinized Xia Xiaoman before breaking into a suggestive grin. "Ah, so you're a college friend. All right, wait here. I'll inform Fatty." The guard turned and ascended the stairs. After about 10 minutes, Luo, bare-chested and swaying, descended the stairs. He still held a grudge against Xia Xiaoman for her earlier rejection and greeted her with a mocking tone. "Well, well, if it isn't our academic prodigy, Xia Xiaoman. What brings you to my humble abode?" Xia Xiaoman tugged at the corners of her mouth, weary of engaging in lengthy discourse. She shed her previously delicate demeanor and stated bluntly, "Do you think I wanted to come here? If it weren't for Hu Yao compelling me, I wouldn't deign to involve myself in your affairs." "Hu Yao sent you? What do you mean? Be clear." Luo Pengzi's previously nonchalant attitude vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as he inquired. Xia Xiaoman refrained from answering and gestured toward the upper floor, saying, "Let us discuss this upstairs. Hu Yao is nearby." Luo Pengzi cast a dubious glance her way, hesitating before stepping aside to allow her passage. Upon entering the living room on the 2nd floor, a chill enveloped them. The table was laden with bags of potato chips, duck necks, and chilled beer, prompting Xia Xiaoman to reflect on Luo Pengzi's comfortable lifestyle. Without hesitation, she plopped down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and leisurely munched on chips. Luo Pengzi's lips twitched. Who was truly the master of this abode? Yet, at that moment, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Xia Xiaoman. He pressed on, "Xia Xiaoman, what did you mean when you said, Hu Yao is nearby?" Xia Xiaoman popped open a bottle of chilled beer and took a sip before replying, "Literally. Hu Yao has over 20 individuals lying in wait nearby, intending to kill you. Luo Pengzi's expression darkened. How do you know this? Xia Xiaoman smacked her lips slowly, revealing. I was captured by Hu Yao yesterday while wandering the black market. He claimed you had feelings for me and instructed me to find a way to get close to you, to lure you into a secluded place to eliminate you. Luo Pengzi's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He slammed his palm down on the table, exclaiming, that bastard Hu Yao. I once considered him a brother. And he dares to plot my demise. Very well, let us see who will be the one to perish. He shot a fierce glare at Xia Xiaoman. Where are Hu Yao and his crew hiding? I shall eliminate him immediately. Xia Xiaoman wiped the crumbs of chips from her mouth and asked, Brother Pengzi, how do you intend to kill him? With a flurry of blows. Luo Pengzi seethed. Over 20 people dare to trouble me. Hu Yao must be tired of living. Each of my men could beat him to a pulp. Xia Xiaoman clicked her tongue and shook her head, saying, Brother Pengzi, that won't do. If you and your brothers march in a grand display to confront Hu Yao, he will undoubtedly flee at the sight of your numbers. I propose we approach Hu Yao together, with your brothers stealthily following behind. Once Hu Yao reveals himself, we can signal your men to strike, ensnaring him. Luo Pengzi nodded, contemplating her suggestion. Your plan has merit, but how can I trust you are not colluding with Hu Yao? What if your intent is to lead me into a trap? Xia Xiaoman, exasperated, thumped her thigh. Brother Pengzi, how could I possibly be in league with Hu Yao? If I were, I would simply seduce you and eliminate you in your sleep. That would be far simpler. Luo Pengzi replied, this time, I will trust you. But should you betray me, be wary of the consequences. He instructed some of his subordinates to exit through the back door, surrounding Hu Yao's hideout, while the remaining half discreetly followed him and Xia Xiaoman, ready to spring into action should the situation turn dire. After ensuring his men were positioned, Luo Pengzi concealed 2 small knives on his person and confidently followed Xia Xiaoman outside. Meanwhile, Hu Yao grew anxious after waiting for half an hour without any sign of Xia Xiaoman or Luo Pengzi. One of his subordinates voiced, Brother Yao, is that woman reliable? She hasn't been discovered, has she? Unlikely. If she had been detected, Luo Pengzi would not be so calm. Let us wait a bit longer. If no one appears in an hour, we will switch to another plan. His strategy to ambush Luo Pengzi had been in the works for quite some time. Even without Xia Xiaoman, he intended to take action against Luo Pengzi. Their animosity had festered for years. Luo Pengzi had merely aligned himself with a figure of some influence, using that connection to rob Hu Yao and his men of their hard-earned resources under the guise of protection. Once or twice could be forgiven, but it had become a pattern, culminating in one occasion where Hu Yao's men had been injured. Without dealing with Luo Pengzi, he and his brothers would struggle to navigate the black market. 50 minutes passed, and Xia Xiaoman still had not returned with Luo Pengzi. Hu Yao clenched his teeth and lowered his voice, instructing, Brothers, we can wait no longer. Prepare your weapons and disperse to surround the building. Just as he issued the command, a man and a woman emerged from the distance. Hu Yao quickly gestured for silence, urgently announcing, Wait. Don't move. Luo Pengzi is coming. Proceed as planned. In the distance, Xia Xiaoman and Luo Pengzi approached slowly, shadows in the dark, while countless pairs of eyes fixated intently upon them.